Linjiang City, Linjiang. 1 High School. Director Wei, why is my name missing from this month's subsidy list for impoverished students? Inside the grade director's office, Su Ming spread a printed list flat across Wei Jiaxing's desk. According to the regulations of the Linjiang City government, students in all major middle and high schools who rank in the top 10 of their grade by Qi and whose families are in financial difficulty can receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000 credit points from the government to be used for purchasing daily cultivation resources. In the Cayenne blood test at the end of last month, Su Ming's Qi reached as high as 318, placing him 5th in his grade. By government regulations, he should also have received 20,000 credit points this month. Faced with Su Ming's questioning, Wei Jiaxing reached up to adjust his black-framed glasses, not even sparing a glance at the list laid out on his desk. He himself had drawn up that list and knew perfectly well what was on it without looking. He turned his gaze to Su Ming, a professional smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Su Ming, the original intent of the government's subsidy for impoverished students is to help true geniuses from poor families go further on the martial path. Although your grades are good, you failed to awaken any ability at yesterday's awakening ceremony. You know the gap between ordinary martial artists and awakened martial artists, so I struck your name from the list. After all, Linjiang City has to issue subsidies to so many students every month. The pressure is immense. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. I believe we should give the opportunity to those who are truly gifted. I hope you can understand. After speaking, Wei Jiaxing even put on an expression of righteous indignation. Director Wei, hearing that it was Wei Jiaxing who had removed his name from the list, Su Ming's tone suddenly grew heavier. I've read the government's regulations. For the subsidy for impoverished students, aside from family circumstances, the only criterion is the Qi ranking. Even if I did not awaken an ability in the Qi test at the end of last month, I was still 5th in the grade. According to the rules, even as grade director, you have no right to privately give my spot to someone else. Wei Jiaxing's brows furrowed slightly, his voice turning a shade harsher. Student Su Ming, mind your tone when you speak. Yet Su Ming did not back down. His stance remained resolute. Director Wei, I am only fighting for the rights that should rightfully be mine. If you feel my attitude is inappropriate, fine, then I won't trouble you further. I'll go to the city government and explain the situation right now. With that, Su Ming did not linger for even a moment and turned to leave. It was not that he coveted the monthly subsidy of 20,000 credit points, but that he had compelling reasons why he had to obtain it. Originally, Su Ming's living conditions had been decent. Both his parents were first-tier martial artists, and he had a lovable younger sister. But the year he had just entered high school, a beast tide took the life of his father Su Zhe and left his mother Lin Wanru gravely injured and on the verge of death. Su Ming exhausted all of the family's savings just to barely preserve his mother's life, but that was all he could do. Because Lin Wanru's injuries were too severe, only by taking water of life could she fully recover, and at present she remained in a coma. The water of life was a 7th-tier heavenly treasure worth 10 billion credit points. 10 billion credit points was a figure as unreachable as the stars for Su Ming. All he could do was let the hospital use a life support device to maintain Lin Wanru's vital signs, which alone cost 20,000 credit points every month. On top of that, his younger sister had entered junior high, and her cultivation and daily expenses also required money. All of the subsidies he had previously received as an impoverished student had been spent on Lin Wanru, and he had even taken a part-time job just to barely cover his and his sister's daily expenses. If the subsidy were cut off, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning the school had ignored government regulations and struck his name from the subsidy list, Su Ming became so anxious. Su Ming, I advise you to stay put at school and go nowhere. Su Ming's last words made Wei Jiaxing spring up from his chair, threatening him in a sharp tone. However, Su Ming did not pause at all and walked straight out of the office. Seeing Su Ming actually ignore his words, the smile vanished from Wei Jiaxing's face, the muscles in his cheeks turning rigid. After a long moment, Wei Jiaxing drew in a deep breath, opened his computer, and his fingers flew swiftly across the keyboard. Su Ming's student file soon appeared on the screen. Did he really think that would scare me? How naive. Staring at Su Ming's student records, Wei Jiaxing let out a cold snort and quickly began operating on the computer. 2.5 hours later. They actually expelled me. Wei Jiaxing, you bastard. Su Ming erupted into a string of furious curses, losing all restraint. Leaving the municipal hall, Su Ming could no longer contain the rage boiling in his chest and let loose with vulgar curses. He had never imagined that Wei Jiaxing would simply expel him from Linjiang 1 High School. Just moments earlier, when the staff at the municipal hall checked his identity information, they discovered that he was no longer a student of Linjiang 1 High School. Without a student status, no matter how high his Qi value was, he could not enjoy the government's subsidy for impoverished students. There isn't much time left. I have to find a way to make money. After cursing up a storm, Su Ming finally vented a good portion of his anger and took a deep breath. He had no time now to continue indulging in rage. There was only 1 week left before he had to transfer money to the hospital. The The most pressing matter now was to secure funds. Yet earning 20,000 credit points in a single week was easier said than done. He racked his brains, but could not think of any job in Linjiang City that would allow him to earn 20,000 credit points in such a short time. Looks like my only option is to try my luck at the Martial Artists Association. If I'm fortunate, I might be able to join a martial squad as a porter. In the end, Su Ming made a risky decision to go down into the catacombs. The catacombs was the collective name for all the otherworldly realms connected to this world, filled with countless terrifying ferocious beasts and extreme danger. Even so, martial artists flocked there without hesitation, for within the catacombs lay cultivation resources that could aid them in strengthening their power, and even the beasts themselves were treasures from head to toe. Not only could the sharp fangs, claws, and other materials from the beasts be used to forge weapons, their flesh and blood could also be boiled down into precious medicines to nourish a martial artist's chi and blood and enhance their cultivation. Within the catacombs, all technology from Blue Star failed completely, so martial artists entering to hunt beasts had to carry the beast materials out by themselves. Even for martial artists, fighting while burdened with a load of materials would impair their strength. Thus, when martial squads entered the catacombs to hunt, they often recruited temporary members of weaker strength to serve as porters. These temporarily recruited members did not need to fight the beasts themselves, as long as they survived and exited the catacombs with the squad spoils, they would receive a generous commission. This was precisely what had caught Su Ming's eye. Of course, Su Ming would be taking on tremendous risk by entering the catacombs. After all, even powerful martial artists were in danger of falling down there, let alone someone like him, whose chi value was only 318, not even half the minimum chi standard for a martial artist. Even so, Su Ming chose to risk everything. He hailed a car and headed straight for the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association. At the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association, the place bustled with people, martial artists of every description coming and going. Su Ming entered the association's main hall and fixed his eyes on the enormous electronic screen at the center, where mission information scrolled, continuously searching for any tasks recruiting temporary members. Very soon, Su Ming realized he had been somewhat naive. Among the messages scrolling across the big screen, the squads recruiting temporary members all required a chi value of at least 5. With his mere 318 chi as a high school student, no one would even look his way. Ever since the catacombs had appeared, the physical fitness of people in this world had generally increased. On Earth, a healthy adult would have a chi value of about 1 point, but in this world, an ordinary person's chi value had already reached around 1.5. A chi value of 5 was more than 3 times that of a healthy adult in this world, and with such physical prowess, one could carry far more materials in the catacombs. After being turned away by several martial squads in succession, Su Ming could not help but feel a hint of despair. Su Ming, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. Following the sound, Su Ming looked over and saw a 4-person squad walking toward them. At the front was a tall woman with a high ponytail and a cool, aloof temperament. The woman wore a combat uniform emblazoned with the emblem of the Extreme Martial Hall, a long blade strapped to her back, exuding valiant, heroic bearing. Coach Xin. Su Ming froze for a moment, recognizing her as one of the instructors at the Extreme Martial Hall, where he had previously worked part-time as a sparring partner, a second-rank martial artist named Xin Menghan. What are you doing at the Martial Artists Association? When Su Ming had worked as a sparring partner at the Extreme Martial Hall, he had trained diligently and possessed decent blood and chi, so Xin Menghan thought well of him. Seeing him at the association, now she could not help asking curiously. To be frank, Coach Xin, I urgently need a sum of money right now, so I came to try my luck to see if I could at least be hired as a porter. Su Ming gave a helpless, bitter smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Xin Menghan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Su Ming, you need to think this through. The cavern realm is extremely dangerous. With your current strength, if you encounter even a single first-rank ferocious beast, your life will be at risk. I know it's dangerous, but I truly need the money right now. Since that's the case, then come to the cavern with us. We happen to need a porter, and I have no desire to waste more time looking for someone else. Looking into Su Ming's eyes and seeing that anxious yet resolute light, Xin Menghan fell silent for a moment before extending the invitation. Thank you, Coach Xin. Don't worry, Coach Xin, I definitely won't hold anyone back. Overjoyed, Su Ming patted his chest in assurance as he spoke to Xin Menghan. Yo, isn't this the great beauty Xin from the Extreme Martial Hall? What's wrong? Couldn't find anyone. You even dragged along this baby-faced kid who barely has any hair to make up the numbers. Huh. At that moment, an ill-timed burst of laughter rang out. A burly, bald brute with a face full of brutal flesh strode over with his team, wearing the uniform of the Thunder Martial Hall. Arms crossed over his chest, he stared at Su Ming and Xin Menghan with open ridicule. The Thunder Martial Hall had always been at odds with the Extreme Martial Hall, and the members behind the burly man followed his lead in heckling. Brother Xiong, look at that kid. So skinny he probably couldn't even fill the gap between a beast's teeth. is the extreme martial hall out of people. You'd even bring this kind of trash into the cavern. Don't let him get so scared he wets his pants and drags everyone down. Xian Menghan's expression turned frosty as she shot the bald brute a cold glance. Cheng Xiong, whom I choose to bring, is none of your concern. Just worry about yourself. Su Ming, let's go. With that, Xian Menghan ignored Cheng Xiong and the others entirely and led Su Ming and her own team members away. Stupid bitch, better if they all die in the cavern. Cheng Xiong spat viciously on the ground as he watched Xian Menghan and the others leave. Elsewhere, Xian Menghan led Su Ming out of the Martial Artists Association, then drove with him and the others toward the entrance of Cavern No. 3. Su Ming, this is Fong Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomo. All of them are first-rank martial artists. On the way, Xian Menghan introduced her 3 squad members to Su Ming one by one. Fong Mo was a short-haired young woman in her early 20s wearing black-framed glasses. Her weapon was a long spear, and she carried herself with brisk efficiency. Guanshan and Xiaomu were both young men around 30, and like Xian Menghan, their weapons were long blades. Welcome to the team, little brother Su Ming. After Xian Menghan's introduction, Fong Mo was the first to greet Su Ming with a smile, and Guanshan and Xiaomu both nodded to him as well. Su Ming returned their greetings one by one. Su Ming, I remember you handle a spear quite well. As it happens, I still have a spare black iron spear in the trunk. When you're grabbing the packs later, remember to bring it along. Once we're in the cavern, it'll give you at least something to rely on. After everyone had exchanged greetings, Xian Menghan turned to Su Ming and said this. Hearing her words, Su Ming thanked her sincerely. Before long, the 5 of them arrived at Cavern No. 3, 20 kilometers outside Linjiang City. After donning their gear and passing through the strict security check conducted by the Defense Army stationed outside the cavern, they entered the passage leading to Cavern No. 3. Passing through the tunnel, Su Ming experienced a brief bout of vertigo and weightlessness. Then his vision cleared, and the scene before his eyes opened up. The sky was a murky yellow, and the air was laced with a faint stench of decay and blood. Most of the vegetation around them was a strange dark purple or ink green, and from the distance came the roars of unknown ferocious beasts, making one tense up involuntarily. This was the world of the cavern. I'll open the path at the front. Guanshan will guard the rear. Fong Mo and Xiaomu will watch the flanks. Su Ming, you stay in the middle. You don't need to take part in combat. Just be responsible for collecting materials. Understood. Once they entered the cavern, Xian Menghan immediately issued her orders, her gaze finally settling on Su Ming, who was quickly being encircled in the middle by the others. Su Ming nodded heavily, tightening his grip on the black iron spear in his hands. In his tense gaze, a faint hint of excitement flickered. Move out. With that, Xian Menghan took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Although Cavern No. 3 was the lowest-ranked cavern near Linjiang City with ferocious beasts no higher than the second rank, its dangers still could not be underestimated. The squad had not gone far before they encountered a ferocious beast. This was also the first time in his life that Su Ming had seen a living ferocious beast. It was a rat about the size of a cat with gray-black fur and a pair of fangs half a foot long. The instant it spotted Xian Menghan's squad, the Sharpfang rat did not hesitate at all. Its eyes flushed red as it charged straight toward them. This is a first-rank ferocious beast, a Sharpfang rat, the lowest life form in the cavern. Its intelligence is poor and both its offense and defense are weak, but its speed is not slow. Many novice martial artists begin their battles in the cavern by using Sharpfang rats, the weakest of ferocious beasts, as their first targets. Watching the charging Sharpfang rat, Xian Menghan unhurriedly explained to Su Ming, then turned her gaze to Fong Mo. Fong Mo gravely wound this Sharpfang rat, then let Su Ming get used to it. Understood, Captain. Responding crisply, Fong Mo's blood and chi surged around her. She stepped forward, her long spear thrusting out like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a wet sound, spear light flashed, and the long spear pierced clean through the Sharpfang rat. Little brother Su Ming, this fellow is all yours. As the Sharpfang rat let out a pained screech, Fong Mo flicked her spear, sending the rat, its chest torn open, a short distance to land right in front of Su Ming. At this moment, the 4 members of Xian Menghan's squad all fixed their gazes on Su Ming, waiting to see how he would react. Looking at the Sharpfang rat twitching lightly more out-breath than in, Su Ming understood that Xian Menghan and Fong Mo were doing this to help him acclimate in advance to bloodshed. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He drove the black iron spear down hard, stabbing straight toward the Sharpfang rat's forehead. Clang! The spear tip struck the Sharpfang rat's skull with a crisp metallic sound. So hard. Feeling the resistance transmitted through the black iron spear, Su Ming could not help being startled. Although the Sharpfang rat was the weakest type of ferocious beast, it was still first rank. Its physical toughness far exceeded that of an ordinary wild animal. Again, his first strike having failed, Su Ming drew back the spear and once more drove it fiercely toward the Sharpfang rat's head. This time he mobilized all the blood and chi in his body. As his vitality erupted, the power of this thrust was twice that of the previous one. With a wet tearing sound, the black iron spear finally pierced into the sharp Fong rat's skull. The creature's twitching body went rigid in an instant, completely lifeless. Ding, first successful kill of a ferocious beast. Conditions met. Deep Blue system activating. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Please check host. At the exact moment Su Ming killed the sharp Fong rat, a cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind, leaving him stunned on the spot. Deep Blue system. Beginner's gift pack. The golden finger has finally arrived. 17 years. I have been in this world for 17 years already. Do you know how I have spent these 17 years? Su Ming was momentarily shocked by the cold and mechanical prompt in his mind, quickly followed by intense excitement, his pupils trembling slightly. The slight discomfort from just having killed a ferocious beast was completely swept away by this overwhelming surprise, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. Su Ming, what's wrong with you? Xin Menghan's cold voice came through her gaze towards Su Ming, filled with a hint of astonishment and concern. Fong Emma, Wanshan, and Xiaomu all looked at Su Ming with strange expressions. The smile that had appeared on Su Ming's face was completely unexpected. Back when they had just become warriors and first descended into the caves to hunt ferocious beasts, they had all felt uneasy at the sight of blood. However, after Su Ming's first kill of a ferocious beast, he showed no signs of discomfort. On the contrary, he smiled, prompting them to wonder if he had some odd quirk. Oh, no, it's nothing, just too excited. Xin Menghan's inquiry snapped Su Ming out of his immense joy. He pulled out the black iron spear lodged in the ferocious rat's head, his expression quickly returning to normal. Seeing this, Xin Menghan let out a sigh of relief. Su Ming, you did well. Although the ferocious rat was severely injured, your decisive action and the fact that you managed to finish it off with just 2 shots show that your mental fortitude is much stronger than many newcomers who first enter the caves. Fong Mo, carrying her spear, smiled as she approached Su Ming. Hearing Fong Mo's praise, Guanshan and Xiaomu also cast admiring glances. They had witnessed too many newcomers falter in the presence of dying ferocious beasts, and Su Ming's performance had indeed exceeded their expectations, proving to be better than they had anticipated. This place is not suitable for lingering. Fong Mo, help process the materials. After Su Ming carries the materials, we will leave immediately. Sensing the gradually spreading stench of blood from the ferocious rat's corpse, Xin Menghan timely interrupted the group's conversation and looked toward Fong Mo. Fong Mo nodded, drew a black gold dagger from her waist, swiftly approached the ferocious rat's corpse, removed its dagger-like fangs, and placed them into the large bag that Su Ming was carrying. The 5-member team then continued deeper into the caves. As the team progressed, Su Ming diverted part of his attention to the recently bound Deep Blue system. A remarkably simple blue, translucent panel floated in his mind. Host Su Ming, Vitality 3. 18 Spirit 3. 0 Ability, None Body Refinement Method, Rising Sun. D. Advanced Meditation Method, None Martial Art, Diamond Spear Technique. D. Intermediate Enhancement Points 0. Detected a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? The body refinement method Su Ming practiced is a basic technique freely distributed by the government of Hangxia to middle school students nationwide, reportedly improved from the gymnastics of the country's primary and secondary school students before the Great Disaster, classified as D grade. As for the martial art diamond spear technique, it was left behind by Su Ming's father and is also classified as D grade. The proficiency of martial arts and body refinement methods is categorized from low to high, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the martial arts power that can be unleashed. For example, Su Ming's current diamond spear technique at the beginner level allows him to exert 1.2 times his combat power, while the intermediate level can achieve 1.5 times, the advanced level 2 times, and the perfect level 2.5 times. Similarly, the higher the proficiency of body refinement methods, the greater the increase in vitality during. After glancing at the system panel, Su Ming's attention was drawn to the last line of text, immediately concentrating his thoughts and silently reciting, "Open the beginner's gift pack." Ding, beginner's gift pack opened. Rewards, enhancement points 100 S, great ability, Ice Crown S. Seeing the rewards from the beginner's gift pack, Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. From what Su Ming knew, the ability levels in this world are classified from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. S great ability is the highest existence among all ability levels. Such top-tier abilities have never appeared in the entire history of Linjiang City. Among warriors, only about 1% can awaken abilities, so even the lowest level F grade ability can change a warrior's fate, making them a respected awakener. In Linjiang City's history, the strongest abilities that have been awakened were only B grade. Even yesterday at the awakening ceremony among the students at Linjiang No. 1 High School, who awakened abilities Lin Man, who awakened a C grade fire ability Blazing Dawn, was already the highest ranked genius in terms of ability level. Yet at this moment, Su Ming possessed an S grade ability. Ding, would you like to fuse with the S grade ability Ice Crown? Note the fusion of abilities will be accompanied by relevant phenomena. Do you wish to hide the phenomena? After obtaining the S-grade ability from the beginner's gift pack, the system provided 2 more prompts. Fuse hide the phenomena. Su Ming immediately made his choice. Swish. At the moment Su Ming's thought was conveyed, an extremely cold yet extraordinarily gentle energy surged unexpectedly from the deepest part of his body, instantly flowing through his limbs and finally converging at his brow. Buzz. Within the sea of consciousness at his brow, a crystal crown radiating a chilling aura hovered above Su Ming's soul, bestowing upon it a noble, cold, and commanding presence. Strange energies fell from the crystal crown, nourishing Su Ming's soul. In an instant, Su Ming felt his mind clear and refreshed. Even his perception of the surroundings had increased several times. A surge of power flooded through him, making every cell in Su Ming's body feel as if it were cheering. Su Ming instinctively looked at the system panel. Host Su Ming Vitality 5. 0 Spirit 30 Ability Ice Crown S Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D. Advanced Meditation Method None Martial Art Diamond Spear Technique D. Intermediate Enhancement Points 100 Vitality increased by 182 and Spirit skyrocketed to 10 times the original. Seeing the attributes after fusion, Su Ming took a deep breath. With 10 times the original mental power, the terrifying enhancement of the S-grade ability on his spirit attribute completely exceeded his expectations. The thresholds for a first-tier warrior and a first-tier awakener are a vitality of 10 points and a spirit of 10 points respectively. Su Ming's current spirit has already reached 3 times the threshold for a first-tier awakener, comparable to that of an intermediate first-tier awakener. My spirit has now reached the level of a first-tier awakener. As long as I go to the Warrior Association for level identification, I can obtain the identity of a first-tier awakener and then hunt ferocious beasts alone. I will no longer worry about my mother's medical expenses. After realizing the surge in his spirit, Su Ming's eyes lit up, shining with excitement. All the rewards from hunting ferocious beasts alone will be personal gains far exceeding the income of being a system. Are these enhancement points used to allocate into martial arts and abilities capable of elevating their respective ranks? Enhancement points may be spent to learn martial arts body forging techniques or meditation methods, and to increase their proficiency. They may also be used to evolve innate abilities and elevate their rank. The moment Su Ming's thought subsided, the system interface responded instantly. Indeed, he murmured inwardly. Besides the starter gift package, are there other ways to acquire enhancement points? Enhancement points can be obtained by slaying ferocious beasts. The higher the beast's rank, the greater the yield. Moreover, slaying such beasts carries a chance to seize their innate abilities, including, but not limited to, nature type, superhuman type, spatial type, and psychic type abilities. System, you're extraordinary. Su Ming silently raised a mental thumb of admiration as he absorbed the system's functional overview. To my knowledge, Shrank abilities represent the pinnacle of innate power. Yet even my Shrank Frost Crown sovereignty retains potential for evolution. What rank lies beyond S? Amid his exhilaration, Su Ming shifted his gaze to the Shrank ability, Frost Crown Sovereignty, and tapped the icon beside it. Shrank ability Frost Crown Sovereignty 010000. Very well, evolving in Shrank ability is far beyond my current reach. Gazing upon the staggering 1 million point requirement, Su Ming redirected his attention to the martial arts and body forging techniques he currently mastered. Drank Body Forging Technique Dawn Ascendant 80,100. Drank Martial Art Vajra Spear Formula 50,100. System, maximize the proficiency of both Vajra Spear Formula and Dawn Ascendant. Seeing that his current 100 enhancement points were sufficient to bring both techniques to peak mastery, Su Ming hesitated not a moment. 70 enhancement points surged forth like twin torrents, flowing separately into Dawn Ascendant and Vajra Spear Formula. A resonant hum echoed. Then in an instant both techniques attained consummate mastery. A cascade of profound insight flooded Su Ming's eyes. Countless layers of understanding crystallized within his mind, granting him absolute command over both arts and the body forging method. Upon reaching perfection, Dawn Ascendant elevated Su Ming's vital chi by 2 points, bringing his total to 7. Simultaneously, Vajra Spear Formula reached its apex, unleashing an invisible yet razor-sharp aura that flickered across his form. At that very moment, Xian Minghan, who had been leading the party forward, abruptly turned, her gaze locking onto Su Ming at the center of the formation. Yet after scrutinizing him closely, she detected no anomaly. That aura, it vanished just now. Was I merely tensed imagining things? A faint frown furrowed her brow as doubts stirred within her. How? But her uncertainty dissolved at once beneath a savage, blood-chilling roar. Xian Minghan whirled back, her expression sharpening into vigilant readiness. Fang Mo Xiaomu and Guanshan likewise paled slightly, drawing their weapons and fixing tense, unwavering stares upon the figures emerging ahead. Su Ming followed their wary gazes and beheld a pack of monstrous beasts, dog-like in shape, yet massively built, with manes like lions cascading from their thick necks. Their bodies were dense with coiled muscle, their eyes burned with unrestrained savagery, thick viscous saliva dripped ceaselessly from bared fangs. Lion Doberman Hounds. The name surfaced instantly in Su Ming's memory, recalled from the bestiary of 100 beasts he'd once perused in the Academy Library. Though classified as Tier 1 ferocious beasts, Lion Doberman Hounds ranked among the most formidable of their tier. Adult specimens routinely possessed Tier 1 latest strength. More terrifying still was their gregarious nature. They hunted in packs, never fewer than 5 or 6, often numbering dozens. Against dozens of Tier 1 latest adults, even a newly ascended Tier 2 cultivator would flee in desperation. Howl! Howl! Under a cacophony of shrill, ear-splitting cries, 16 adult Lion Doberman Hounds encircled Enhancement Points' 5-member team. Several hounds swiftly locked onto Su Ming, their senses identifying him as the weakest link. The formed tight around Su Ming, prepare for combat. Realizing the beast's focus had fallen on him, Enhancement Points' face hardened and her voice cracked like steel. Even as the words left her lips, she stepped sharply backward, placing herself squarely before Su Ming. In perfect unison, the other three closed in, forming a defensive ring, with Su Ming at its heart, weapons poised outward toward the circling hounds. Howl! As the humans moved, the hounds struck as one. 7 or 8 gray-brown blurs erupted like lightning from boulders and undergrowth, hurtling toward the formation. Kill! Enhancement Points' battle cry rang clear, her vital chi erupted with overwhelming force, her long saber carving a lethal arc through the air. Chunk! In a single stroke, the foremost hound was cleaved mid-leap, hurled backward in a spray of crimson, its entrails spilling onto the earth. One blow, split open, slain outright. Incredible! Su Ming gasped, stunned by the raw power surging from Enhancement Points mere feet away. Her vital chi output dwarfed his own by at least 30-fold, her minimum reserves exceeding 210 points. Overlord Saber. Flowing Cloud Spear. From the other 3 flanks, Fong Mo and the others likewise ignited their vital chi and unleashed their respective martial arts. All 3 were Tier 1 latest cultivators. Though their arts were merely drank, each had attained advanced proficiency, enabling them to unleash double their base combat power. Yet compared to Enhancement Points, they remained markedly inferior. Facing peers of their own rank, the Lion Doberman Hounds, they succeeded only in repelling them, inflicting minor wounds, not delivering fatal blows. Hold the line. Keep yourselves unharmed. Leave the rest to me. Enhancement Points' cool, commanding voice cut through the chaos moments after she dispatched another hound. Another flash of steel, and a second hound fell lifeless beneath her blade. At her words, Fong Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu nodded, firmly tightening their defensive perimeter around Su Ming and parrying the relentless assaults. Enhancement Points moved with lethal grace. Each slash claimed a life. Their coordination was flawless despite the hounds' frenzied charges. The formation held unbroken, and Su Ming remained untouched. Within half a minute, more than half the 16 hounds lay dead. The remaining 6 broke off their assault, retreating to a safe distance, eyes wide with primal fear fixed upon Enhancement Points' awe-inspiring prowess. Retreat was already dawning in their instincts. Roar! Just as the party began to relax, a far deeper, more thunderous roar shook the air, and a wave of oppressive bestial ferocity surged rapidly toward them, making Fong Mo's pulse quicken. Danger! The Lion Doberman Hound sovereign. Even Enhancement Points' composure shattered when a hound the size of a charging ox, twice the bulk of any ordinary specimen, barreled into view. Her face went stark with gravity. The Lion Mastiff King, a second-tier ferocious beast. Su Ming gazed at the Lion Mastiff King, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the Lion Mastiff is a first-tier ferocious beast, there are rare individuals that can break through their limits and grow to become the rulers of the Lion Mastiff clan. The strength of the Lion Mastiff King before him had evidently reached the early stage of the second tier. In Enhancement Points' team, only Enhancement Points could contend with it. Roar! Just as Su Ming was assessing the Lion Mastiff King, it had already charged to the front of the team, its eyes gleaming with fierce light, filled with a thirst for the flesh and blood of human warriors, and in the next moment, it launched an attack. Beast, face my blade. Seeing this, Enhancement Points let out a light shout, her blood surging as she wielded her long knife to counter the Lion Mastiff King. The Lion Mastiff King, being a second-tier ferocious beast, possessed formidable strength. Enhancement Points had to keep it at a distance from the team, otherwise if the battle between her and the Lion Mastiff King affected Fong Mo and the others who were first-tier warriors, casualties would surely occur. With Enhancement Points, the second-tier warrior, diverting most of the pressure, the remaining 6 Lion Mastiffs, no longer afraid, charged toward Fong Mo and the others. Without Enhancement Points sharing the burden, the 3 first-tier latest-stage warriors, including Fong Mo, were besieged by Lion Mastiffs that were twice their number, and the pressure increased dramatically. Moreover, all 3 needed to be vigilant in protecting Su Ming. After several exchanges, Fong Mo was the first to show a flaw. Fong Mo, watch out on your right. Guanshan bellowed. He saw one of the two lion mastiffs battling Fong Mo seize the opportunity during Fong Mo's frontal attack, suddenly pouncing from his blind spot, its massive jaws snapping toward his calf. Not good. By the time Fong Mo noticed, it was already too late to dodge completely. In a critical moment, Su Ming, positioned slightly behind Fong Mo, sprang into action. With all his strength, he thrust his black iron spear forward. The grade martial skill diamond spear technique allowed him to deliver this thrust flawlessly. With a 2.5-fold increase in power, the spear struck the lion mastiff's shoulder with both speed. With a 2.5-fold enhancement in combat power, Su Ming's thrust possessed a force of 175 cards, exceeding the standard of 100 cards for a first-tier warrior. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Su Ming's right hand holding the spear shook as a tremendous force hit him, causing him to involuntarily step back half a pace. After all, the lion mastiff was a latest-stage first-tier ferocious beast capable of matching a latest-stage first-tier warrior. Typically, a latest-stage first-tier warrior has blood energy above 70 cards, and their combat power can easily exceed 700 cards. Although Su Ming could unleash power comparable to that of a newly promoted first-tier warrior without using his special abilities, there was still a significant gap compared to latest-stage first-tier warriors. However, even though Su Ming's attack could not repel the lion mastiff, it successfully delayed it for a moment, allowing Fong Mo to narrowly avoid the ambush. Thanks. Fong Mo, drenched in cold sweat, swept his long spear back, forcing the wounded lion mastiff to retreat. Gratefully, he thanked Su Ming while a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes before he once again engaged in battle with two lion mastiffs. My current strength without using special abilities is still somewhat lacking. However, with my current 30 Hz of mental strength, if I fully exert the Ice Crown ability, I should be able to contend with the second-tier ferocious beast, the Lion Mastiff King. Su Ming stood with his spear in hand, observing the battle around him, constantly calculating in his mind. The Tianlin Blade Technique. After a moment, Xian Minghan let out a light shout, unleashing her own blade technique, ultimately inflicting a severe wound on the Lion Mastiff King, leaving a gash over a meter long, deep enough to see the bone. Roar! The Lion Mastiff King let out a painful howl, no longer daring to linger. Where do you think you're going? However, Xian Minghan did not give it a chance to escape, executing the Tianlin Blade Technique, once more completely slaying the Lion Mastiff King. Roar! After the Lion Mastiff King fell, the 6 lion mastiffs still engaged in a fierce battle with Fong Mo, and the others let out a mournful cry, tucking their tails and scattering in all directions. Phew, finally it's over. Seeing this, Fong Mo and the others did not pursue, but instead tightened their grips on their weapons, their heavy breaths echoing. Even Xian Minghan, the second-tier warrior, had her chest rapidly rising and falling. Clearly the battle just now had taken a toll on all of them. Let's clean up the battlefield together and then head back. After resting for a moment, Xian Minghan spoke to everyone. Fong Mo and the others nodded in response. Although their time spent in the No. 3 cave this time was shorter than any previous venture, they not only encountered a pack of lion mastiffs today, but also the Lion Mastiff King. Killing a second-tier Lion Mastiff King and 10 latest-stage first-tier Lion Mastiffs, the materials from these ferocious beasts combined were worth no less than their past harvests from the No. 3 cave. The group quickly set about cleaning the battlefield, skillfully slicing off the fur, teeth, and claws of the Lion Mastiffs, and using special containers to collect the remaining blood from the Lion Mastiffs. In a quarter of an hour, Su Ming's backpack was stuffed full, heavier than anyone else's. Even so, they couldn't fit all the materials. In the end, they had to fashion a temporary leather bag from the fur taken from the Lion Mastiff King to carry the remaining materials, which Guanshan then shouldered as they headed toward the cave entrance. Brother Xiong, isn't that the team of that girl from the Extreme Martial Arts Gym? Did they complete their hunting task so quickly today? As Xian Minghan's team approached the cave passage entrance, a keen member from Cheng Xiong's team, just emerging from the passage, pointed in their direction and exclaimed to Cheng Xiong, "If it really is them. What a stroke of luck to have killed a Lion Mastiff King." Hearing this, Cheng Xiong looked up, focusing on the Lion Mastiff King's fur that Guanshan was carrying, snorting coldly, his tone laced with jealousy. "Let's go." Thinking about how Xian Minghan might flaunt her achievements in front of him later, Cheng Xiong led his team in another direction before Xian Minghan and the others could get close. Xian Minghan had already noticed Cheng Xiong and the others at the passage entrance. Seeing them intentionally avoiding her team, a smile crept onto her lips, but she said nothing. The group carrying their spoils from the cave passed through the tunnel and returned to Blue Star. After tossing the ferocious beast materials into the trunk, Xian Minghan drove everyone back to Lingjiang City. Su Ming, today's haul is quite significant. This is your reward. After processing all the ferocious beast materials, Xian Minghan transferred 200 credit points to Su Ming. 20000 credit points. Coach Xian, isn't this a bit too much? Su Ming looked at the credited points with a look of surprise. Generally, a porter can only receive 5 of the team's haul. A better team might give a bit more. Based on Su Ming's estimations, the total value of the ferocious beast materials from this haul was around 200 credit points, making 200 credit points 1/10 of the total. You performed remarkably well in the underground cavern today, and had it not been for your assistance, Mo might have been injured this time. This is what you deserve. Seeing the astonished expression on Su Ming's face, Xian Menghan smiled and said, "Then thank you, Coach Xian." Upon hearing this, Su Ming understood and thanked Xian Menghan before bidding her farewell and heading towards the central hospital of Linjiang City. Captain Su Ming is a good prospect. Your relationship with him seems quite good. Oh, why not formally recruit him into the team? After Su Ming left, Fang Mo stepped out from a nearby corner, suggesting to Xian Menghan. Hearing this, Guanshan and Xiaomu both nodded, looking expectantly at Xian Menghan. They had noticed the power of the shot Su Ming fired to save Fang Mo in the underground cavern. Especially Fang Mo, who was closest, as she was certain that the power of Su Ming's shot had already reached the level of a first-tier warrior. At such a young age, Su Ming already possessed the strength of a first-tier warrior. As long as he joined their team, they would soon have another second-tier warrior, significantly increasing their strength. Having one more second-tier warrior would be incredibly beneficial for everyone in the team. Don't think about it, Su Ming is just a senior student from Linjiang One High School, a genius capable of being admitted to the Hanxiao Martial Arts Academy. How could he be retained by a small team like ours? Xian Menghan glanced at the few of them and shook her head with a smile, feeling helpless. She hadn't had the chance to explain Su Ming's status as a student before. What? Su Ming is still a student. Upon hearing Xian Menghan's words, Fang Mo and the others were clearly taken aback, and then they all showed a hint of regret. Since Su Ming is a senior student at Linjiang One High School, he will have to participate in the nationwide martial arts examination of Hanxiao in a month. Every year there are no more than 10 candidates among the martial arts examination students from Linjiang City who possess martial artist strength. Such students are all recruited by various key martial arts academies of Hanxia. They knew that a talented student like Su Ming would surely shine during the martial arts examination, be recruited by a martial arts academy, and have an extraordinary future, graduating as at least a third-tier warrior. As Xian Menghan said, such a genius is certainly not someone that their small team could retain. Linjiang One High School. Chen Jingwen, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A senior year, rushed into the office of Principal Wang Zhenghua with a hint of indignation, placing a report on his desk. Principal, I want to report that Director Wei has violated the rules, withholding Su Ming's financial aid for impoverished students and subsequently expelling him. Chen Jingwen was furious. Su Ming was her student, excelling in both academic and martial arts results, and being humble. She greatly appreciated such a student. However, she did not expect that when she arrived at school this morning, Su Ming was missing. After class, she immediately began to investigate, and soon discovered that Su Ming had already been expelled. She learned from Su Ming's deskmate that he had gone to the grade director's office that morning regarding his financial aid. Chen Jingwen first sought an explanation from Wei Jiaxing, but unexpectedly Wei Jiaxing offered no explanation, directly admitting to his actions with an arrogant attitude. This prompted her to angrily seek out Principal Wang Zhenghua to demand justice for her student. Ms. Chen, there's no need to be so angry, but it's just the expulsion of a student, it's not a big deal. However, Wang Zhenghuo's next words left Chen Jingwen stunned. She looked at him in disbelief and said, Principal Su Ming is an outstanding student, not an ordinary one. Even without awakened abilities, his vitality score is still among the top 5 in the grade. He has the potential to be admitted to a martial arts academy. Wang Zhenghua looked at the agitated Chen Jingwen, remaining unfazed, and calmly shook his head, saying Su Ming is no longer a student of Linjiang One High School. If this matter is settled, and do not mention it again. Hearing Wang Zhenghuo's words, Chen Jingwen, filled with disappointment, questioned, Principal, are you covering for him just because Director Wei is your brother-in-law? Ms. Chen, you are losing your composure. This remark finally made Wang Zhenghua lose his calm as he sternly reprimanded her. Su Ming has not awakened any abilities. With his current vitality below 4 points, he cannot possess the strength of a martial artist for the examination. He is ultimately just mediocre. Furthermore, Su Ming openly threatened the grade director, and Director Wei expelled him to uphold the school's integrity. There is no problem with that. If there is nothing else, Miss Chen, please return to your class. After saying this, Wang Zhenghua issued an eviction order. Principal, you will regret this. Looking at Wang Zhenghuo's expression, Chen Jingwen felt completely disappointed in him, leaving behind a remark before saying no more and turning to exit the principal's office. Only she knew that since Su Ming entered high school, all the financial aid provided by the government had been spent on his mother, leaving him with no funds to buy any supplements to assist his training. He also had to spend a lot of time working part-time. Even so, Su Ming's vitality still managed to rank among the top 5 in his grade, stronger than most students who could afford to use vitality potions for training every month. Such martial arts talent, even without awakened abilities, would undoubtedly lead to significant achievements. And no, with Su Ming expelled from Linjiang No. 1 high school, he no longer has the qualifications to participate in the martial arts examination. If he cannot take the martial arts examination and enter a martial arts academy for further study, it would be a waste of his talent. I must think of a way. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Jingwen calmed down and quickly began to think. Soon she thought of an acquaintance at Linjiang No. 7 high school. Since he can't stay at No. 1 high school, why not let Su Ming go to No. 7 high school? Tonight, I will find someone to go to Su Ming's house and explain the situation to him. With a plan in mind, Chen Jingwen finally felt at ease and continued to go to class. Meanwhile, Su Ming visited the central hospital, paid this month's fees, and spent some time beside the still unconscious Lin Weiner before leaving the hospital and heading back to the Martial Artist Association. He needed to be evaluated as a martial artist at the association. Only by becoming a formal martial artist and obtaining a martial artist certificate could he pass the military check at the entrance to the underground cavern and gain the qualification to enter it alone. In addition, formal martial artists receive a monthly subsidy of vitality potion from the Martial Artist Association. Vitality potions are refined from the blood of ferocious beasts and can promote the growth of a martial artist's vitality. They are expensive, with a single potion selling for as high as 5,000 credit points. 5,000 credit points are enough for an ordinary family of 3 to cover 2 months' living expenses. First, let's go to the warm-up room to test my current combat power. Su Ming arrived at the Martial Artist Association and found a private warm-up room to enter. The Martial Artist Association provides warm-up rooms equipped with vitality, spirit, and combat power testing devices, allowing martial artists preparing for level assessment to adjust their condition and perform at their best during the assessments. In the warm-up room, Su Ming closed the door and walked straight to the weapons rack, selecting a metallic spear. Vajra spear technique. Su Ming's blood surged his muscles, executing the power techniques of this martial art perfectly. Bang! The spear struck the testing target with a dull roar. 10, 30, 50. The numbers on the battle power tester jumped rapidly, ultimately stopping at 178. Seeing the number displayed on the battle power tester, Su Ming did not stop, but continuously performed the grade martial art Vajra spear technique, which he had perfected. Thrust, jab, swipe, flick, chop, smash. The spear in Su Ming's hands danced fiercely, striking the testing target repeatedly. The numbers on the tester continued to fluctuate. 173, 175, 178, 175, 176. After testing dozens of thrusts, Su Ming's explosive battle power remained around 175. 175 battle power is just as I estimated. Even though there are some discrepancies with each strike, they are minimal and negligible. After completing the entire set of spear techniques, Su Ming looked at the battle power value on the tester and nodded lightly. Next, it's time to test my abilities. Su Ming put away the spear and closed his eyes. His mind summoned the icy crystal crown in his sea of consciousness, and in the next moment the crown trembled, releasing a chilling aura. Simultaneously, the temperature in the warm-up room plummeted and a layer of frost formed beneath Su Ming's feet. Whoosh! Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, waving his hand towards the testing target. A beam of white light exuding a bone-chilling air shot forth and struck the target instantly. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the entire target was encased in layers of ice, the crystalline ice still radiating an astonishing cold. 50, 100, 300. Meanwhile, the numbers on the tester jumped wildly, eventually settling at 15,000. 15,000 battle power. The Scrayed Ice Crown has a staggering power enhancement of 50 times. Su Ming's pupils constricted, suddenly revealing a look of shock as he gazed at the final value on the tester. But soon the shock on Su Ming's face turned into ecstatic joy. Under normal circumstances, the battle power from the same mental energy explosion is nearly identical to that from a physical blood explosion. 1 point of mental energy and 1 point of blood explosion both equate to 10 battle power. Su Ming's mental energy strength of 30 points produced an energy explosion of 15,000, demonstrating the terrifying enhancement of the Scrayed ability Ice Crown. I still underestimated the horror of Scrayed abilities. With my current explosive battle power of 15,000, I am completely no weaker than a latest-stage second-tier warrior. The second-tier low-level Lion Hound King I encountered in the cave would probably be directly killed by my ability attack. Now let me see if I can control the intensity of my abilities. Su Ming, excited, looked at the battle power value displayed on the tester and began to manipulate his ability, constantly attempting to control the power of the explosion. About 20 minutes later, Su Ming walked out of the warm-up room with a confident smile, heading towards the Warrior Association's grading area. Su Ming submitted his identification information and was directed to a testing room. Su Ming, 17 years old. So young, seems like a genius. The testing staff member, a middle-aged man nearing 40, glanced at Su Ming's information, his face showing Then he looked at Su Ming entering the testing room, his eyes brightening with anticipation as he said to Su Ming, "You are Su Ming, right? As long as your blood reaches 10 points and your battle power reaches 100, you can become a formal warrior. Hurry up and test it." He was eager to see just how far this young man had progressed. Su Ming did not hesitate upon hearing this and immediately proceeded with the test as arranged. The warrior evaluation begins with testing blood. When Su Ming placed his finger on the blood meter, the middle-aged tester's gaze was immediately drawn to the numbers displayed on the instrument. But soon the expression on his face stiffened. Blood 7. 0, blood 7. 0. This does not meet the standards for a first-tier warrior. Is this kid just here to waste my time? Seeing the 7. 0 blood displayed on the instrument, the middle-aged tester's face darkened as he prepared to mark the test result as unqualified. However, just as he was about to write, he paused his gaze following Su Ming's figure to the mental energy test. Mental energy. He is going to test mental energy. Could it be he is an awakener? Buzz. Mental energy 30. His mental energy actually reached 30 points. This has already reached the mental energy strength of a mid-level first-tier awakener. The middle-aged tester's eyes widened suddenly as he gazed at the results displayed on the mental energy tester, gasping in shock. But what Su Ming did next left him breathless. After completing the mental energy test, Su Ming went directly to the battle power testing target, flicking his fingers. A small white ice pillar suddenly erupted, striking heavily against the testing target. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the battle power testing target was encased in layers of ice, and the numbers on the battle power tester flew rapidly, ultimately stopping at 1800. 6 times battle power enhancement. This is the enhancement strength only great abilities possess. He is actually a great ability awakener. 1800 battle power, which is 300 above the 1500 battle power standard threshold for a second-tier, low-level warrior. And he is only 17 years old. A genius. Absolutely a genius. The middle-aged tester's heart raced as he gazed at the final number on the battle power tester, the shock in his heart crashing like waves. This should qualify me as a formal warrior, right? Compared to the shocked middle-aged tester, Su Ming was much calmer. He simply glanced at the number displayed on the battle power tester before turning to the middle-aged man in charge of the testing. Yes, absolutely. Please wait a moment, I will handle the paperwork right away. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the middle-aged tester instantly regained his composure and hurriedly spoke to Su Ming, even using honorifics. After recording Su Ming's test results, the middle-aged tester promptly uploaded the results to the Warrior Association system. In less than 3 minutes, it successfully passed the review. This is your warrior certification. From today on, you are a formal warrior of the Warrior Association. After completing the process, the middle-aged tester respectfully handed the warrior certificate to Su Ming. First-tier awakener. Su Ming took the warrior certificate, looking at the information on it, murmuring softly. Yes, your mental energy has reached first-tier standards, and you possess a powerful ice attribute ability, so you are naturally an awakener. Awakeners have a higher status than ordinary warriors and better treatment. Awakeners receive 2 blood tonics and 1 meditation pill as subsidies from the Warrior Association each month. The middle-aged tester immediately added as he heard this. The Chi blood powder can help martial artists increase their vitality, priced at 5,000 credit points per portion. The spirit pill, on the other hand, enhances the mental strength of martial artists, with each pill on the market costing 4 times that of the Chi blood powder. Awakened individuals receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 credit points from the Martial Artists Association, which is 6 times that of ordinary martial artists. This treatment is indeed much better than that of ordinary martial artists. It is said that awakened individuals hold a higher status than ordinary martial artists. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. After hearing the words of the middle-aged tester, Su Ming silently nodded. Afterwards, Su Ming asked the middle-aged tester how to receive the monthly subsidy from the Martial Artists Association before leaving the testing room. Exiting the Martial Artists Association, Su Ming held 2 portions of Chi blood powder, as crimson as blood, and a jade vial that emitted a cool aura, feeling a surge of emotions within. This is the treatment for awakened individuals. Merely 1 month's subsidy is nearly equivalent to twice the amount he received from government assistance in the past, far surpassing what he could earn from part-time jobs over a long period. Without any delay, Su Ming immediately took a vehicle back to his home in the old district of Linjiang City. It was a somewhat outdated 2-bedroom apartment with simple yet tidy furniture. His sister Su Xiaowei had not yet returned from school. Su Ming returned to his small bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the bed, adjusting his breath. He did not rush to take the pills, but first practiced the grade body refining technique he had already perfected. After perfecting the morning sun rising technique, every movement of Su Ming's body was executed flawlessly, having practiced the entire set of body refining movements just once. Although he had only trained for 10 minutes, Su Ming was already drenched in sweat, with a surge of heat flowing through his body. This perfected body refining technique is far superior to its high-level counterpart. Just practicing it once feels equivalent to practicing 5 times before. After finishing the movements, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, but just one round made him feel a surge of vitality throughout his body comparable to the effect of practicing the high-level technique 5 times. After the astonishment, Su Ming repeated the body refining movements twice more. As he completed the 3rd round, he felt a slight increase in his vitality and promptly opened the system panel. Vitality 7.01. Indeed, it has increased by 0.01, comparable to the effect of practicing the body refining technique 15 times before. Seeing that he had increased his vitality by 0.1 after practicing the morning sun rising technique 3 times, Su Ming was overjoyed. Before today, he had to spend 2.5 hours each day practicing the technique 15 times to increase his vitality by 0.01. Now with the perfected body refining technique, he had reduced his training time by 80. The perfected body refining technique is truly extraordinary. It is all thanks to the system. Now let's see the effect of the Qi blood powder. Su Ming silently praised the power of the system, then took out a portion of Qi blood powder and unhesitatingly swallowed it. The Qi blood powder dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a surge of heat that rushed through his limbs and bones. This energy was pure and immense, far surpassing the meager energy he usually absorbed from food. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately began performing the morning sun rising body refining movement. As each body refining movement was executed perfectly, Su Ming's body began to madly absorb this torrent of energy, swiftly converting it into his own vital power. Su Ming felt as if every cell in his body was cheering and greedily absorbing this rare energy nourishment. His body felt like land parched from drought, with his vitality visibly rising and strengthening at an observable rate. It was not until Su Ming had practiced the morning sun rising body refining technique 6 times that he fully absorbed and converted the last trace of energy. At this moment, Su Ming had already stripped off his clothes. His skin was slightly flushed, and his body felt scorching with sweat evaporating into mist due to his body temperature. Ignoring the sweat pouring down, Su Ming eagerly looked at the system panel. Host Su Ming vitality 51, mental strength 30, ability Ice Crown S body refining technique morning sun rising D perfected meditation technique Nun martial arts diamond technique break D perfected enhancement points 30. In one training session, my vitality has actually increased by 0.5. Without the Qi blood powder, practicing 6 times of the body refining technique would only yield an increase of 0.02 vitality. The Qi blood powder enhanced my training effect by 25 times. Is this the power of resources? Su Ming took a deep breath for the first time, intuitively realizing the importance of training resources. However, he was unaware that the significant effect of the Qi blood powder during his training was primarily due to his perfected body refining technique, which could fully absorb the effects of the Qi blood powder along with his exceptionally superior martial arts talent. Only with the combination of both could such great progress be achieved. Let's go again. Filled with excitement, Su Ming exclaimed as he swallowed the remaining Qi blood powder and continued his training. Another hour passed, and once all the effects of the Qi blood powder were absorbed, Su Ming finally stopped training. At this moment, his vitality had reached 8.01. With 8.01 points of vitality, even without utilizing his abilities, his physical combat power, boasting a 2.5 times enhancement from the perfected diamond gun technique, had already reached 205 cards. Golialu, after practicing for 2.5 hours, a sound came from his stomach. A wave of intense hunger washed over him, forcing Su Ming to temporarily put aside the idea of continuing his training. He quickly took a shower and went downstairs to the restaurant, devouring enough food for 5 people before returning home satisfied. Next, let's see the effect of the spirit pill. Back at home, Su Ming did not continue training the body refining technique, but instead focused on the spirit pill, taking it out and swallowing it. Mental strength is crucial for the power of abilities. Enhancing mental strength is equally important. As the spirit pill entered, a wave of coolness surged into his mind, melding into his spiritual sea. The noble ice crown within the spiritual sea trembled slightly, emitting a pleasant wave as it greedily absorbed this pure mental energy. Su Ming felt his mind clearer than ever, his perception becoming sharper, and even his control over his abilities seemed to become more refined. In just a quarter of an hour, the effects of the spirit pill were completely absorbed. Mental strength 30. The mental strength increased by 0.2 points may not seem like much, but Su Ming's level ability has a 50-fold increase in combat power. An increase of 0.2 in mental strength significantly boosted his maximum explosive power by a full 100 cards. Taking the spirit pill to enhance mental strength caused no discomfort, which means that if I have enough spirit pills, I can rapidly enhance my mental strength. It seems I need to stock up on more spirit pills in the future. After absorbing all the effects of the medicine, Su Ming glanced at his mental attributes, murmuring to himself, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, before continuing to practice the body-refining technique. Brother, I'm home. At dusk, a clear-featured girl with a high ponytail opened the door and called out while slipping off her shoes. The girl was Su Ming's younger sister, Su Xiaowei. Xiaowei's back. He'll start dinner right away. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Ming, who had been cultivating in his room, immediately stepped out, wiping sweat from his brow with a warm smile. Su Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had become so immersed in the exhilarating surge of his blood vitality and spiritual energy that he'd completely forgotten about his own sister. With that, Su Ming headed toward the kitchen. Brother, let me help too. Seeing him move, Su Xiaowei hurried after him, dutifully lending a hand. Knock, knock. Just as the two prepared to cook, a sharp rapping echoed at the front door. Who is it? Both Su Ming and Su Xiaowei froze mid-motion, exchanging a glance, each catching a flicker of quiet bewilderment in the other's eyes. I'll get it. Su Ming stepped forward and opened the door, only to pause startled. Standing before him was Chun Jingwen, his homeroom teacher from Linjiangno, one middle school. Beside her stood a middle-aged man wearing spectacles, his bearing refined and scholarly. Su Ming. Chun Jingwen greeted him first, a gentle smile softening her features. Teacher Chun, what brings you here? Please come in. Chun Jingwen had always treated Su Ming with kindness, and he in turn held her in deep respect, promptly ushering both guests inside. Hello, Teacher Chun. Su Xiaowei, ever courteous, offered a polite greeting before darting into the kitchen to brew tea for their visitors. Chun Jingwen gazed at Su Ming, her eyes brimming with remorse and concern. Su Ming, I'm truly sorry. I only learned today about your expulsion. I went straight to see Director Wei and Principal Wang, but alas. She sighed heavily, her expression clouded with disappointment and indignation. They insisted on their course, flouting regulations outright. I failed to secure justice for you. Moved by her words, Su Ming quickly replied, Teacher Chen, please don't say that. It's not your fault at all. Just standing up for me means more than I can express. Let's put the past behind us. Having witnessed Director Wei Jiaxing's arrogance firsthand, Su Ming now fully grasped how rare and precious a principled educator like Teacher Chen truly was. Nodding softly, Chun Jingwen then introduced the man beside her. Su Ming, this is Liu Wen, academic dean of Linjiangno 7 Middle School. He's also my university classmate. I've told him everything about your situation, and Linjiangno 7 has agreed to enroll you, enabling you to sit for next month's martial arts examination. Liu Wen adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. Mr. Su Ming, Teacher Chun has shared your full background with me. Your academic record and martial aptitude are both exceptional. Though our school's overall resources may not rival those of Linjiangno 1, we would never suppress talent or commit such absurdities as withholding subsidies or expelling students without cause. On behalf of Linjiangno 7 Middle School, I sincerely invite you to transfer. Your academic registration will be handled with full institutional support. With that, Liu Wen extended his right hand. Transfer to Linjiangno 7. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Ming's face. Had this offer arrived before his descent into Dungeon No. 3, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now, having awakened his system, he possessed formidable strength, slaying monstrous beasts within dungeons, selling their materials, and earning more than enough to cover his mother's medical expenses and sustain his family. Government subsidies were no longer essential. As for next month's martial arts examination, he now had the system. Every slain beast granted enhancement points, steadily elevating his power. Formal enrollment in a martial academy seemed unnecessary. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Thank you, Dean Liu. Su Ming rose and bowed respectfully, then gently shifted tone. However, I've decided not to sit for the martial arts examination and must respectfully decline your generous offer. Liu Wen withdrew his hand awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Chun Jingwen's expression turned urgent as she implored Su Ming. Su Ming, don't act rashly. Your martial potential is extraordinary. You stand an excellent chance of gaining admission to a top-tier martial academy. And I know your family's circumstances well. Your mother requires life-infused water, a 7th-tier celestial treasure priceless and nearly impossible to acquire. Even wealth cannot guarantee its purchase. Yet elite martial academies possess abundant high-tier resources. Enrolling could hasten your mother's. Chun Jingwen understood Su Ming's deepest priority, the fate of his mother. True to her expectation, the moment she mentioned life-infused water, Su Ming stiffened, his voice sharpening with sudden intensity. Teacher Chun, do martial academies truly possess life-infused water? She nodded firmly. I cannot vouch for every institution, but Beijing Martial University and Shanghai Martial University, ranked among the nation's top 10, certainly maintain ample reserves. No sooner had the words left her lips than Su Ming nodded decisively. Then I accept. I'll transfer to Linjiangno 7 and sit for the martial arts examination. Excellent. That's the confidence I admire. Luwen glanced between Chen Jingwen and Su Ming, his lips twitching faintly. Gaining entry into any of the nation's top 10 martial universities was no trivial feat. This year, fewer than 10 students from Linjiang City would achieve that distinction. Truly, one dared speak boldly, the other believed without reservation. Still, this was a favor requested by an old classmate. After a brief internal sigh, Luwen said aloud, "Very well. I'll begin processing the paperwork tomorrow. At the latest, you'll be attending Linjiang No. 7 the day after. Regarding financial aid for underprivileged students, we'll conduct a blood vitality assessment upon your enrollment. Should your vitality rank among the top 10 in your grade, the school will file the requisite application per regulation. Though timing may be tight, should your results qualify, even if government disbursements have already commenced, we'll ensure appropriate institutional rewards." Su Ming listened quietly, then shook his head. "Dean Liu, there's no need for financial aid or institutional subsidies. Instead, I'd like to request a 1-month leave of absence, returning only for the martial arts examination." His sole focus now was descending into the dungeons to hunt monstrous beasts, not wasting time in classrooms. "Agreed. As you wish." Luwen hesitated briefly, then caught Chen Jingwen's subtle nod and acquiesced. After further conversation, the two guests departed, escorted downstairs by Su Ming. The academic dean and principal of Linjiang No. 1 are utterly despicable. Watching Su Ming escort them down, Su Xiaowei clenched her fists tightly, her voice low and fierce, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Only now did she learn the full extent of her brother's humiliation, and her heart ached unbearably. Brother won't return to school because he's determined to work part-time, to earn medicine money for mom. I'm already in high school. I must shoulder some of this burden too. Staring at the open doorway, Su Xiaowei silently resolved to do just that. Early the next morning, Su Ming sent Su Xiaowei to school, and then returned to the Linjiang Martial Artist Association. In the task hall of the Martial Artist Association, Su Ming used his martial artist certificate to accept a mission to hunt ferocious tooth rats and collect 20 pairs of their sharp teeth. He also purchased a detailed map of the outer area of Cave No. 3, a large climbing backpack, and a sharp bone-cutting dagger for harvesting materials from ferocious beasts, then took a vehicle directly to the entrance of Cave No. 3. The rewards for tasks from the Martial Artist Association are usually higher than selling materials from ferocious beasts directly. If it weren't for the fact that all hunting missions at the Martial Artist Association had been taken by other martial artist teams, leaving only this simple task, Su Ming would have definitely accepted more than one hunting task. After passing through the layers of military guards, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Cave No. 3. The guards at the entrance strictly check everyone entering the cave. A first-tier awakener so young. When Su Ming presented his martial artist certificate representing his identity as an awakener, the soldier looked at him in surprise. After the machine verified his identity, the soldier immediately returned the certificate to Su Ming, saluting him respectfully. Su Ming smiled and nodded in response, put away his martial artist certificate, and stepped into the entrance of the cave. After passing through the deep passage, feeling the familiar dizziness and weightlessness, Su Ming once again set foot in this dim yellow world where the air was still filled with the stench of decay and blood. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming took out the map, determined his direction, and headed towards the area where ferocious tooth rats were active. This time, acting alone, Su Ming was more cautious than before. He slightly spread his mental energy, although his 32 mental energy couldn't conduct precise large-scale investigations. It allowed him to have an exceptionally keen perception of the movements within 20 to 30 meters around him. Rustle. After about half an hour of walking, a faint gnawing sound reached Su Ming's ears. His gaze sharpened as he silently approached a patch of bushes. Through the gaps, he saw 3 ferocious tooth rats the size of cats with gray-black fur and half-foot-long sharp teeth gnawing on the remains of an unknown beast. What a good opportunity. Seeing this, Su Ming flicked his fingers, and 3 streams of white cold air shot out from his fingertips, accurately hitting the 3 ferocious tooth rats. The 3 ferocious tooth rats had no time to resist before being frozen into ice sculptures. Kill a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast, ferocious tooth rat. Reinforcement point 1. 3 cold system notification sounds echoed in Su Ming's mind like a heavenly song. Only 1 reinforcement point for a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast. Looking at the 3 reinforcement points received, Su Ming murmured, and then drew out his dagger, walking towards the 3 ferocious tooth rats frozen in ice. Upon approaching the ferocious tooth rats with a thought, the ice layer sealing the 3 rats quickly melted away as if it had never existed. Having undergone training with the Xian Menghan team yesterday, Su Ming was now able to skillfully use the dagger to extract materials from the ferocious beasts. In less than a minute, 6 gleaming sharp teeth were placed into the climbing backpack he carried. After removing the sharp teeth from the 3 ferocious tooth rats, Su Ming wasted no time and quickly left. The ferocious tooth rat was merely a low-tier ferocious beast Besides a pair of sharp incisors, the other materials on it were not worth much. With the limited capacity of the backpack Su Ming brought, he naturally aimed to collect higher-tier, ferocious beast materials to maximize his profits. For the next half an hour, he roamed in the area where the ferocious tooth rats were active. Relying on his extraordinary perception and formidable strength, all the ferocious tooth rats discovered by Su Ming were eliminated with a single blow. Kill a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast, ferocious tooth, rat reinforcement point 1. Kill a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast, ferocious tooth, rat reinforcement point 1. The system notifications continued to sound, and the reinforcement points steadily accumulated. Su Ming's mastery of his abilities also became increasingly proficient through practical experience. In just half an hour, Su Ming gathered the 20 pairs of ferocious tooth rat teeth required for the mission, and then he continued to delve deeper into the cave towards the area marked on the map for higher-tier ferocious beasts. Wu. Just as Su Ming ventured a bit deeper, a loud wolf howl echoed from the dim forest ahead, followed by the sounds of a struggle interspersed with continuous wolf howls. Something's going on. Sensing the commotion ahead, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he immediately rushed towards the direction of the fighting sounds. With his current mental energy combined with the power boost from his class ability, he could easily overpower most latest-stage second-tier martial artists. In this cave, no. 3, where the highest ferocious beasts were only second-tier, he could almost walk confidently and felt compelled to investigate the commotion. After Su Ming passed through a dense dark forest, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He saw 5 robust dark-red-furred wolves with their fangs protruding and fierce expressions attacking a wild boar over 3 meters long, its fur silver-gray. A latest-stage first-tier ferocious beast bloodfawn wolf and a peak first-tier ferocious beast silver-fur wild boar. Luck is on my side. Seeing the 2 types of ferocious beasts engaged in battle, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he stepped forward. 5 latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts and 1 peak first-tier ferocious beast, the value of the materials on them could easily exceed 50,000. Whoa. The moment Su Ming revealed himself, the 5 bloodfawn wolves attacking the silver-fur wild boar immediately noticed him, abandoning their assault on the boar to glare at Su Ming, lowering their bodies and growling threateningly. Oomph. At the same time, the silver-fur wild boar also turned its gaze to Su Ming, exhaling 2 streams of white mist, its eyes flashing with a hint of brutal bloodlust. Although the bloodfawn wolves and the silver-fur wild boar were enemies just a moment ago, upon encountering a human martial artist, both types of ferocious beasts instinctively set aside their animosities to face a common foe. After all, to the ferocious beasts in the cave, human martial artists were the true invaders. Whoa. The bloodfawn wolves launched their attack on Su Ming first, and with a wolf howl, the 5 wolves charged at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the massive silver-fur wild boar also charged forward like a tank. You overestimate yourselves. Su Ming looked at the 6 ferocious beasts rushing towards him with a cold snort. As they approached within 30 meters, he raised his hand, and the temperature around him rapidly dropped, causing 6 ice spears to materialize above his head. Swish! With a wave of Su Ming's hand, the 6 ice spears shot out like arrows, slicing through the air and accurately striking all the bloodfawn wolves and the silver-fur wild boar, instantly piercing the bodies of the 6 ferocious beasts. Crack, crack! The chilling sound of freezing echoed as the 6 ferocious beasts, still in their vicious pouncing poses, were instantly frozen into crystalline ice sculptures, resulting in another effortless kill. Kill a peak first-tier ferocious beast, silver-fur wild boar reinforcement point 5. Kill a latest-stage first-tier ferocious beast, bloodfawn wolf reinforcement point 3. Kill a latest-stage first-tier ferocious beast, bloodfawn wolf reinforcement point 3. How the consumption is quite significant. After defeating 5 latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts and 1 peak first-tier beast in one breath, Su Ming also exhaled a cold breath. Even with his deliberate control over the release of his powers, the previous attack consumed approximately 5 of his mental energy. Although Su Ming's strength ability Ice Crown boasts a staggering 50-fold increase in combat power, allowing him to possess strength comparable to that of a latest-stage second-tier warrior. However, Su Ming's mental energy was only 30 points. According to the classification of mental energy levels, Su Ming was merely a mid-stage first-tier awakener. Compared to a true latest-stage second-tier warrior, his stamina was significantly lacking. Once I return from this trip, I'll use the money I've earned to buy a suitable weapon and fight these ferocious beasts with my physical body. This way I can also accumulate some combat experience. I can't always rely on my abilities to kill instantly, otherwise if my mental energy runs out, I will be in danger in this cave. After roughly assessing the mental energy consumed by his strike, Su Ming shook his head with a sigh, then took his dagger and moved forward to collect the materials from the bloodfawn wolf and silver-haired wild boar. After collecting the materials, Su Ming continued to delve deeper. Along the way, all the ferocious beasts he encountered were easily defeated using his abilities, and the accumulated enhancement points increased. However, after his mental energy was reduced by half, he chose not to delve any deeper, and instead returned the way he came. Though he had entered the cave for less than half a day, Su Ming's large backpack was already filled to the brim. Due to the large number of ferocious beasts he had killed, Su Ming only kept 20 pairs of sharp teeth from the tasks required by the Warrior Association, discarding all the materials from the low-tier ferocious beasts. The materials in Su Ming's backpack were all from latest-stage first-tier or higher ferocious beasts, including materials from 2 early-stage second-tier beasts. Until Su Ming returned to the Jiangling City Warrior Association with the harvest from Cave No. 3 and sold all the materials, his account had increased by a substantial 40300 credit points. The most valuable materials belonged to the 2 early-stage second-tier beasts, Iron Wall Ape and Shadow Cat, which were worth 300 credit points. Earning 400 in half a day being a warrior is really easy money. Su Ming looked at the 400 credit points in his account with a mixed expression. In the past, while working part-time as a sparring partner at an extreme martial arts gym, he had toiled for a month to earn only 2500 credit points. Now he had made more in half a day than his wages from part-time work over a decade. Let's see if there are any affordable weapons. With money in hand, Su Ming immediately headed toward the weapon-selling area of the Warrior Association. Black Iron Spear, a rank weapon completely made of black iron, price 100 credit points. Fire Horn Blade, drank weapon crafted from the horn of a peak second-tier beast, the Fire Horn, mixed with fire copper alloy, price 9500 credit points. Scale Gun, drank weapon made from Miro alloy, mixed with peak second-tier beast, white phosphorus fishbone powder, price 100 credit points. Looking at the various weapons displayed in the weapon showcase, Su Ming's mouth twitched. He suddenly realized that he had spoken too soon. Any casual drank weapon easily costs 1,000,000 credit points. Now the funds he had were only enough to buy the lowest-tier frank weapon. After reviewing the weapons, Su Ming also looked at the various martial arts offered by the Warrior Association, as well as meditation methods suitable for awakeners. However, he discovered that even drank martial arts required 100 credit points, while meditation methods were priced several times higher than martial arts of the same rank. Su Ming couldn't afford any of them. Ultimately, Su Ming only bought a black iron spear, and then used the remaining credit points to purchase 10 mental pills and 20 essence blood potions. I thought 400 was a lot, but now I can't even buy what I want. The rumors about how much money warriors spend are indeed not false. Looking at the substantial amount that had quickly dwindled to 300 in his account, Su Ming sighed, and then, arriving at the entrance of his building, Su Ming first filled his stomach at a nearby restaurant before heading upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, Su Ming put down his backpack and spear, took out a jade vial containing 10 mental pills, poured one out, and swallowed it. An hour and a half later, the jade vial in Su Ming's hand was empty, with all 10 mental pills consumed. After swallowing 10 pills, Su Ming's mental attribute directly reached 32. The mental attribute increased by 2 points, refreshing. However, it seems that swallowing 10 mental pills at once is my current limit. It appears that the anticipated scenario of rapidly increasing my mental attributes by consuming a large number of pills won't occur. What a pity. The increase in mental attributes made Su Ming feel invigorated, yet he also sensed a hint of saturation within his sea of consciousness, making it clear that consuming 10 mental pills at once was nearing his limit. Upon realizing this, Su Ming's inner joy diminished, and he couldn't help but sigh. Unbeknownst to him, for others, even as shrank ability awakeners, the most they could swallow at first tier would be 3 mental pills at once, which was less than half of what he had. Shaking his head, Su Ming took out a portion of essence blood potion and consumed it, quickly entering into the body tempering method. He practiced from noon until nightfall, training for 6 straight hours, consuming 6 essence blood potions, and the floor beneath his feet was drenched with his sweat. Only when the phone rang at home did Su Ming stop practicing. "Brother, it's me. Our school is starting night training for the first-year students today, so I'll be boarding at school and won't be going home at night." Su Ming answered the call, and Su Xiaowei's voice came through. "Night training? Isn't that supposed to start in the second year?" Hearing Su Xiaowei's words, Su Ming frowned slightly. Su Xiaowei was attending Linjiang No. 2 High School, but in his memory, night training at Linjiang No. 2 High School began in the second year. "Oh brother, that's how it used to be, but it's changed now. Alright, night training is about to start. I won't talk to you anymore, bye." At Linjiang No. 2 High School, after Su Xiaowei hung up the phone, she let out a breath of relief. "Xiaowei, do you think your brother will find out?" A girl of similar age with a beautiful face and luxurious clothing whispered beside her. "He probably won't find out in the short term, he. Come on, starting today you're my boss." Su Xiaowei tucked away her phone and playfully smiled at the girl next to her. "Alright then." The girl shrugged helplessly, and the two of them left the school together. Just as they stepped out of the school gate, Su Xiaowei's phone received 2 text messages. One was a notification that 2000 credit points had been deposited into her bank account. The other was a message from Su Ming. Xiaowei, eat well during night training and replenish your nutrition so your vitality won't drop. Looking at the message from Su Ming on her phone, Su Xiaowei felt a pang in her heart, quickly replying with a cute expression of got it, then followed the girl beside her towards a high-end restaurant in the city center. This girl. At home, Su Ming smiled slightly as he looked at the cute emoji response from Su Xiaowei on his phone. Afterward, he went downstairs to a restaurant for dinner, then returned upstairs to continue his training for 5 more hours practicing until late at night. Huff, that's enough for today. Su Ming stopped, letting out a long breath, a hint of fatigue on his face, and his gaze fell on the system panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 13. 02. Spirit 32. 2. Abilities Ice Crown Diadems. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun Deperfection. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique Deperfection. Enhancement Points 186. After 10 hours of training, 10 doses of Vitality Tonic were consumed, and his vitality increased by 5 points. His current vitality had already surpassed 13 points, officially crossing the threshold of 10 points. If I can maintain a daily increase of 5 points in vitality, I can accumulate another 150 points before the martial arts examination and become a second-tier warrior. Moreover, I am currently practicing a grade body refinement method. Once I gather enough money to buy a higher-level body refinement method, the speed of my vitality growth will only accelerate. Looking at the 5 points of increased vitality, Su Ming felt much less fatigued. After closing the system panel, he chose not to continue training, but instead took a comfortable hot shower and then went back to his room to rest. Tomorrow he would have to enter the cave to hunt fierce beasts and needed to be well rested. From then on, Su Ming went to the cave every morning to hunt fierce beasts, then returned to the Warrior Association at noon with a large bag of beast materials to sell, exchanging them for vitality tonics and spirit pills, and continuing to train until late at night. Under such extreme self-discipline, Su Ming's strength rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, 20 days. During these 20 days, the value of the materials Su Ming obtained from hunting fierce beasts increased day by day. Aside from the fixed expenditure of 2500 for 10 spirit pills and 10 vitality tonics each day, Su Ming also saved a substantial amount of money. Now I have accumulated over 5 million credit points and can purchase a Crade martial art. Moreover, I have over 4,000 enhancement points, enough to fully master a Crade martial art. One morning, Su Ming arrived at the Warrior Association as usual, looking at the over 5 million credit points in his account, and headed towards the martial arts selling area of the Warrior Association. Soon Su Ming set his sights on a Crade martial art called Cloud Breaking Spear. Cloud Breaking Spear Crade martial art, upon reaching the beginner level, grants a 2x increase in combat power, intermediate level grants a 3x increase, advanced level grants a 4x increase, and perfection grants a 5x increase. Price for 5 million credit points. This will be the Cloud Breaking Spear for 5 million credit points. The remaining money can also buy a grade weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. Looking at the introduction of the Cloud Breaking Spear, Su Ming immediately purchased it and used the remaining credit points to buy a grade weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. The grade spear, the black iron spear in Su Ming's hand, had gradually become inadequate when facing second-tier fierce beasts that excelled in defense. He needed to switch to the grade Fish Scale Spear to effectively break through their defenses. After thoroughly reviewing the Cloud Breaking Spear martial art, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected Crade martial art Cloud Breaking Spear. Would you like to spend 100 enhancement points to learn it? Learn. Su Ming, who was worried about how to allocate his points, immediately chose to learn without hesitation. At the moment Su Ming chose to learn the Cloud Breaking Spear, a flood of insights and understandings about the martial art surged into his mind. The next second, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding, you have learned the Crade martial art Cloud Breaking Spear. Current proficiency beginner. You can spend 900 enhancement points to raise the proficiency to perfection. What are you waiting for? Allocate the points. Looking at the prompt from the system, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately made his choice. Boom. Countless insights about the Cloud Breaking Spear flooded into Su Ming's mind. In just a few moments, he fully mastered this Crade martial art, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. With a thought, Su Ming summoned his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 116. Spirit 74. Abilities Ice Crown Diadems. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun Deperfection. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique Deperfection. Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Enhancement Points 8169. With a 5x combat power explosion, with my current vitality of 116, I can unleash 5,800 calories of power, already allowing me to overpower many mid-second tier warriors. If I fully utilize my Ice Crown Diadem ability to attack, I can instantly unleash 3700 calories of combat power, capable of freezing even early third-tier warriors. Glancing at his attribute information, Su Ming felt confident as he left the Warrior Association with the newly purchased fish scale spear heading towards Cave No. 3. Entering Cave No. 3A, Su Ming made his way towards the area where second-tier fierce beasts were. Along the way, he encountered a few first-tier fierce beasts that attempted to attack, but Su Ming didn't even need to use the fish scale spear. He simply pointed his fingers like a blade enveloped in icy cold air, and with a wave instantly froze them. The system's prompts indicating the acquisition of enhancement points echoed in his mind, yet they hardly stirred any waves in his heart. Killed a mid-first-tier fierce beast corrupt claw wolf, enhancement points 2. Killed a late first-tier fierce beast fanged mouse king, enhancement points 3. This time Su Ming didn't even collect the materials from the first-tier fierce beasts he killed along the way. Instead, he sprinted forward. After sprinting for half an hour, Su Ming arrived at an area filled with enormous gray rocks nearly 100 miles from the entrance of Cave No. 3. Moo. A deep, thunderous beast roar echoed from behind the rocks ahead, shaking the ground slightly. Su Ming immediately stopped, reached behind him, and patted, and the fish scale spear strapped to his back flew up, spinning in midair, before landing in his hand. Holding the fish scale spear, Su Ming looked ahead. He saw a massive creature slowly emerging. This fierce beast was nearly 4 meters long, over 2 meters tall at the shoulders, covered in thick gray-brown scales like granite, glinting with a metallic luster under the dim light. A thick, menacing single horn jutted from its nose, its tip gleaming with a chilling gleam. With limbs as sturdy as pillars, each step it took left a deep footprint on the hard ground. It was the fierce beast known for its defensive and impact capabilities, the ironclad rhino. A mid-second-tier fierce beast, ironclad rhino. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked at the enormous creature before him. Oomph! The armored rhinoceros launched the first attack with a loud roar. With a thunderous bellow, its massive body charged forward like a heavy tank at full speed, colliding violently towards Su Ming, each step shaking the ground and causing stones to tremble. Seeing this, Su Ming did not retreat, but instead with a flick of his wrist, the fish scale spear emitted a faint hum, its tip aimed directly at the armored rhinoceros. In the face of the armored rhinoceros' brutal charge capable of sending a small car flying, Su Ming quickly mobilized the blood and energy within him, his muscles becoming exceptionally active as streams of power surged along the path of the Kraid martial art breaking cloud spear. The perfected breaking cloud spear technique far surpassed the previous diamond spear technique. As the armored rhinoceros charged within 10 meters, just as its menacing horn was about to reach him, Su Ming stepped forward, moving closer instead of retreating. As the two were about to collide, Su Ming made a swift step, sidestepping like a ghost, and narrowly avoiding the direct impact of the armored rhinoceros. This was the reaction he had honed over 20 days of combat training, greatly aided by his high mental attributes. Breaking cloud spear. As he sidestepped the armored rhinoceros charge, every bone in Su Ming's body resonated. His blood erupted violently. 116 points of chi, enveloping all his strength, poured unreservedly into his arms, gripping the fish scale spear. Su Ming's arm muscles bulged. The fish scale spear transformed into a silver lightning bolt, striking precisely at the relatively vulnerable side of the armored rhinoceros' neck. This thrust was fast, accurate, and fierce. Under 5-fold amplification, a terrifying combat power of 5,800 erupted in an instant. Clang! The spear tip collided violently with the armored rhinoceros scales, producing a deafening metallic clang, scattering sparks and leaving a wound about a foot long on the side of the armored rhinoceros' neck, with blood gushing out. Such high defense. Su Ming's arm tingled, slightly astonished. The armored rhinoceros' defense was indeed formidable, far exceeding that of an average mid-level second-tier beast. Moo. The armored rhinoceros groaned in pain, letting out an angry roar, and suddenly stomped its limbs against the ground, its massive body performing a tail whip and sudden halt. The thick horn on its head aimed directly at Su Ming. As its limbs exerted force, the horn glimmered with a cold light, thrusting straight at Su Ming. Su Ming's figure flashed again, retracting the fish scale spear, and then, like a venomous dragon emerging from its den, he struck out, launching several spear shadows in the blink of an eye, targeting the armored rhinoceros' eyes, joints, and neck, which were relatively weak points. The breaking cloud spear not only had a tremendous amplification effect, but its technique was also incredibly exquisite, emphasizing piercing through points to break through surfaces, possessing strong penetration power, especially when combined with the fish scale spear. Its might was further enhanced. Clang! The sounds of metal clashing and the spear piercing flesh alternated continuously, ringing in his ears. Su Ming executed his movement technique to the fullest, constantly circling around the massive body of the armored rhinoceros. The fish scale spear in his hand seemed to come alive, each thrust accurately striking the weak points in the armored rhinoceros' defenses. The armored rhinoceros, despite its immense power and defense, could not even touch the hem of Su Ming's clothes. It roared in anger, its massive body becoming a burden, appearing exceedingly clumsy, forced into a passive defense. Inevitably, after enduring Su Ming's storm-like attacks for over a dozen times, it finally missed an opportunity as Su Ming pierced a spear through the armored rhinoceros' right eye. This time, there was no piercing metallic clang replaced, instead by a dull sound of flesh being torn and blood spattering. The fish-scale spear was nearly half embedded in the armored rhinoceros, had a stream of scalding beast blood mixed with the ruptured eyeball, gushed out through the blood channel. Moo. The armored rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body convulsing violently, its life force rapidly receding like a tide. Boom. In the end, this mid-level second-tier beast with astonishing defenses crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and fell silent. Having slain the mid-level second-tier beast, armored rhinoceros 20 enhancement points. Su Ming slowly withdrew the fish-scale spear, shaking off the droplets of blood from the spear, tip his breath, slightly hurried. The defense of this armored rhinoceros is likely not weaker than that of many latest-stage second-tier beasts. With my current 5,800 points of physical combat power combined with the great fish-scale spear, I should be able to slay all mid-level second-tier beasts in this cave. No. 3 with sheer physical strength. After killing the armored rhinoceros, Su Ming gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the turbulent blood and energy within him, he stepped forward to cut off the most valuable horn from the armored rhinoceros. Although the layer of armor on the armored rhinoceros was also quite valuable, it was too large to carry, so after quickly processing the most valuable horn, Su Ming filled several bottles with the armored rhinoceros essence blood before stowing these materials into his large backpack. It's such a shame that there are so many materials I can't take with me. If only I had a space ring. After packing up, Su Ming glanced regretfully at the massive body of the armored rhinoceros side, and then continued deeper into the cave. In the following time, Su Ming specifically sought out mid-level second-tier beasts to hunt in the depths of the cave. He did not use any abilities, but relied solely on his own physique and martial arts to engage in close combat with the beasts, constantly accumulating combat experience. The fish-scale spear flew like a silver dragon, striking like lightning, often killing early-stage second-tier beasts in one move. Only mid-level second-tier beasts could last a few exchanges with Su Ming. The remaining first-tier beasts were no match for Su Ming at all. After killing the peak first-tier beast, Shadow Leopard 5 enhancement points. After killing the early-stage second-tier beast, Cave Demon Spider 10 enhancement points. After killing the early-stage second-tier beast, Steelman Wild Boar 10 enhancement points. Time passed by, the system's notification sounds and the messages of enhancement points being credited continuously popped up on the system panel, and the high-level materials in Su Ming's backpack increased. Only when his backpack was at full capacity, unable to hold any more beast materials, did Su Ming reluctantly make his way back along the path. As Su Ming was halfway through, traversing through a dense forest of dark purple trees, with his fully packed backpack, he vaguely heard the sounds of weapons clashing and the roars of beasts coming from the right side. Using his spiritual sense to probe towards the right side of the forest, Su Ming keenly detected a wave of fierce and somewhat familiar chi fluctuations coming from afar. There's a battle over there. This chi fluctuation seems familiar. Could it be Coach Xian? Could it be them? Su Ming paused, immediately associating it with Xian Menghan and her team members, furrowing his brows. Moments later, Su Ming approached the battlefield, gazing ahead. Before him lay a relatively open rocky beach, where a 4-person team was caught in a fierce struggle. They were besieged by over 20 bloodfang wolves. As expected, it's them. Upon seeing the familiar figures of Xian Menghan and Fang Mo, Su Ming silently mused. However, the situation for Xian Menghan and the others was dire. Even the porters who had entered the cave with them had fallen in pools of blood, with several bloodfang wolves greedily gnawing at one of the porters' corpses. In this moment, Xian Menghan and Fang Mo had no time to spare. For besides the numerous bloodfang wolves, there was also an exceptionally large bloodfang wolf king, with a tuft of golden fur on its forehead. The fierce aura and energy fluctuations it emitted clearly reached the mid-second tier. At this moment, Xian Menghan was desperately holding off the mid-second tier bloodfang wolf king all alone. She wielded her long knife like the wind, executing the Tianlin knife technique to its utmost. The sharp blade energy slashed at the wolf king's body, yet could only leave shallow blood marks on its tough fur and solid muscles, failing to inflict any fatal damage. On the contrary, she herself had already sustained injuries from the wolf king's frenzied attacks. Her left arm bore a deep claw mark that exposed bone blood, soaking her combat attire, her breathing rapid clearly at the end of her strength. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiamu were also in a dire situation. The three formed a small defensive circle back-to-back, each carrying wounds, panting heavily, their vital energy greatly depleted. Fang Mo's glasses were long gone, her short hair, soaked with sweat, clinging to her forehead, her hand gripping the gun, slightly trembling. Guanshan's combat attire was torn at the chest, and a claw mark was continuously oozing blood. Xiaomu, on the other hand, had a pallid complexion, a chunk of flesh missing from his right thigh, with blood flowing incessantly. Upon witnessing this brutal scene, Su Ming's heart jolted, and he immediately set down his backpack, grasping his fish scale spear ready to rush in for rescue. However, just as he was about to make his move, his spiritual sense suddenly caught a faint, intentionally concealed aura from further away. These auras were hidden behind the rocks and dead wood of a highland over 100 meters away, numbering at least 5, and among them 2 auras were considerably strong, clearly reaching the level of second-tier warriors. Are there still ambushers? Su Ming's heart tightened sharply, instantly calming down. It seems this matter is not as simple as it appears. In the blink of an eye, thoughts raced through Su Ming's mind. He immediately suppressed the idea of using thunderous means to instantly eliminate the wolf pack, and instead unleashed all his vital energy. At the same time, he shouted, "Hold on. I am here to assist you." Before his voice faded, Su Ming had already rushed to Fong Yamo and the others, sweeping his fish scale spear to strike a bloodfang wolf. With this strike, Su Ming did not employ any martial arts, but with a vital energy of 116, his attack easily unleashed over 1,000 calories of combat power, instantly sending the latest-stage bloodfang wolf flying. Su Ming's current vital energy had just barely crossed the threshold of a second-tier warrior. He did not need to hide it deliberately. At first glance, Su Ming appeared to be an ordinary second-tier warrior. Yet even with just over 1,000 combat power, he was still a second-tier warrior. The latest-stage bloodfang wolf struck by Su Ming's spear had its bones shattered in half, collapsing to the ground with a painful howl, unable to rise. Kill. After dealing with one bloodfang wolf, Su Ming's movements did not pause for an instant, slicing, lifting, stabbing, sweeping, and prodding. The fish scale spear danced, creating shadows of strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had carved a bloody path through the pack of bloodfang wolves, attacking Fong Yamo and the others reaching their side. Su Ming, it's really you. How did you become so strong? The sudden appearance of reinforcements brought expressions of joy to Fong Yamo and the others who had been in despair. However, upon realizing that the person was Su Ming, the 3 were momentarily stunned, almost simultaneously exclaiming in surprise. For at this moment, the vital energy surging from Su Ming clearly reached the strength of a second-tier warrior. How long has it been? Just less than a month ago, when Su Ming was a porter in their team, he could barely unleash the combat power of a first-tier early-stage warrior. Back then, when facing a latest-stage lion mastiff, even with all his might, he could only momentarily halt it. Yet now, seeing Su Ming again, he had instantly become a second-tier warrior, and facing the same latest-stage ferocious beast, the bloodfang wolf, he could wound it with a casual strike. The rise in strength during this time was truly astonishing. Be careful. There are too many of these beasts. Fong Yamo hurriedly shouted. After the shock, she was the first to remind Su Ming. Although Su Ming was now a second-tier warrior, the sheer number of bloodfang wolves was overwhelming. Over 20 latest-stage bloodfang wolves could threaten a newly ascended second-tier warrior. No worries, we will fight our way out together. Upon hearing this, Su Ming turned to Fong Yamo, displaying Seeing the smile on Su Ming's face, Fong Yamo couldn't help but feel a flush rise on her pale cheeks, but she quickly reacted, shaking her head. No, Xiaomu's leg injury is serious. Then you all take care of yourselves first. I will kill a batch of bloodfang wolves to alleviate your pressure, and then go help Coach Xian. Without waiting for Fong Yamo to finish, Su Ming glanced at the blood pouring from Xiaomu's right leg wound and immediately nodded. The next moment, he took on a serious demeanor, fully committed, and charged into the wolf pack. Su Ming's movements were agile, his spear striking like a dragon. Relying on his early second-tier combat power, he darted in and out of the wolf pack, inflicting heavy injuries on the bloodfang wolves, while also shielding Fong Yamo and the others from the most dangerous attacks. Su Ming's addition significantly reduced the pressure on Fong Yamo and the others, stabilizing their previously shaky defensive circle for the time being. On the other side, Xian Menghan, fighting the Wolf King alone, noticed that Fong Yamo and the others were temporarily safe, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fully focused on stalling the bloodfang Wolf King before her. Finally, with Su Ming's all-out assistance, only 2 limping, ordinary bloodfang wolves remained surrounding Fong Yamo and the others. Coach Xian, I am here to help you. Once Fong Yamo and the others confirmed they were safe, Su Ming no longer hesitated and charged towards the bloodfang Wolf King with his fish scale spear. Shortly after Su Ming rushed out, the remaining 2 bloodfang wolves, one was slashed and sent flying by Guanshan, dying on the ground, while the other was pierced in the abdomen by Fong Mo's long spear, collapsing and unable to rise. At this moment, the only ferocious beast that could still move was that mid-second-tier bloodfang Wolf King. The Wolf King let out a furious howl as it saw its subordinates nearly defeated. Its attacks became even more frenzied, disregarding its own defenses as it lunged desperately at Xian Menghan. Xian Menghan had just caught her breath, but faced with the Wolf King's self-destructive battle strategy, danger loomed large, and she was on the brink of collapse. Beast, do not be arrogant. Su Ming seized the moment, shouting angrily as he thrust his spear toward the Wolf King, disregarding his own energy depletion. However, a cunning glint flashed in the blood-toothed Wolf King's savage eyes as it suddenly abandoned Xian Menghan and swiped at Su Ming's spear. Su Ming, be careful! Xian Menghan exclaimed in alarm, rushing to warn him. With a loud bang, Su Ming was struck and staggered back several steps, his face turning pale and his hand holding the spear began to tremble violently. Awo! Having repelled Su Ming with a single strike, the blood-toothed Wolf King realized that Su Ming was significantly weaker than Xian Menghan. It let out a roar and decided to eliminate Su Ming, the human warrior who had suddenly appeared to avenge its offspring. Vajra Spear Technique. In the face of the Wolf King's full-force strike, Su Ming shouted fiercely and immediately executed the perfected Vajra Spear Technique. With a 2.5 times amplification, a shot with nearly 3,000 calories of combat power successfully blocked the Wolf King's full-force attack. This seemingly desperate strike from Su Ming also created a perfect opportunity for Xian Menghan. Tianlin Blade Technique Lin Cut. Xian Menghan drew upon her last reserves of vitality, seizing the moment when the Wolf King was momentarily weakened from its attack on Su Ming. She merged with her blade, transforming into a brilliant blade light that struck fiercely at the relatively soft abdomen exposed by the Wolf King's attack. With a whoosh, this strike, representing all of Xian Menghan's strength, finally broke through the Wolf King's formidable defense, leaving a gaping, gruesome wound with internal organs and blood gushing out. Awo! The Wolf King let out a heart-rending howl. For the first time, fear flashed in its eyes as it was severely wounded, and it dared not continue to entangle with Su Ming and Xian Menghan, hastily dragging its intestines on the ground as it fled into the distance. Beast, where do you think you're going? Xian Menghan exclaimed, eager to pursue. However, as she took a step forward, her legs buckled and her body uncontrollably collapsed. After the fierce battle, she had reached her limit. Clang! At that moment, Su Ming also planted his scale spear into the ground, leaning against it and gasping for breath. He said to Xian Menghan, Instructor Xian, don't worry. Even if that beast escapes, it won't survive. Let's rest quickly and leave this place after we recover a bit. Su Ming, I owe you one this time. If it weren't for your timely appearance, our team would have perished here today. Hearing this, Xian Menghan nodded, her gaze towards Su Ming filled with gratitude and profound astonishment. Su Ming, how did you? Just as Xian Menghan was about to curiously ask how Su Ming had increased his strength so dramatically in such a short time, a sudden clapping sound interrupted her. A mocking yet somewhat surprised laughter came from a distant high ground. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I didn't expect you all to survive this. And you, kid, who would have thought you were a second-tier warrior? Last time we completely underestimated you. Before the voice faded, 5 figures emerged from behind the rocks and dead trees on the high ground. Leading them was a burly man with a bald head that glinted coldly in the dim light, his face filled with brutish features. Cheng Xiong from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. He descended the high ground leisurely with 4 team members forming a semi-encirclement around the exhausted and battered Su Ming and the others, their faces adorned with cold smirks. Cheng Xiong, it's you. You guys have been watching from the sidelines all along. You stood by while we were in danger. Seeing Cheng Xiong and his group appear, Fang Mo angrily shouted at them, clearly displeased with their behavior of witnessing their plight without offering help. However, aside from the youngest, Fang Mo, Xian Menghan, Xiamu, and Guanshan all had extremely grim expressions, their hearts sinking to the depths. Their greater experience led them to suspect that the incident with the blood-toothed wolf pack today was likely related to Cheng Xiong and his group. Ha, stand by while you die? Little girl, you're too naive. Cheng Xiong sneered at Fang Mo, looking unfazed. Cheng Xiong, did you bring the blood-toothed wolf pack here? Xian Menghan forced herself to endure her injuries and weakness, standing with her long blade, as she questioned Cheng Xiong. Don't you already have the answer? Cheng Xiong grinned proudly. Seeing Cheng Xiong's smug demeanor, Xian Menghan suddenly shouted angrily, summoning the last bit of her strength to charge at Cheng Xiong, while shouting, Su Ming, take Fang Mo and the others, and escape. With your current state, do you think you can escape? Cheng Xiong casually blocked Xian Menghan's attack with a single swipe, grinning maliciously. Attack. Send them on their way. Yes, Brother Xiong. Following Cheng Xiong's command, the other 4 team members responded in unison, with one of them exuding the powerful aura of a second-tier warrior at the initial stage. A second-tier initial stage warrior, there's actually another one. Upon sensing the aura emitted by this person, Xian Menghan's face turned pale, devoid of any blood. With another second-tier initial stage warrior on the opposing side, even if she desperately held off Cheng Xiong, Su Ming and Fang Mo would still not be able to escape. Prepare to die. What a pity. If it weren't for this being a cave, I would really like to taste the flavors of the 2 beauties. Cheng Xiong's team members each selected their targets with weapons in hand, charging towards Su Ming and the others. Though their words were frivolous, the murderous intent they exuded was particularly strong, and they showed no hesitation in their attacks. Little Brat becoming a second-tier warrior at such a young age is truly remarkable, but what I hate most are you talented individuals. Die for me. The second-tier initial stage warrior charged towards Su Ming, his eyes flickering with intense jealousy and murderous intent, raising the large blade in his hand to strike down at the exhausted Su Ming. Clang. Thud. A sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a sound of flesh being ripped apart. How is this possible? The second-tier initial stage warrior stared dumbfounded at his right hand, which had split open at the tiger's mouth. The long blade in his hand had been flicked away into the air, spinning wildly. Meanwhile, Su Ming's spear, after flicking away the warrior's weapon, pierced through his heart with lightning speed, the bloodstained tip emerging from his back. Thud. Su Ming calmly withdrew the spear, and the second-tier initial stage warrior's body fell straight down. Just as he hit the ground, the long blade that had spun countless times in the air finally landed beside his fallen corpse. What? Such an unexpected scene caused everyone present to freeze momentarily, staring in shock at the calm and composed Su Ming as if time had stopped at that moment. Cheng Xiong's cruel grin froze on his face, his pupils contracted sharply to needle points, brimming with utter disbelief. The muffled thud of his second-tier junior martial artist collapsing struck his heart like a sledgehammer. No, impossible. Cheng Xiong cried out in shock, his voice trembling with overwhelming disbelief. You're clearly only a second-tier junior martial artist. Your Ki-blood intensity is verifiable. You'd already exhausted yourself fighting the wolf pack moments ago. How could you possibly slay a peer-level cultivator in a single blow? His shriek shattered the surrounding silence and jolted his three remaining teammates back to awareness. Glancing at their fallen comrade, a second-tier junior martial artist lying motionless before Su Ming, their faces paled with terror. Without hesitation, they recoiled en masse, scrambling behind Cheng Xiong and refusing to approach Fang Mo and the others. The youth before them had just annihilated another second-tier martial artist, their own teammate. How dare they advance further to kill Fang Mo and the rest? Xi and Menghan, Fang Mo and the others were even more stunned. They knew Su Ming's strength far better than Cheng Xiong did, having met him for the first time just weeks earlier. That he could now execute a second-tier junior martial artist in one strike defied all logic. Not even the word genius sufficed. It was nothing short of inconceivable. Facing Cheng Xiong's accusation, Su Ming merely flicked the blood from his scale-patterned spear and turned his gaze toward Cheng Xiong and his men. I've been waiting for you. Die. His voice was unervingly calm, his eyes cold and merciless, as though gazing upon corpses already laid to rest. Without further preamble, he moved. A faint afterimage lingered where he'd stood as his Ki-blood erupted violently within. Su Ming and Cheng Xiong had been perilously close. Within the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and loomed before him. Cloud-piercing spear. Su Ming uttered lowly, unleashing the full might of the rank C martial art, perfected to its pinnacle. His scale-patterned spear transformed into a silver lightning bolt, thrusting forth like a celestial dragon. The air shrieked in protest as it tore apart, and under five-fold combat amplification, his terrifying 5.8 Isro caliber battle power erupted without restraint. This thrust was blindingly swift. Danger! A life-or-death premonition surged through Cheng Xiong's core, chilling his very soul. Overlord Blade. Though nearing second-tier, mid-rank, Cheng Xiong summoned every ounce of latent potential in that fatal instant. Roaring, he swung his blade upward in desperate parry, his Ki-blood surging violently along the steel to intercept Su Ming's spear. Clang! A grating metallic screech echoed. All witnessed the clash, sparks erupting violently. Then in the next breath, Cheng Xiong's greatsword was flung skyward by the spear's force. Su Ming's scale-patterned spear never wavered in speed, its tip swelling monstrously within Cheng Xiong's widening pupils before piercing his heart with effortless precision. SSSHHHK. The spearhead burst forth, trailing a spray of warm crimson. All expression, ferocity, terror, disbelief, froze upon Cheng Xiong's face. He stared down at the palm-sized wound gaping in his chest, then lifted his gaze with immense effort towards Su Ming's impassive visage, his lips twitching feebly as if attempting speech. But Su Ming wrenched the spear free with brutal force and kicked Cheng Xiong's body hard with his boot. Not a single syllable escaped Cheng Xiong's lips before he was hurled backward, slamming rigidly onto the ground before his three surviving teammates, blood frothing uncontrollably from his mouth. Brother Xiong. Their pupils convulsed violently at the sight of his massive chest wound, horror seizing them utterly. Your turn. Su Ming advanced, spear raised, eyes glacial. Mercy, Brother Su Ming. No, Grandfather Su Ming. Spare us. It was all Cheng Xiong's doing. We had nothing to do with it. Spare us, and we'll serve you for life, like oxen and horses. Sensing Su Ming's unrelenting killing intent, the three men shattered, dropping their weapons and collapsing to their knees with thunderous thuds, bowing their heads frantically, while tears and snot streamed down their faces in abject supplication. Before death, martial honor and brotherhood meant nothing. Only primal survival instinct remained. Yet Su Ming's gaze stayed ice-cold, unwavering. In the martial world, the weak are devoured by the strong. To show mercy to enemies is to betray oneself, and those one cherishes. Su Ming lived by one principle: he would not strike unless provoked. But once provoked, he eradicated root and branch. Next lifetime, keep your eyes sharper. With a flick of his wrist, Su Ming's scale-patterned spear flashed again, a lethal glint of frost. SSSHHHG. 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 3 precise thrusts, nearly simultaneous, pierced each man's throat with surgical accuracy. Their pleas died instantly. Clutching their spurting throats, their eyes widened with infinite regret and dread. Then their bodies crumpled limply, twitched once, and fell silent forever. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Xiong's once arrogant 5-man squad lay lifeless. Cold corpses sprawled across the ground, their thick coppery stench mingling nauseatingly with the lingering reek of the slain wolf pack. Silence descended, absolute and suffocating. Only the wind's mournful sigh over the jagged boulders and the ragged suppressed breathing of Exine Menghan's 4-member team broke the stillness. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu stared at Su Ming, standing tall, spear in hand, expression serene, as if seeing him for the very first time. Their eyes held awe so profound it bordered on reverence, and beneath it a sliver of raw, unspoken fear. They could never have imagined that the high school student who'd needed their protection just 20 days prior now possessed the terrifying power to obliterate second-tier martial artists in an instant. Su Ming, was that the rank C martial art cloud-piercing spear you used? And have you truly mastered it to perfection? Exine Menghan staggered upright, her beautiful eyes wide with stupefaction, her voice trembling faintly with incredulity. Indeed, Coach Exine's discernment remains as sharp as ever. Su Ming replied openly, the icy mask melting away to reveal a gentle, affable smile. Boom. His answer struck their hearts like a boulder dropped into placid water, igniting fresh waves of shock within Exine Menghan and the 3 others. HSSSD. Fang Mo gasped audibly, clapping a hand over her mouth, her gaze locked on Su Ming as though he were some unearthly anomaly. Martial arts cultivation demanded immense dedication. Even mastering a rank D art to perfection typically required a decade of relentless toil. To reach intermediate proficiency in a rank C art was considered exceptional for most cultivators. And yet, how old was Su Ming? Not only had his Kiblood strength reached second-tier standards, he'd also perfected a rank C martial art. This transcended genius. This was monstrous. This was demonic. Who would have thought? The boy who swept floors at the martial hall a mere month ago has now become a second-tier martial artist whose strength surpasses my own. Su Ming's martial aptitude exceeds even my highest expectations. Exine Menghan took several deep breaths, striving to steady the tempest raging within her chest. Then, surveying the carnage and the wounded among her team, she stepped forward and offered Su Ming a sincere, heartfelt thanks. Su Ming, today's salvation rests entirely upon you. Words cannot repay such grace. Should you ever require my aid, command me without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Captain speaks true. From this day forth my life belongs to you, brother Su Ming. Little brother Su Ming, I'll obey your every wish. Su Ming, thank you. Guanshan, Fang Mo, and Xiaomu, now fully composed, voiced their gratitude in unison. Su Ming responded with a quiet, modest smile and a gentle nod. Exine Menghan then turned to her team and said firmly, attend to your wounds immediately. The scent of blood here is overwhelming. It may draw stronger, ferocious beasts. We must not linger. At her words, their expressions darkened. All nodded gravely. No need to worry. Rest assured, I'll stand guard while you tend to your injuries. Su Ming smiled reassuringly. His voice was soft, but it carried profound steadiness, anchoring Exine Menghan and the others with quiet confidence. Under Su Ming's vigilant watch, they swiftly treated their wounds and cleaned the battlefield. They collected all usable materials from the Bloodfang wolves' carcasses and retrieved both Cheng Xiong's team's subterranean expedition spoils and their personal weapons before exiting the cavern. Su Ming, we owe you everything today. Tonight our team is treating you to dinner at the Victoria restaurant. Hope you'll honor us with your presence, Exine Menghan said sincerely as they emerged from the underground cavern. They had narrowly escaped death, and though all were injured, their wounds were superficial. With the robust physiques of martial cultivators, a few doses of specialized healing elixirs would restore them fully within 3 days. Moreover, fortune had smiled upon them. Not only had they gathered abundant materials from Bloodfang wolves, but they had also tracked down and slain the Bloodfang Wolf King, a mid-tier second-rank ferocious beast, and harvested its essence. In addition, Cheng Xiong's squad had secured valuable spoils from the cavern as well. This single expedition would net them at least 1 million credit points. Coach Exine, you flatter me. We're all friends. Just send me the reservation details, and I'll be there tonight. Su Ming accepted Coach Exine's invitation without hesitation. It feels oddly formal when you call me Coach Exine. If you don't mind, just call me Hanjia from now on. All right, Hanjia. After finalizing arrangements, both parties departed the No. 3 cavern with cheerful banter heading toward Linjiang City. Upon returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming immediately went to the Martial Cultivator Association and sold an entire backpack of second-rank beast materials. He also sold 2 Class D greatswords belonging to Cheng Xiong and another second-rank cultivator on his team. Instantly, his previously empty account swelled by 4.8 million credit points. Remarkable. Today's earnings surpass 10 days' worth. True strength truly accelerates wealth. 4 million credits in a single day. Within days I'll have enough saved for a Class C meditation technique. Gazing at the 4.8 million credit points now gleaming in his account, Su Ming felt elated. After purchasing the cultivation resources he needed for the day, he hailed a taxi home. That evening in the heart of Linjiang City stood the Victoria Restaurant, one of the city's most prestigious dining establishments. Lavishly adorned and bathed in golden light, it served as a favored venue for tycoons and martial cultivators alike, whether for negotiation or leisure. Inside an elegant private dining room, a lavish feast filled the table. Xian Menghan's 4-member squad hosted Su Ming to express their profound gratitude for saving their lives earlier that day. After several hours of rest and treatment, their complexions had improved considerably, though bandages still marked their bodies. Su Ming, this first cup must be raised to you, Xian Menghan declared, lifting her wine goblet. Absolutely, Su Ming, to you. Fang Mo Guanshan and Xia Mu echoed in unison, raising their glasses, their eyes shimmering with heartfelt gratitude. Cheers. Unpretentious and direct, Su Ming lifted his cup, clinked it against theirs, and drained it in one bold motion. As wine flowed and dishes were served, the atmosphere in the chamber gradually warmed. They exchanged stories, their adventures and the cavern insights into martial cultivation. Mostly it was Xian Menghan and her teammates speaking. Su Ming listened attentively, deeply intrigued by the extraordinary trials they'd overcome on their paths to growth. When the feast concluded, the guests began to depart. Xiaomu Guanshan and Fang Mo left first, while Xian Menghan remained behind for a quiet moment with Su Ming before they two stepped out together. Hanjia, I'll just step out to the restroom for a moment, Su Ming said as they reached the corridor. I'll wait for you at the door, she replied with a nod. Su Ming walked down the corridor toward the restroom. The restaurant's acoustics were exceptional. The boisterous toasts and animated conversations from neighboring rooms faded into muffled murmurs beyond the walls, leaving the hallway hushed and serene. Yet as he passed a private room labeled Zijin Pavilion, the half-open door erupted with clamor, and the sharp shattering tinkle of porcelain, shattering the tranquil silence. A haughty, arrogant youth's voice rang out from within. Damn it! Are you refusing my face? When I ask you to serve wine beside me, it's a privilege you've been granted. What are you dodging for? I'm sorry, sir. I'm only a server, here to deliver dishes, not to accompany guests. A trembling, tearful, yet unmistakably familiar feminine voice followed. Hearing that voice, Su Ming's mild intoxication vanished instantly, and his footsteps froze mid-stride. Could I possibly be mistaken? Why does that voice sound exactly like Xiao Wei's? A faint frown creased his brow. Though the timbre matched his younger sister Su Xiao Wei's perfectly, she should have been at Linjiang No. 2 middle school. How could she possibly be working as a server here? Driven by doubt, Su Ming peered through the slightly ajar door, and in that instant his gaze hardened, fury igniting deep within his chest. Inside, several extravagantly dressed youths sat around a table. At its head lounged a young man clad in brocaded robes, his expression disdainful, his free hand impatiently reaching out to seize the wrist of a girl who stood with bowed head, her body quivering faintly. The girl possessed delicate features and graceful height, none other than Su Ming's younger sister Su Xiaowei. Instinctively recoiling from the boy's grasp, she drew her hand back. Her flinch only inflamed the brocaded youth further. Humiliated before his peers, he flushed with shame and rage. Dare you dodge again? He raised his palm and swung it viciously towards Su Xiaowei's cheek. His ki blood surged at the peak of first-rank cultivation. Should that blow land upon Su Xiaowei, who wasn't even a cultivator, the consequences would be catastrophic. Powerless to evade, Su Xiaowei could only shut her eyes helplessly. The other youths watched, not with alarm, but with amused laughter, as if such cruelty were commonplace. At the very moment the youth's palm neared her face, a powerful hand, iron-strong and unerring, clamped down on his wrist like a vice. You seek death. Su Ming, appearing like a thunderclap, seized the youth's wrist and roared, his eyes blazing with incandescent fury, then delivered a devastating kick straight into the youth's abdomen. Thud! In an instant the youth hurtled backward, crashing violently into the wall before crumpling to the floor. Clutching his stomach, his spine arched like a boiled shrimp, his face ashen, speech utterly lost to agony. The sudden violence sent shockwaves through the room. The other youths leapt to their feet, faces paling as they stared wide-eyed and stunned at Su Ming, whose age matched their own. But having just witnessed Su Ming launch their strongest comrade across the room with a single strike, they knew, with chilling certainty, that none among them stood a chance against him. They stood frozen, exchanging dumbfounded glances, utterly at a loss. Good. Only then did Su Xiaowei open her eyes, seeing Su Ming standing resolutely before her, and gasped disbelief, locking her in place. Su Ming turned, gently stroking her hair with tender concern, not reproaching her for serving here, but scanning her from head to toe. Xiaowei, were you hurt? No. She shook her head rapidly, but at the sight of her brother's urgent, caring expression, the pent-up humiliation burst forth in a torrent of tears, cascading like shattered pearls. Her tear-streaked, heart-wrenching expression only stoked Su Ming's wrath higher. Who the hell are you? How dare you strike young master? Do you even know who I am? Behind him the youth's shrill, blustering cry echoed, still laced with bravado though now edged with raw, unmasked fear. I don't care who you are. Su Ming was already seething with rage, seeing the very culprit dare to act so arrogantly. He roared in fury and whirled around, ready to teach the young nobleman, just risen to his feet, a second harsher lesson. What do you think you're doing? The young nobleman froze as Su Ming strode toward him, his face contorted with murderous intent, then cried out in sheer panic. When Su Ming showed no sign of stopping, cold sweat instantly beaded on the young nobleman's brow. Lin Tian of the Guanxing Martial Hall, he blurted desperately. My grandfather is Lin Diyuan, Deputy Hall Master of the Guanxing Martial Hall in Linjiang City. Lay a finger on me, and he will never let you live. Guanxing Martial Hall. Su Ming's brows furrowed. He had heard that name before. In Linjiang City, the Guanxing Martial Hall stood alongside the Jixian and Leitang Martial Halls as one of the city's 3 most prestigious martial institutions. Yet the Guanxing Martial Hall was far more than a local powerhouse. It ranked among the foremost martial organizations across the entire Hanxiao nation. Founded by an 8th-rank marquis-level expert who had transcended the Grandmaster realm, its influence radiating across the land like a sovereign force. The Linjiang branch was merely one among many, but even its Deputy Hall Master possessed formidable strength, at the peak of the 3rd rank, ranking among the top 10 martial cultivators in all of Linjiang City. Lin Tian, grandson of that very Deputy Hall Master, stood unrivaled among Linjiang's youth. Few of his generation could even hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. No wonder he's so brazen. Such pedigree explains everything. Su Ming halted mid-stride, his gaze sharp and unblinking as it swept over Lin Tian. Scared now, mutt? Kneel before me this instant and beg for forgiveness. Sever one of your own hands, and then make this little wench pour me several rounds. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll spare your wretched life. Otherwise, I'll erase your entire family from Linjiang City. Seeing Su Ming pause and frown, Lin Tian instantly swelled with renewed arrogance. Humph. At Lin Tian's voice, Su Ming smiled. But it was a smile utterly devoid of warmth, a glacial curve that seemed to freeze the air itself. A murderous intent coalesced in his eyes like solidified frost. Family was his inviolable taboo. To insult him was grave enough, but to threaten annihilation upon his kin, that was unforgivable. In the next breath, Su Ming lunged forward, seized Lin Tian's wrist before he could react, and twisted with brutal surgical precision. Snap! A sickening, grating crack echoed sharply, followed instantly by Lin Tian's shrill, pig-like shriek of agony as his wrist shattered beneath Su Ming's grip. Excruciating pain bleached his face bone white. He nearly collapsed into unconsciousness. Why you? He convulsed violently, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. He had never imagined that invoking the Guanxing Martial Hall's name would not only fail to cow Su Ming, but provoke such ruthless retribution. You're merely the grandson of a Deputy Hall Master. Even if your grandfather himself stood before me, if he dared lay a hand on my family, he would pay dearly today. Su Ming's voice cut like a blade forged in permafrost, carrying a chill that made the blood run cold. Before the words fully faded, Su Ming seized Lin Tian's arm and wrenched it sideways with savage force. Snap! Another nauseating crunch resounded. The limb went limp, hanging uselessly at his side. He had demanded Su Ming sever his own arm, so Su Ming repaid him in kind. Ugh, ag. The agony of a broken arm tore another unearthly scream from Lin Tian's throat. His face turned as pale as bleached parchment. Thud! Su Ming drove a crushing kick into Lin Tian's abdomen, sending him curling inward like a dying shrimp, slamming hard against the private room's wall with a thunderous hollow boom. Then he slumped to the floor, blood welling at the corner of his mouth, utterly unconscious. Silence descended upon the chamber like a shroud. The youths who had accompanied Lin Tian stood frozen, choked mute like ducks with their throats clamped shut, staring in abject horror at Su Ming, who loomed like a god of slaughter. What in the world is going on? Suddenly the door burst open, the hush shattered by hurried footsteps. The manager of Victoria Restaurant rushed in, followed closely by a crowd of gawking onlookers crowding the doorway. The manager scanned the room, and his gaze locked instantly on Lin Tian, sprawled senseless on the floor. His right wrist bent at a grotesque angle, his arm dangling lifelessly, blood trickling from his lips. The sight turned his face ashen. Good heavens, Master Lin. What happened? The manager gasped, dropping to his knees beside Lin Tian, his hands trembling violently as he examined the injuries. Lin Tian was the beloved grandson of Lin Diyuan, deputy hall master of the Guanxing Martial Hall, and a VIP guest of Victoria Restaurant. Though Victoria Restaurant was no humble eatery, its backers were mere second-rank martial cultivators, powerless against the might of the Guanxing Martial Hall. With Lin Tian injured on their premises, failure to resolve this flawlessly would cost the manager his position. So heart-hammering, he sprang upright and barked, "Who did this?" Lin Tian's companions immediately pointed fingers at Su Ming, recounting his assault in lurid detail, yet omitted entirely the reason behind it. Listening intently, the manager's gaze shifted to Su Ming, his expression icy, unreadable, and his heart sank. He knew precisely what sort of scoundrels Lin Tian and his cronies truly were. His eyes flickered to Su Xiaowei standing shielded behind Su Ming, and noting the unmistakable familial resemblance between them, he pieced together the truth. It was clear Lin Tian had attempted to grope or otherwise harass the restaurant's waitress, and her elder brother had intervened at the critical moment. Yet for the manager, truth mattered little. What mattered was Lin Tian's identity. A single word from Lin Daoyuan could cripple the restaurant's business, or worse, invite devastating retribution. His priority now was appeasement, delivering a satisfactory resolution to the Guanxing side. After a swift internal calculus, he pivoted sharply, his gaze locking on a Su Xiaowei with steely authority. You're Su Xiaowei, aren't you? I recognize you. You're a temporary server here. Go, apologize to Master Lin and his friends immediately. Before Su Xiaowei could utter a word, Su Ming stepped forward, his face carved from glacial ice. A fine hall manager you are, blind to justice, swayed solely by one-side slander. Must my sister bow and beg for forgiveness? This boy abused his privilege, dared lay hands on her, and I broke his limbs. That was mercy. The manager recoiled half a step under Su Ming's overwhelming aura, yet forced out a stern rebuke. Boy, you've crossed a line. The Guanxing Martial Hall is beyond your reach. I'm trying to save you. Apologize now or you'll bear the consequences. Su Ming, what are you doing here? Just as the manager's words hung in the air, Xian Menghan's voice rang out from the doorway, shattering the suffocating tension like a struck bell. Xian Menghan waited for a long time at the door, without seeing Su Ming's figure, and since the commotion here was quite loud, she curiously came over to take a look. To her surprise, Su Ming was actually inside this private room, and judging by the situation, he was the one who caused the uproar. Pushing through the crowd at the door, Xian Menghan entered the private room. When she saw the scene inside, especially Su Ming and Lin Tian, who had fainted on the floor in front of him, her expression changed. Su Ming, you didn't do this, did you? Xian Menghan approached Su Ming and pointed at the unconscious Lin Tian, her lips twitching slightly, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She knew Lin Tian's identity, and it was clear from the current situation that Su Ming had beaten him up. If Lin Daoyuan found out that his beloved grandson had been beaten so badly, he would certainly not let it go. Lin Daoyuan was a peak third-tier powerhouse. Although Su Ming was a prodigy, he was still too young and was not a match for Lin Daoyuan. I just taught a lesson to some trash who tried to harm my sister. Hearing Xian Menghan's inquiry, Su Ming casually explained. After saying that, Su Ming glanced at the crowd at the door with a slight frown, then turned and walked over to Su Xiaowei, whispering, "Xiaowei, let's go." Without caring about the gazes of others, Su Ming took Su Xiaowei's hand and headed towards the door of the private. Watching Su Ming casually lead the visibly flustered Su Xiaowei past her, Xian Menghan's gaze flickered, but she said nothing. Stop! Seeing Su Ming about to leave, the manager immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression darkened as he prepared to silence this annoying fly. However, before Su Ming could act, Xian Menghan took out her martial artist certificate and coldly said to the manager, I am Xian Menghan from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This matter will be handled by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If there are any issues later, let them come to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing Xian Menghan's words, the manager's pupils constricted. Yet another existence he couldn't provoke. Seeing that the manager fell silent, Xian Menghan retracted her martial artist certificate and approached Su Ming, saying, Su Ming, let's go. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the manager, standing frozen in place, then nodded to Xian Menghan, and the three of them walked out of the private room together. The crowd at the door quickly shifted, actively making way for the three of them. Watching Su Ming and the others leave, the hall manager clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he relaxed his hands, not daring to continue obstructing them. Regardless of whether it was the Guanxing Martial Arts Hall or the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he could not afford to offend either. Manager, what should we do now? At that moment, several waitstaff approached to inquire. What should we do? Just let it go. The manager looked at the waitstaff in front of him, thought for a moment, and then said, This matter is beyond our involvement. Quickly call an ambulance and send young Master Lin to the hospital for treatment. Upon hearing this, the waitstaff hurriedly began to make phone calls. Sister Han, thank you. After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming expressed his gratitude to Xian Ming Han. If it weren't for Xian Ming Han standing up for him today, would probably not have ended so easily. Sai, you saved my life, it's just a small matter not worth mentioning. Xian Ming Han smiled and shook her head. But soon her expression became serious. Su Ming, you were too impulsive this time. Lin Tian is not the same as Cheng Xiong. He is the grandson of the deputy head of the Guansheng Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City. I know he already mentioned his identity, just now. Su Ming nodded. Since you know his identity, why would you? Hearing Su Ming's response, Xian Ming Han wanted to lecture him, but upon seeing his expression she realized he wouldn't listen, so she helplessly shook her head and changed the subject. Sai, it's useless to say anything now. Su Ming, how about joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Hearing Xian Ming Han's words, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Yes, join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. To be honest, my second granduncle is the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. With your talent, you will definitely be favored by him. As long as he takes a liking to you, my second granduncle will definitely advocate for you regarding today's incident. Xian Ming Han looked at Su Ming's expression, shrugged, and revealed a secret she had never told anyone. So the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is your second granduncle? No wonder you dared to speak like that in the restaurant's private room earlier. Upon learning about Xian Ming Han's identity, Su Ming was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. He had worked part-time at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for 2.5 years and had met the head of the hall several times during that period, and he had also seen Xian Ming Han meet the head of the hall a few times. Yet, even so, neither of them had shown any unusual behavior. They simply greeted each other in the most ordinary manner, making it impossible to tell that there was such a relationship between them. Seeing Su Ming's rare expression, Xian Ming Han couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride appearing on her face. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall were able to stand alongside the Guansheng Martial Arts Hall as the three major martial arts halls in Linjiang City, so they were certainly not simple. Although the founders of the two major martial arts halls were not on par with the founder of the Guansheng Martial Arts Hall, they were still 8th-tier sealed marquee powerhouses. The head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City was a 4th-tier martial artist whose strength was somewhat superior to Lin Daoyuan. As for today's incident, Lin Tian was at fault first, and Su Ming had even saved Xian Ming Han's life. With this connection, regardless of whether Su Ming was exceptionally talented or just of average talent, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would step in to protect him. Then I'll listen to Sister Han. Su Ming pondered for a moment before finally nodding. If it weren't for these concerns, he wouldn't have only crippled Lin Tian's right hand earlier. Then let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall now. And his mother was bedridden. If it weren't for these concerns, he wouldn't have only crippled Lin Tian's right hand earlier. Then let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall now. Seeing Su Ming agree, Xian Ming Han eagerly said, all right. Then the three of them took a car and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to lessen your burden, but I didn't expect to not be of any help and instead cause you trouble. On the way, Su Xiaowei spoke timidly, looking down, her hands clenched into fists, her face filled with guilt. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head, reached out to pat Su Xiaowei's head, and comforted her. It's not your fault. It's my mistake for not explaining things clearly to you. Don't worry, it's fine. If he had told Su Xiaowei earlier that he had become a martial artist and could hunt ferocious beasts in the underground cave to earn money, Su Xiaowei wouldn't have had to go out part-time until midnight after finishing classes during the day. At the same time, Su Ming secretly resolved that when his strength was sufficient, he would eliminate Lin Tian and his family entirely, completely removing this hidden threat. In the late night at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, all the students and instructors who came to train had already left. Only the hall master Jiang Lingchuan remained. At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan stood alone in front of the main entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I am aware of the talents participating in the martial arts examination this year from Linjiang City. There are only 3 or 4 who have just broken through to the second-level martial artist, but none possess the combat power of a mid-stage second-level martial artist. To possess the strength of a mid-stage second-level martial artist before the examination and to have perfected a crade martial art, Linjiang City has never seen such a genius. Could it be that Meng Han has been deceived? If I want to see who this so-called genius really is. If they dare to deceive Meng Han, even if they saved her life, I will make them pay. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Lingchuan reminisced about the words Meng Han had said to him on the phone not long ago, arms crossed with a hint of indignation on his face, continuing to wait. Before long, an SUV stopped in front of Jiang Lingchuan. Meng Han was the first to get out of the car, quickly approaching Jiang Lingchuan with a smile, greeting, second granduncle. With no one else around Jiang Lingchuan, Meng Han no longer concealed the relationship between them. Meng Han, this is the genius you spoke so highly of, isn't it? Jiang Lingchuan also abandoned his usual formal demeanor towards Meng Han in front of others. Upon seeing her, the expression that had been on his face instantly vanished, revealing a warm smile. Then his gaze turned to Meng Han's companions. Behind her, Su Ming and Su Xiaowei got out of the car. Upon seeing the significant figure of Jiang Lingquan, the siblings respectfully greeted, "We meet Master Jiang." On the way here, Meng Han had already informed the two of Jiang Lingquan's name. Good lad. Indeed a second-level martial artist. And so young. Could it be that what Meng Han said is all true? Jiang Lingquan's gaze fell on Su Ming, and with his formidable strength he immediately sensed the vigorous qi and blood within Su Ming, momentarily taken aback. Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Su Ming felt a bit uncomfortable under Jiang Lingquan's scrutinizing gaze. Ahem, let's go inside and talk. Jiang Lingquan finally snapped back to reality, clearing his throat awkwardly and smiling kindly at the two before leading them into the extreme martial arts hall. Meng Han has already informed me of the specifics. That old fellow Lin Dayuan's grandson truly needs discipline. Su Ming, you saved Meng Han's life, and for that I will certainly give Lin Dayuan a piece of my mind to keep him in check. With your current strength as a second-level martial artist, you can fully join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, the benefits you receive will ultimately depend on your abilities. Inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Lingquan got straight to the point, guiding Su Ming to the testing room, glancing at the several machines still running inside. Despite Meng Han's adamant assurances that her words were entirely true and not exaggerated in the slightest, he still needed to verify it himself, even though he had already sensed the formidable qi and blood in Su Ming. These machines had originally been turned off after everyone else at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had left, but after receiving Meng Han's call, Jiang Lingquan had turned them back on specifically so that Su Ming could be tested immediately upon arrival. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately understood that Jiang Lingquan wanted to assess his strength. He nodded confidently and walked towards the testing machine. Approaching the qi and blood testing device, first Su Ming placed his fingertip on it. After the device collected a drop of blood from his fingertip and completed a brief test, it displayed a qi and blood value of 116. Seeing that the qi and blood exceeded the second-level martial artist's standard of 16 points, Jiang Lingquan nodded silently. It was indeed rare for someone Su Ming's age to possess such high qi and blood. After testing his qi and blood, Su Ming did not stop, but moved to the combat strength target, retrieving a testing spear from the side. With his qi and blood surging, his muscle cells instantly activated, and he thrust the spear forward, fully utilizing the breaking cloud spear. Bang! The combat strength target was almost blown away by Su Ming's thrust. 100, 300, 1000. The combat strength testing device's numbers kept rolling, eventually settling at a combat strength value of 5,800 calories. 5 times the combat strength enhancement. With the breaking cloud spear at full proficiency, Meng Han was not exaggerating. This young man has truly perfected the grade martial art. How old is he? Even when I was his age, I had only mastered a high-level proficiency grade martial art, and even then I was considered a martial arts genius. This Su Ming is far stronger than I was. He is a true martial arts genius. No, that's not right. He should be called a martial arts prodigy. As he looked at the combat strength value displayed on the testing device, Jiang Lingquan's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart shaken. Even though Meng Han had told him in advance that Su Ming had perfected the breaking cloud spear, he still held a trace of doubt until he witnessed Su Ming perform the thrust. After all, hearing about it is one thing, witnessing it is another. Good, good, good. Seeing Su Ming return the spear to the weapon rack, Jiang Lingquan took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and exclaimed 3 times. Wait, what does he intend to do next? However, Su Ming's following actions made Jiang Lingquan's body tremble, his eyes widening as he stared at Su Ming. Even Meng Han, who believed she understood Su Ming well, couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief looking at it. As Su Ming returned the testing spear to the weapon rack, he did not stop the testing, but instead returned to the combat strength testing device and reached out to grasp at the void, causing the temperature in the entire testing room to drop significantly. Then a snow-white ice crystal spear materialized out of thin air and shot towards the combat strength target with a fierce speed, causing Jiang Lingquan and Meng Han to stare in astonishment. Bang! Crack! The ice crystal spear struck the combat strength target with a muffled sound, and soon the entire target was completely encased in layers of frost. On the combat strength display, the numbers rolled rapidly, once more ultimately stopping at a combat strength of 10,000 calories. The combat strength value displayed on the device hit Jiang Lingquan and Meng Han like a heavy hammer, leaving them both breathless. The entire testing room fell eerily silent. After a while, Jiang Lingquan and Meng Han finally gasped in shock, staring at Su Ming as if he were a monster. Neither of them had expected that Su Ming was actually an awakened one, and his psychic combat strength reached 10,000 calories. This strength was already comparable to a latest-stage second-level martial artist. A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the silence. Xi and Meng Han looked at Jiang Lingquan beside her, her voice trembling. Uncle, the equipment in our martial arts school isn't broken, is it? This call seemed to awaken Jiang Lingquan, who had been in utter shock. It's not broken, the equipment cannot malfunction. He suddenly jolted, his face lighting up with ecstasy, his gaze darting away from the testing device and fixating on Su Ming, his eyes burning with intensity, as if they could melt him. In the next moment, amid the astonished looks of Su Ming and Exine Menghan, this master of the extreme martial arts school, who had dominated Linjiang City for years, unexpectedly took a bold step forward. He grasped Su Ming's hand with both of his, bowing slightly and speaking in a tone of ingratiation. "Young friend Su Ming, you must join the extreme martial arts school." At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan no longer exuded the imposing aura of a powerhouse that once shook Linjiang City, nor did he look down on Su Ming as he had before. Now he was solely focused on using every means possible, regardless of the cost, to bring Su Ming to his extreme martial arts school. Originally, he thought Su Ming's martial arts talent was already monstrous, yet he discovered that his supernatural abilities were even more terrifying, surpassing his martial arts talent. To possess the ability to unleash a combat power of 1-0 at such a young age, even without testing, he could guarantee that Su Ming's ice powers would not be lower than a grade. A grade's supernatural abilities had never appeared in the history of Linjiang City. Su Ming could no longer be described as a genius or monster. To Jiang Lingchuan, it was nothing short of a miracle. Looking at the almost obsequious Jiang Lingchuan before him, Su Ming's lips twitched slightly as he tried to move the right hand held by Jiang Lingchuan, but found himself unable to break free. Helpless, he could only smile at Jiang Lingchuan, saying, "Master Jiang, let's sit down and talk slowly first." "Oh, right. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Menghan, never mind, I'll personally brew tea for young friends. Menghan, take young friend Su Ming and his sister to the VIP room first. They'll go to the office to fetch my treasured tea leaves. Having said that, Jiang Lingchuan released Su Ming's hand and hurried away to his office. Is this still the uncle? This scene left Xin Menghan dumbfounded. One could say that Jiang Lingchuan's earlier behavior impacted her no less than Su Ming's earlier demonstration. "Su Ming, let's go to the VIP room and wait for a bit." Taking a deep breath to suppress her shock, Xin Menghan turned to Su Ming and gestured for him to follow her. "Young friend Su Ming, as long as you nod your head from today onwards, you will be the most core member of my extreme martial arts school, enjoying the highest level of resource allocation. All the resources you need for cultivation, blood essence pills, spirit pills, weapons, armor, martial arts, meditation techniques. Whatever you need, as long as my extreme martial arts school has it, I, Jiang Lingchuan, will spare no effort to acquire it for you." In the VIP room, Jiang Lingchuan personally poured hot tea for Su Ming, his voice resonating in the room, each word punctuated with emphasis. He understood all too well what this young man represented for the future. It was no longer a matter of simply recruiting a genius for the martial arts school, but rather securing a potential pillar for the entire lineage of the extreme martial arts school. A person likely to surpass the masters and become a noble powerhouse akin to the founding master of the extreme martial arts school. Even with Su Ming's prodigious talent, he might have the chance to touch the legendary realm of kings. Such an opportunity was rare, and if Miss Jiang Lingchuan would be a sinner of the extreme martial arts school. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's promise, Su Ming's expression turned serious. He looked intently at Jiang Lingchuan and said solemnly, "Resources are indeed important, but what I Su Ming value most is not these. The reason I came to the extreme martial arts school with Sister Han tonight has always been singular. I believe Master Jiang should be aware of this. As for resources, I can hunt fierce beasts myself and accumulate funds to buy them. That is not urgent. However, the vice master of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts School, Lin Deyuan, currently poses a significant threat to me and my family. Young friend Su Ming, rest assured. As long as I am in Linjiang City, no one will harm your family." Jiang Lingchuan, being perceptive, nodded immediately upon Su Ming's reminder. "In that case, thank you, master." Seeing Jiang Lingchuan's sincerity, Su Ming also smiled and respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude. With Jiang Lingchuan's promise as a fourth-tier powerhouse, a great weight lifted off Su Ming's heart. Seeing Su Ming finally nod, Jiang Lingchuan was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together excitedly, and then turned to Su Ming, saying, "Young friend Su Ming, can you join the extreme martial arts school now?" In response, Su Ming nodded. "All right. Young friend Su Ming, let's sign the agreement now." Jiang Lingchuan exclaimed in delight, immediately pulling out the prepared documents and placing them before Su Ming. Su Ming read through it and nodded slightly. The agreement stated that he only needed to register with the extreme martial arts school to become a core member. As a core member of the extreme martial arts school, aside from possibly needing to participate in the annual national martial arts ranking battle, he would have complete freedom with no additional conditions placed on him. In fact, core members would receive various cultivation resources from the school, fully nurtured. Additionally, there was a confidentiality clause stating that any martial arts body refinement methods or meditation techniques exceeding grade obtained from the extreme martial arts school could not be shared with others. The contents of this agreement were highly beneficial, with no downside for Su Ming. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and directly signed his name, stamped it, and provided his DNA information to finalize the agreement. Su Ming, from now on you are a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. This is the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and a great body refinement method that I obtained through the highest authority of the Linjiang branch and an urgent special approval from headquarters. Seeing Su Ming complete the signing, Jiang Lingchuan quickly took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Su Ming. A great body refinement method. Upon hearing these two words, Xian Menghan couldn't help but gasp again, her beautiful eyes filled with it. A great body refinement methods are extremely precious and have become the closely guarded secrets of major factions. Even the Martial Artists Association only sells up to great body refinement methods. She was aware of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and knew that within the Extreme Martial Arts School, only the masters of major branches are usually qualified to exchange for cultivation, and the required contribution points are astronomical. At her current rate of earning contribution points in the Extreme Martial Arts School, even if given 100 years, she would still be unable to afford it. However, Su Ming had just joined the Extreme Martial Arts School and became a core member, yet the headquarters directly authorized Jiang Lingchuan to give him this a grade body refinement method. Is this the treatment of a prodigy? A rank body tempering method? Seeing the USB drive Jiang Lingchuan handed him, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he took it. The loftier the tempering art, the swifter and greater the gains to one's chi and blood. The drank body tempering method he currently practiced, combined with a kind blood tonic, only managed to raise his vitality by 5 points per day. A rank tempering method was said to be at least 8 times as effective as a drank one. If he perfected a rank method, he could conceivably gain no less than 40 points of vitality in a single day. Originally, Su Ming estimated that by cultivating the drank method Chaiyang Chusheng, he could push his vitality above 160 points before the Martial University exam. But now with a rank method in hand, if he brought it to completion within the remaining 10 days, he could easily increase his vitality by at least 400 points. By the time of the exam, with a base vitality of 500 and the 5-fold burst of power from a crank-perfected Peiyun Spear, Cloud-Splitting Spear, he could output some 25,000 combat power, comparable to a newly arrived third-tier warrior. Even without unleashing his strength anomaly, Su Ming was confident he could claim the top spot in Jiangnan Province's martial exam. Why was he so certain he could perfect a rank method so quickly? The answer was simple: his system could allocate. Lately, he had been entering the caverns daily to hunt ferocious beasts. His system had already accumulated a hefty 10,830 enhancement points. Even if a rank tempering method proved hundreds of times harder to cultivate than a drank, he could use those 10,000 points to max out its proficiency. Master Zhang, let me hypothesize. Suppose I now cultivate the rank Balian Jinshin 200 Refinement Golden Body Technique to perfection. If I sustain training for 10 hours with my current vitality, what should I be wary of? After taking the USB that contained the Balian Jinshin Ju, Su Ming, delighted nevertheless, remembered to pose his question to Jiang Lingchuan. When he had been practicing the drank method before, even with the Cayenne blood tonic, he could only sustain 5 hours of training. Afterwards, he became ravenous and had to go downstairs and gorge. If he were to train a far stronger rank method at high intensity, any adverse reaction would be utterly incomparable to what the drank could produce. Perfecting the Balian Jinshin Ju, the young man had a long way to go, and a rank tempering method is not something one brings to completion lightly. Hearing Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan paused. He did not underestimate the youth. He only knew too well how arduous the Balian Jinshin Ju truly was. He himself was practicing the Balian Jinshin Ju. He had been granted a rare discount 40 years ago for a meritorious deed done for the Jishin Martial Hall, and had purchased this rank tempering art then. 40 years on, he had only managed to raise that rank method to an intermediate level of proficiency. He admitted that Su Ming's talent bordered on the uncanny, yet in his estimation, to perfect the Balian Jinshin Ju would demand at least 3 to 5 years of grueling effort. Though Jiang Lingchuan thought it unlikely that Su Ming could perfect the technique in such a short span, he answered the youth's question with due seriousness. The cultivation of body tempering methods primarily consumes assimilated energy and converts it into one's chi and blood. Supplements like a Cayenne blood tonic are certainly important, but they must be paired with abundant food, ideally high-grade ferocious beast meat rich in energy, to be used alongside the tonic while training. With a sufficient supply of energy, one can train for as long as desired, though this ultimately depends on the individual's bodily limits. If bodily fatigue reaches its limit, no amount of additional energy will allow one to persist. Hearing this, Su Ming felt relief. The plan was feasible. A light gleam passed through Su Ming's eyes. He rose and bowed to Jiang Lingchuan, thanking him, and said he would return at once to cultivate, and thus took his leave. In such a hurry? Have a cup of tea first, it won't take long, Jiang Lingchuan urged, taken aback by Su Ming's abrupt departure. Su Ming lifted the teacup, a thread of cold aura leaked from his fingertip, instantly cooling the boiling tea to the perfect drinking temperature, then he drained it in one swallow. Good tea, Master Jiang. My sister and I will take our leave for now. We'll talk again when time allows, Su Ming said, setting down the cup, offering a salute, and then leading a bewildered Su Xiaowei out of the Jixian Martial Hall. Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Menghan were equally stunned as they watched the two depart. Only after Su Ming and his sister had gone did Jiang Lingchuan recover his composure, and he felt no resentment at their abrupt exit. Rather, admiration stirred in his expression. Such prodigious talent coupled with relentless diligence makes for a model to emulate. This youth will without doubt accomplish great things. Gazing in the direction they had gone, Jiang Lingchuan did not hide his praise, then turned to look at Xian Menghan. Girl, you have discovered a treasure for our Jixian Martial Hall. I will report this to headquarters. By your merits, the reward they grant should be enough to support your entry into the 4th tier as a warrior. 4th tier. Xian Menghan felt her head swim at the thought. Her talent was merely ordinary. Without other opportunities, she might spend her life stalled at 2nd tier. Advancing to 3rd tier had been a distant hope. She had only meant to recommend Su Ming to the hall to intimidate Lin Daoyuan. She never imagined such a staggering boon would follow. I will step out for a moment. I'll remember to close the door when you leave, Jiang Lingchuan said with a faint smile as he watched Xian Menghan lost in thought. After all, if it had been him, and he were suddenly told such a monumental opportunity had fallen into his lap, he would likely respond no better than she had. Smiling softly, Jiang Lingchuan rose and departed. Xian Menghan stared for a long moment before snapping back to attention, hurriedly replying that she understood, only to find that when she looked back he was already gone. Late at night, outside the inpatient entrance of Linjiang City's central hospital, a luxury sedan pulled up. An elderly man with a sullen face stepped out of the back seat. The very Lin Daoyuan who had received word that Lin Tian had been beaten into the hospital. Anger churned in Lin Daoyuan's chest. He was preparing to stride toward Lin Tian's ward and find out who dared strike his grandson. Just as he was about to enter the inpatient entrance, an overwhelming, fearsome aura locked onto him. Startled, he turned his head and looked toward a tall, imposing figure standing to the right of the hospital gates. Jiang Lingchuan, what do you mean by this? Lin Daoyuan's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Lingchuan, who approached him with slow, deliberate steps. Though his cultivation strength fell short of Jiang Lingchuan's, he served as deputy master of the Guanxing Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City, a position that afforded him enough standing to deter outright aggression. Lin Dian, I have come only to warn you your inept grandson today provoked none other than a core member of the Limit Martial Arts Academy, ranked steer in potential assessment. Do not delude yourself, or should you persist in folly, even your title as master of the Guanxing Academy will not shield you from bearing responsibility for war between two great academies. Jiang Lingchuan fixed Lin Daoyuan, whose face had grown storm dark, with a grave, unyielding gaze as he delivered the warning. Then without another word, he simply stood there silent and watchful. As expected, the moment Lin Daoyuan heard the words steer core member, his pupils contracted sharply, his simmering fury dissolving instantly into profound, bone-deep dread. And steer potential core member was a prodigy destined for marquette, a celestial genius whom any martial academy in Hanxia Nation would groom as its next master. Should he dare lay so much as a fingertip upon such a peerless talent, the Limit Martial Arts Academy would unleash unrestrained vengeance, even risking total war against the Guanxing Academy. Though the Limit Academy lagged slightly behind the Guanxing Academy, in overall strength the gap remained narrow. Though rival academies jostled constantly for influence, none had yet dared tear away the veneer of civility. The Guanxing Academy's true leadership harbored no intention whatsoever of engaging the Limit Academy in open conflict. Lin Daoyuan knew if matters escalated to that point, the Academy's high command would sacrifice him and his entire family, without hesitation, to quell the Limit Academy's wrath. After all, he was merely deputy master of the Linjiang branch, a figure of modest stature in Linjiang City, yet utterly insignificant in the eyes of the Academy's true power brokers. Huff! He drew a long, steadying breath, then nodded solemnly toward Jiang Lingchuan. I understand. With that, he offered Jiang Lingchuan a respectful fistapalm salute before stepping through the hospital's inpatient entrance and heading toward Lin Tian's ward. Still has sense after all. Jiang Lingchuan watched Lin Daoyuan's retreating back, a faint cold curve lifting one corner of his lips, while deep within his eyes a sliver of lethal intent receded into shadow. Had Lin Daoyuan shown the slightest defiance moments earlier, Jiang Lingchuan would have struck him down then and there. Su Ming was worth that price. Glancing once more at the inpatient tower, he turned and vanished into the night, swift and silent. Inside the VIP ward, Lin Tian had regained consciousness after emergency treatment. His fractured right arm had been reset and fully encased in plaster. Damn brat. Once my grandfather arrives, I'll make him dig 3 feet beneath the earth until he drags you out. I'll force you to kneel before me and watch helpless as I torment that little slut. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Tian's eyes burned with venomous hatred, his face twisted in bitter resentment, his mind consumed by Su Ming's contemptuous, dismissive visage. Each time he recalled being publicly beaten into humiliation by Su Ming, he raged inwardly, to dismember him limb from limb, to reduce him to scattered fragments. At that moment, the ward door swung open. Lin Tian immediately turned his gaze toward it and saw Lin Daoyuan stride in. Grandfather, grandfather, you must avenge me. The instant he laid eyes on Lin Daoyuan, Lin Tian's vengeful scowl vanished. He scrambled off the bed, crawled forward on his knees, seized Lin Daoyuan's thigh with his left hand, and burst into wailing sobs, tears and mucus streaming down his face, every inch the pitiful wronged child. Lin Daoyuan looked down at his grandson, whose face was buried sobbing against his trousers, and his lips had he not just encountered Jiang Lingchuan, he would have tenderly lifted Lin Tian, the sole heir of his bloodline, and vowed to hunt down every soul who had dared harm him. But now, having heard Jiang Lingchuan's words, his gaze upon Lin Tian had shifted irrevocably. How is it I never noticed before how utterly unworthy my grandson is? It seems I indulged him too greatly, fostering this arrogant, domineering arrogance beyond our gates. This time he has offended someone even the Lin clan dares not cross. If I allow his wild nature to run unchecked, and he provokes another power we cannot withstand, the entire Lin clan may be buried by this reckless boy's folly. Thoughts cascaded through Lin Daoyuan's mind, and with each Lin Tian grew ever more repugnant in his eyes. When Lin Tian realized his grandfather remained motionless for an unusually long time, he dared steal a glance upward, only to meet Lin Daoyuan's stern, furrow-browed stare. Gee, grandfather. His voice faltered, shrinking to a whisper. What followed was not comfort, but a sharp, stinging slap. The thunderous crack sent Lin Tian flying off the floor, spinning twice and a half in midair, before crashing onto the bed with a dull thud. Stunned and dazed, Lin Tian clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, staring blankly at Lin Daoyuan, so shocked he forgot the pain entirely. What just happened? Did grandfather get possessed? He could scarcely believe it. Lin Daoyuan, who had always doted on him like a deity, had just struck him across the face. You reckless fool. You nearly doomed the entire Lin clan today. You will spend your recovery here learning discipline and purging those vile habits from your bones. If you dare step out of line again, if you provoke those you must never touch, I will execute you myself and let your parents raise a new heir. Lin Daoyuan roared, his sleeves flaring as he turned away. A third-rank peak cultivator, his voice in fury, shook the entire building. Having finished his tirade, he refused to spare Lin Tian another glance, instead sweeping from the room, fearing he might strike him again. The ward door slammed shut with a deafening boom, jolting Lin Tian back to awareness. Ouch. Dr. Hua. Only then did Lin Tian register the agony. The left side of his face swollen and burning, his freshly set right arm shattered anew. Gritting his teeth, he gasped and screamed for help. Outside, Dr. Hua, who had frozen in silence, finally exhaled and rushed back inside with a team of medical staff, whisking Lin Tian back to the operating room. Then, who was that young man? Someone who could compel grandfather to act thus. By grandfather's reaction, even if that man had killed me on the spot, he'd face no consequence. He knew full well Lin Daoyuan understood precisely what austere core members signified to the limit martial art. Terrifying. As they wheeled him into surgery, Lin Tian's mind raced, cold sweat breaking across. He feared death more than anything. Realizing Su Ming was beyond his reach, he swiftly abandoned all vengeful fantasies, and silently thanked heaven he still drew breath. Meanwhile, on the other side at Su Ming's home, brother, are you planning to begin practicing that 100 refinements golden body technique tonight with all this beast meat you bought? Su Xiaowei arranged the abundant food she had brought back neatly, looking curiously at Su Ming. It's the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming smiled and nodded at the curious Su Xiaowei. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Su Xiaowei's face immediately lit up with realization upon this reminder. All right, you go take a shower and rest. I will check out how to cultivate this A-class body refinement technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming ruffled Su Xiaowei's head and then turned to enter his room. As he plugged the USB drive into the computer, various tips and complex movements for practicing the A-class body refinement technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique, quickly appeared on Su Ming's screen, accompanied by explanations. The 100 refinements golden body technique, a superior A-class body refinement technique created by one of the three giants of the extreme martial arts hall, Lord Jin, when practiced to perfection, can condense the 100 refinements golden body, significantly enhancing physical defense. The entire set of movements took 3 times the time of the sunrise. Su Ming stared intently at the 100 refinements golden body technique for half an hour, finally understanding all the hundreds of movements involved. Ding! Detected A-class body refinement technique, 100 refinements golden body technique. Would you like to spend 1,000 enhancement points to learn? The system prompt Su Ming had anticipated appeared just as expected, instantly brightening his eyes. Learn. He chose to learn without hesitation. Ding. You have acquired the A-class body refinement technique, 100 refinements golden body technique, current proficiency beginner. You can spend 9,000 enhancement points to increase proficiency to perfection. Would you like to proceed? Boom. As 1,000 enhancement points were consumed to elevate the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique to beginner, an unknown surge of blood energy suddenly erupted within Su Ming's body, flowing throughout him and directly integrating into every cell. Su Ming felt that in that moment his physical blood energy had significantly strengthened. Before he could even choose to enhance the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique, he eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Blood energy 146. Spirit 74. Ability Ice Crown S. Body refinement technique Sunrise D full 100 refinements golden body technique A beginner. Meditation technique none. Martial arts diamond spear technique D full cloud breaker spear C full. Enhancement points 9,830. I actually increased my blood energy by 30 points in one go. No wonder the feeling of physical enhancement is so pronounced. This is just the initial level of the 100 refinements golden body technique. I wonder how much more enhancement I would get if I maxed out its proficiency. System directly max out the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique. Seeing the 30 points of increased blood energy, Su Ming couldn't wait to command the system. As Su Ming's thoughts settled, instantly 9,000 enhancement points surged into the 100 refinements golden body technique, like a torrent, immediately flooding his mind with countless insights into its cultivation. His muscles seemed to have been trained through millions of repetitions, generating perfect muscle memory for every movement of the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming felt that now, no matter which movement of the 100 refinements golden body technique he executed, he could achieve perfection, maximizing the training effect. Boom. At the same time, an unprecedented torrent of blood energy was birthed from an unknown part of Su Ming's body, a scorching flow sweeping through his limbs and bones like a volcanic eruption. In this torrent of blood energy, Su Ming felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Simultaneously, every cell in Su Ming's body rejoiced in this torrent of blood energy, crazily absorbing this rare nourishment. Su Ming felt an explosive surge of power within him, as if his internal organs were being refined by divine fire, constantly enhancing. When this torrent of blood energy finally subsided, Su Ming felt as if he had been completely reborn. Every movement contained explosive power, and he even sensed that ordinary blades and weapons could not harm him in the slightest. He felt that now, with a single punch, he could take down the mid-level second-tier beast, the iron-armored rhino, in the number 3 cave. However, when Su Ming opened his eyes, he found that his exposed hands had turned golden. Seeing the change in himself, he instinctively moved to the mirror. Upon a closer look, not only were his hands golden, but his entire body radiated gold, resembling a small golden statue. Is this the golden body condensed when the 100 refinements golden body technique is perfected? If I constantly emit golden light like this, how will I go out to meet? Staring at his skin glowing with golden light, Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but soon a realization of the 100 refinements golden body technique's perfection flashed through his mind. In the next second, with a thought, his skin returned to its original color. With another thought, his skin turned golden once again. After repeatedly changing the color of his skin several times, Su Ming confirmed that he could now control the golden body at will, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, quickly followed by a rush of ecstatic joy. Although I have only just condensed the golden body, achieving merely the initial stage of surface coverage, even so it doubles my defense. As long as I continue to practice the movements of the 100 refinements golden body technique and strengthen my blood energy, my golden body defense will keep getting stronger. However, the greatest gain from merely enhancing the 100 refinements golden body technique to perfection is not the golden body itself, but the increase in blood energy. Su Ming murmured to himself, once again focusing on his attributes. Host Su Ming. Blood energy 416. Spirit 74. Ability Ice Crown S. Body refinement technique Sunrise D full 100 refinements golden body technique of full. Meditation technique none. Martial arts diamond spear technique D full cloud breaker spear C full. Enhancement points 830. The proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique rose from beginner to full, astonishingly granting him a whopping increase of 270 blood energy. Boom. Su Ming punched out fiercely towards the window, causing the surrounding air to erupt with a loud bang. The punch left a visible trace in the night sky outside the window. Even without using any martial arts with the power techniques of 2 perfected spear techniques, Su Ming's punch displayed 3 times the fighting capacity enough to make even second-tier latest-stage warriors break a sweat. The blood energy gained from improving the proficiency of the body refinement technique through the system carries no burden on my body. Now let me see how much blood energy the A-class perfected body refinement technique can bring. Su Ming retracted his fist, feeling his state was excellent, and immediately took out a blood energy pill from the drawer, beginning to perform movements that appeared extraordinarily difficult even beyond human capability in the room. Half an hour later, Su Ming consumed another 4 portions of blood vitality powder in succession, and finally completed a set of movements for the 100 refinements body technique. After finishing his training, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, as if every cell was joyfully cheering. After completing the set of movements, Su Ming opened the system to check his blood vitality attributes. Blood vitality, 419. In half an hour I increased by 3 points of blood vitality. In an hour that would be 6 points, which is 12 times the effect of the rising sun technique. As long as I maintain a training time of 10 hours a day, I can increase my blood vitality by 60 points daily, totaling 600 points in 10 days. During the martial arts college entrance exam, my blood vitality will break through the 1000 barrier, reaching the standard for a 3rd-tier martial artist. Seeing his current blood vitality value, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 100 refinements body technique's enhancement effect on blood vitality was even stronger than he had imagined. However, the consumption for practicing the 100 refinements body technique was also significantly greater than that of the rising sun technique. Previously, practicing the rising sun technique for an hour only consumed 1 portion of blood vitality powder, while the 100 refinements body technique required 10 portions. Practicing the 100 refinements body technique cost as much as 5,000 for just 1 hour of blood vitality powder consumption. To maintain 10 hours of training in a day, Su Ming would need to spend 5,000 credit points on blood vitality powder alone. In addition to the 2,000 credit points required for 10 spirit pills each day, along with the monster meat needed for energy replenishment, Su Ming's total daily expenditure would exceed 7,000. Being poor in literature but rich in martial arts is no exaggeration. Yet Su Ming did not mind such a massive training expense. Currently, he was hunting monsters in the caverns, and just from selling monster materials he could earn 3 to 4 million a day, so he could easily afford these expenses. Moreover, Su Ming was now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As long as he was willing, he could easily ask Jiang Lingchuan for these resources. There are still 25 portions of blood vitality powder at home. He'll use these up tonight, and tomorrow he'll go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to train. After glancing at the increase in his blood vitality from practicing the 100 refinements body technique, Su Ming closed his system panel and continued to consume blood vitality powder and train. 2.5 hours later, Su Ming, drenched in sweat, walked out of his room and rushed to the living room like a hungry ghost, devouring the 10-person portion of monster meat on the table in a whirlwind. Is this how much a martial artist eats? Su Xiaowei, who heard the noise and walked out of her room, stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Su Ming. Huff! After finishing all the food and feeling the fullness in his stomach, Su Ming let out a satisfied. Just before, after continuously training the 100 refinements body technique for 3 hours, the hunger in his abdomen was unprecedentedly strong, making him feel that if he delayed any longer, he would faint from hunger in his room. Blood vitality, 434. The 100 refinements body technique is excellent, but the consumption is truly large. With my current strength, practicing for 3 hours at a stretch is my limit. After alleviating his hunger, Su Ming glanced at his current blood vitality and silently thought. Then his gaze fell on Su Xiaowei, who was still staring at him in astonishment. Xiaowei, do I have something on my face? Seeing Su Xiaowei's expression, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. No, it's just that your appetite is a bit scary, brother. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Su Xiaowei finally came to her senses, quickly shook her head, and pointed at them. Su Ming followed Su Xiaowei's finger to look at the dining table in front of him, and couldn't help but blush. Just as he was about to clean up, Su Xiaowei stepped forward to start tidying up. Brother, you go take a shower first, I'll clean this up. Seeing her like this, Su Ming didn't hesitate, and immediately nodded, turning towards the bathroom. When he finished showering and came out of the bathroom, Su Xiaowei had already cleaned the dining table spotless, even taking out all the trash and disposing of it in the downstairs garbage station. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, then took out his phone, operating it, while saying to Su Xiaowei, Xiaowei, I'll transfer 2 million to you. From now on, just stay in school, focus on studying and training, and don't take any part-time jobs. Our family isn't short on money right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification of 2 million arriving in Su Xiaowei's bank account popped up. Really? Really 2 million? Brother, this is too much, I can't accept it. Brother, you're now a martial artist. I've heard that martial artists consume a lot of resources while training. You should keep this money for yourself to enhance your strength. Looking at the huge sum in her account, Su Xiaowei's eyes widened. She quickly said to Su Ming, brother, I'm not going to refuse this. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. I can earn money much easier now than before. This 2 million isn't much to me. Have you forgotten that I'm now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? All my training resources will be supplied by the hall, so don't worry about it. Just take this money. When you attend martial arts classes, buy more blood vitality powder and other auxiliary training supplements. If it's not enough, come find me. Thank you, brother. Hearing Su Ming say this, Su Xiaowei thought for a moment before nodding, no longer refusing. 2 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Just thinking about the 2 million in her account that she could freely spend, Su Xiaowei was extremely excited as she walked towards her room. But suddenly she thought of something and quickly turned to look at Su Ming. By the way, brother, our class has a class activity planned for the day after tomorrow at the hot spring resort. Many of my classmates' parents will be accompanying us. Why don't you come along and relax too? Even martial artists need to balance work and rest. I won't be going. There are only 10 days until the martial arts exam, and I want to improve my strength a bit more. Su Ming looked at Su Xiaowei's expectant expression and shook his head. All right then. Hearing Su Ming's response, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Xiaowei's eyes, but she quickly said to Su Ming, brother, you're working so hard you will definitely be able to get into the country's top martial arts academy. Then I'll go rest now. Go on, go on. Good night, brother. After their conversation, both quickly returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, Su Ming got up, sent Su Xiaowei to school, and then went to the car dealership in Linjiang City, spending 2 million to purchase a Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle. The Tank 10,000 is currently the best off-road vehicle in Huanxia, accelerating to 100 kilometers in just 0.8 seconds, with a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour in the wild, extremely wild, and favored by martial artists. It is the optimal choice for many martial artists traveling in the wild. After purchasing the Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, Su Ming drove straight out of Linjiang City, heading towards the No. 2 cavern located 80 kilometers southwest of Linjiang City. With his current strength, going to the No. 3 cavern to fight those second-tier monsters would not provide any exercise. To continue enhancing his practical combat experience, he needed to challenge stronger third-tier monsters. The No. 2 cavern outside Linjiang City has many third-tier monsters, and the strongest monsters will not exceed the peak of the third tier, which can meet Su Ming's needs without putting him in too much danger in the cavern. In the wilderness, Su Ming drove the Tank 10,000 racing towards the direction of Cave No. 2. The engine of the off-road vehicle emitted a deep and powerful roar akin to that of a steel behemoth. Inside the vehicle, Su Ming gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, while his mind analyzed his combat power. I currently possess 434 vitality with a base combat power of 4,340 calories. When utilizing the perfected version of the Breaking Cloud Spear, my instantaneous explosive power can reach 21,700 calories, having just crossed the threshold of a third-tier warrior. However, the defenses and vitality of third-tier beasts far exceed those of second-tier ones. With an explosive power of 21,700 calories, it would be quite challenging to kill a low-tier third-tier beast. I must strike at its vital points. Moreover, with my current grade fish scale spear, it is unlikely to provide much assistance in defeating a low-tier third-tier beast. Su Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of the fish scale spear resting on the back seat. After 20 days of intense battles, this grade weapon had already suffered considerable, wherewith even the tip showing signs of chipping. These damages were incurred during his battles against the heavily armored latest-stage second-tier beasts in Cave No. 2. Although last night's surge in vitality had bolstered Su Ming's confidence in confronting third-tier beasts, he did not become blindly arrogant. The gap between third-tier and second-tier is much greater than that between first-tier and second-tier. Generally speaking, peak second-tier warriors or beasts have combat power around 18,000 calories. However, the threshold for third-tier is 20,000 calories, a difference of 2,000 calories. Do not underestimate the difference of 2,000 calories. It is sufficient for a newly entered low-tier third-tier beast to defeat 10 peak second-tier beasts. Rumble rumble. The 80-kilometer journey under the robust performance of the Tank 10,000 was completed in less than 20 minutes. Su Ming reduced the speed of the vehicle, driving it into the military base stationed around Cave No. 2, then took his weapons and a large backpack and hurried towards the entrance. Cave No. 2 had significantly more guards, and the sentinels at the entrance were evidently more stringent than those at Cave No. 3, with the station soldiers exuding a far more formidable presence, almost all of whom were first-tier warriors. The captain of the soldiers radiated an aura not weaker than that of second-tier warriors like Xian Menghan and Ch. With the firearms wielded by these individuals and the heavy weaponry stationed around the entrance of the cave, even if a third-tier beast charged out, it would be eliminated by the defending troops. The number of warriors entering Cave No. 2 was evidently much less than that of Cave No. 3. In the parking area, Su Ming only saw 2 vehicles belonging to incoming warriors, barely a fraction of those at Cave No. 3. Su Ming didn't find this strange after all the beasts in Cave No. 2 were significantly stronger than those in Cave No. 3. To ensure safety in Cave No. 2, at least one third-tier warrior must lead the team, and all members' strength must be at least second-tier. Third-tier warriors are already considered top-tier experts in Lingjiang City, and their numbers are limited, so naturally, there are fewer warriors hunting beasts in Cave No. 2. Little brother, are you really going to enter Cave No. 2 alone? The beasts in Cave No. 2 are formidable. With your strength as a first-tier awakened, rashly entering would only lead to your demise. It would be better to wait until you are stronger before coming. At the entrance, the captain verifying identities glanced at Su Ming's warrior certificate, which still showed the certification of a first-tier awakened, and given Su Ming's young age, he couldn't help but advise. He did not look down on Su Ming, rather he saw that such a young individual had already become a first-tier awakened, a rare talent he did not want to see perish. Sir, I simply haven't had the time to go to the Warrior Association for further strength assessment. I am capable of self-preservation in Cave No. 2. Su Ming remained unmoved upon hearing this. Seeing this, the soldier captain ceased his persuasion, returned the certificate to Su Ming, and allowed him to pass. Alas, the youth is too proud. A Lingjiang City will lose another talent this time. Watching Su Ming enter the passage, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Inside the cave, Su Ming passed through the passage of Cave No. 2. Just as he entered, a wave of heat washed over him. Unlike the environment of Cave No. 3, the entire Cave No. 2 was a brilliant red with distant volcanoes emitting steam. The temperature within the cave reached over 40 degrees, and the air was filled with a scent of sulfur. Feeling the harsh environment of Cave No. 2 akin to a mountain of flames, Su Ming focused his thoughts, and a chill manifested, instantly lowering the temperature around him. Now it feels much cooler, let's head out. As Su Ming felt the dropping temperature, he took out the prepared map of Cave No. 2, determined the direction and located the area where low-tier third-tier beasts were active nearest to the entrance, then walked deeper into Cave No. 2 with his spear. The beasts in Cave No. 2 were indeed stronger than those in Cave No. 3. Along the way, Su Ming encountered numerous beasts, mostly second-tier. In Cave No. 3, as second-tier beasts could only be found deep within. Facing these second-tier beasts, Su Ming dispatched them with a single shot, eliminating them all. Only the peak second-tier beasts could trade blows with him for a few exchanges, but they too could not escape the fate of being slain by Su Ming and having their materials harvested. About an hour later, Su Ming arrived at a region filled with red rocks, cracked ground, and faint sulfur smells in the air. According to the map, this was the habitat of the low-tier third-tier beast, the two-headed fire lizard. Upon entering the area inhabited by third-tier beasts, Su Ming became more cautious, spreading his mental perception to the maximum as he advanced on foot. Hiss! Not long after, a hissing sound akin to a venomous snake flicking its tongue emerged from behind a massive rock ahead. Su Ming sensed a scorching aura emanating from behind the boulder. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately halted, preparing for battle. Soon a giant lizard over 3 meters long, covered in dark red scales, and possessing 2 menacing heads, crawled up the rock, coming into Su Ming's view. It was the low-tier third-tier beast, the two-headed fire lizard. The two-headed fire lizard stood atop the rock, its 2 heads constantly flicking their bifurcated tongues, with 2 pairs of yellow slit pupils looking down coldly at Su Ming, who had intruded into its territory. The two-headed fire lizard sensed an incredibly distasteful cold aura emanating from Su Ming. The environment in Cave No. 2 led to almost all the beasts within to be fire-resistant. As a fire attribute beast capable of dual-headed flame breath, the two-headed fire lizard inherently despised. Su Ming had intruded into the territory of the two-headed fire lizard without reason, surrounded by a cold air that greatly disgusted it, making Su Ming a target for elimination. Roar! Without any warning, both heads of the two-headed fire lizard let out a deafening roar simultaneously. The next moment, it leaped from the boulder, landing on all 4s, and charged fiercely towards Su Ming. Good timing. As the two-headed fire lizard charged towards him with an unmatched ferocity, Su Ming's heart raced with excitement rather than fear. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming felt the blood and energy surging within him, and he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Bang! A small pit formed where he stepped, and Su Ming shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Break Cloud Spear! Su Ming shouted softly, his scale spear transforming into a silver flash as it lunged straight for one of the lizard's eye sockets. Hiss! The two-headed fire lizard reacted with lightning speed, its left head swinging violently, its thick scaled neck colliding accurately with the tip of the scale spear. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. A tremendous recoil surged through the spear, causing Su Ming's arm to tingle slightly as he was forced to retreat. The area where the two-headed fire lizard was attacked showed only minor cracks in its scales, having sustained no real damage. Such hard defense. Su Ming was secretly alarmed. He had just put forth all his strength in that attack. With the fivefold enhancement of the Break Cloud Spear's power, his previous strike had reached the level of a beginner third-tier warrior, yet it merely caused a few scales to crack. Seems I chose the wrong target. After the shock wore off, Su Ming looked at the heavily scaled, two-headed fire lizard and revealed a wry smile. Now, without using his abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to slay a third-tier beast was unwise, especially against a creature with such thick scales. Roar! Without giving Su Ming much time to think, the attacked two-headed fire lizard let out a furious roar. Both heads opened wide, with the left head exhaling a torrent of scorching flames, while the right head spewed a thick, acrid green poison. Flames and poison intertwined, covering a large area, the temperature spiking and the air distorting. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He dared not take it heeded and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. After dodging the fire attack from the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming seized the opportunity to explode forward again. Break Cloud Spear. The energy surged explosively, 21700 calories of terrifying power coalescing at the spear's tip, the scale spear vibrating with a deep hum as it stabbed towards the other eye of the two-headed fire lizard. The two-headed fire lizard seemed to sense the threat of this strike, both heads retracting simultaneously, using the hardest part of its forehead scales to withstand the blow. Boom. Another loud crash echoed. The two-headed fire lizard was pushed back half a step, with minor cracks appearing in its forehead scales, yet it still suffered no significant harm. Meanwhile, the tip of Su Ming's scale spear, having endured 2 fierce collisions, had developed slight serrations. This broken spear needs to be replaced. Su Ming cursed inwardly. However, the damage to the scale spear did not deter him. He still pressed forward, continuously attacking the two-headed fire lizard, entangling himself in battle. Su Ming pushed the spear technique to its limits, skillfully circling around the two-headed fire lizard, targeting its eyes, mouth joints, and other relatively vulnerable spots. The two-headed fire lizard was incredibly strong with remarkable defense, and its flame and poison attacks had a vast range, but its speed was relatively weak, giving Su Ming the opportunity to engage. In an instant, the scene was filled with flying figures, flashing spear lights, and rampant flames and poison. Rocks shattered from the shockwaves of battle, and the ground was pockmarked by corrosive poison, creating chaos. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. Gradually, Su Ming's breathing became rapid, sweat forming on his forehead, and his strength was depleting. While the two-headed fire lizard appeared to have no major injuries, many of its scales were damaged, and some weak spots between its scales were seeping dark red blood, though these were merely surface wounds. These injuries did not diminish the two-headed fire lizard's condition. Instead, they ignited its ferocity, making its attacks even more brutal. Although Su Ming's combat power was comparable to a beginner third-tier warrior, his blood and energy were still less than half of a third-tier warrior's. Relying solely on his physical body and martial skills to slay the two-headed fire lizard was nearly impossible. That's enough. If this continues, it'll exhaust all my strength. Su Ming's thoughts raced, and he made a decision in an instant. He leaped back a considerable distance, creating space between himself and the two-headed fire lizard. Thinking Su Ming was fleeing, the two-headed fire lizard let out a victorious roar and moved its powerful limbs to chase after him. At that moment, a cold glimmer flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and the noble ice crown in his mind suddenly radiated with brilliance. An extreme chill erupted from him, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to instantly crystallize into ice, covering the ground with a layer of white frost. 3 nearly tumter-long ice spears radiating absolute zero cold instantly formed above his head. Go! Su Ming pointed with his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 ice spears tore through the air, carrying the terrifying aura of freezing everything, shooting towards the two-headed fire lizard in a triangular formation. Hiss! The extreme cold emanating from the 3 speeding ice spears made the two-headed fire lizard feel a mortal threat, and for the first time fear flickered in its 4 vertical pupils. It let out a sharp scream, attempting to evade, but its massive body was unable to react in time, only managing to tilt its head away desperately. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, the 3 ice spears struck the body of the two-headed fire lizard. Although both heads of the two-headed fire lizard dodged the attack of the ice spears, the 3 ice spears had violently pierced its body. The formidable defense of the two-headed fire lizard's hard crimson scales seemed particularly fragile in the face of the ice spears, which had been conjured with Su Ming's full-strength glass ice-type abilities. Crack! As the 3 ice spears pierced the body of the two-headed fire lizard, the terrifying cold rapidly spread from the wounds, the massive body of the lizard visibly freezing in place, its movements completely immobilized, even its 2 heads being swiftly encased in ice. The life force of a third-tier beast was formidable. However, even after being encased in ice, it did not die immediately. In fact, the head that breathed fire was gathering an even redder energy, preparing to unleash flames to melt the ice encapsulating it. Die! Su Ming would not give it a chance to escape, leaping into the air, the slightly serrated scale spear bursting with its final brilliance, crashing heavily onto the ice-encased head. Bang! With an explosion of immense power, Su Ming's strike directly shattered the ice-encased head into pieces, scattering ice fragments all over the ground. Bang! With another muffled sound, the remaining head of the two-headed fire lizard was also smashed into ice, and shards, the last remnants of its life, thoroughly crushed by Su Ming. What remained was merely a frozen statue devoid of its two heads. Killed the beginner third-tier beast, two-headed fire lizard, enhancement points 100. Su Ming leaned on the nearly worn-out scale spear, taking a deep breath beside the ice-encased corpse of the two-headed fire lizard. Indeed, third-tier beasts are not so easy to kill. Even if my explosive power barely meets the standard, my blood and energy are still less than half of a third-tier warrior's. In terms of sustained combat ability, facing such tough and thick-skinned third-tier beasts, I still fall short. I must enhance my blood and energy as soon as possible. However, before that, the urgent task is to make money in exchange for at least a class weapon. Otherwise, even if I face the second cave again, I will have to rely on my abilities. Su Ming looked at the corpse of the two-headed fire lizard, and then at the nearly useless scale spear in his hand, revealing a wry smile. Then, with a thought, the ice encasing the two-headed fire lizard quickly melted away. Without the support of the ice, the headless corpse of the two-headed fire lizard fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly approached to begin processing the most valuable materials on the two-headed fire. After collecting the high-value materials from the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming did not leave, but continued searching the nearby area for other two-headed fire lizards. Although his physical combat power could not defeat a low-level Tier 3 two-headed fire lizard with the suppression from his Shrank ability Ice Crown, he found it not difficult to kill a low-level Tier 3 two-headed fire lizard. After more than 3 hours of searching, Su Ming had scoured several volcanoes within the activity area of the two-headed fire lizards, discovering and killing a total of 7 two-headed fire lizards. Including the first two-headed fire lizard, he killed the total count of two-headed fire lizards that had fallen to Su Ming's hands reached 8. That should be enough. The materials from 8 two-headed fire lizards combined with the Tier 2 beast materials I collected earlier will definitely yield over 10 million in total. Considering the remaining 1 million credit points I have, it should be enough for me to buy a crank-long spear in the Warrior Association. After retrieving the materials from the last two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming glanced at his stuffed backpack, deciding not to delve deeper, but to turn back in the direction he came. Buzz. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the No. 2 cave passage, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated immediately, attracting the attention of the soldiers guarding the entrance. This noise isn't caused by a beast crossing the passage, but by a human warrior. Could it be that the Battle Tiger team is coming out? The Battle Tiger team has been in the No. 2 cave for a full 2 days. They must have made considerable gains this. Definitely. The Battle Tiger team has 2 Tier 3 warriors, and the other members are all late Tier 2 warriors. They can bring back tens of millions worth of beast materials every time they enter the cave. The captain of the soldiers at the forefront looked in the direction of the cave entrance, thinking the same. However, when they saw Su Ming appearing carrying a backpack taller than himself with a large bundle of beast materials strapped on the outside, everyone was taken aback. The area near the cave entrance fell silent, all eyes fixated on Su Ming and the bulging backpack he carried, their pupils constricting. Su Ming felt the gaze of the crowd upon him, but accustomed to the shocked looks of others, remained unfazed and continued on his way to the parking area. After loading the materials into the spacious trunk of his recently purchased tank 10,000, he drove away from base No. 2. It's actually him. He has come out alive from the No. 2 cave. Did you see the materials he was carrying? I can't help but feel like it's the hardest scale from the back of a Tier 3 beast, the two-headed fire lizard. It seems to be the scale of a two-headed fire lizard. My heavens. He actually killed a two-headed fire lizard. Could he be a mid-tier Tier 3 warrior? Considering his age, he looks to be around 18 years old. How could such a young mid-tier Tier 3 warrior emerge from Linjiang City? We completely underestimated him. He must have come from another big city. How could such a genius possibly come from a small place like Linjiang City? After Su Ming left, the guards near the entrance of the No. 2 cave couldn't help but discuss loudly, their shock akin to waves crashing against the shore, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Ming hurriedly drove to the Linjiang City Warrior Association, dumping all the materials he brought back from the No. 2 cave under the incredulous gaze of the material buyers. Tier 3 beast materials, the scales from the two-headed fire lizard. Su Ming, did you kill all of these? Su Ming nodded. Hearing this, the material buyer gasped in disbelief. In recent days, Su Ming had come to the Warrior Association every morning with a large bag of beast materials to sell. The material buyer had become quite familiar with Su Ming, also being the one most aware of his rapid progress and strength. Seeing that Su Ming had jumped from killing low-level beasts to the peak of Tier 2 in just 20 days in the eyes of the material buyer, Su Ming had already become an unprecedented martial genius in Linjiang City. However, now seeing the materials from 8 two-headed fire lizards laid out before her, she realized that she had still underestimated Su Ming. This was not just a martial genius, this was a prodigy. After taking a deep look at Su Ming, the material buyer began rapidly counting the beast materials in front of her. Su Ming, the total value of these materials is 13.85 million credit points. Please check for any discrepancies, and if all is well, we can finalize the transaction. Her movements were swift, and in less than 3 minutes, she had calculated the price for the batch of beast materials that Su Ming brought. Su Ming had no objections, and they quickly reached an agreement. Over 13 million was instantly credited to Su Ming's account, bringing his total to just over 15 million when combined with the remaining balance. After selling the beast materials, Su Ming walked towards the weapon display cabinet and soon set his sights on a crank combat weapon. Baiduan Spear crank weapon made from the spine of a Tier 4 beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King, fused with meteorite iron, priced at 15 million credit points. 15 million credit points, just enough. I'll take this Baiduan Spear. Looking at the crank combat weapon priced at 15 million credit points, Su Ming stepped forward to complete the transaction. What a good spear. Gripping the Baiduan Spear, Su Ming waved it casually and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Baiduan Spear was far superior to the fish scale spear he had used before. If he had wielded the Baiduan Spear in the No. 2 cave, he wouldn't have struggled so much against the two-headed fire lizard. At the very least, the defensive scales of the two-headed fire lizard would not withstand the full force of his Baiduan. After securing the Baiduan Spear, Su Ming left the Warrior Association and drove towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he encountered Xian Menghan, who was just... The moment Xian Menghan saw Su Ming, her eyes lit up, and she quickly called out, "Su Ming." "Sister Han." Su Ming nodded in response, then directly stated his purpose. "Sister Han, I plan to spend the next few days training at the martial arts hall before the martial exam. There should be available training rooms, right?" "Of course. Follow me." Xian Menghan replied, enthusiastically leading Su Ming inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "Su Ming, this is the best training room in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It was originally used by the Hall Master for personal training, but the Hall Master just informed me that this room is now exclusively yours for training. I still need 100 portions of Qi blood powder and 10 spirit pills for today's cultivation." "How much?" 100 portions of Qi blood powder. Upon hearing the quantity requested by Su Ming, Xian Menghan's eyes widened in shock. In fact, 100 portions of Qi blood powder is not a big deal for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but the key point is that Su Ming said he needed it today. What does it mean to use 100 portions in a single day? Even a genuine third-tier martial artist would only use about 10 portions in a day. When Su Ming tested yesterday, his Qi had just barely crossed the threshold of a second-tier martial artist. She couldn't fathom how Su Ming would need so much Qi blood powder. However, Xian Menghan saw Su Ming nodding calmly at her, and she could only suppress her shock and confusion. "All right, I understand. I'll go get it for you right away." After saying that, Xian Menghan turned and left. However, she did not immediately retrieve the resources for Su Ming, but instead ran to Jiang Lingquan's office to inform him of this news. "What?" Su Ming actually said he needs 100 portions of Qi blood powder in a day. Upon hearing Xian Menghan's words, Jiang Lingquan stood up from his seat with wide eyes. Xian Menghan did not understand what this meant, but Jiang Lingquan, who practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, was very clear. The stronger and more proficient the body refinement technique a martial artist practices, the more efficiently they absorb Qi blood powder, and the faster they do so. Currently, while he practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, he only absorbed a little over 30 portions of Qi blood powder in a day, which was merely 1/3 of what Su Ming needed. This was still because he had brought the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique to an intermediate level, allowing him to increase his Qi by more than 10 points in a day's practice. Now Xian Menghan told him that Su Ming actually consumes 100 portions of Qi blood powder in a day while practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Does that mean Su Ming's proficiency is even higher than his? But just yesterday, Su Ming had only just obtained the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, while he had been practicing it for 40 years. How could it be possible to elevate a great body refinement technique to a level surpassing his 40 years of arduous training overnight? "Menghan, you don't need to go. I will personally deliver these resources to Su Ming." Jiang Lingquan's mind raced, and after a moment he said to Xian Menghan. Before Xian Menghan could respond, he dashed out of the office, moving so quickly that she could only see a blurred afterimage. "Master, why are you here?" At the entrance of the training room, Su Ming, who was waiting for Xian Menghan to bring the training resources, looked at the hurriedly arriving Jiang Lingquan in surprise. "I came to deliver your training resources. Here are the 100 portions of Qi blood powder and 10 spirit pills." Su Ming, I came to ask if you looked at the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique yesterday, and whether you found it difficult. Seeing Su Ming's surprised expression, Jiang Lingquan hurriedly added a humble smile, slightly bowing, while handing the training resources to Su Ming. Upon hearing Jiang Lingquan's question, Su Ming understood why he had rushed over. He must have heard that Su Ming needed 100 portions of Qi blood powder for cultivation and guessed that he had successfully mastered the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, otherwise he wouldn't have asked. Realizing why Jiang Lingquan had come personally to deliver the resources, Su Ming didn't hide anything and replied, "It's alright, not too difficult. So you succeeded in your practice?" Su Ming's response made Jiang Lingquan's eyes light up. Su Ming did not continue speaking, but directly demonstrated with his actions. He swallowed all 5 portions of Qi blood powder in one go, and then under Jiang Lingquan's astonished gaze, he began practicing the grade body refinement technique, the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. He actually succeeded in mastering it. Such proficient movements are far beyond mine, at least at an advanced level, or perhaps even perfect. In just one night mastering a grade body refinement technique to perfection. Am I dreaming? What does that make my 40 years of hard work in bringing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to an intermediate level? Jiang Lingquan watched Su Ming execute high-difficulty body refinement movements with even greater perfection than the master in the instructional video he recorded. His pupils shrank wildly, and he stood frozen in place as if turned to stone. At that moment, Jiang Lingquan's mind was racing with a torrent of disbelief. He was certain that in his 80-plus years of life he had never experienced such shock and had never felt more like a worthless fool than at this moment. Such terrifying martial talent, even the term genius is not enough to describe him. Su Ming is simple. After a while, Jiang Lingquan finally regained his senses. He took a deep look at Su Ming, who was practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, and quietly exited the training room without disturbing him. A freak, too much of a freak. So the gap between people is just too immense. Comparing myself to Su Ming is just self-deprecating, it's so demoralizing. Only after leaving the training room did Jiang Lingquan mutter a few words under his breath, shaking his head as he walked towards his office. When Jiang Lingquan returned to the hall master's office, he was still mumbling about freak while shaking his head. What's wrong with him? Why does he look so dejected after a visit to Su Ming? This scene caught the attention of Xian Menghan, who had just come out of the office, leaving her puzzled. Time passed quickly, and it was already close to midnight. Only Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan remained in the entire extreme martial arts hall. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingquan stood quietly at the door waiting without disturbing Su Ming. He actually practiced from 1 p.m. until now 11 p.m., continuously cultivating for 10 hours without stopping. This kid Su Ming not only has a freakish talent, but his perseverance is also terrifyingly strong. With both talent and perseverance, how could such a person not achieve great things? Looking at the time, Jiang Lingquan's face flashed with deep admiration. Then he recalled his plan to let Su Ming participate in the martial arts examination as an extreme martial arts hall student to promote the hall and the information he discovered when checking Su Ming's student file. His expression turned to one of outrage and mockery. That old fool Wang Zhenghua is blind. A genius like Su Ming was expelled by him. He is even more foolish than a pig. When the results of the martial arts university entrance examination are announced, I can't wait to see that old man's expression. It will definitely be entertaining. With a light chuckle, Jiang Lingquan's gaze fell on a long box standing beside him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I hope Su Ming will appreciate this Renjin battle armor. It's the only thing I have to offer. The Renjin battle armor is a top-notch grade combat suit that he bought at the peak of his third-tier prowess using up all his savings. The Renjin battle armor can help martial artists resist attacks below mid-4th tier, while attacks below mid-3rd tier can be completely ignored. Against late 3rd tier attacks, the Renjin battle armor can reduce the attack's power by 70%, and against attacks from peak 3rd tier experts, it can reduce it by 50%. Even against early 4th tier attackers, it can still reduce their power by 20%. For martial artists below the 4th tier, the Renjin battle armor is undoubtedly an excellent life-saving item. Originally, Jiang Lingquan intended to reserve the Renjin battle armor for his outstanding juniors, but after witnessing Su Ming's terrifying talent, he immediately decided to gift it to Su Ming, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. In the training room, Su Ming emerged from the bathroom. Taking a hot shower after training is truly comfortable. The training room at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is indeed much more convenient than home. Saying this, Su Ming approached the dining table, retrieving a large pile of beast meat that had been kept warm in the thermos since the afternoon, and began to eat heartily. After about 10 minutes, Su Ming finally rose contentedly to leave. Once he departed, the intelligence system in the training room automatically cleaned the dining table. Bang! The door to the training room opened automatically, revealing Jiang Lingquan waiting at the entrance. Master. Seeing Jiang Lingquan, Su Ming greeted him with some surprise, not expecting him to still be there at this hour. Moreover, it seemed as though he had been specifically waiting for him. Su Ming, it seems you have made significant progress today. As soon as Jiang Lingquan saw Su Ming, his gaze sharpened. He noticed that Su Ming's vitality seemed stronger than when he saw him in the afternoon. It's all right. Su Ming glanced at the system panel, showing a vitality of 495, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then looked at Jiang Lingquan. Master, were you waiting specifically for me? Indeed, I have something for you. This is my personal collection, the Crade Combat Suit Rinjin Armor. I heard from Meng Han that you often venture into the caves alone to battle fierce beasts. This Rinjin armor can protect you from damage inflicted by fierce beasts below the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Even against early-stage 4th-tier beast attacks, the Rinjin armor can mitigate about 20% of the power. Jiang Lingquan nodded and pushed a box in his hands towards Su Ming. He specifically mentioned that the Rinjin armor was his personal collection. So this is the Rinjin armor. After hearing Jiang Lingquan's words, Su Ming opened the box and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Rinjin armor inside. Although the Rinjin armor was of the same grade as the 100-forged spear he had just purchased, the Rinjin armor was an entire set capable of protecting a warrior from head to toe using far more material than a single weapon. Thus, a suit of the same grade would cost at least 10 times that of a single weapon. The Rinjin armor was also the finest of all the Crade armors currently available in Hanhua, significantly more valuable than other armors. To purchase a Rinjin armor, one would need no less than 500 million credit points. Even with his current earning speed, he would need to work hard for a month to gather enough money to buy one, and since the Rinjin armor was highly sought after, even with the money, it might not be available for purchase. He never expected that Jiang Lingquan would wait for him just to give him a Rinjin armor. Seeing the astonishment on Su Ming's face and the fiery gaze fixed on the Rinjin armor, Jiang Lingquan knew he had hit the mark. He immediately suggested, Su Ming, the Rinjin armor can automatically adjust to fit the wearer's physique. Just drop a drop of blood here to establish a mental connection, and then try it on. Without hesitation, Su Ming bit his finger and followed Jiang Lingquan's guidance, dropping a drop of blood on a plaque, emitting a blue glow on the chest of the Rinjin armor. Soon he felt a mental connection established with the suit. He then took out the Rinjin armor and put it on. At first glance, the Rinjin armor looked like an ordinary outer garment, but as soon as Su Ming donned it, the suit seemed to come alive with his thoughts. The material flowed like water, swiftly adapting to his body, and in the blink of an eye it covered him entirely. Within 3 seconds, Su Ming was enveloped in a dark golden armor presenting a seamless, streamlined form. At that moment, Su Ming resembled a protagonist clad in armor from a special effects drama, radiating an imposing presence. With a mere thought, the armor transformed back into an ordinary jacket, showcasing its magical properties. What a treasure! After experiencing the mysteriousness of the Rinjin armor, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, I'm glad you like it. From now on, this armor is yours. Seeing Su Ming so satisfied, a smile appeared on Jiang Lingquan's face. Thank you, master. Su Ming nodded in gratitude, taking note of the favor. After all, this Rinjin armor would significantly enhance his current strength. With this armor, he could venture into Cave No. 2 without worry, even if he encountered peak 3rd-tier fierce beasts. The two chatted for a while longer before Su Ming excused himself to go home. After practicing the 100 refinements golden body art for 10 hours, although his vitality had increased significantly, he was extremely fatigued and needed a good rest. Tomorrow morning, he would head to Cave No. 2 to continue hunting fierce beasts. As soon as Su Ming returned home, Su Xiaowei, hearing the noise, dashed out from her room. Brother, why are you back so late? I was training at the academy. But what about you? Why are you still awake? It's past 1 o'clock already. Su Ming explained, then assumed an adult's demeanor as he spoke to Su Xiaowei. I couldn't sleep because I'm excited about the class activity tomorrow. Brother, are you really not considering coming along to relax? Seeing Su Ming's mock reprimanding expression, Su Xiaowei was not scared at all. You all go and have fun. Su Ming shook his head and walked towards his room. I'm going to sleep first. You should rest early too. Staying up late isn't good for your health. Oh, I know. The next day, Cave No. 2. Bang. A dull sound echoed as a dark golden figure skidded across the ground, leaving behind 2 long trails. This Rinjin armor is indeed formidable. It withstood the attack of the early-stage fiery main lion. Aside from being pushed back, I sustained no damage. The dark golden figure was Su Ming, clad in the Rinjin armor. At that moment, the corners of his mouth lifted as he exerted force in his legs and charged again towards the fiery main lion. On the other side, a fiery main lion with crimson fur 4 meters long also retreated several meters, its lion-like eyes filled with a mix of confusion and suspicion as it watched the dark golden figure that had just been pushed back. It had lost count of how many times it had pushed the opponent back. The opponent was like an unkillable cockroach. Every time it was repelled, it would charge back again. Bang! Before the fiery main lion could catch its breath, the dark golden figure that had just been pushed back suddenly stomped the ground, creating a deep pit filled with cracks, and once more charged at it like a cannonball. The tip of a long spear emitted a sharp, cold gleam, piercing directly towards it. Roar! Upon seeing this, the fiery maned lion let out another furious roar, using its limbs to push off the ground, charging fiercely and unyieldingly, claws outstretched, ready to collide with Su Ming's spear. With a loud bang, both Su Ming and the fiery maned lion were pushed back 10 meters, but the next moment, both charged at each other almost simultaneously. Boom! The two engaged in a frenzied exchange, the deafening sounds echoing continuously, resonating through the surrounding mountains and rocks. Just as Su Ming entered Cave No. 2 to battle the ferocious beasts. In the center of a small town 30 kilometers southeast of Linjiang City, a luxurious resort stands tall with a plaque at the gate displaying the words Hot Spring Villa in gilded letters. This is the venue for today's class event, held by Su Xiaowei and her classmates. The event is organized by the rich second generation from their class, Wen Xiaohua, who is also the son of the owner of the Hot Spring Villa. Since it was his son inviting classmates to the villa, the owner of the Hot Spring Villa wholeheartedly supported the event, making the entire resort open exclusively for Su Xiaowei and her classmates today, just to ensure his son's friends have a good time. Xiaowei, I'm relieved to see you are fine. I was so worried after hearing your brother knocked Lin Tian out at our hotel yesterday. After getting out of her family's car in front of the Hot Spring Villa, Xia, he ran up and took Su Xiaowei's hand. After the incident where Su Ming knocked Lin Tian out the previous night, Xia He's father, upon learning that it was related to Su Xiaowei, forbade her from going to school or meeting Su Xiaowei, keeping her confined at home. Moreover, Xia, he had her phone confiscated by her father, preventing any contact with Su Xiaowei, lest the Lin family retaliate against the Xia family due to her relationship with Su Xiaowei. It wasn't until today, when she heard that Lin Daoyuan had given Lin Tian a beating in the hospital, that her father finally allowed her to go out and suggested she spend more time with Su Xiaowei. Thus, this is the first meeting between the two close friends after Su Ming's violent encounter with Lin Tian. It's all thanks to my brother. He is now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and Master Jiang has assured me that the Lin family wouldn't dare to trouble us. I trust Master Jiang. Su Xiaowei's face lit up with a surprised smile upon seeing her good friend. Your brother has actually become a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing this, Xia, his bright eyes widened in astonishment. After seeing Su Xiaowei nod in confirmation, Xia, he finally understood why her father's attitude had changed so dramatically in the past few days. Being a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall means standing almost on equal footing with the Hall Master of Linjiang City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall, both having comparable status. Moreover, from Su Xiaowei's response, it was clear that she and her brother Su Ming had already met Jiang Lingchuan, the Hall Master of Linjiang City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He is one of the most powerful figures in Linjiang City, and even her father would find it difficult to have a chance to meet such a person. Xia Xiaowei, you're here. Come in quickly. Just as Xia he was about to continue discussing how Su Ming became a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a voice filled with delight rang out. Following the voice, they saw a boy with a fair complexion and handsome features smiling as he approached them. It was the host of the event, Wen Xiaohua. Wen Xiaohua. Both Xia he and Su Xiaowei greeted him with smiles upon seeing the newcomer. Wen Xiaohua was quite good-looking, came from a decent family, and was friendly, leaving a good impression on both girls. Yes, most of the other classmates have arrived. Let me take you over. As Wen Xiaohua saw Xia he and Su Xiaowei looking at him, his smile grew wider and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he personally led the way. Su Xiaowei and Xia he nodded in agreement and followed Wen Xiaohua into the Hot Spring Villa. Xia he. Su Xiaowei. Inside the Hot Spring Villa, when Wen Xiaohua personally brought Su Xiaowei and Xia he to the gathering area, all the other classmates' gazes turned to the three, with many smiling and greeting the two. Su Xiaowei and Xia he, being the two brightest flowers in the class, were often regarded as being among the top 5 beauties in the second school, hence they were quite popular in class. Aside from a few envious girls, most others had good relationships with them. After the two joined the gathering, many boys in the class tried to curry favor with them. As the young master of the Hot Spring Villa, Wen Xiaohua took full advantage of his hosting privileges, personally showing them around the entire resort. Wen Xiaohua's emotional intelligence was also commendable, causing the two girls to burst into laughter from time to time, which made the other boys in the class envious. Xia he is fine, or at least she is well matched with Wen Xiaohua. But what is Su Xiaowei? She is just a pretty face, and her family is poor. I heard Su Xiaowei was working part-time at Xia he's family's hotel recently, making her own money for school. Look at her outfit, it's all cheap stuff, not even worth 100 yuan altogether. Exactly, coming to the Hot Spring Villa dressed like that really lowers our class. Hey, you wouldn't know, but I got the latest news that Su Xiaowei's brother was expelled from the first school recently. How embarrassed. At a distance, 3 girls stood in front of a long table filled with various delicacies, desserts, and drinks, discussing Su Xiaowei, with jealousy clearly written on their faces. Their unreserved voices were all heard by Su Xiaowei. Lu Yuqing, if you don't shut up, no one will think you're mute. Before Su Xiaowei could respond, Xia he immediately turned around, her face filled with anger as she glared at the girl who led the discussion. Xiaohe is right, it's going too far to gossip about classmates behind their backs. At this moment when Xiaohua frowned turned around and glared at Lu Yuqing and the two girls beside her with displeasure. Seeing that the two richest students in the class were speaking up for Su Xiaowei, the other two girls immediately shut their mouths, retracting their heads like quails. I'm just stating facts. However, Lu Yuqing, the one who started it, blushed when she saw her crush when Xiaohua speaking for Su Xiaowei, but she showed no sign of retreat. Seeing her demeanor, he was furious and was about to step forward to argue with her. But at that moment Su Xiaowei stopped her and shook her head. That girl is just an ignorant fool, let's not stoop to her level. After saying this, Su Xiaowei shot Lu Yuqing a look of disdain. If this had been before, she might have argued with Lu Yuqing, but now knowing her brother's capabilities, she felt it was beneath her to engage with such people. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiaohe was surprised, glancing at Su Xiaowei, and after seeing the indifferent expression on her face, she nodded after a moment of hesitation. Su Xiaowei, who are you calling a foolish woman? However, upon hearing Su Xiaowei's words, Lu Yuqing exploded, shouting loudly. Yet Su Xiaowei completely ignored her fury and hooked her arm with Xia. He's walking towards a nearby flower pavilion. Su Xiaowei. Seeing Su Xiaowei ignore her, Lu Yuqing felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, incredibly frustrated. Lu Yuqing, we are all classmates. Harmony is precious. If you continue to cause trouble, I will have to. At that moment when Xiaohua glanced at the departing Su Xiaowei and Xia, he warning Lu Yuqing before turning to You guys I'm so mad. Lu Yuqing stomped her foot in anger as she watched the three walk away. Caw caw caw. At that moment a large flock of birds and beasts flew out from the distant mountains, soaring over the hot spring villa. So many birds. What's going on? Looking at the dense flock flying overhead, everyone wore puzzled expressions. Why do I feel so uneasy? Su Xiaowei looked at the multitude of birds and beasts flying above and glanced towards the direction they were coming from, her brow slightly furrowing. On the other side, inside Cave No. 2. Breaking Cloud Spear. Boom. After a fierce battle with the Flame Main Lion for over 100 rounds, Su Ming finally seized the opportunity, unleashing a full-powered thrust that pierced through the lion's right eye. The 100-forged spear with unmatched sharpness plunged deep into the lion's head. Ow! The intense pain forced the Flame Main Lion to emit a piercing howl of agony. Before it could struggle, Su Ming's vital energy surged. He exerted force with both hands, twisting the 100-forged spear within the lion's head, instantly turning its brain into a chaotic mess. The struggling Flame Main Lion's body stiffened before it collapsed straight to the ground. Successfully killed the early-stage Tier 3 Beast Flame Main Lion. 100 enhancement points. A notification popped up on the system panel, and another 100 enhancement points were credited. Su Ming glanced at the credited enhancement points with satisfaction, then began processing the materials from the Flame Main Lion, packing away all the valuable resources. After days of slaughter and gathering, Su Ming had become exceptionally skilled at collecting beast materials. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished packing the materials from the Flame Main Lion and continued deeper into Cave No. 2 with his backpack. After delving over 10 kilometers into Cave No. 2, a rich fragrance suddenly wafted into Su Ming's nostrils. Just one whiff made his vital energy stir restlessly, hinting at a potential increase. Just a whiff of fragrance is enough to hint at an increase in my vital energy. The source of this scent must be an extraordinary treasure. Sensing the benefits brought by this fragrance, a glint of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he swiftly headed in the direction from which the aroma was emanating. After running for about a kilometer, Su Ming arrived at a volcano. In front of him stood a cliff over 70 meters high, almost vertical to the ground. At the center of the cliff, about 40 meters high, grew a fruit the color of blood, roughly the size of an infant's fist, with 3 purple leaves sprouting from its stem. Su Ming sniffed the incredibly rich aroma nearby and realized that the scent he had sensed earlier was emanating from this crimson fruit. The fruit is entirely blood red, accompanied by 3 purple leaves. Could this be the top-tier Tier 4 treasure, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit? It's unbelievable that this Cave No. 2 has produced such a top-tier Tier 4 treasure. Looking at the fruit on the cliff, Su Ming recalled seeing an identical image of this fruit in a comprehensive guide to common treasures he had perused in a library, along with its description. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit is a top-tier Tier 4 resource that can greatly enhance a warrior's vital energy. Remembering this fruit's description, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the 100-forged spear toward the cliff. Whoosh! Clang! The 100-forged spear sliced through the air with a sharp whistle and struck 15 meters into the cliff, its tip embedding deep into the hard stone, vibrating continuously. Seeing this, Su Ming set down his backpack, exerted force in his legs, and took a few running steps forward. With a powerful leap, he stomped the ground, creating a crater with his foot, and his figure shot toward the cliff like a cannonball. With all his strength, Su Ming jumped directly onto the 100-forged spear he had embedded in the cliff, landing heavily on it. The spear bent dramatically under his weight, then sprang back, sending Su Ming soaring to the spot where the 3-leaf purple blood fruit was located. Got it! He joyfully plucked the purple blood fruit. As he rapidly descended, he grabbed the 100-forged spear embedded in the cliff, exerted force, and pulled it out, landing steadily with the spear in hand. However, as Su Ming landed and looked at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit he had just harvested, he noticed that the stem and leaves of the fruit were rapidly wilting, threatening to spread to the crimson fruit in his hand. Oh no, I forgot that the purple blood fruit needs to be stored in a special jade container, otherwise its medicinal properties will rapidly dissipate. I can't worry about that now. This is a resource worth tens of millions. I can't waste it. Seeing this, Su Ming frowned, realizing the urgency of the situation. However, in the next moment his expression hardened, and he swiftly stuffed the crimson fruit along with the 3 purple leaves into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Boom! As Su Ming swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, a scorching energy erupted from his abdomen. This energy was incredibly turbulent and violent. In an instant, Su Ming's face turned red and his entire being appeared flushed with blood seeping from the pores of his skin. What a terrifying energy! I can't hold it anymore. I must find a way to refine this energy. Feeling the surge of scorching energy within him, Su Ming dared not delay. Ignoring the potential threat from beasts in the depths of Cave No. 2, he immediately began cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique on the spot. One challenging move after another transitioned continuously as every cell in Su Ming's body frantically devoured the scorching energy released by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Because he was fully focused on cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, his golden body manifested, causing his skin to turn golden. Yet even so, blood continued to seep from his golden skin. Clearly, with Su Ming's current physique forcibly consuming the top-tier 4 3-leaf purple blood fruit, even with the perfect degrade body refining technique, it was still difficult to rapidly absorb the energy released by the fruit. Damn, I was too careless. Feeling the increasingly violent energy within him and the growing sense of swelling in his body, Su Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, he would surely burst. Buzz! Just as Su Ming was about to be overwhelmed by the scorching energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, a crystalline crown in his sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. Subsequently, waves of cold air surged within him, suppressing the explosive momentum of the scorching energy. Noticing the change in his body, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. Under the suppression of this cold air, the scorching energy within Su Ming's body remained at the limit he could endure, being continuously absorbed by him. Boom! After countless repetitions of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, as the last surge of scorching energy was completely absorbed, Su Ming finally came to a halt, his chest heaving like a bellows as he gasped for breath. That was close. I almost fell victim to this 3-leaf purple blood fruit. If it weren't for my final strength ability suppressing the energy runaway of the purple blood fruit, I would have been reduced to a puddle of flesh. I must be more cautious about what I eat in the future. After several deep breaths, Su Ming let out a sigh, filled with lingering fear. This time, he truly had danced on the edge of the gates of hell. Had it not been for the timely activation of the strength ability Ice Crown, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Of course, the completion level a rank body refinement technique, 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, was also indispensable. Without the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, even if his ability had suppressed the runaway energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, he would not have been able to absorb the scorching energy quickly and in time. Although this experience was incredibly perilous, Su Ming's gains were unprecedented. When Su Ming looked at his attribute panel in the system, the fear on his face completely faded, replaced by joy and excitement. Host Su Ming. Vitality 1994. Spirit 108. Ability Ice Crown S. Body Refinement Technique Rising Sun D completion. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A completion. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D completion. Cloud Breaking Spear C completion. Enhancement Points 2380. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier resource that even 4th-tier warriors covet. It has actually boosted my vitality by 1500 points. Not only that, but my spirit attribute has also increased from the original 76 points to 108 points, a direct increase of 32 points of mental strength. They say fortune favors the bold. Although I just walked on the edge of death, it seems that everything was worth it. Looking at his skyrocketing vitality, Su Ming was so excited, he almost jumped up. A single 3-leaf purple blood fruit nearly saved him a month of hard cultivation, allowing his vitality to break through the 1,000-point barrier for 3rd-tier warriors, officially entering the ranks of 3rd-tier warriors. Now with Su Ming's vitality nearing 2,000 points coupled with the 5-fold combat power boost from the completion level class martial art cloud-breaking spirit of full force strike, could unleash nearly 1,000 calories of combat power, approaching the late stage of a third-tier warrior. The physical combat power from his vitality surge has finally surpassed that of strength ability. Today has been quite lucky, and not only did I discover the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, but I also encountered no ferocious beasts while absorbing its medicinal power. It took at least 10 hours to absorb the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, and it's probably dark outside now. Oh, I should hurry back. I wonder if Xiao Wei had a good time today. Once I get out, I'll give Xiao Wei a call to see if I should pick her up. Thinking of Su Xiao Wei's gathering at the hot spring resort today, Su Ming closed his attribute panel, reattached his backpack, picked up the 100 refinements spear, and swiftly ran towards the entrance of the No. 2 cavern. When Su Ming emerged from the No. 2 cavern passage and returned to Blue Star, he saw the full moon high above in the sky. Su Ming quickly returned to his off-road vehicle, threw everything into the trunk, then got in and opened his phone. It's already 8 in the evening. This girl hasn't even messaged me. She must be having a good time. Looking at the time displayed on his phone and the clean green messaging app without any red dots, Su Ming smiled slightly, then opened the app and dialed Su Xiao Wei's number. A series of dialing tones rang out, but the call did not connect. No one's answering. Could she be so engrossed in having fun? Looking at the ended dialing interface, Su Ming frowned slightly. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to put down his phone and start the car. Vroom vroom vroom. After starting the engine, Su Ming pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the tank 10,000's engine let out a beast-like roar as it sped toward the direction of the hot spring resort. In just over 10 minutes, Su Ming drove back to Linjiang City, heading to the Linjiang City Martial Artist Association, where he unloaded all his gains from the No. 2 cavern in front of the material purchaser. Su Ming, why are you so late today? I thought you. Alas, today's harvest is much less than before. Seeing Su Ming, the material purchaser approached him initially with a worried expression, thinking that Su Ming had deviated from his usual routine of selling materials in the morning and feared something had happened to him. But then he quickly realized he shouldn't have said that, and quickly changed his tone. Looking at the beast materials Su Ming brought back with a look of surprise, saying to Su Ming, the beast materials Su Ming brought back today were 2/3 less than what he had brought back yesterday, and it was also the first time his backpack was not full. I was delayed by some matters today. How much do you think these things are worth? After we complete the transaction, I still need to go to the hot spring resort to pick up my sister. Hearing the material purchaser's words, Su Ming quickly responded, not revealing the opportunities he had in the No. 2 cavern, while also feeling worried about his sister playing outside too late, planning to head straight to the hot spring resort after the transaction. Su Ming originally planned to drive straight from the No. 2 cavern to the hot spring resort, but considering that the No. 2 cavern was located in the southwest of Linjiang City and the hot spring resort in the northeast. Moreover, he and Su Xiao Wei also lived in the old city area in the northeast of Linjiang City. Since he had to pass through Linjiang City from the No. 2 cavern to the hot spring resort, he decided to stop by the Martial Artist Association first before heading to the hot spring resort to avoid having to make another trip after returning. Alright, I will tally it up for you right away. The material purchaser immediately took action upon hearing this, and in less than 2 minutes, he finished calculating the value of Su Ming's batch of beast materials. Su Ming, these materials are worth a total of 3.8 million credit points. Deal. Su Ming nodded immediately without waiting for him to ask. Quick and decisive. The material purchaser immediately smiled and transferred 3.8 million credit points to Su Ming's account. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Ming finished receiving the money and was about to leave, a long alarm sounded throughout the entire Linjiang City Martial Artist Association hall. The sudden change immediately caused everyone to stop looking towards the huge screen in the Martial Artist Association hall, and Su Ming was no exception. However, the moment Su Ming's gaze landed on the center screen, his pupils suddenly constricted. Without any hesitation, his body shot out like a cannonball towards the exit of the Martial Artist Association and jumped into his off-road vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. The tank 1000's engine roared like a mad beast as it sped toward the hot spring. A new underground cave has appeared in the northeast direction of Linjiang City, 15 kilometers away from the hot springs town. A large number of ferocious beasts have already surged out of the cave and are rushing towards the hot springs town. All warriors in Linjiang City are requested to immediately head to the hot springs town to fend off the ferocious beasts, organize rescue efforts, and assist the Huanxia military in establishing a control base. In the hall of the Warriors Association, a line of large red characters flickered on the biggest screen. Upon seeing this news, everyone in the hall of the Warriors Association was momentarily stunned. Then some warriors who had family members in the hot springs town, like Su Ming, immediately turned and left the Warriors Association, running wildly towards the hot springs town. The newly appeared underground cave has not yet been assessed for danger levels. Should we go for rescue? Yes, if the danger rating of this new cave is too high and a large number of third-tier ferocious beasts emerge, we warriors who go there first could be in danger without heavy military support from Huanxia. Indeed, let's take it slow and not rush in too quickly. The remaining warriors who stayed in the Warriors Association did not have family in the Hot Springs town. Except for a few righteous warriors who followed the first batch of departing warriors to provide support, those who remained in the association could not help but whisper among themselves. Faced with the suddenly appearing underground cave which had not yet been specifically assessed for danger levels, these individuals cherished their lives even more, and very few were willing to take risks. However, as warriors of the Warriors Association, they enjoyed the treatment provided by the association. At this moment, the association requested them to go to the Hot Springs town for support, and they could not refuse. Caught in this dilemma, these warriors eventually left the Warriors Association, slowly heading towards the Hot Springs town in the northeast direction of Linjiang City at a much slower pace than those who rushed ahead. Xiao Wei answered the phone quickly. In the Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, Su Ming floored the accelerator, rapidly maneuvering through traffic while trying to contact Su Xiaowei by phone. With his current mental strength of 108, his reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even at the full speed of 300 kilometers per hour, he could still deftly weave through the traffic. However, at this moment, Su Ming's face was filled with anxiety. He had already dialed Su Xiaowei's number several times without her answering. A wave of uneasy thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him in a state of panic. With the roaring engine of the Tank 10,000, Su Ming crossed the urban area in less than 10 minutes and rushed into the wilderness, continuing to speed towards the Hot Springs town 30 kilometers away. Xiaowei, you must be safe, you must be safe. After dialing 6 times with no answer, Su Ming's grip on the steering wheel tightened. The specially reinforced steering wheel designed to withstand the strength of warriors was deeply imprinted by his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. Boom. 6 minutes later, the black off-road vehicle raced into the Hot Springs town like a shadow. Just as he entered the Hot Springs town, Su Ming discovered that ferocious beasts had already charged into the town and were battling with the warriors inside. The soldiers and police stationed in the Hot Springs town also drew their firearms to defend against the ferocious beasts that had invaded the town. Damn it. I should have promised Xiao Wei to accompany her to the Hot Springs resort yesterday. With me by her side, I could at least protect her. Looking at the ferocious beasts that had already entered the town, Su Ming's expression darkened further. Although these beasts were only first year, with the strongest being at the peak of first year, Su Xiaowei was not even a warrior. Even the weakest first-tier beast could pose a life-threatening danger to her. Thinking of the life-and-death crisis his sister was currently facing, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt. As his emotions grew increasingly agitated, the temperature inside the off-road vehicle began to drop rapidly. The next moment, sizzle. Outside the off-road vehicle, countless ice spikes as thick as adult arms suddenly appeared out of thin air. As the vehicle passed, they shot towards the ferocious beasts that Su Ming could sense with his mental power like a torrential rain. Instantly centered around his off-road vehicle, within a radius of 100 meters, the area that the vehicle sped through saw all surrounding ferocious beasts being swiftly exterminated, as if Su Ming had radar. Wherever the ice spikes passed, all ferocious beasts were instantly pierced through the head, and their bodies were quickly frozen. Su Ming seemed to be venting all the emotions in his heart through these ice spikes. Successfully killed a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast, Bloodthirsty Rabbit, 1 enhancement point. Successfully killed a first-tier latest-stage ferocious beast, Bloodfang Wolf, 3 enhancement points. Successfully killed a first-tier mid-stage ferocious beast, Venomous Claw Raccoon, 2 enhancement points. Meanwhile, Su Ming's system panel continuously popped up notifications of kills and enhancement points credited. That was close. I almost got killed. Who was that expert who stepped in? Child, it's all right now, the ferocious beasts have been killed. Ice type abilities and Awaken 1 has come to our aid. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely set up an ancestral tablet to honor you for saving my life this time. So powerful, instantly killing peak first-tier ferocious beasts. This esteemed person must be at least a latest-stage second-tier ability user. Quick, go support other areas. As Su Ming killed the ferocious beasts along the way, the warriors, soldiers, and police who were fighting against the beasts were momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Ordinary people who had been fleeing from the ferocious beasts suddenly found that all the beasts chasing them had been killed and frozen. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although many did not know who had saved them, they all knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude to the savior. However, despite slaughtering these ferocious beasts along the way, Su Ming's expression did not improve, instead it grew colder. As he rushed further north, he noticed that the strength of the ferocious beasts entering the town was increasing. A large number of latest-stage and peak first-tier beasts emerged, and even second-tier ferocious beasts appeared. Facing the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way, Su Ming showed no mercy, using his abilities to kill them instantly. Kill notifications rang continuously and Su Ming's enhancement points rose rapidly, but none of this could hiss. Finally, 2 minutes after entering the hot springs town, Su Ming drove the tank 10,000 to the entrance of the hot springs resort, slamming on the brakes. The black off-road vehicle made a wild drift the rear, slamming into a latest-stage first-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodfang wolf, sending it flying as it stopped in front of the resort's entrance. With a loud bang, the car door was kicked open. Su Ming leapt from the vehicle brandishing his forged spear and instantly pierced through the Bloodfang wolf that had just gotten up and tried to charge at him. With a flick of his wrist, the wolf's body was shattered into a mass of blood. As he casually dispatched the Bloodfang wolf, Su Ming focused his thoughts, and the Ranjin battle armor instantly enveloped him, transforming into a stream of dark golden light as he dashed into the hot springs resort. Only after Su Ming charged into the hot springs resort did the shattered pieces of the Bloodfang wolf's corpse fall to the ground. Inside the hot spring villa, chaos reigned with signs of destruction everywhere caused by fierce beasts. Moreover, numerous beasts were rampaging through the villa. Due to their differing species, many fierce beasts even engaged in combat within the hot spring villa. Upon seeing Su Ming rush in, the fierce beasts were momentarily stunned by the dark golden figure in their line of sight, but soon their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they roared and charged towards him. Even those beasts in combat halted, all turning to attack Su Ming. Faced with a human, the goal for all the fierce beasts was clear: to kill him, seeking death. Seeing more than 30 first and second-tier fierce beasts lunging at him, Su Ming's eyes hidden beneath his Ranjin battle attire grew cold as he tightly gripped the 100-forging spear and swung it fiercely. The spear pierced through the air. Even the most basic moves with Su Ming's nearly 2,000 points of vitality possessed the terrifying power of a full strike from a third-tier early-stage warrior. Among the charging fierce beasts, none were of the third tier. Facing Su Ming's attack, they were no match, all being killed in a single strike. A woot, roar. The shadows of the spear danced as the fierce beasts howled in agony. In just a few breaths, over 20 fierce beast corpses lay around Su Ming, half of which were second-tier beasts, all undisputedly killed by his spear. The remaining few fierce beasts were finally terrified by Su Ming's displayed power, daring not to advance another step, howling as they turned to flee. These few beasts were all first-tier, the weakest among those who had just besieged Su Ming. However, their lack of strength and slow retreat became the key to their survival. Yet it was merely a matter of buying them some extra time. Su Ming merely cast a faint glance at the fleeing beasts. With a thought, several ice spikes coalesced out of thin air and shot towards them, piercing through the heads of all fleeing beasts, in the next moment exterminating them all. A series of kill notifications popped up from Su Ming's system, providing him with nearly 200 enhancement points. After exterminating a large batch of beasts near the entrance, Su Ming continued to rush into the hot spring villa. As he searched carefully along the way, Su Ming discovered that although the hot spring villa was in disarray, there were no human corpses to be seen. Instead, quite a few fierce beasts had already perished within the villa before his arrival. Moments later, Su Ming stood next to the corpse of a second-tier mid-stage fierce beast, the black-lined snake, which had half of its head severed. Around him lay the other beasts he had slain. This second-tier fierce beast, the black-lined snake, was killed by a sharp weapon. It seems that at least a latest-stage warrior was present in the hot spring villa. Moreover, there are no human corpses in the hot spring villa. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as I imagined. Looking at the fierce beast's corpse in front of him, Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, and the stone in his heart fell a bit. He immediately took out his phone again and dialed Su Xiaowei's number. Beep, 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 brother. This time, after a moment, the call was finally connected, and the voice that Su Ming yearned to hear came through the line. Xiaowei is fine. Upon hearing Su Xiaowei's voice, even though it trembled slightly, the stone in Su Ming's heart finally settled, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Su Ming took a deep breath and immediately said to Su Xiaowei on the other end of the line, Xiaowei, the hot spring town is currently being ravaged by fierce beasts. Where are you? I will find you right away. In the underground shelter of the hot spring villa, upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Su Xiaowei's body trembled with excitement, but she quickly shook her head. Brother, I am currently in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa. All my classmates are here along with 2 instructors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. We are temporarily safe here. The hot spring villa is too dangerous right now. You must not come. As she spoke, Su Xiaowei glanced at the 2 middle-aged warriors beside her, her gaze growing firmer. At this moment, the 2 latest-stage warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were protecting her on either side, but both were injured and had bandages wrapped around them. These 2 were warriors secretly assigned by Jiang Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei. Had it not been for them, Su Xiaowei and the others in the hot spring villa would have had no chance to escape into the underground shelter. Even so, the 2 latest-stage warriors were still severely injured from the onslaught of the numerous fierce beasts pouring into the hot spring villa. Although Su Xiaowei knew that Su Ming had become a warrior, and possessed powerful abilities comparable to a late-stage warrior. Seeing her two injured protectors, she wished for nothing more than for Su Ming not to fall into danger while trying to save her. I have already arrived at the hot spring villa. Tell me the location of the underground shelter, and I will go there immediately. Upon hearing that Su Xiaowei was hiding in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa, Su Ming felt relieved and quickly continued to inquire, while rapidly searching the villa for the entrance to the underground shelter. What? You are already at the hot spring villa. Brother, you must be careful. The place is swarming with fierce beasts. Su Xiaowei's voice involuntarily rose in pitch, revealing her worry. The underground shelter was currently eerily quiet, everyone huddled inside listening to the distant roars of the fierce beasts, not daring to make a sound. Su Xiaowei's shout immediately echoed throughout the underground shelter, drawing everyone's attention. Su Xiaowei, what are you shouting about? Do you want to attract the fierce beasts and endanger everyone? At this moment, Lu Yuqing quickly took advantage of the situation, lowering her voice to question Su Xiaowei. Her words instantly drew angry glances from several others in the shelter towards Su Xiaowei. Exactly what do you mean your brother is coming? What a load of nonsense. That waste who was expelled from the first high school would just end up feeding the fierce beasts outside. At this moment, one of Lu Yuqing's friends also chimed in with ridicule. However, Su Xiaowei paid no mind to their words, her heart filled with worry for Su Ming. She knew her brother would never lie to her. Since Su Ming said he had arrived at the hot spring villa, he must have truly come, perhaps even searching for her outside right now. With so many fierce beasts outside the hot spring villa, one could imagine how dangerous Su Ming's situation was. Although Su Xiaowei did not respond to Lu Yuqing, the two latest-stage warriors who had been guarding her suddenly turned to glare at Lu Yuqing and the girl beside her. If you say one more word, I will rip your mouth apart. After saying this, they scanned the others who were glaring at Su Xiaowei, their expressions fierce, and continued to scold. And you all, if you dare to look at Miss Su with those eyes again, I will gouge them out. As the two men shouted furiously, the aura of second-tier martial artists was suddenly unleashed, and everyone present witnessed their fierce combat with the ferocious beasts outside, making clear their strength and abilities. Under the stern reprimand from the two, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads. Only Lu Yuqing's face turned pale, her eyes fixed on Su Xiaowei with a look of indignation. Why is it that Su Xiaowei has such powerful protectors by her side, treating her with such respect? Two second-tier late martial artists, each one of them stronger than everyone present. Even the wealthy parents of Wen Xiaohua and Xia, he would have to treat such strong individuals with courtesy. Yet these formidable figures seemed to serve Su Xiaowei almost like her servants, leaving her utterly confused about what was happening. Everyone please remain calm, remain calm. The entrance to my underground shelter was constructed at great expense and cannot be breached by any second-tier peak ferocious beast unless attacked by a third-tier beast. So it is quite safe here. Oh, just wait quietly for rescue. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a round belly stepped forward, patting his chest as he spoke. He was Wen Guodong, the owner of the hot spring villa and the father of Wen Xiaohua. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the front door, causing the entire underground shelter to tremble. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the source of the thunderous sound, and they turned to see the heavy alloy door now dented from a collision with an unknown force from outside. Dad, didn't you say we were safe in the underground shelter? Wen Xiaohua turned to look at the deformed door beside Wen Guodong, his face turning pale. A third-tier ferocious beast. The one outside is a third-tier ferocious beast. I had a specialist test this door. Only a third-tier martial artist attack can shake it. Now with such a dent, the ferocious beast outside is likely a mid-third-tier beast. Wen Guodong's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the bent door. The calm demeanor he had before completely vanished. Did this guy just jinx us? Beside him, the two late second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall exchanged a glance of disbelief at Wen Guodong's words, their faces revealing urgency and panic. A mid-third-tier ferocious beast could easily slaughter them. If it broke through the door and entered, none of them would escape. Immediately, the two looked at Su Xiaowei, speaking with their last hope. Miss Su, please ask Su Xiao if the Hall Master and the others have arrived. They knew that Su Ming was a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Given Zhang Lingquan's regard for Su Ming, he would definitely not sit idly by if he knew Su Ming was heading to the hot spring villa. Moreover, they believed that while Su Ming had immense potential, he was still just a student who hadn't participated in the martial examination. It was impossible for him to come alone to the hot spring villa and still have the leisure to call Su Xiaowei. They also wanted to call other strong members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for help, but the signal in the underground shelter was terrible, making it impossible to contact the outside world. If it weren't for Su Ming already being nearby, Su Xiaowei wouldn't have been able to connect with him. Okay, I'll ask my brother right now. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowei's eyes lit up as she thought of something, and she nodded eagerly, quickly inquiring about what Hall Master Jiang. I came by myself. Alright, I heard the noise just now. It was so loud that I know where you're hiding. I'm coming right now. Su Ming's voice came through the phone after Su Xiaowei's inquiry. Although she hadn't used the speaker, everyone in the shelter was petrified by the recent crash, and the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Su Ming's voice, though small, reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing Su Ming's response, despair spread across everyone's faces. Bang! At that moment, another deafening roar echoed from the entrance, and the heavy alloy door buckled under the impact, revealing a gap through which glimpses of ferocious beasts could be seen. At this rate, it would only take one more hit for the door to be smashed open by the ferocious beasts outside. Hee Su Xiaowei, it's all your fault that the third-tier ferocious beast was attracted by your shout just now. Well done, now we all will die. A sudden manic, desperate laugh erupted from the crowd, coming from Lu Yuqing as she looked at the deformed door. Upon hearing Lu Yuqing's words, the faces of those present darkened and despair deepened in their expression. Looking at the gap in the shelter's door, everyone couldn't help but become agitated, crowding towards the back of the shelter, as if trying to find some sense of security. At this moment, the two late second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall no longer cared to reprimand Lu Yuqing. They swiftly drew their weapons and stood protectively in front of Su Xiaowei, ignoring their own injuries. Zhang Lingquan had tasked them with protecting Su Xiaowei at all costs. Even if it meant their own lives, they had to protect her. If that third-tier ferocious beast broke, and they would rather die than let it harm Su Xiaowei. Bang! With the final roar, the heavy alloy door collapsed to the ground under the terrified gazes of the crowd. Following this, a massive wild boar the size of a tank, covered in crimson fur and sporting tusks over a meter long, appeared before everyone. A third-tier ferocious beast, the Crimson Tank. This size definitely indicates a mid-third-tier, perhaps even close to late third-tier. Upon seeing the enormous wild boar that nearly filled the shelter's entrance, the two martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall felt their pupils constrict in fear as they sensed the menacing aura emanating from it. Their hands clutching their weapons trembled slightly. Thud! Thud! Meanwhile, inside the underground shelter, most people, upon seeing such a terrifying beast that had knocked down the door, had their legs turned to jelly and collapsed onto the ground. This included Lu Yuqing and others. It's actually the Crimson Tank. We're done for all of us. Wen Guodong clearly recognized the Crimson Tank. Upon seeing the ferocious beast that had smashed through his shelter's door, his entire body trembled, and he looked forward with a pale face, muttering softly, his eyes filled with despair. Huff! Huff! On the opposite side, the Crimson Tank smashed through the heavy door, and upon seeing the human figures in the underground shelter, its eyes instantly turned an excited shade of red, releasing billowing white steam with each breath. Its gaze quickly focused on the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in front. The vitality of the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists was the highest among all present, and the beast preferred to devour those with higher vitality, as it would gain greater benefits. With a roar, the Crimson Tank charged towards the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Its massive size did not hinder its speed as it rushed through the door and into the shelter. Feeling the immense pressure of the Crimson Tank charging towards them, the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists felt like a leaf in a storm on the verge of being overturned, and a sense of helplessness welled up within them. Against the mid-stage third-tier Crimson Tank, their strength was still too weak. We'll fight to the end. Kill. However, both of them knew that facing the Crimson Tank meant certain death, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, their eyes glinted with madness as they charged forward to attack. Being chosen by Zhang Lingquan to protect Su Xiaowei naturally meant they were the best in every aspect. Since they accepted the task of protecting Su Xiaowei, they would use their lives to fulfill it. Crash! However, just as the two stepped forward, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Seeing this, the two hurriedly stopped, looking uncertainly at the ice wall that obstructed their way. At the same time, similar ice walls abruptly appeared before the Crimson Tank, blocking its path. Unable to evade, the Crimson Tank crashed into the first ice wall, which only delayed it for a moment before shattering under the impact. In the next moment, the massive body of the Crimson Tank, propelled by its powerful inertia, continued to charge toward the next ice wall. Bang! 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 After smashing through 5 heavy ice walls, the Crimson Tank finally came to a stop, leaving only a wall's distance between it and the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The two latest-stage martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall then saw through the ice wall that the Crimson Tank had abruptly shaken its dazed head before turning to look behind. Behind it, a figure wrapped in dark golden battle attire appeared in the eyes of the beast, and the people just awaken one. The power of this ability indicates that the opponent must be a third-tier awakened. Behind the ice wall, the two latest-stage martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall pounded their fists against the ice wall, peering through it at the dark golden figure outside, their eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. A third-tier awakened with such a formidable ice-type ability, their strength was undoubtedly not inferior to that of the Crimson Tank. They were saved. A strong one is here to rescue us. Wonderful. Wonderful. At this moment, the others behind the ice wall also expressed their relief and excitement, loudly cheering. Huff! Outside the ice wall, the crimson tank exhaled a scorching white mist, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the dark golden figure that had suddenly appeared, filled with seriousness. At this moment, it ignored the cheers from behind and focused entirely on Su Ming, as it sensed a tremendous pressure emanating from him, which made it wary. Beast, prepare to die. Facing the crimson tank, which was several times larger than himself, Su Ming glanced at the unharmed Su Xiaowei behind the ice wall before refocusing on the crimson tank. A cold, harsh voice emerged from beneath his jean battle attire. In the next moment, Su Ming took the first action. Gripping the 100-forged spear tightly with both hands, he stepped forward and unleashed the breaking cloud spear technique. The spear tip erupted with 5 times the battle power, approaching 100 joules, piercing straight for the head of the crimson tank. Roar! The crimson tank also sensed the terrifying might of Su Ming's strike, and the sharpness of the long spear in his hand sent chills down its spine. Not daring to underestimate it, it let out a fierce roar, its limbs pounding the ground, and its white fangs aimed at Su Ming as it charged forward, attacking in place of defense. Boom! The speeds of both parties were incredibly fast, and they collided instantly, with the crimson tank's sharp fangs clashing against Su Ming's 100-forged spear, producing a thunderous sound of metal striking metal. The intense collision compressed the surrounding air, creating a loud explosion and stirring up a whirlwind that swept outward. At the point of contact between the fangs and the spear tip, sparks flew, and a tremendous recoil force traveled along the 100-forged spear to Su Ming, forcing him to take a half-step back. Thud! 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 However, the massive body of the crimson tank was directly pushed back by this strike, retreating several meters, its feet thudding against the ground. In their first clash, the outcome was immediately clear. Huff! The crimson tank, having fallen to the disadvantage in the first encounter, let out a muffled grunt, looking at Su Ming with its enormous eyes filled with seriousness and astonishment. It was immensely confident in its strength. Even among third-tier latest-stage beasts, few could match its raw power. Yet at this moment, it had been forced back by Su Ming by several meters, while Su Ming had merely stepped back half. After this probing encounter, the crimson tank instinctively believed that Su Ming's current power surpassed its own, deepening its wariness towards him. Little did it know, Su Ming's true power was actually significantly inferior to its own. The reason he only retreated half a step and gained the upper hand was entirely due to the effects of the jean battle attire. The jean battle attire could reduce 70% of the damage even when facing attacks from third-tier latest stage. Although the crimson tank was close to third-tier latest stage, and its explosive power was no less than that of ordinary third-tier latest stage beasts, against the weakened effect of Su Ming's jean battle attire, it was Su Ming who held the advantage. After the surge in vitality, my physical capabilities are greatly enhanced. Even when facing the charge of the mid-stage third-tier crimson tank, I can stand firm. Unlike before, when I only had a few hundred vitality, I would still be knocked back by a third-tier early-stage beast, even with the help of the jean battle attire. Swallowing that 3-leaf purple blood fruit was risky, but in retrospect, it was all worth it. Bring it on. Seeing the crimson tank's vigilant demeanor, Su Ming smirked, slightly moved his feet, and wielded the 100-forged spear once more to unleash the breaking cloud spear technique, continuing to battle the crimson tank. How formidable! He can actually suppress the nearly latest-stage Tier 3 crimson tank with sheer physical a latest-stage Tier 3 warrior's strength along with the mid-stage Tier 3 ice-type abilities. Is there such a figure in Linjiang City? Could this be a master hidden in the hot spring town? Behind the ice wall, 2 latest-stage Tier 2 extreme martial hall warriors watched as Su Ming single-handedly pushed the strength and defense-renowned crimson tank back, exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. With the ability to repel the crimson tank and possessing ice-type powers not inferior to a mid-stage Tier 3, such a strong figure would undoubtedly rank among the top 20 in Linjiang City. If the opponent is a strong figure from Linjiang City with such strength, they would certainly not be nameless. However, after all these years in Linjiang City, they had never heard of such a person, and both felt that the other might indeed be the expert hiding in the hot spring town. Even the 2 latest-stage Tier 2 warriors were astonished. The shock in the hearts of those behind them, who were not even warriors, including the staff of the hot spring resort and students from Su Xiaowei's class, was even more profound. Who exactly is this person? Such powerful strength, actually suppressing that terrifying beast. How wonderful. With such a master around, we are saved. When will I become such a powerful warrior to fight against Tier 3 beasts? A group of youths watched the fierce battle up close through the ice wall, clenching their fists, their eyes shining with excitement. Watching the battle between a strong warrior and a beast from such a close distance today will be an unforgettable experience for many, and for some it will be the most intense combat they could ever encounter in their lives. Pucci. Amidst the excited gazes of the crowd, Su Ming had already engaged the crimson tank for over 100 rounds. Finally, he found an opportunity to stab his spear into the Crimson Tank's neck, and when he withdrew it, a spray of fresh blood gushed from the wound. Whoa! Stabbed by Su Ming's spear, the intense pain of flesh being torn made the Crimson Tank let out a painful howl. Blood gushed continuously from its neck, resembling a crimson fountain. Feeling the massive loss of blood, the Crimson Tank looked at Su Ming with no fighting spirit left. Its neck muscles tightened rapidly, suppressing the blood flowing from the wound, and it turned to flee towards the only exit of the shelter. It knew that after suffering such a severe injury to its neck, if it continued to fight Su Ming, it would certainly die at his hands. Still wanting to run, Su Ming watched as the Crimson Tank turned to flee. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he focused his intention. As his voice fell, without any visible action, the temperature at the shelter's entrance dropped rapidly, and heavy ice walls abruptly appeared, sealing the entire entrance. Even when the Crimson Tank charged violently, it could only break through a few thick ice walls before it became powerless. Seeing the Crimson Tank slow down, Su Ming focused his intention again. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath the Crimson Tank was covered with a layer of solid ice, while its limbs were bound by layers of ice, rendering it unable to move. Roar! Seeing its limbs encased in ice, the Crimson Tank let out an angry roar. With a surge of power, it managed to shatter all the ice covering its limbs. After breaking free from the ice, the Crimson Tank charged towards the ice wall ahead to continue its escape. But just then, Su Ming, wielding the 100-forged spear, had already arrived behind it, unleashing the full power of the Breaking Cloud spear with a combat strength of 100. A flash of cold light flickered as the spear tip, radiating unmatched sharpness, suddenly pierced the weak spot at the rear of the Crimson Tank. As the spear sank into the Crimson Tank, Su Ming's blood surged violently, and the spear began to wreak havoc within the beast's body. The pain from the ruptured organs within far exceeded that of the neck being torn by the spear. Su Ming's strike completely incapacitated the Crimson Tank, which fell heavily to the ground, writhing in agony and letting out piercing cries. Die! Seizing the opportunity after heavily injuring the Crimson Tank, Su Ming withdrew his spear, his figure flickering, and he appeared in front of the Crimson Tank, unleashing another full-power Breaking Cloud spear. Poochie! The sound of flesh tearing echoed, and in the next moment the 100-forged spear pierced the Crimson Tank's head. When the spear was withdrawn, a splatter of red and white matter was sent flying. After this strike, the Crimson Tank's body twitched rapidly for a few seconds, then its limbs straightened, finally ceasing to breathe. Successfully killed the mid-stage Tier 3 Beast Crimson Tank, strengthening points 250. With the Crimson Tank down, Su Ming received 250 strengthening points, the most he had ever gained in a single instance, further confirming the formidable strength of this Crimson Tank, which was undoubtedly the most powerful beast he had encountered since becoming a warrior. After dealing with the Crimson Tank, Su Ming snapped his fingers, and the massive ice wall that had blocked Su Xiaowei and the others instantly transformed into a myriad of blue light points, dissipating entirely. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ming walked straight towards Su Xiaowei, first arriving in front of the two extreme martial hall warriors who had stood before her. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask for your name? The extreme martial hall will surely reward you. Seeing Su Ming approach, the two extreme martial hall warriors quickly clasped their fists in salute, their demeanor extremely respectful. However, what Su Ming said next left them momentarily stunned. I should be the one thanking you, but it's thanks to you that I could arrive in time to help my sister. Su Ming deactivated the combat mode of his Rin Jin battle armor, revealing his face, and smiled at the two Tier 2 warriors. From the weapons in their hands, he could tell that the beasts from the Hot Spring Resort had been slain by them. Coupled with their behavior of blocking for Su Xiaowei and mentioning they were from the Extreme Martial Hall, he deduced that they must be the warriors arranged by Jiang Lingquan to protect her. In an instant, Su Ming felt even more gratitude towards Jiang Lingquan. Su Xiao. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the two suddenly looked up. When they recognized his face, their eyes widened in disbelief. Before this, they could never have imagined that the mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying the Crimson Tank would actually be Su Ming. Brother. Just as the two at the Extreme Martial Arts School were still immersed in the shock of Su Ming's powerful strength, a surprised voice called out from behind them. She dashed past the two of them and rushed in front of Su Ming, her eyes filled with joy and concern as she looked him up and down. Brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm as strong as ever. How could I get hurt? Seeing Su Xiaowei's worried expression, Su Ming smiled and patted his chest, then looked at Su Xiaowei and asked, What about you? Are you hurt? No, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Li protected me very well. Su Xiaowei quickly shook her head and then glanced at the two middle-aged martial artists beside her. Su Ming nodded. Thank you both. He then looked at the two martial artists and slightly bowed, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Ha ha ha, Su Xiao is too polite. We were just following the master's orders. It's what we should do. Yes, if Su Xiao really wants to thank someone, it should be Master Jiang Lingquan. The two finally reacted and quickly waved their hands with smiles, not forgetting to mention Jiang Lingquan. I will personally go to thank Master Jian. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded gently, and then glanced at the fallen crimson tank at the door saying, "You two will handle that crimson tank, please don't refuse." Ha ha ha, then we won't be polite. Upon hearing this, the two, seeing the determined look in Su Ming's eyes, joyfully nodded in agreement. After saying that, the two stepped forward to begin dealing with the corpse of the crimson tank. This crimson tank was nearly at the late stage of the third rank, and its materials were quite valuable to them as second-rank martial artists. Even if they split all the materials from the crimson tank, it would be equivalent to the value of materials obtained from hunting second-rank fierce beasts for half a month, risking their lives in the depths. Xiaowei, stay here. There are still many fierce beasts outside. I will go out and kill them. After seeing the two handle the corpse of the crimson tank, Su Ming did not remain in the underground shelter, but spoke to Su Xiaowei. Currently, there were quite a number of fierce beasts invading the hot spring town. The more he killed, the fewer people would die in the town. Moreover, even in the depths, it was rare for him to encounter so many fierce beasts. This was a rare opportunity to earn enhancement points. Just a few minutes ago, as he made his way to the hot spring villa, he had already accumulated over 1,000 enhancement points, which was what he used to collect in an entire day. Brother, be careful. After witnessing Su Ming's powerful strength, Su Xiaowei did not stop him, but nodded and reminded him with concern. Don't worry. Su Ming gave Su Xiaowei a confident glance, then with a thought the Renjin battle suit enveloped him once again, and he transformed into a stream of dark golden light rushing out of the underground shelter. In the passage from the underground shelter to the outside world, ice walls formed wherever Su Ming passed, sealing the passage layer by layer. Dozens of ice walls blocked the passage. Unless they were third-rank fierce beasts, none could break through these walls. Kill. No longer worried about Su Xiaowei's safety, Su Ming burst out of the underground shelter, glanced at the fierce beasts wandering around on the surface, and with a soft shout his figure flashed as he swiftly moved through the hot spring villa. With the 100-forged spear combined with his ice-type abilities, he swiftly slaughtered the nearby fierce beasts. In less than 2 minutes, all the fierce beasts in the hot spring villa were wiped out by Su Ming. After eliminating the fierce beasts in the hot spring villa, Su Ming centered himself there and began killing fierce beasts further away. Under Su Ming's relentless slaughter, the system's enhancement points rapidly accumulated. Xiaowei, is that your brother? Your brother is so strong. Incredible. In the underground shelter after the disaster, he approached Su Xiaowei, gazing at the layers of ice walls outside the shelter that were used to block the fierce beasts, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Ming was previously a senior student at Linjiang one high school, only 2 years older than her, yet he already possessed the terrifying strength to slay third-rank fierce beasts. Now she finally understood why Su Ming had become a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. With such talent, not only the Extreme Martial Arts School, but even the top-ranked Xingxia Martial Arts School would fight to recruit Su Ming as a core member. Seeing her good friend's increasingly infatuated expression, Su Xiaowei smiled and said, I don't know either. Before today, I had only seen my brother display his strength once during the Extreme Martial Arts School test, and that was after he fought Lin Tian the night before and arrived at the test. However, at that time my brother's strength seemed to be only at the late stage of the second rank. It appears that he was hiding quite a bit of his strength during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts School the night before. Thinking back to the strength Su Ming had displayed during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts School, and the strength he just showed, Su Xiaowei couldn't help but shake her head, secretly noting that her brother was really good at concealing his abilities. He nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Xiaowei's response. That was Su Xiaowei's brother Su Ming, right? So strong. I really envy Su Xiaowei for having such a powerful brother. Su Xiaowei's brother was so handsome and in love. Tian Wenjing, didn't you say that Su Ming was expelled from one high school? How could such a genius like him be expelled? Where did you hear this false information? If it's not false information. My cousin is at one high school and is in the same class as Su Ming. He said it himself, oh, it must be true. If it's not false information. My cousin is at one high school and is in the same class as Su Ming. He said it himself, oh, it must be true. From one high school. I wonder what the principal is. I bet the principal has some issues. He must have been hit by a door or kicked by a donkey. Hell, without a decade of blood clots in the brain, he wouldn't do something so ridiculous. Not so few. I don't we have classmates whose brains are similar to that principal's. Nearby, Su Xiaowei's other classmates were also enthusiastically discussing Su Ming. When the topic of Su Ming's expulsion from one high school came up, everyone expressed their disdain for Principal Wang Jinghua, and many looked at a figure in the corner of the shelter with strange eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing, who had always targeted Su Xiaowei, was now lying low, squatting silently in the corner, no longer daring to glance at Su Xiaowei. Now feeling the unusual gazes from her classmates, she wished she could immediately find a crack in the ground. A sneeze escaped Wang Jinghua in the martial arts training room of the first high school. What's going on? Why can't I stop sneezing lately? Which guy is talking behind my back? Wang Jinghua rubbed his nose, shaking his head in confusion, and then turned his gaze towards a figure in the training room drenched in sweat. In the training room, Lin Man was dressed in a black training uniform, continuously executing a series of difficult movements, practicing the body tempering technique of a warrior. Lin Man's body tempering technique was different from the grade body tempering technique that Su Ming had learned before. It was a grade body tempering technique prepared by the Lin family for her. However, despite both being surnamed Lin Man and Lin Daoyuan had no relation to each other. After a few minutes, Lin Man completed the entire set of movements and headed towards the blood testing device to check her vitality. Soon the vitality testing device displayed a value of 93. Seeing this, Wang Jinghua smiled and approached Lin Man saying, Lin Man, with your current rate of vitality growth, you will definitely be able to raise your vitality to 100 points in the next few days and step into the second tier of warriors. Of course, my suggestion is that you focus on enhancing your mental strength over the next few days. Your Crade Fire ability Burning Prairie is a top-tier ability among Crade abilities with a formidable destructive power that offers an 11-fold increase in combat strength. Although your current mental strength is only 40 points under the combat strength enhancement of Burning Prairie, you can exert a combat strength of 4,400 sufficient to surpass mid-level second-tier warriors. If you can increase your mental strength to 45 points in the final days before the martial arts examination combined with your martial arts skills, you will be able to look down upon all the candidates in Linjiang City. But your goal isn't just to be first in Linjiang City, it's to break into the top 50 in Jiangnan Province to bring glory to First High School in Linjiang City. That way my nearly month-long special training for you won't be in vain. After the awakening ceremony, Wang Jinghua had already investigated the awakening situation of all the students from the 7 high schools in Linjiang City. Over these past few days, he had also learned about the top students from several high schools in Linjiang City. Among the senior students participating in the martial arts examination from Linjiang City, Lin Man's strength was far superior to the others, making her position as the top candidate in Linjiang City a certainty. During this period, Wang Jinghua also discovered that Qin Jingwen had secretly arranged for Su Ming to attend Qizhong High School, but he didn't care. In his opinion, even if Su Ming's vitality was not weak and he had the support of Qizhong High School, he would still only be a first-tier warrior at most during the martial arts examination. Moreover, he had learned that Su Ming had not attended school, even once after entering Qizhong High School. In his view, Su Ming had already given up on himself and was not a concern. Don't worry, Principal, I will definitely not let you down. Upon hearing Wang Zhengguo's words, Lin Man immediately nodded, her face brimming with pride. Ha ha ha, good. Wang Jinghua nodded repeatedly, his face lighting up with a smile. In the hot spring resort, Su Ming was clearing the nearby beasts around the hot spring villa when a dozen fighter jets suddenly flew overhead towards the north of the hot spring town. Attracted by the passing jets, Su Ming looked up to see missiles mounted under the wings of the jets soaring towards the distant mountains and forests. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of violent explosions erupted and mushroom clouds of flames rose into the air, creating a strong shockwave that swept through the air, bringing gusts of wind laced with the smell of gunpowder and charred flesh. Even from 10 kilometers away, Su Ming could still feel the tremors of the ground caused by the missile bombardment and soon felt strong winds blowing towards him. Following the round of bombardment by the jets, the distant mountains echoed with the sounds of gunfire and artillery, clearly indicating that ground troops had also provided support. The firepower of modern technology is still fierce. Even a 4th-tier beast would only meet its doom under such firepower. I wonder what level one must reach to ignore the attacks of these modern weapons. Feeling the immense firepower of modern weaponry, Su Ming gazed at the several mushroom-like flames rising in the north, his eyes sparkling with intensity. At that moment, a 2nd-tier beast, the shadow leopard, took advantage of Su Ming's distraction while he was staring at the distant flames and suddenly pounced from behind, its claws aimed directly at Su Ming's back. Puff! However, Su Ming didn't even turn around. An ice spike suddenly fell from the air, piercing the shadow leopard's nape and pinning its body to the ground just 2 meters away from Su Ming's back. The shadow leopard struggled violently for a few moments before completely stopping. Successfully killed the initial stage 2nd-tier beast. Shadow leopard reinforcement points 10. Su Ming didn't even glance at the shadow leopard behind him, continuing to move around the vicinity of the hot spring villa, each flash of gunfire taking the life of another beast. The hot spring villa was located at the center of the hot spring town, established on a flattened hillside, giving Su Ming a good view of the general situation in the town. At this moment, many warriors from Linjiang City had already come to support the hot spring town, including several 3rd-tier powerhouses. These warriors, in coordination with the local warriors and guards, had effectively gained control of the situation. Moreover, after the jets had bombarded the direction from which the beasts emerged in the north, there was no further influx of beasts, causing their numbers in the hot spring town to decrease rapidly. After about 5 minutes, Su Ming stopped, There were hardly any beasts left alive in the hot spring town, and all the beasts inside and outside the hot spring villa had been exterminated by him. Reinforcement points 9,735. This battle yielded significant rewards. In just 10 minutes, I have harvested over 7,000 reinforcement points comparable to the income of more than a week in the past. After stabilizing the situation, Su Ming looked at the reinforcement points he had accumulated in this battle, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Closing the attribute panel, Su Ming put away his Renjin battle suit, turned, and walked back to the hot spring villa, heading towards the location of the underground shelter. Director Jiang. As Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the underground shelter, he spotted a familiar figure rushing towards the shelter. It was Jiang Lingquan, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, at that moment, Jiang Lingquan was no longer the composed and dignified figure Su Ming had seen before. His hair was disheveled, his combat uniform stained with blood, looking rather disheveled. Su Ming could tell at a glance that Jiang Lingquan had just experienced a fierce battle. However, as a fourth-tier warrior and one of the strongest individuals in Linjiang City, Su Ming was curious about what kind of battle could leave him in such a state. Su Ming. Jiang Lingquan whirled around upon hearing Su Ming's voice from behind, his expression flaring with astonishment before he blurted out in disbelief, "What are you doing here?" "I happened to hear at the Martial Artists Association that a new dungeon had emerged near Hot Spring Town, and since my younger sister is staying at the Hot Spring Resort, I rushed over immediately." As Su Ming strode toward Jiang Lingquan, he concisely explained his presence. "Oh, I see." Jiang Lingquan's face softened into quiet comprehension, until abruptly his brow furrowed. "No, wait. Su Ming, your Kiblet energy, it's so intense." In an instant he locked eyes on Su Ming, scrutinizing him with focused spiritual sense. Then his pupils contracted sharply. Su Ming had just slaughtered a horde of ferocious beasts nearby, his Kiblet still roiled, unquiet, and volatile. Had Jiang Lingquan not been severely depleted from prior combat, he would have sensed the staggering several-fold surge in Su Ming's Kiblet the moment their eyes met. "This morning, I narrowly secured a 3-leaf violet blood fruit in Dungeon No. 2, and swallowed it whole. That's why my Kiblet surged so dramatically." Seeing Jiang Lingquan's stunned reaction, Su Ming offered no concealment. "HSSSH. You mean you swallowed the 3-leaf violet blood fruit, raw? That's a top-tier grade 4 celestial treasure. How did you avoid being torn apart from within?" Jiang Lingquan recoiled as if struck, drawing a sharp, involuntary breath, the shock eclipsing even his earlier awe at Su Ming's Kiblet explosion. As a supreme grade 4 celestial treasure, the 3-leaf violet blood fruit brimmed with violently unstable energy. Even peak grade 3 martial artists, those nearing 10,000 Kiblet, dared ingest it only with extreme caution. Yet Su Ming's Kiblet had hovered merely around 500 the previous night. For a body of such modest fortitude to survive devouring the fruit whole, without bursting, was nothing short of miraculous. "Heh. To be frank, Master Jiang, I nearly exploded today. My survival was sheer unadulterated luck." Observing Jiang Lingquan's incredulous expression, Su Ming felt no surprise. After all, had his strength ability not intervened at the critical moment, he would have perished beneath the fruit's savage energy. Even now, recalling that harrowing ordeal sent a shiver down his spine. "Luck again." Jiang Lingquan's lips twitched faintly, but seeing the genuine pallor of dread on Su Ming's face, he knew the youth spoke truth. "Master Jiang, judging by your appearance, did you just confront beasts at the newly emerged dungeon to the north?" Rather than let Jiang Lingquan probe further into his own condition, Su Ming redirected the conversation toward the question burning in his mind. "Correct." Jiang Lingquan nodded. Su Ming murmured inwardly, "Just as I suspected." Then he pressed on, "Was it a grade 4 beast that left you in this state?" Jiang Lingquan shook his head, a response that startled Su Ming. "Not a grade 4 beast. A peak grade 3 variant beast." "A variant beast? What is that? How could a mere peak grade 3 creature reduce a mid-grade 4 master like you to such a battered state?" The term variant beast was utterly unfamiliar to Su Ming. He'd known only of ordinary ferocious beasts, never such a classification. Noticing Su Ming's bewilderment, Jiang Lingquan began to elucidate. Variant beasts are simply a special category of ferocious beasts, those born with extraordinary innate abilities. Think of them as the counterpart to awakened ones among martial artists, rare, exceptional, and fundamentally different. At the dungeon entrance, I encountered a peak grade 3 mountain-shaking ape, one possessing the unique ability Blood Surge. Through Blood Surge, the ape could temporarily amplify its physical prowess several-fold, speed, defense, strength, all surging in unison, elevating its combat power to rival that of a mid-grade 4 beast. That wily brute was cunning indeed. Seeing I was a grade 4 martial artist, it withheld its ability at first, then closed in, exploiting my momentary underestimation to unleash Blood Surge without warning, catching me off guard. Had I not been ambushed and wounded early on, even with blood surge active, I would never have allowed that beast to grapple with me for so long. Pity, I couldn't slay the beast myself. With that, Jiang Lingchuan pointed to a conspicuous tear in his tactical uniform across his chest. Beneath it, a wound still oozed blood despite treatment, his gaze smoldering with quiet fury. Clearly, he still seethed with unresolved resentment toward the mountain-shaking ape that had wounded him, longing above all else to deliver final retribution. I recall the Azure system grants me enhancement points when I slay beasts, and also allows me to absorb their abilities. Are these innate talents you speak of identical to those absorbed abilities? Blood Surge instantly multiplies one's physical capacity several-fold. If I could acquire that ability through the system, and combine it with refined martial techniques, my corporeal combat power would skyrocket. I wonder if that ape still lives. Better yet, if it survives the military bombardment, grievously wounded only for me to finish it and absorb its ability. As Jiang Lingchuan recounted the ape's terrifying might, Su Ming's pulse quickened, not only at the beast's power, but at the tantalizing prospect of absorbing its ability via the Azure system. He had slain over 1,000 beasts recently, yet none had possessed any innate talent. The system had never extracted an ability from any ordinary beast. He'd begun doubting the system's efficacy, only now realizing the flaw lay not in the system, but in the absence of suitable targets. What's going through that head of yours? You're not planning to hunt down that mountain-shaking ape, are you? Just as Su Ming drifted into reverie, Jiang Lingchuan's voice snapped him back to reality. Su Ming blinked, meeting Jiang Lingchuan's suspicious gaze. Master Jiang jokes, I'm hardly its match now. Besides, it's probably already reduced to ash by artillery fire. By the way, Master Jiang, if you're here, would you please escort my younger sister and the others from the underground shelter beneath the hot spring resort, and return them safely to Linjiang City? There remain numerous beasts loose in this town. I'll eliminate them, clearing the land of Scourge. And if my sister asks after me, tell her I'm perfectly well, no need for worry. With a warm smile, Su Ming turned and sprinted, swift as a gust, toward the northern sector of Hot Spring Town, leaving Jiang Lingchuan no time to respond. That brash young man still has heart. Jiang Lingchuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he watched Su Ming vanish northward, making no move to stop him. The northern sector faced the newly emerged dungeon directly. Beasts there were far more numerous than those lingering near the southern sector, closer to Linjiang City. Su Ming's decision to purge those remaining beasts was both logical and noble, protecting the townsfolk. Even Jiang Lingchuan saw no justification to restrain him. Moreover, having sensed Su Ming's Kiblood, now 2 to 3 times stronger after the 3-leaf violet blood fruit's refinement, Jiang Lingchuan had gained a clearer estimate of his true strength. With Kiblood elevated to this level, mastery of the crank martial art, cloud-piercing spear, and wearing the Rinjin battle armor, Jiang himself had gifted Su Ming's combat capability rivaled that of a late grade 3 martial artist. Even against a peak grade 3 beast, he could hold his ground. Clearing the town of beasts, none exceeding grade 3, posed no real danger. Glancing once more at Su Ming's rapidly receding figure, Jiang Lingchuan turned and strode purposefully toward the access tunnel leading to the underground shelter beneath the hot spring resort, to ensure Su Xiaowei's safe return to Linjiang City. He too needed to return to Linjiang City to recuperate and treat his injuries. Though the mountain-shaking ape's external wounds were superficial, the brutal clash against a blood-surged berserk foe had inflicted severe internal damage. It would take him at least a week to fully recover. Meanwhile, Su Ming dashed into the northern sector, activating the Rinjin battle armor to enfold his body completely, before launching into the slaughter of the remaining beasts. Earlier, with Su Xiaowei inside the resort, his sole priority had been her protection, forcing him to stay close, dispatching only those beasts encircling the resort's perimeter. Now, with Jiang Lingchuan present, even injured, his combat power far surpassed Su Ming's. His sister's safety assured Su Ming could finally unleash his full potential, hunting beasts freely to accumulate enhancement points. Of course, a greater part of his intent was to scout near the newly opened dungeon, hoping against odds to encounter that peak grade 3 variant beast. To the north of the hot spring town, Su Ming's figure darted swiftly through the streets akin to a bolt of dark golden lightning. Each flicker of the forged spear in his hand claimed the life of a lingering beast. The efficiency of the Scrade Ice ability in slaying beasts was terrifying. Wherever Su Ming passed, within 100 meters, one beast after another that tried to hide within the hot spring town was pierced through the skull by suddenly emerging ice spikes. Kill confirmed for the latest Tier 2 Beast Ironback Wolf, enhancement points 30. Kill confirmed for the peak Tier 1 Beast Shadow Cat, enhancement points 5. The system's notification sound echoed continuously, and the enhancement points steadily increased. As Su Ming eliminated the remaining beasts in the hot spring town, he also rushed toward the forest north of the town. From that direction, the sounds of artillery fire and gunfire persisted, indicating that the supporting military forces were still engaged in combat with the beasts continuously emerging from the underground. In the forest north of the hot spring town, smoke filled the air, trees were broken, and the ground was pockmarked with craters blasted by shells. In this area, which had suffered brutal bombardment, remnants of beasts lay scattered. At the very center of this area, a spatial passage with a diameter of 20 meters shimmered with strange lights, and beasts continually surged forth from within. On the outskirts, hundreds of tanks and artillery surrounded the area tightly, and armed helicopters surged. On the ground, a large number of soldiers armed with firearms aimed their weapons at the spatial passage continuously. The moment these beasts charged out, they were met with a hail of gunfire. Even Tier 3 beasts that burst forth from the spatial passage could not last long before collapsing to the ground. In addition to the troops surrounding the spatial passage, several assault teams composed of military warriors were also scattered throughout the distant forest, pursuing the beasts that charged out from the underground before the army could complete their encirclement. The peak Tier 3 mountain shaking ape engaged in a fierce battle with Master Jiang of the Extreme Martial Arts School, and after being caught in the explosion of a thunder missile, it was already severely injured. Before it could recover, they had to catch up and eliminate it to prevent further harm to the people's lives and property. One of the teams moved through the forest with a Tier 3 warrior in camouflage, shouting to the others, urging them to chase along the path marked by broken tree trunks. Roar! Approximately 200 meters ahead of this team, a giant ape, charred black with all its fur burned off, dashed rapidly through the forest. Its towering 5-meter frame resembled a tank barreling through snapping slender trees in half as it. This beast was indeed the peak Tier 3 mountain shaking ape. However, this mountain shaking ape had lost all the fierce momentum of a peak Tier 3 beast, and could only flee in the face of pursuit from a mid-stage Tier 3 warrior and several Tier 2 warriors. Whoosh! As the mountain shaking ape dashed away, a sound of piercing air suddenly came from behind, and a rocket propelled by a long-tail flame shot toward it at high speed. Sensing the sound of rushing air, the mountain shaking ape tilted its head, and the rocket whizzed past, sending a shockwave that hit the ground ahead. Boom! The shell exploded, flames soaring into the sky. A powerful shockwave enveloped the scorching heat, forcing the mountain shaking ape to halt. Just that moment's delay allowed the mid-stage Tier 3 warrior to close in behind it, wielding an alloy combat knife, glowing with a chilling light aimed toward its thigh. Roar! Realizing it could not escape, the mountain shaking ape let out a furious roar, its eyes filled with madness, and swung its right fist toward the attacker, instantly engaging in combat. On the other side, Su Ming had already burst out of the hot spring town and entered the forest north of the town, moving swiftly through the trees. The further north he went, the stronger the smell of blood and charred remains became. The sounds of gunfire grew louder, and Su Ming realized he was not far from the newly appeared underground. Boom! Roar! Just as Su Ming was sprinting toward the direction of the new underground, a noise from his right front caused him to hesitate momentarily. This noise did not seem like something an ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2 beast could produce. It must be at least a mid-stage Tier 3 beast. I should check it out. After a moment's reflection, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he turned to run toward the right front. Passing through a dense forest, the scene before Su Ming suddenly opened up. Most of the trees in the area ahead had been broken, and the culprit was the giant ape, towering and charred. Su Ming looked on as the giant ape, 5 meters tall, had muscles bulging like iron. However, besides being charred, there was a 3-foot-long gash on its chest deep enough to see bone. Not only that, the giant ape's left arm hung limply at its side, while it swung its right arm to battle a mid-stage Tier 3 warrior clad in camouflage. In the distance, several mid-stage Tier 2 warriors in camouflage held heavy sniper rifles, occasionally firing cold shots, keeping the giant ape at a disadvantage. This appearance, could it be the mountain shaking ape? Despite suffering such severe injuries, it could still engage a mid-stage Tier 3 warrior in such a fierce battle. This mountain shaking ape's power level must be close to peak Tier 3. My luck can't be this good, can it? Regardless, at least it's a latest stage Tier 3 beast. Killing it will be better. Su Ming gazed at the dark figure not far away, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Friends in the military, I come to assist you. Without hesitation, Su Ming gripped his forged spear, tightly shouted to greet the military warriors to avoid misunderstandings, and suddenly charged out. The Kraid martial art piercing cloud spear unleashed with full force, nearly 2,000 points of vitality erupted. The forged spear shot towards the mountain shaking ape with a piercing sound. Su Ming dashed out, suddenly moving at incredible speed, and the severely injured mountain shaking ape, entangled with a mid-stage Tier 3 warrior, could not evade. Under Su Ming's nearly 100 calorie combat power, the spear easily tore through the charred skin of the mountain shaking ape, penetrating its thigh. Ice seal. The moment the forged spear pierced the mountain shaking ape's thigh, Su Ming's great ice ability erupted instantly, encasing the lower half of the beast in ice. The mountain-shaking ape did not even have time to feel the pain in its thigh before its body froze in place. Gale slash. On the other side, the mid-stage tier 3 warrior witnessing this disregarded his surprise and immediately unleashed all his strength, striking the frozen thigh of the mountain-shaking ape with a single slash. Boom. Crack. With an explosion of tens of thousands of calories of combat power, a single slash shattered the frozen thigh. On the other side, Su Ming exerted force, as well shaking the spear with both hands, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the mountain-shaking ape's other thigh. Roar. With both legs disabled, the mountain-shaking ape let out a painful roar, and its massive upper body suddenly collapsed. Breaking Cloud Spear. Facing the half-destroyed mountain-shaking ape, Su Ming moved swiftly, thrusting towards the ape's head before the mid-level third-tier martial artist from the military could act. This spear condensed all of Su Ming's strength, swift and fierce. Under heavy injury, the mountain-shaking ape could hardly react, and by the time the deadly spear light from the 100-forged spear approached, it could only awkwardly turn its head in an attempt to evade, but it was too late. Puff. Blood splattered. The 100-forged spear accurately struck the mountain-shaking ape's head, nearly 100,000 calories of battle power concentrated at the spear tip, its formidable penetrating power rendering the ape unable to resist, instantly piercing through its skull. Ow! In response to this blow, the mountain-shaking ape let out an unprecedentedly tragic howl, its remaining upper body convulsing violently a few times before falling silent. Successfully killed the peak third-tier ferocious beast mountain-shaking ape, 500 enhancement points. Successfully plundered the mountain-shaking ape's unique ability. You have acquired the grade superhuman ability Blood Fury. As the mountain-shaking ape fell, 3 notifications popped up on Su Ming's system. Boom. In the next moment, a scorching and violent special energy surged into Su Ming's limbs and bones, causing his blood and chi to boil and his physical condition to enhance significantly. At the same time, a unique energy gathered at his brow, entering his sea of consciousness, paralleling the noble ice crystal crown, forming a pulsating scarlet, glowing phantom of a heart. Simultaneously, Su Ming's mind also grasped how to activate the power of this heart phantom, temporarily boosting his blood and chi. Instantly digesting this information, Su Ming turned his gaze to his attribute panel. Host Su Ming Blood and Chi 2500 Spirit 200 Ability Ice Crown Diadem S. Blood Fury B Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique Perfect Meditation Method None Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect Breaking Cloud Spear C Perfect Enhancement Points 11038. With just the plunder of the mountain-shaking ape's grade Blood Fury ability, Su Ming's blood and chi surged over 500 points, and even his spirit power increased by nearly 100 points. The grade superhuman ability Blood Fury can increase my blood and chi to 4 times the original in a short time. With my current blood and chi at 2,500, if I activate the Blood Fury ability in conjunction with my perfectly mastered Crade martial arts, my battle power will explode to 500 calories, allowing me to compete with early 4th-tier martial artists. Looking at his dramatically increased blood and chi and the newfound understanding of the Blood Fury ability in his mind, a dazzling light burst forth from Su Ming's eyes. But in the next moment, he set his sights on the plus sign following the grade ability Blood Fury. Evolving to its grade ability requires 1,000,000 enhancement points. I currently do not have enough, but evolving the grade ability to an upgrade should consume far fewer points. Perhaps my current over 10,000 enhancement points can allow the grade Blood Fury to evolve once. Upgrade superhuman ability can increase my physical combat power to 4 times the original. I wonder what effect an upgrade superhuman ability would have. Looking at the over 10,000 enhancement points he had accumulated during this time, Su Ming immediately attempted to upgrade the Blood Fury ability. Evolving the grade ability requires consuming 100 enhancement points. Oh, would you like to proceed? With a thought, a prompt immediately popped up on the system panel. Enhance. Seeing that the evolution of the grade ability required only 100 enhancement points, Su Ming was overjoyed and chose to evolve without hesitation. The enhancement points on the system panel flowed away like water. Soon another prompt appeared on Su Ming's system panel. Consumed 100 enhancement points. Grade superhuman ability Blood Fury evolved to a grade superhuman ability Fury Heart. Boom. At the moment the Blood Fury ability evolved into Fury Heart, another surge of energy flowed into Su Ming's limbs and bones, rapidly enhancing all his cells. At the same time, the heart phantom in Su Ming's sea of consciousness became even more solidified. Waves of domineering energy seeped from this gradually solidifying heart, invigorating Su Ming's spirit. Host Su Ming Blood and Chi 3500 Spirit, 400 Ability Ice Crown Diadem S. Fury Heart A Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect 100 refinements, golden body technique, perfect meditation, method, none martial arts, diamond spear technique, D perfect. Breaking cloud, spear, C perfect, enhancement points, 1038. Looking again at his attribute panel, Su Ming discovered that after the great ability Blood Fury evolved into the great ability Fury Heart, his blood and chi surged another 100 points, and his spirit power increased by 200. The great ability Fury Heart can temporarily increase my blood and chi and physical condition to 8 times the original with battle power, exceeding 1 million. Now my full power battle capability has reached 1 per million, I estimate I can contend evenly with Master Jiang. After digesting the information of the grade Fury Heart ability, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Although his current blood and chi could only support the activation of the grade ability Fury Heart for a maximum of 1 minute, beyond that his body would be overloaded, causing harm to himself, this did not dampen his joy at the moment. With an 8-fold surge in battle power lasting for a minute, that minute was enough to turn the tide. Moreover, as Su Ming's blood and chi increased and his strength rose, the duration he could sustain the Fury Heart ability would also extend. Thank you for your assistance, otherwise we would have had a hard time dealing with this creature for a while. The mid-level third-tier martial artist from the military smiled at Su Ming, expressing his gratitude. His voice pulled Su Ming back from the joy of his power surge. Su Ming looked at him and immediately clasped his fists in reply, saying, "It was merely a small effort not worth mentioning." Whether in his past life or this one, Su Ming held great respect for these soldiers. Even now, when the other's strength was inferior to his, he remained humble. Successfully killed the mid-stage second-tier fierce beast Shadow Wolf, 20 enhancement points. Successfully killed the latest stage first-tier fierce beast Poison Claw Frog, 3 enhancement points. The system's notification sound echoed continuously in Su Ming's mind. With his current 3500 points of vitality, even without any martial arts or abilities, his spontaneous combat power could reach 3500 points, rivaling that of a beginner 4th-tier martial artist. Most of the fierce beasts scattered in the mountains and forests are below the 3rd tier. They cannot withstand Su Ming's casual strikes. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming had already traversed the mountains outside the hot spring town hunting fierce beasts until nightfall. Enhancement points, 3,206. That's enough for today. They'll leave the remaining fierce beasts for others to deal with. It's time for me to return. Su Ming glanced at the more than 3,000 enhancement points and decided not to continue searching for and hunting fierce beasts. He turned and headed towards the hot spring town. In less than half an hour, Su Ming returned to the center of the hot spring town and drove off with the SUV parked at the hot spring resort. Although the SUV had some damage to the rear from crashing into the latest stage first-tier fierce beast Bloodtooth Wolf, even the door of the driver's cabin was kicked off by Su Ming. However, it would only cost a few thousand to repair it, which is much cheaper than buying a new one. After returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming first took the car to the 4S shop and then drove the courtesy vehicle provided by the shop back home. "Brother, you are finally back." As soon as he entered the door, the cheerful voice of Su Xiaowei rang out. Su Xiaowei quickly ran up to Su Ming, her face still showing traces of her earlier worries. Even though she knew Su Ming's strength was already capable of killing latest-stage third-tier fierce beasts, after hearing Jiang Lingchuan mention that Su Ming was assisting others in the hot spring town with the remaining fierce beasts, she had been anxious until he returned home. She didn't even dare to call Su Ming to inquire about his safety, fearing it might distract him during a battle with fierce beasts. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Looking at the lingering concern on Su Xiaowei's face, Su Ming gently smiled and said, "Not yet." Su Xiaowei nodded. She had been worried about Su Ming and naturally couldn't eat before he returned. "Perfect, I haven't eaten either. Let's go downstairs to the restaurant together." Seeing this, Su Ming did not close the door and took Su Xiaowei downstairs. After dinner, the two returned home. Su Ming comfortably took a hot water bath and then went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Su Ming broke his usual habit of entering the underground cave to hunt fierce beasts every morning and went directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to begin training. With his current strength, he was capable of matching a mid-stage 4th-tier fierce beast in a full-out battle and no longer needed to seek out fierce beasts in the underground to practice. Su Ming's plan for the upcoming week was to elevate his vitality as much as possible through training before the martial arts examination. Thanks to the increase in vitality, Su Ming, who had entered the 3rd tier, could now continuously practice the body refinement method for 15 hours, and he was able to digest and absorb 15 spirit pills each day. With ample resources provided by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming could increase his vitality by 90 and his mental power by 3 in a day. 7 days later, on the morning of the martial arts examination. Host Su Ming. Vitality 4,130. Mental power 421. Abilities Ice Crown S, Berserk Heart A. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfection. 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfection. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear D Perfection. Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Enhancement Points 3206. With 4130 vitality boosted by the Berserk Heart ability, using the cloud-breaking spear, my explosive combat power can reach 165 enough to crush any martial artist below the 4th tier. This time I will definitely secure the top spot in the martial arts examination of Jiangnan province. Su Ming glanced at his attribute panel, clenched his fist, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. At that moment, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Lingchuan, arrived with Lu when the head of the senior grade at 7 middle school. Student Su Ming, the martial arts examination is about to begin. The bus for the 7 middle school candidates has arrived outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and is waiting for you. Lu Wen approached Su Ming, his face filled with excitement. Just last night, Jiang Lingchuan revealed a bit about Su Ming's current strength to Lu Wen. Lu Wen trusted Jiang Lingchuan's words completely, especially after learning about Su Ming's current strength. He had been so excited last night that he couldn't sleep a wink. He never expected that a favor he did for his college classmate Qin Jingwen would lead him to discover such a great treasure. The day before, he heard that Lin Man from First Middle School was nearing the combat power of a latest-stage second-tier martial artist with her ability, and lamented that First Middle School would once again claim the top spot in Linjiang City's martial arts examination, praising Lin Man's excellence. But now in his eyes, the so-called genius Lin Man from First Middle School didn't even have the qualifications to carry Su Ming's shoes. That evening, he decided to lead the 7 middle school candidates to welcome Su Ming the next day and accompany him to the martial arts examination venue. Well, let's go. Looking at Lu Wen's eager and excited demeanor, Su Ming nodded silently and then walked towards the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with Jiang Lingchuan. As the owner of Linjiang City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jiang Lingchuan never misses the annual martial arts examination. And this year, with Su Ming a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall participating, Jiang Lingchuan was even more determined to be present, planning to announce to everyone that Su Ming was the genius cultivated by his Extreme Martial Arts Hall after Su Ming shines in the examination. It was a great opportunity to show off in front of the two old rivals, the owner of Linjiang City's Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the owner of Guansheng Martial Arts Hall. Who is this person? How could he make us all wait for him? What a grand occasion. I heard he just transferred to our school last month, and even though he joined class 1, he has never attended a single class. Look, isn't that the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? He's actually accompanying that kid in the exclusive car of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Could it be that this kid is the grandson of the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? I haven't heard that the owner has. Since this kid has such a background, he could easily get into First Middle School. Why even come to 7 Middle School, the tail end of Linjiang City? Who knows? Maybe he's just low-key. Low-key. We have so many people specially making a detour to wait for him, and even the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is personally accompanying him. Is that still called low-key? Look at Director Liu's fawning expression. On the bus, the students from 7 Middle School participating in the martial arts examination saw Lu Wen accompanying Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan into the exclusive car of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, even kindly closing the car doors for them. They all leaned against the windows watching and started discussing excitedly. As Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan arrived together, the convoy from 7 Middle School headed towards the martial arts examination venue in Linjiang City. At the central square of Linjiang City, the examination venue for this year's martial arts examination has been. In the center of the square stands a platform the size of 4 basketball courts, where a technologically advanced humanoid metal puppet is located with a black LCD screen in place of its eyes. On this platform, the mayor of Linjiang City sits personally, quietly waiting for the candidates participating in the martial arts examination to arrive. The martial arts examination is the most important event across the entire Huanxia Kingdom. At this moment, before the high school students from Linjiang City enter the examination venue, the stands surrounding the venue are already filled with spectators eager to watch. Most of these spectators are senior students from various high schools who did not participate in the martial arts examination. To achieve results in the martial arts examination and enter a martial arts university, one must at least become a first-tier martial artist. However, most of the senior students from Linjiang City's high schools are unable to cultivate their blood energy to above 10 points before the martial arts examination. After all, not every family can afford the resources required for their children's martial arts cultivation. Children from ordinary families, knowing they cannot meet the minimum requirement to enter a martial arts university, will forego the martial arts examination. In addition to the spectators outside the examination venue, there are also soldiers patrolling with loaded firearms. The martial arts examination is a significant event, and the candidates are extremely important for Huanxia. These soldiers need to ensure the safety of the venue and screen the spectators entering to avoid any malicious individuals infiltrating and sabotaging the examination. The people from No. 1 high school are here. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, someone shouted. Instantly, many gazes turned towards the entrance of the martial arts examination venue. 2 buses came to a halt, and the principal of Linjiang No. One high school Wang Jinghua dressed in a crisp suit with neatly combed hair stepped down from the front luxury car with a smile on his face. Following him, over 70 young men and women descended from the two buses, among them the star student of this year, Lin Manman. Today, Lin Manman is wearing a fiery red combat uniform that perfectly accentuates her graceful. Her aura is noticeably stronger than it was 10 days ago, with faint fluctuations of blood energy radiating the presence of a second-tier martial artist. Clearly, Lin Manman's blood energy has successfully surpassed 100 points, officially becoming a second-tier martial artist. Under the leadership of Principal Wang Jinghua, the more than 70 candidates from No. 1 high school underwent identity verification and entered the examination venue one by one. As soon as Principal Wang and the candidates entered the venue, the candidates from Linjiang No. 2 No. 3 No. 4 and a total of 6 high schools also arrived. However, the number of candidates from these schools is not as many as those from Linjiang No. 1 high school, particularly Linjiang No. 7, which has fewer than 15 martial arts candidates, only 1/5 of those from Linjiang No. 1. Yet the arrival of the candidates from Linjiang No. 7 caused a commotion no less than that of Linjiang No. 1. Wait, isn't that the owner of Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jiang? Why is he mingling with the candidates from Linjiang No. 7? I told you the owners of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Guansheng Martial Arts Hall had already arrived. It's strange that the owner of Extreme Martial Arts Hall was absent, but it turns out he came together with the candidates from Linjiang No. 7. Hold on, look at the young man next to the owner of Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Isn't that Su Ming, who was expelled from our class? He really made it into the candidate group of Linjiang No. 7. It seems the rumors are true. After being expelled from No. 1 high school, Su Ming transferred to No. Now the bottom of the barrel is still the bottom of the barrel. A student we discarded at No. 1 is treated as a treasure at No. 7, actually leading all candidates from Linjiang No. 7. Only a worthless school like Linjiang No. 7 would treat a discarded student from No. 1 as a treasure. Without a doubt, this year's martial arts examination will see Linjiang No. 7 at the bottom again. Seeing Su Ming enter the venue alongside the candidates from Linjiang No. 7, the candidates from Linjiang No. 1 and the watching students all expressed their disdain. Due to Zhang Lingchuan's strict orders before taking Su Xiaowei and her classmates from Windspring Villa, no one was allowed to reveal Su Ming's true strength. So now only Su Xiaowei's classmates and a few from Extreme Martial Arts Hall know his actual capabilities. What the hell, how is this monster here? He's actually a candidate from Linjiang City this year, and from No. 7. Meanwhile, within the group of second high school candidates, Lin Tian shuddered upon seeing Su Ming entering the venue and quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at Su Ming again. On the other side, as all the candidates from this year's cohort entered the venue, the teachers and principals, including Lu Wen, who brought their respective schools' candidates, were also arranged to observe from the main stage. On the main stage, besides the principals of various schools, there were also the headmasters of the senior grades and the heads of various martial arts halls. Director Lu, your No. 7 is getting worse. You actually picked up this discarded waste to fill in numbers. Upon seeing Lu Wen take his seat, Wei Jiaxing from Linjiang No. 1 clasped his fists, a hint of disdain on his lips, mockingly addressing Lu Wen. Next to him, Principal Wang Jinghua of No. 1 high school also glanced at Lu Wen. Though he did not speak, the cold smile on his face already conveyed his thoughts. As some people are just blind to true gems, letting pearls gather dust. Just wait and see. This year's martial arts examination champion of Linjiang City will definitely be from my Linjiang No. 7. Faced with Wei Jiaxing's blatant ridicule, Lu Wen, who knew Su Ming's true strength, remained unfazed, merely snorting coldly and looking at Wei Jiaxing and Wang Jinghua as if they were clowns. Lu Wen's response instantly left Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing momentarily speechless. But Wang Jinghua quickly regained his composure, smiling at Lu Wen and saying, "Director Lu, you probably don't know Lin Manman's current strength. If you did, you wouldn't say such things." "We'll see about that." Lu Wen was unconcerned, settling into his seat and then turning his gaze towards the examination venue below. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingchuan, who came along with Lu Wen, sat in the area designated for the heads of martial arts halls, calmly watching Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing arguing with Lu Wen without saying a word. On either side of Zhang Lingchuan were the heads of Guansheng Martial Arts Hall and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Lingchuan actually accompanied the candidates from No. 7. Could it be that the new core member of Extreme Martial Arts Hall is among the candidates from No. 7? Could it possibly be Su Ming, who transferred from No. 1 to No. 7? If that's the case, the champion of this year's martial arts examination in Linjiang City might not be up for grabs by the candidates from No. 1. Unlike the other heads of martial arts halls, the head of Guansheng Martial Arts Hall was currently following Zhang Lingchuan's gaze towards Su Ming, who was leading the candidates from No. 7, his eyes shining with keen interest. After being warned by Jiang Lingchuan, the deputy head of Guan Sheng Martial Arts Hall, Lin Deyuan had communicated with the hall's master, informing him of the appearance of a core member from Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City. Initially, he thought this mysterious core member from Extreme Martial Arts Hall had come from another major city temporarily staying in Linjiang City. But it seems that's not the case. The candidate from Linjiang No. 7 Su Ming is very likely the newly recruited core member of Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If so, this year's martial arts examination champion in Linjiang City will have nothing to do with Linjiang No. 1. Silence. After all 200 candidates from Linjiang City entered the examination hall, the mayor of Linjiang City, dressed in a suit, cleared his throat and shouted. Though there were no amplification devices, the mayor's deep voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the entire examination hall. Those watching from the surrounding square all shut their mouths, their eyes fixed intently on the mayor at the center. Seeing the examination hall quiet down, the mayor's gaze fell upon Su Ming and the other 200 candidates as he continued, "Candidates, I will now preside over the 2521st martial examination of Linjiang City. The martial examination begins with a test of the candidate's vitality. Only those whose vitality exceeds 10 are eligible to enter the next stage of the examination. As for those among the candidates who are awakened, it doesn't matter if their vitality does not meet the standard. As long as their mental strength surpasses 10 points, they can still proceed to the second stage of the examination. The second stage of the examination requires you, the candidates, to unleash your full strength to attack this metal puppet beside me within 1 minute. There is only one rule for the second stage, which is that you may only use the standardized weapons and equipment provided by the examination hall to fight against the metal puppet. Any personal weapons or equipment are strictly prohibited, otherwise you will be disqualified from the martial examination. These specially designed metal puppets will evaluate your strength based on the intensity of your attacks, and after 1 minute the scores given by the metal puppets will be your final results for the martial examination. I hereby announce the martial examination begins. Candidates whose names I call, please proceed to the corresponding vitality testing device and mental strength testing device for the first round of testing." After quickly announcing the process and rules of the martial examination, the mayor of Linjiang City did not wait for responses from Su Ming and the other candidates before directly declaring the examination to have commenced. With his command, the display screens of several high-precision vitality testing devices and mental strength testing devices at the center of the square lit up simultaneously. Beside these vitality and mental strength testing devices stood several solemn-looking examiners from the Provincial Martial Examination Bureau responsible for recording and verifying the results. Meanwhile, the mayor's voice rang out again. Linjiang No. 1 High School Fong Mo, proceed to the first vitality testing device for testing. Linjiang No. 1 High School Shenghuayan, proceed to the second vitality testing device. Linjiang No. 1 High School Luqian, proceed to the first mental strength testing device. As the names of the candidates were called, those who heard their names began to walk forward to test their vitality and mental strength. Fong Mo vitality 45, qualified. Sheng Huayan vitality 41, qualified. Lu Qian mental strength 28, qualified. Soon the examiners swiftly announced the results of these tests. The candidates from Linjiang No. 1 High School have high vitality, basically reaching the level of mid-stage first-rank martial artists. Indeed, it is the best high school in Linjiang City. I wonder how high Lin Man from Linjiang No. 1 High School's vitality is now, whether she has entered the ranks of second-rank martial artists. I heard Lin Man has awakened a Crade special ability. I believe she will be the top scorer in this martial examination of Linjiang City. Watching the vitality tests of each candidate from Linjiang No. 1 High School, the spectators in the audience began to discuss among themselves. Many looked towards the graceful red figure leading the Linjiang No. 1 candidates. Linjiang No. 1 High School Lin Man, proceed to the second vitality testing device for testing. Soon the mayor called Lin Man's name. "Look, it's Lin Man." Immediately, everyone's attention focused on Lin Man. Under the spotlight, Lin Man smiled slightly, calmly walked forward to the second vitality testing device and confidently placed her palm on the cold testing panel, channeling her vitality. Buzz. The numbers on the vitality testing device rapidly fluctuated and finally settled on a bright red number, vitality 108. Lin Man vitality 108, qualified. The examiner beside the second vitality testing device glanced at the number on the device, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and announced loudly, "Wow!" The venue erupted into a wave of uncontrollable exclamations. 108 vitality. Lin Man has indeed broken through to the second rank. So strong. Lin Man is the first candidate in Linjiang City in the past 3 years to surpass 100 vitality. No doubt it's Lin Man. This foundational vitality value is probably the highest among all the candidates in this martial examination in Linjiang City. Wait, the mayor has called Lin Manman's name again, asking her to go to the first mental strength testing device for testing. Lin Manman's mental strength test result is outreaching as high as 62 points. She is not only a second-rank martial artist, but also a first-rank awakened individual. The top scorer in this martial examination of Linjiang City must be from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Linjiang No. 1 High School will again receive the top resources allocated next year. It's truly enviable. Well done. At the podium, Wang Jinghua could not help but shout loudly upon seeing Lin Manman's vitality and mental strength test results, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Then he smugly stroked his non-existent beard and looked towards Lu Wen's direction. Director Lu Wen, do you think my school can win the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial examination? Hearing his words, Lu Wen merely scoffed. The martial examination has just begun. Don't celebrate too early. TCH stubborn as a dead duck. Beside them, Wei Jiaxing chuckled, thinking Lu Wen was determined to remain obstinate. Wang Jinghua did not pay attention to Lu Wen's words, thinking like Wei Jiaxing that he was just being stubborn, and immediately replied with a smile. Then let us wait and see. I am curious to see what kind of outstanding genius the 7th high school can produce this time. At the center of the square, as the mayor continuously called out the names of participating martial examination students, more and more students completed their vitality and mental strength tests. Everyone's vitality or mental strength reached the standard for the second stage assessment, but no one's vitality or mental strength could surpass Lin Manman's. Even the closest genius to Lin Manman barely reached 100 vitality. Moreover, this person was a familiar acquaintance of Su Ming, Lin Tian, the grandson of the deputy head of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts School, Lin Daoyuan. The line slowly moved forward, and it was finally Linjiang No. 7 High School's turn. Linjiang No. 7 High School. Su Ming proceed to the first vitality testing device for testing. As the mayor's voice fell, the gazes of Guan Sheng Martial Arts School's head Zhang Lingchuan, Wei Jiaxing, Wang Jinghua, Lin Tian, and others inevitably turned towards Su Ming. The previously noisy venue suddenly became eerily quiet. Many who were aware of Su Ming's situation looked at him, but in their eyes there was more amusement than anticipation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ming calmly stepped out of the line, slowly walked to the first vitality testing device at the arena, and placed his hand on the vitality testing device. I want to see what progress this brat has made during this time. On the podium, Wei Jiaxing crossed his arms, watching leisurely, a hint of unabashed sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. In contrast, Director Lu Wen clenched his fists nervously, his face filled with anticipation as he looked at the blood vitality testing device in front of Su Ming. Although he knew that Su Ming's strength was not weak and he already possessed the ability to kill third-tier ferocious beasts, he still wanted to see the exact level of Su Ming's blood vitality. In front of the first blood vitality testing device, Su Ming placed his hand on the testing port of the device, channeling his own blood vitality. Buzz. The instrument emitted a soft sound, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. 150, 100, 150, 200. The speed at which the numbers fluctuated seemed faster than anyone before, instantly soaring to 100 with no signs of stopping. Watching the rapidly changing numbers on the device, the smirk on Wei Jiaxing's face abruptly froze. Next to him, Wang Jinghua also sat up straight, his eyes wide as he stared at the blood vitality testing device in front of Su Ming. 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500. On the blood vitality testing device, the numbers continued to surge, having already surpassed the limits of a second-tier warrior and effortlessly breaking through the threshold of a third-tier warrior. Ultimately, the numbers stabilized at a value that made everyone's heart stop, firmly resting at 4,130. Blood vitality 4130. Su Ming blood vitality 4,130 qualified. Looking at the number displayed on the blood vitality testing device, even the examiner next to it widened his eyes, trembling as he announced Su Ming's blood vitality test results. Hiss. It was unclear who inhaled sharply first, but like a lit fuse the entire audience erupted. 4,130. My God. Am I seeing things? Is the device broken? 4130 points of blood vitality. Isn't this the standard for mid-level third-tier warriors? How can a student achieve such blood vitality? With this level of blood vitality, not to mention being the top student of Linjiang City, even the provincial top student is within reach, perhaps even the national top student. Wasn't he a worthless student expelled from No. 1 High School? Didn't they say he had no awakened abilities? How is this possible? He's gone mad. This world has gone mad. Various exclamations, doubts, and incredulous roars nearly turned the examination hall upside down. Too many people couldn't believe that this was the blood vitality a Linjiang City student could possess, with more thinking that the blood vitality testing device in front of Su Ming was malfunctioning. Hearing the doubts coming from the audience, several examiners nearby quickly stepped forward to inspect the device. However, the device operated without any faults, and the examiners tested their own blood vitality without finding any discrepancies. After our inspection, the first blood vitality testing device is functioning properly. Su Ming's blood vitality test is valid. The examiners unanimously declared that Su Ming's blood vitality test results were valid. Wow. With the announcement from these examiners, the entire audience was immediately in an uproar. Crap. On the podium, Wang Zhengwei suddenly stood up as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his face initially pale, then turning bright red. His mind buzzed with only one thought echoing. Su Ming actually has over 4,000 blood vitality. What a monstrous talent. I actually expelled such a monstrous talent. At this moment, Wang Zhengwei felt his old face burning, as if he had been slapped countless times. This is impossible. How could a worthless person who hasn't awakened any abilities have such high blood vitality? Next to him, Wei Jiaxing slumped in his seat, shaking his head repeatedly. Smack! At that moment, a loud slap echoed. Wei Jiaxing felt his body uncontrollably fly up, then crash heavily to the ground in front of the podium. Which bastard dares to? Just as Wei Jiaxing stood up, covering his quickly swelling right face ready to question, he suddenly halted, his pupils constricting as he looked at Wang Zhengwei, who wore a grim expression. Seeing Wang Zhengwei's trembling right hand, Wei Jiaxing realized that the one who had slapped him was indeed Wang Zhengwei. Principal. Looking at Wang Zhengwei's eyes that seemed to want to devour him, Wei Jiaxing trembled as he called out. Shut up. From now on, you are no longer the director of No. 1 High School. You are to pack your things and leave today. Wang Zhengwei looked at Wei Jiaxing's cowardly demeanor, recalling that the latter had actually expelled such a monstrous talent as Su Ming from No. 1 High School. If it weren't for Wei Jiaxing being his brother-in-law, he would have liked to kill him with one palm right now. Yet even so, he didn't want to see the foolish Wei Jiaxing any longer and directly expelled him from No. 1 High School. Little did he know that if it weren't for his tacit approval back, then Wei Jiaxing as a mere director wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Hearing that Wang Zhengwei was going to expel him from No. 1 High School, Wei Jiaxing trembled all over, wanting to argue. Get lost. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Before he could open his mouth, Wang Zhengwei shouted angrily, his aura as a peak third-tier warrior suddenly bursting forth, pressing down on Wei Jiaxing. In an instant, Wei Jiaxing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his complexion changing drastically. He no longer dared to say a word and hurriedly crawled away from the podium. Haha, Principal Wang, I must thank you properly for sending such a monstrous talent to Linjiang No. 7 High School. After the martial arts exam, I will book a nice meal in a VIP box at the Vienna Hotel and invite Principal Li from our No. 7 High School to join. He'll prepare some light drinks and personally accompany you. Please do us the honor. Seeing Wei Jiaxing's embarrassed escape, Lu Wen suddenly stood up, laughing heartily as he spoke, then gratefully clasped his hands towards Wang Zhengwei. The smile on Lu Wen's face was genuinely joyful. However, upon hearing this, Wang Zhengwei's expression was as if he had eaten a fly. Interesting. Observing Wang Zhengwei's earlier reaction along with Lu Wen's current words, the principals and teachers from other schools, as well as the heads of various martial arts halls in Linjiang City, looked at Wang Zhengwei with knowing smiles. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wang Zhengwei just wanted to find a hole to burrow into and immediately coldly snorted at Lu Wen. No need, I suddenly feel a bit unwell, I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and left without a moment's pause. Ha ha ha. After Wang Zhengwei left in disgrace, laughter erupted from the podium. How can he be so strong? With over 4,000 vitality, even with poor martial arts training, he could unleash a combat power exceeding 40,000. Just a month ago, he had barely reached 4 points of vitality. How could it have grown 1,000-fold in such a short time? At this moment, among the college entrance examination candidates at Linjiang No. 1 High School, Lin Man stared incredulously at the numbers displayed on the number 1 vitality detector, her mind in turmoil. A month ago, Su Ming was still her classmate, and she was aware of his strength. Moreover, during the awakening ceremony a month ago, Su Ming had not awakened any special abilities, otherwise Linjiang No. 1 would not have expelled him due to subsidy issues. She initially thought that with her current strength, she could dominate the entire Linjiang City, but unexpectedly Su Ming's displayed vitality crushed her completely. I thought he was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. This kid is too monstrous. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life at his hands back then, thanks to the old man's sharp eyes. I really need to hold back my temperament from now on. Among the candidates from No. 2 High School, Lin Tian looked at Su Ming in front of the number 1 vitality detector and couldn't help but shiver. Now he was immensely grateful that Lin Daoyuan had slapped him back, then otherwise given Su Ming's current displayed talent and strength, if he continued to provoke him, he would no longer be able to stand there. 4,130 vitality. A genius. A monstrous genius. I never expected that Linjiang City would one day produce such a prodigy. With such vitality, even without the boost of martial arts, Su Ming's base combat power could already compete for the top spot in the martial arts examination of Jiangnan Province. On the platform, the mayor of Linjiang City, a peak 4th-tier martial artist, was also unsettled as he looked at Su Ming's vitality results, his whole body trembling with excitement. Everyone was stunned by the high vitality that Su Ming had tested, yet he remained remarkably calm. He politely nodded at the examiner in front of him before returning to the Linjiang No. 17. As for the mental strength test, he did not go. With his current vitality strength coupled with the perfected martial art point spear, his explosive combat power was already sufficient to secure the top spot in the Jiangnan Province martial arts examination or even at the national level without needing to prove himself through mental strength. Moreover, compared to his current vitality of over 4,000, his mental strength of only over 400 seemed rather inadequate. Why would Su Ming being so strong come to our Linjiang No. 7? Just as Su Ming returned to the Linjiang No. 7 team, a dozen candidates looked at him with admiring eyes, while a hint of confusion arose in their hearts. Those students who previously felt dissatisfied with Lu Wen for bringing all the candidates from Linjiang No. 7 to welcome Su Ming had long since cast that discontent to the winds. Facing the complex gazes of the crowd, Su Ming appeared extremely calm, returning to his position without saying a word. Cough cough, let's continue the test. After the commotion caused by Su Ming brought a brief pause to the martial arts examination venue in Linjiang City, the voice of the mayor finally rang out, allowing the subsequent candidates to proceed with the vitality and mental strength tests. Soon all candidates completed their tests, each meeting the standards to participate in the second phase of the assessment. After everyone tested their vitality and mental strength, the mayor announced the start of the combat power assessment. The candidates from Linjiang No. 1 went first, one after another, stepping onto the platform to battle against the metallic puppet with the final martial arts scores determined after 1 minute. However, after Su Ming's astonishing vitality test results, everyone lost interest in the practical assessments of the preceding candidates. Even the previously much anticipated Lin Man, who scored over 7,000 in her battle against the metallic puppet, only drew a bit of applause. Everyone's attention and expectations were focused on Su Ming. Next up, Linjiang No. 7, Su Ming. At the crowd's anticipation, the mayor of Linjiang City finally called Su Ming's name. Upon hearing Su Ming's name, everyone immediately perked up. Even the examiners at the platform turned to look at Su Ming, eager to see what combat power score he would achieve. Amidst all eyes on him, Su Ming stood up and walked leisurely onto the platform, then picked up a long spear from the weapon rack beside it. Holding the spear, Su Ming addressed the examiner, adjusting the metallic puppet, saying, "I am ready." Hearing this, the examiner nodded. Based on Su Ming's vitality test results, he set the strength of the metallic puppet to the level of a 3rd-tier martial artist, activated the puppet, and then quickly retreated from the platform. Buzz. The next moment, the metallic puppet charged at Su Ming, its iron fists smashing down heavily. Facing the oncoming metallic puppet, Su Ming did not evade. Instead, he tightly gripped the long spear in his right hand, instantly activating the vitality within him. Point spear. Just as the metallic puppet reached Su Ming, he thrust the spear forward with great force. Not only that, at the moment the spear was thrust out, Su Ming also activated his berserker's heart, instantly increasing his vitality strength to 8 times its original. Boom. A silver-white spear light flashed, and the spear tip collided with the metallic puppet's iron fist, creating a deafening roar that echoed throughout the central square of Linjiang City. The tremendous noise even made the soldiers stationed on the outskirts of the square turn their heads to look towards the examination venue. At this moment in the examination venue of Linjiang City, as the booming sound subsided, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the spectators in the audience or the principals of various schools and the masters of martial arts on the podium, even the mayor of Linjiang City wore the same expression of disbelief. Everyone couldn't help but stand up, their eyes wide open as they watched everything happening on the platform. On the platform, the long spear in Su Ming's hand had already shattered into several pieces, while the metallic puppet used for testing was blasted away several dozen meters. The entire right arm of the metallic puppet, which had just collided with Su Ming's spear, vanished, replaced by severed wires sparking with electricity. Su Ming actually disabled the metallic puppet with a single spear strike. If I remember correctly, the mayor of Linjiang City just said that this metallic puppet could withstand the full force attack of a peak 3rd-tier martial artist. Just how powerful was Su Ming's strike? Could it be that Su Ming's attacking combat power has already surpassed 300 calories, reaching the level of a 4th-tier martial artist? 4130 vitality erupting with over 300 combat power, at least an 8-fold increase in combat power. Hiss, an 8-fold increase, what kind of freak is this? After a brief silence, the entire examination venue was instantly ignited, erupting with thunderous whoosh. Upon regaining his senses, the mayor of Linjiang City dashed onto the stage, almost leaping onto the metal puppet that Su Ming had shattered, leaving it with a broken metal arm. He gazed at the sparks flickering from the severed right arm of the metal puppet, then at the display on the puppet's head, showing a combat power reading of 300 cards, his body trembling violently. Such formidable attack power undoubtedly reached the strength of a fourth-tier warrior. Su Ming's combat power increase must be at least sevenfold. The martial art he just executed should be the Crade martial art cloud-piercing spear, but even if fully cultivated, the cloud-piercing spear could only unleash 5 times the combat power. For Su Ming to achieve such high combat power, he must possess a superhuman ability. He definitely unleashed a superhuman ability in an instant, enhancing his physical attributes, which combined with the cloud-piercing spear allowed him to release over 300 combat power with more than 400 vitality. As a peak 4th-tier warrior, the mayor of Linjiang City had a keen eye. Recalling the moment Su Ming attacked the metal puppet, he quickly analyzed Su Ming's situation. Thinking that Su Ming not only had astonishing vitality, but also possessed a superhuman ability, the mayor's breathing became noticeably heavier. Top scholar. Su Ming is definitely the top scholar of the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. Finally, Linjiang City has produced a provincial top scholar, and he will be a legendary figure. Taking a deep breath, the mayor suppressed the tumultuous waves in his heart, stood up, and announced in a booming voice infused with vigorous vitality, which echoed throughout the entire square. Linjiang No. 7 high school candidate Su Ming final combat power assessment, 300 cards, full marks. Boom. With the mayor's personal announcement of Su Ming's final score, the atmosphere at the scene erupted once more. 300. Su Ming is undoubtedly the top scholar of this year's martial arts examination in Linjiang City. Haha, that's nothing, such a small scale. Linjiang City's martial arts examination top scholar is nothing compared to Su Ming, who is definitely the top scholar of Jiangnan province this time. Indeed, the highest score for past martial arts examination top scholars in Jiangnan province was only 100. Su Ming's combat power is 300. The top scholar of Jiangnan province can only be Su Ming. I can't wait to see the expression of the principal of No. 1 high school when he learns about Su Ming's. I want to see it too, but unfortunately the principal of No. 1 high school left the martial arts examination venue long ago. However, I imagine his expression upon realizing that Su Ming's strength has surpassed his own will be more spectacular than any expression I've ever seen. Linjiang No. 7 high school wins effortlessly. The student has taken the top spot, completely embarrassing No. 1 high school. The crowd in the audience buzzed with excitement. Good. Well done. At the podium, Lu Wen was so excited that his face turned red. He raised his fist and almost jumped on the spot. Nearby Zhang Lingchuan also wore an equally excited expression, with surprise and shock flashing. Although he knew Su Ming's strength was sufficient to slay latest-stage 3rd-tier beasts, he thought Su Ming's combat power would only reach around 200. However, Su Ming surprised him greatly today, directly reducing the metal puppet used for the martial arts examination to scrap, with a single shot achieving a full score of 300 cards. This was far stronger than he had anticipated, truly exceeding his expectations. Mayor, I don't need to compensate for that metal puppet, right? On the stage, Su Ming looked at the mayor of Linjiang City, who publicly announced his full score, then glanced at the metal puppet, his face showing a hint of apology as he looked at the mayor. Of course not. The higher-ups of the country would be thrilled to have a genius capable of shattering a metal puppet. Why would they make the genius compensate? Besides, it's just a mere metal puppet. Compared to you, 1,000 metal puppets aren't worth even a single finger of yours. You can leave now, I will handle the rest from here. Hearing this, the mayor of Linjiang City couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded, slightly bowing to the mayor before stepping down from the stage. After Su Ming stepped down, the mayor of Linjiang City and several martial arts examination judges quickly approached the metal puppet. After some adjustments, the broken metal puppet stood up again. Although the metal puppet had suffered significant damage from Su Ming's shot, the combat power assessment system was unharmed and could continue with the combat power testing. Furthermore, the candidates that followed Su Ming were all students from Linjiang No. 7 high school, with the strongest being only 1st-tier warriors. The broken metal puppet faced no pressure in completing the tests for these candidates. Soon, all the tests for the candidates in Linjiang City concluded. After the mayor and all the judges uploaded the test results and videos to the Jiangnan provincial office, they announced the end of the Linjiang City martial arts examination. Next, they would quietly await the ranking of the martial arts examination results to be released the following day. Su Ming, you really managed to bring me new surprises every time you appear. Honestly, tell me, how strong is your true strength now, Leaving the examination venue, Zhang Lingchuan immediately found Su Ming still wearing an expression of astonishment and spoke to him. I am not too strong, I can barely hold my own against a mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, I suppose. Su Ming, upon hearing this, did not overly expose his true strength, but slightly concealed it. In reality, with his current vitality combined with the great ability Furious Heart that temporarily enhances his physical attributes by 8 times along with the fully cultivated cloud-piercing spear, he could unleash a combat power of up to 165 million with a full force strike surpassing most latest-stage 4th-tier warriors. Hiss. So does that mean you can go a few rounds with me now? Even so, after hearing Su Ming's response, Jiang Lingquan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Su Ming nodded at this, not denying it. Damn, you're really a freak. Seeing this, Jiang Lingquan couldn't help but curse for the first time in front of Su Ming. He never expected that in just over 20 days Su Ming could grow to such an extent, becoming a powerful figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. To be clear, he had spent decades in arduous cultivation to reach the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Compared to Su Ming, he felt that all his efforts in cultivation throughout his life had become a joke. Hearing Jiang Lingquan's complaint, Su Ming merely shrugged, wearing an innocent smile. Then the two of them took a vehicle towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As for Linjiang 7 High School, Su Ming was merely registered there to participate in the college entrance examination. Now that he had secured the top spot in the Linjiang City Martial Arts examination, with an invincible presence, the resources that Linjiang City would allocate to Linjiang 7 High School next year would be his way of giving back, and this nominal enrollment had been settled, so he naturally wouldn't have any further ties with Linjiang 7 High School. Lu, when well aware of this, tactfully chose not to follow them. Once Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he went straight to the training room. Now he could increase his vitality by 90 each day through training, and he was unwilling to waste any time. This kid's talent is monstrous, and his diligence in training is commendable. He will definitely become a powerful figure standing at the peak of martial arts in the future. This time our Extreme Martial Arts Hall has struck gold. If I had even a fraction of this kid's effort back in the day, perhaps I would have already reached the late stage of the 4th tier by now. Watching Su Ming dive headfirst into the training room upon returning, Jiang Lingquan's admiration deepened, and he sighed before returning to his office. Indeed, Su Ming is the best in the province. This time Lianjiang City will finally show its glory.
是，那专家为什么说是大气光学现象？制服男人抬起头，面无。
Yes, in past years a score of around 1200 was enough to compete for the top position, but this year none in the top 10 scored below 15000. Not only in Jiangnan province, but I see that the scores of candidates in other provinces have also improved greatly. Could it be that a prosperous era for our Hanxiao martial artists is coming? The next day, as soon as the National College entrance examination results were announced, Jiang Lingquan and the mayor of Lianjiang City immediately checked the rankings. Upon seeing Su Ming's ranking, they were all overjoyed, with the mayor of Lianjiang City even laughing loudly in his office, his joyful voice echoing throughout the Lianjiang City government building. At the top of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Exam ranking list, Su Ming's name stood out prominently. Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Exam rankings: first place, Su Ming, Lianjiang City, score 30000. Second place, Lin Feng, Jinling City, score 187200. Third place, Chu Yanran, Jinling City, score 183000. Fourth place, Wu Hao, Jinling City, score 179800. In the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Exam rankings, all candidates from 2nd to 10th place were from the provincial capital Jinling City. Only the first place was taken by Su Ming from Lianjiang City. Moreover, there was a significant gap between Su Ming's score and that of 2nd place Lin Feng. Instantly, Su Ming attracted the attention of all the enrollment office teachers from martial arts universities across the nation. At the Capital University Martial Arts Enrollment Office, Enrollment Director Gao Wu and dozens of other enrollment teachers were gathered together, watching the martial arts rankings from various provinces flashing on the screen, quickly assessing the top 3 from each province and offering various benefits just to recruit these talents into the Capital University. The enrollment plan for the Yundian Province students has already been set. Now it's time for Jiangnan Province. After devising a special recruitment plan for the top 3 candidates from Yundian Province, Zhao Wuji switched the screen from the Yundian Province Martial Arts ranking list to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts ranking list. 30000, a perfect score. It has been 10 years since a genius with a perfect score has appeared in the martial arts exam. How could Jiangnan Province produce such a genius? How is it that such a genius is not from the provincial capital Jinling City, but from Lianjiang City? What city is this? I've never heard of it before. Found at Lianjiang City, one of the most remote small cities in the northwest of Jiangnan Province, I didn't expect such a place to cultivate a talent like this. To be able to cultivate to this level in such a remote place is even more rare. Quickly bring up the video of Su Ming's martial arts exam. I want to see how he achieved a perfect score. As the staff brought up the live surveillance footage of Su Ming during the martial arts exam, the entire enrollment office fell into a sudden silence. In the footage, Su Ming thrusts his spear, and the specially made metal puppet, which could withstand the full force of a peak third-tier warrior, had its right arm instantly ripped apart. Parts flew in all directions amidst sparks, heavily crashing down dozens of meters away. The martial arts exam spear in Su Ming's hand also broke into several pieces, with this strike falling onto the martial arts exam stage. Watching this scene, all the enrollment teachers at the Capital University had their expressions frozen on their faces, their hearts surging with overwhelming waves of shock. The Capital University is one of the top universities in the country, and even the teachers in the enrollment office have at least the strength of a fifth-tier warrior. Moreover, they are all relatively young fifth-tier warriors considered geniuses anywhere they go. Their insight is sharper than that of the mayor of Lianjiang City, and everyone understands what it means for Su Ming to crush the right arm of the metal puppet with that strike. Snap! After a brief silence, Gao Wu suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with brilliance. This damage definitely cannot be caused by a fighting power of 300. Although the metal puppet's limit is 300, its alloy strength can withstand attacks of up to 500 without breaking. Su Ming shattered the right arm of the metal puppet with a single strike. Such combat power must have at least reached 100. The 300 points are merely the upper limit of the martial arts exam's total score, not Su Ming's true strength. After saying this, he took a deep breath to suppress the overwhelming shock on his face, then looked towards the 3 enrollment teachers in the front row, all of whom had auras that clearly reached the peak of the 5th tier. You 3 who is willing to go for a trip. Gao Wuji's words were only halfway through when he suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and shook his head, saying, "Never mind, I'll go myself. Li Hui, the subsequent enrollment analysis work will be led by you. I will go to Jiangnan province right now." After saying this, Gao Wuji left the meeting room of the enrollment office, then stepped into the air, flying towards Lianjiang City, his figure quickly becoming a black, disappearing into the horizon. Walking on air is a technique that only a 6th-tier master can master. The same scene was happening not only at the Capital University. At the enrollment office of Mohai University, the meeting room was also engulfed in a deathly silence. This Su Ming has at least a combat power of 1000. His strike has already reached the level of a mid-4th-tier warrior. Genius, monstrous genius. This kind of talent must be recruited into Mohai University. Lao Guan, you continue leading the meeting. I will go to Jiangnan province right now. Enrollment Director Lu Jiming of Mohai University quickly made the same choice as Zhao Wuji. After bursting out of the enrollment office, he stepped into the air, flying towards Jiangnan province. I didn't expect Jiangnan province to produce such a monstrous genius. 18 years old, mid-4th-tier combat power. Even the Thunder Emperor of that year was no match for this. Su Ming will undoubtedly become a powerful lord, and even a peerless powerhouse who can break through to become a king is within reach. I will take the opportunity to recruit Su Ming into our Jiangnan University. On the other side, Enrollment Director Su Xiangming of Jiangnan University, after watching the video of Su Ming shattering the metal puppet, without any hesitation darted out of the enrollment office. Apart from the Capital University, Mohai University, and Jiangnan University, the top martial arts universities in the nation, the enrollment directors from the top 10 martial arts universities across the country flew to Lianjiang City, all wanting to recruit the extraordinary Su Ming into their universities. In the exclusive training room of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Su Ming was continuously practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, with his vital energy surging like a great river, his breath long and steady. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan glanced at the tightly closed door, and a deeper smile crept across. This kid is truly diligent. He actually started training before dawn. With such hard work, how can he not become a formidable powerhouse? Originally, he had thought of informing Su Ming about the good news of him topping the provincial martial arts examination, but seeing Su Ming training, he decided not to disturb him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingchuan left the training room and headed towards the main hall of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Su Xiangming's figure descending from the sky, landing right in front of him. Walking in the air, a master-level expert. Seeing Su Xiangming landing before him, Jiang Lingchuan's body trembled, and his face instantly turned serious as he bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Jiang Lingchuan, the branch master of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Lianjiang City. I greet you, senior." Su Xiangming waved his hand in haste and spoke with urgency. "Master Jiang, I am Director Su from the Jiangnan University Admissions Office. I just heard from 7th Middle School that Su Ming is currently at your martial arts school. Could you take me to see him?" The admissions director of Jiangnan University. He actually came so quickly. Hearing Su Xiangming's words, Jiang Lingchuan's body shook, displaying an expression of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Director Su Ming is indeed in our school. However, he is still training in the training room. Would you like me to bring him out?" Su Ming is still training. What a diligent martial arts genius. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's response, Su Xiangming's eyes brightened, and his admiration for Su Ming increased. Most other candidates would surely indulge themselves after the martial arts examination. Very few could be as hardworking as Su Ming, who plunged into training the very next day after the exam. He did not know that on the day of the martial arts examination, after returning from the exam venue to the extreme martial arts school, Su Ming had trained for 15 hours. Praising Su Ming inwardly, Su Xiangming revealed a smile, saying, "No need, since Su Ming is training. I will wait for him to finish before meeting him. Please take me to Su Ming's training room. I will wait for him at the door." Although he was eager to recruit Su Ming into Jiangnan University, he was more concerned that interrupting Su Ming during training would leave a bad impression. Thus, even knowing that other martial arts universities' admission teachers might arrive during his wait for Su Ming to finish training, he still chose to wait. "If that's the case, please follow me, Director Su." Zhang Lingchuan, hearing this, did not dare to be negligent and promptly led Su Xiangming towards the second-floor training room of the extreme martial arts school. Just as Zhang Lingchuan brought Su Xiangming to the outside of Su Ming's training room, another person entered the hall of the extreme martial arts school. It was Liu Zhiming, the admissions director of the Demon Sea University. "Director Liu, I didn't expect you to come in person." As Liu Zhiming entered the hall, another figure descended from the sky, which was Gao Wu, the admissions director from Capital City University, who had rushed over. Upon seeing Liu Zhiming, Gao Wu couldn't help but shout loudly, "Director, Zhao, you actually came in person." Hearing the voice from behind, Liu Zhiming turned to look, and upon seeing Gao Wu, a smile appeared on his face as he greeted him. The two were naturally very familiar, as they were both admissions directors of the top 2 martial arts universities in Huanxia. "You two guys, you sure didn't arrive late." At that moment, Su Xiaoming on the second floor was also drawn to their conversation, turning to look at the hall on the first floor and smiling at the two. Although Su Xiaoming smiled, his heart sank. Both Capital City University and Demon Sea University were ranked above Jiangnan University. While Jiangnan University was not significantly inferior in terms of teaching quality and faculty strength, the reputations of the two universities were undeniably greater. Now that the admissions directors of these two top universities had personally come, the difficulty of recruiting Su Ming into Jiangnan University had greatly increased. "Director Su, I knew you would be faster than us." Upon hearing Su Zhangming's voice, Liu Zhiming and Zhao Wujia both looked up simultaneously towards Su Zhangming's direction and greeted him. Then the two figures flashed and directly moved from the first floor hall to the second floor without even using the stairs. Another 2 master-level experts. Seeing the two come before him, Zhang Lingchuan's body shook and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was his first time facing 3 master-level experts at such close range. The pressure was greater than. Despite the immense pressure, Zhang Lingchuan still managed to explain Su Ming's current situation to Liu Zhiming and Zhao Wujia. Upon learning that Su Ming was currently training in the training room, both Liu Zhiming and Zhao Wujia displayed expressions of surprise and admiration. Like Su Xiangming, they chose to silently stand outside the training room where Su Ming was waiting. Time passed, and they waited from morning until deep into the night. At this moment, outside Su Ming's training room, 10 admissions directors from the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, all master-level experts, had gathered. In addition, there were more than 30 admissions teachers from lower-ranked martial arts universities, all peak 5th. "Master Jiang, does Su Ming train for such long hours every day?" Looking at the time, Su Xiangming turned to Zhang Lingchuan beside him. As he spoke, the gazes of Liu Zhiming, Zhao Wujia, and other university admissions directors all landed on Zhang Lingchuan. "Su Ming, if you don't come out soon, I can hardly bear the pressure." Faced with the intense scrutiny of so many powerful figures, Zhang Lingchuan felt the pressure mounting, silently lamenting. Yet he maintained a respectful smile, nodding to Su Xiaoming. Director Su Ming used to spend 10 hours a day in the training room a week ago. Recently, he has been putting in even more effort, training for about 15 hours daily. Let's wait a bit longer. He should be coming out soon. 15 hours of training every day. Upon hearing Zhang Lingchuan's words, all the surrounding admissions teachers were taken aback, their faces revealing expressions of moving admiration. Boom! Just then, a heavy rumbling sound of mechanical movement came from the training room door, which began to slowly open. "Su Ming, you finally came out." Seeing the figure that emerged from the open door, Zhang Lingchuan felt a wave of relief, overwhelmed with excitement. What is going on here? As Su Ming opened the door, he was greeted by a crowd of people outside, all staring at him with eager expressions. Moreover, he felt an immense pressure from these individuals, clearly sensing that their strength surpassed that of Jiang. Su Ming immediately displayed a look of surprise as he turned to Zhang Lingchuan. "Master Jiang, what is this?" "Ha, Su Ming, you finally made it out. These are the admission officers from top martial arts universities ranked high in Huanxia. Let me introduce them to you. This is Director Zhao from the Capital University. This is Director Liu from Demon Sea University. Oh, and this one is..." Upon noticing Su Ming looking at him, Zhang Lingchuan quickly explained and introduced the top admission officers to Su Ming one by one. "Students, greet the teachers." After Jiang Lingchuan quickly introduced everyone, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement to Zhao Wujia and the others. Not bad, not bad. Su Ming, I was the first to arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, coming over early in the morning and waiting outside for you. I must say you are the most talented and hardworking student I have ever seen. Are you interested in attending Jiangnan University, the top university in the province? It is closer to home, making everything more convenient, and Jiangnan University is just as strong as Capital University and Demon Sea University. Once Jiang Lingchuan finished introducing, Su Ming greeted everyone, and Su Xiangming was the first to step forward to invite Su Ming. Su Xiangming was quite shrewd, intentionally mentioning that he arrived first, and only invited Su Ming based on the fact that Jiangnan University is a local university in Jiangnan province closer to home, without directly offering the benefits Su Ming would receive at Jiangnan University. That old fox. Upon hearing Su Xiangming's words to Su Ming, both Zhao Wujia and Lu Jiming muttered under their breath. To become the admission director of a top martial arts university, they were all very astute and knew that in recruitment the first to make an offer had the least chance of attracting a talented student. Unless the initial offer is exceptionally high, placing it far ahead, making it impossible for others to counter. Su Ming, come to our Jibei University. Jibei University is willing to offer you 2,000 credits every year along with 200 million in scholarships and a set of a class combat gear. As soon as Su Xiangming's words fell, an admission director from another university immediately extended an invitation to Su Ming. Jibei University is also strong, ranking in the top 10 of Huanxia, sitting at 9th. Su Ming, we at Shandong University are willing to offer you 3,000 credits each year, 300 million in scholarships, plus a set of a class combat gear and in a class spear. However, just as the offers from Jibei University were mentioned, another admission officer from a nationally ranked top 10 university eagerly spoke to Su Ming. Shandong University ranked 5th nationally. Indeed, the top 10 martial arts universities are too wealthy, we can't compete with them at all. Yeah, class combat gear and weapons, even I am envious. And this is just the benefits offered by the 5th-ranked martial arts university. The admission directors from the top 3 universities, such as Director Zhao, haven't even spoken yet. It seems we can only serve as mere spectators this time. Indeed, it feels terrible to see such extraordinary talent right in front of us and not be able to recruit them. As the admission officer from Shandong University outlined the recruitment benefits to Su Ming, the other admission officers behind could only shake their heads, expressing their sentiments. At this moment, Zhao Wujia glanced at Lu Jiming and Su Xiangming beside him and smiled. I wonder what kind of benefits you two are prepared to offer to attract Su Ming. Director Zhao, there's no need to test us. Whatever benefits Capital University offers Su Ming, I can assure you that Demon Sea University will offer even more. Lu Jiming looked at Zhao Wujia with a smile on his face, arms crossed confidently. The other admission officers also nodded in silent agreement. Although Demon Sea University ranked slightly lower than Capital University, its financial resources were recognized as the strongest in the nation. Lu Jiming's earlier words were definitely not meant to intimidate Zhao Wujia. So what if the benefits offered are high? No matter how good the items are, they must be suitable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, then turned to Su Ming, instantly changing his expression to one of a beaming smile. Su Ming, I see that your shooting skills are impressive. Our Capital University's president is an invincible powerhouse who has attained enlightenment through the spear. If you join us, the president will surely welcome you as a disciple and share his teachings. Oh no, how could I forget about this? Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Lu Jiming's expression suddenly stiffened. The president of Capital University is an invincible powerhouse who has transcended the kingly realm. His spear techniques are extraordinary. During his peak, he fought single-handedly against 3 formidable foes in the starry battlefield, ultimately defeating them with his spear in the invincible realm. Since then, the name of Capital University's president Bai Yufei has resounded across the Blue Star, recognized as the foremost expert in spear arts and revered as the saint of spear arts in Huanxia. Countless martial artists wielding spears yearn for Bai Yufei's guidance. Su Ming, being a genius with the spear, would undoubtedly find it hard to refuse such an enticing offer to become a disciple of the Saint of Spear Arts. Not just Lu Jiming, even Su Xiangming and the other admission officers from major martial arts universities shared the same thought. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Ming maintained a calm expression after hearing Zhao Wuji's words, showing no signs of change. He merely smiled slightly at Zhao Wujia, then turned his gaze to Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming. Is there still? Seeing Su Ming looking at them, Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming raised their brows, their spirits lifted. Su Ming, if you are willing to come to Jiangnan University, the school will offer you a one-time scholarship of 1 billion in addition to 5,000 credits every year, a set of a class combat gear and in a class weapon. On top of that, once you enroll, you will receive the school's treasured class spear techniques. Su Xiangming could no longer hold back and was the first to speak, presenting the benefits offered by Jiangnan University. As soon as this was said, the admission officers behind couldn't help but gasp in shock at the benefits proposed by Su Ming. Our capital university offers the same benefits as Jiangnan University, but once you enter capital university, I can guarantee that the president will take you as his disciple. As soon as Su Xiangming's words fell, Zhao Wujia also revealed the benefits capital university could provide. If it were any other genius using a spear as a weapon who heard Zhao Wujia's conditions, they would undoubtedly choose capital university without hesitation. But Su Ming was different. With a system in place, he could rapidly master any powerful martial arts through point allocation, completely negating the need for a teacher. Regarding the conditions presented by the two, Su Ming did not respond immediately, instead turning to Lu Zhiming, the admission director from Demon Sea University. Su Ming, although our Mohai University does not have a gun path powerhouse like the Gun Saint of Hanxia, as long as you come to Mohai University, we will certainly arrange for the best teachers to guide you. In addition, there are 5,000 credits every year plus a scholarship of 2 billion along with a complete set of A-grade combat uniforms and A-grade weapons. Most importantly, our school can provide you with an additional portion of Earth Dragon Essence blood every year. Seeing Su Ming's gaze turn towards him, Lu Zhiming felt a surge of joy and immediately spoke of the best treatment he could offer. Earth Dragon Essence blood. Upon hearing these words, the other recruiting teachers couldn't help but exclaim, and Zhang Lingchuan was shaken to his core. Is Earth Dragon Essence blood really that precious? Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Ming asked in surprise. At this moment, Zhang Lingchuan slowly opened his mouth after hearing Su Ming's question, his face filled with shock as he continued to explain. As someone from Hanxia, everyone knows what the word dragon signifies. Any ferocious beast related to dragons possesses tremendous strength. The Earth Dragon, although merely a sub-dragon ferocious beast, once it matures is invariably a fierce entity at the 8th rank of the noble level, and among 8th rank ferocious beasts, Earth Dragons are among the most powerful. To obtain Earth Dragon Essence blood, one must slay an Earth Dragon with 8th rank noble strength. Killing the dragon for its blood is the only method. As for the marvelous uses of Earth Dragon Essence blood, it can significantly enhance a warrior's vitality and strengthen their physical body with effects far surpassing those of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit you previously consumed. Now do you understand the preciousness of this Earth Dragon Essence blood? Even after finishing his explanation, Zhang Lingchuan's face remained filled with shock. Even at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, there is not a single portion of Earth Dragon Essence blood. After all, the headmaster and several deputy headmasters of the headquarters are merely of 8th rank noble strength. The strength of the Earth Dragon is among the top within the noble level, and they typically inhabit the depths of large underground caverns. Large underground caverns are perilous places where royal ferocious beasts roam. To slay an Earth Dragon and obtain its essence blood, even if all the strong from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters were to mobilize, success is not guaranteed. So that's how it is. After listening to Zhang Lingchuan's explanation, Su Ming understood. However, as valuable as Earth Dragon Essence blood is, the resource he urgently needs now is still the 7th rank resource, the Water of Life. Only the Water of Life can awaken his mother Lin Weiner from her coma. The Water of Life is merely a 7th rank resource, while Earth Dragon Essence blood is the essence of an 8th rank ferocious beast, so it is certainly more precious than the Water of Life. Since Mohai University can provide me with a portion of Earth Dragon Essence blood every year, I believe it wouldn't be an issue to exchange the first portion for the Water of Life. Thinking of this, Su Ming immediately turned to Lu Zhiming and asked, Director Lu, I urgently need a portion of Water of Life. Can I exchange the first portion of Earth Dragon Essence blood for it? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiming was first taken aback, but then he was filled with joy. Su Ming's inquiry clearly indicated he had chosen Mohai University, otherwise he wouldn't ask if he could exchange Earth Dragon Essence blood for the Water of Life. With this thought, Lu Zhiming burst into laughter and said to Su Ming, Sure, of course you can. Didn't I say that as long as you come to Mohai University, we will provide you with 5,000 credits each year? Credits are hard currency in the university. The reward credits you earn each year can be exchanged for 2 portions of Water of Life. Didn't I say that as long as you come to Mohai University, we will provide you with 5,000 credits each year? Credits are hard currency in the university. The reward credits you earn each year can be exchanged for 2 portions of Water of Life. If you are willing to come to Mohai University, I will change your first year's credit reward to 2,500 points and 1 portion of Water of Life, with all other benefits remaining unchanged. How does that sound? After speaking, Lu Zhiming smiled gently at Su Ming, waiting for his response. Hearing Lu Zhiming's suggestion, Su Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. The market value of Water of Life is as high as 10 billion. I didn't expect to exchange just 2,500 credits for a portion of it. Doesn't that mean 1 credit is equivalent to 4 million credit points? If the annual credits are converted into credit points, that amounts to 20 billion. These top universities truly do not treat money as money. After roughly calculating the exchange rate between credits and credit points, Su Ming couldn't help but complain. After that, he made his own decision. He first slightly bowed to the other recruiting teachers from different martial arts universities, apologetically smiling. Thank you, teachers, for your kindness, but I have decided to join Mo High University. Sigh. Hearing Su Ming's choice, Su Xiangming, Zhao Wuji, and the other recruiting teachers from martial arts universities couldn't help but sigh. Then Su Xiangming and Zhao Wuji looked at Su Ming with regret before leaving the Extreme Martial Arts Hall one after the other. Currently, as the martial arts entrance exam recruitment is underway, the major martial arts universities are fiercely competing for the country's top talents. They had already delayed a day with Su Ming, and since he had made his choice, they naturally would not continue to waste time here. Su Ming, I couldn't ask earlier when others were present, but now that they are gone, can you tell me if you have awakened a superhuman? After everyone left, Lu Jiming looked at Su Ming with a hint of expectation on his face. He had carefully studied the video of Su Ming's martial arts exam and knew that the shot he made at the metal puppet used the class martial art breaking lock spear. Given Su Ming's vitality, even if he perfected the breaking cloud spear, it would not reach 1,000,000 combat. Thus, there was only one possibility: Su Ming must possess a superhuman ability that could instantly enhance physical attributes, and its level was certainly not low. Yes, I have indeed awakened an A-grade superhuman ability, Su Ming replied, not hiding anything. Ha ha ha, great. Su Ming, this is the agreement we have prepared for you at Mo High University. The benefits on it are the same as what I just mentioned. Take a look first. If there are no surprises, let's sign the agreement now. Hearing Su Ming's response, Lu Jiming showed an expression of as expected and shouted great 3 times. He then took out the prepared contract and pushed it in front of Su Ming. Su Ming picked up the contract, glanced at it, found no issues, and signed it readily, placing his seal on it. Su Ming, on behalf of Mo High University, I welcome you to study at Mo High University. I will go back to process your enrollment documents and student ID, and tomorrow evening, I will come back here with your student ID and water of life. Okay, I will await you here tomorrow afternoon, Director Liu. Hearing that he would receive the water of life tomorrow, Su Ming was overjoyed and quickly nodded. After chatting with Su Ming a few more times, Lu Jiming nodded slightly at Su Ming, and then, escorted by Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan, arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, directly took off into the air, and sped towards Mo High University, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. Su Ming, wasn't your ability a nature-type ice ability? When did it turn into a superhuman ability? And in a level 1 at that? Lu Jiming had just left when Jiang Lingchuan immediately turned to look at Su Ming, his face filled with suspicion and shock. When Su Ming had just told Lu Jiming that he possessed an A-level superhuman ability called Fury of the Heart, Lu Jiming was left utterly stunned. If Lu Jiming hadn't been there, he would have already asked Su Ming about what was going on. Ahem, Master Jiang, I never claimed that I only awakened a nature-type ability. Moreover, you never asked me if I had any other abilities before this. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's words, Su Ming cleared his throat lightly and then smiled. That seems to make sense. Su Ming's words left Jiang Lingchuan momentarily speechless, finding himself unable to refute it. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Jiang Lingchuan took a deep breath and firmly patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Su Ming, you are the most exceptional genius I have ever seen, and also the hardest working one. As long as you maintain your current state, you will surely become the most powerful warrior in Hanya, and may even reach the realm of invincibility. Invincibility refers to a peerless powerhouse above the 9th stage king. Such powerhouses are extremely rare throughout Hanya. Since the Great Cataclysm, countless geniuses have emerged in Hanya, many of whom are extraordinarily talented, including top-notch prodigies who have awakened-level abilities. However, only a handful have been able to take that step. Although many exceptional prodigies have stopped before reaching the realm of invincibility over the years, Jiang Lingchuan held great confidence in Su Ming at this moment. Not only because Su Ming possessed 2 powerful abilities, but also because Su Ming, despite being an extraordinary talent, worked several times harder than the average person in his training. An invincible powerhouse above the 9th stage king. I will take that step, and it won't take long. Looking at Jiang Lingchuan's somewhat emotional and serious expression, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, showing no humility. The deep blue system was his greatest source of confidence and a strong support for quickly reaching the realm of invincibility. Seeing Su Ming's lack of humility, Jiang Lingchuan found no issue with it. After a conversation, Su Ming took his leave of Jiang Lingchuan and returned home. The next morning, as usual, Su Ming arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, as soon as he arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he encountered Lu Jiming, who had arrived there even earlier than him. Lu Jiming, being powerful, greeted Su Ming first. Su Ming, so early. My home is in Linjiang City, so it's convenient for me to come here to train. But Director Liu, you came all the way from Demon Sea University and still arrived this early. Su Ming looked at Lu Jiming, a smile on his face. Hearing that Su Ming had come to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to train again, Lu Jiming's eyes revealed a hint of approval, making him admire Su Ming even more. I was just thinking of delivering your admission paperwork to you as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly handed the student ID that had been prepared for Su Ming at Demon City University over to him. Special admission. Su Ming took the student ID, looking at the prominent 2 characters on it, slightly taken aback. That's right, the enrollment teachers from various martial arts universities in Hanya will go nationwide to recruit talented students ahead of time. Naturally, those students admitted directly by the enrollment teachers differ from those admitted according to the National Martial Arts exam scores a month later. Specially admitted students at Demon City University enjoy many benefits in school, and you'll understand this once you arrive at the university. Seeing the surprise on Su Ming's face, Lu Jiming smiled and explained. Su Ming nodded silently. The start date for Demon City University is a month and a half later with 50 days remaining. This is my contact number. When you arrive in Demon City, just call me, and I'll personally pick you up at the university. Here are the A-level combat suit and A-level weapon I promised you. You can take them as well. After seeing Su Ming accept the student ID, Lu Jiming retrieved a box containing an A-level combat suit and an A-level weapon long spear, then took out a business card and handed it to Su Ming. After handing over these items, Lu Jiming flipped his hand, and a glimmer of light flashed from the ring on his right hand, revealing a palm-sized crystal vial. Inside this transparent crystal vial was about 50 milliliters of emerald green liquid, emitting a faint glow. Even through the vial, Su Ming could feel the vibrant life force within. Director Lu, is this? Looking at the crystal vial held in Lu Jiming's palm, a fiery gaze flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his breathing quickened. That's right, it's the water of life. Noticing Su Ming's thoughts, Lu Jiming nodded and handed the water of life. The water of life, I finally have it. Taking the water of life, Su Ming cradled the crystal vial in his hands, as if it were a treasure, his excited voice trembling uncontrollably. Although the overall value of the water of life is lower than that of an A-level combat suit and A-level weapon, in Su Ming's eyes at this moment the value of the water of life far exceeded any item Lu Jiming had given him. Thank you, Director Lu. I have something urgent to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please keep the combat suit and long spear at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for me, and have Master take care of them. They'll be leaving now. After suppressing his excitement, Su Ming glanced at the 2 large boxes beside him and immediately said to Lu Jiming. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Jiming's response, Su Ming turned and left with the water of life. This kid is quite filial. Filial children are never bad. Seeing Su Ming leave without hesitation, not even glancing at the A-level combat suit and A-level weapon long spear at his feet, Lu Jiming nodded in satisfaction and praised him generously. After discovering last night how anxious Su Ming was to obtain the water of life, Lu Jiming investigated the reason and understood why Su Ming was in such a hurry to leave. At Linjiang City People's Hospital in the special care ward, Su Ming and Su Xiaowei both looked at Lin Weiner, who lay on the hospital bed with expressions of expectation and slight nervousness. At this moment, the water of life that Su Ming had brought was already used on Lin Weiner under the doctor's instructions. The 2 were now waiting for Lin Weiner to awaken. Xiao Ming, Xiaowei, you have all grown up. During the siblings' wait, Lin Weiner slowly opened her eyes slightly, turned her head to look at Su Ming and Su Xiaowei, and murmured softly, "Mom, you finally woke up." Su Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly, then threw herself into Lin Weiner's arms and began to cry. It's been 3 years and mother finally woke up. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes turned slightly red, feeling a sense of relief. A month and a half later. In the exclusive training room of the Extreme Martial Arts School, where Su Ming trains, he held his breath, focused his mind, and with a soft exhale, grasped the testing spear tightly, then thrust it forward with great force, striking the metallic test target. Boom! At the moment the spear made contact with the metal target, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the training room. In the next second, the target of the combat power testing instrument was sent flying. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the combat power tester kept fluctuating until they finally froze at 440,500. In front of the combat power tester, Su Ming stood with his spear in hand, exhaling a long breath, looking at the displayed combat power value and nodding in satisfaction. He then brought up his attribute panel. Host Su Ming: Vitality 88, 10 Spirit, 5, 21 Abilities: Ice Crown S, Heart of Fury, A Body Refinement Method, Rising Sun, D Perfection, Body of Steel, A Perfection Meditation Method, None Martial Arts, Diamond Spear, D Perfection, Breaking Cloud Spear, C Perfection, Enhancement Points 3206. After nearly 40 days of training, my vitality has increased by over 4,500. Now, without using the A-level Heart of Fury ability, my combat power, using the Breaking Cloud Spear martial art, has reached the level of a 4th stage martial artist. With a combat power of 4400, If I activate the A-level superhuman ability, my physical attributes will enhance and my combat power would increase by 8 times, allowing me to surpass 3.2 million. A combat power of 3.2 million is close to the peak of a 4th stage martial artist. This does not even account for the A-level combat suit and A-level spear that the Magic Sea University rewards me with, which would further enhance my strength. If I wear that A-level combat suit and wield an A-level weapon, even the mayor of Lingjiang would not be my match. After examining his attribute panel, Su Ming smiled broadly. The A-level combat suit can completely ignore attacks from any expert below the 6th stage. Meanwhile, A-level weapons can easily pierce through the defenses of 5th stage beasts. With Su Ming's current explosive power, using the A-level combat suit and weapon spear, even a 5th stage beast would only have the option to flee. After all, unable to break through the defense of Su Ming's combat suit, they would still suffer damage from his attacks. 5th stage beasts are quite intelligent and would certainly avoid entangling with Su Ming. As for the mayor of Lingjiang, he is merely a peak 4th stage martial artist and is certainly not a match for Su Ming, who possesses a complete set of A-level combat suit and weapons. Tomorrow I will go to Magic Sea University, so I won't train tonight. Instead, I'll return home to have a good meal with my family. After checking the time, Su Ming decided not to train anymore that night, but to return home and have dinner with his mother Lin Weiner and sister Su Xiaowei. Ever since Lin Weiner woke up, he had thrown himself wholeheartedly into training, practicing for at least 15 hours every day. Aside from sleeping, he basically spent all his time at the extreme martial arts school. Having made his decision, Su Ming took off his training uniform, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and headed home. Son is back. Come quickly and sit down to eat. I have a dish that will be ready soon. As soon as Su Ming arrived home, Lin Weiner was just bringing a plate of stir-fried vegetables to the table, smiling at Su Ming. She then turned and returned to the kitchen to continue her work. Compared to her condition when she had just awakened, Lin Weiner's complexion was much better, and the vitality she exuded had already reached the strength of a late 2nd stage martial artist. The water of life, a resource of the 7th stage, not only healed all her injuries, but also significantly enhanced her physical attributes. Her strength improved from being a late 1st stage martial artist before her coma to a late 2nd stage. Moreover, because Su Ming was the top scorer of this year's martial arts examination in Jiangnan province, the Lingjiang city government specially rewarded him with a detached villa in the city center covering 200 square meters and worth 200 million credit points. Now Su Ming's family had moved from their old apartment building to this villa in the city center. Brother, Mom knows you're going to the Magic City tomorrow, and these are all your favorite dishes, hee. At this moment, Su Xiaowei peeked her head out from the kitchen, holding 2 large bottles of functional drinks, and placed them on the dining table. These 2 bottles of functional drinks are specially formulated supplements, not only delicious, but also capable of replenishing a martial artist's vitality, similar to vitality powders. Although their effectiveness is not as strong as that of specialized supplements like vitality powders, they are easier to absorb and do not require the assistance of body refinement techniques. Because of this, these 2 bottles of functional drinks are not cheap, costing 100 credit points each. For an ordinary family of 3, this amount could comfortably last them a month. Functional drinks at 100 per bottle are undoubtedly a luxury. However, for Su Ming, currently these supplements are well within his spending capacity. With his current strength, just a trip to the underground cave can easily earn him several million credit points. Even without entering the underground cave, Su Ming has a scholarship of 2 billion credit points, allowing him to disregard the consumption of such supplements. Long-term consumption of such functional drinks not only benefits low-level martial artists, but is even more beneficial for those like Su Xiaowei who have yet to become martial artists. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded and quickly sat down at the dining table, enjoying a joyful reunion with his family. The next day, Su Ming boarded the high-speed train to Magic City with his family, and Zhang Lingchuan seeing him off. Magic City is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Lingjiang City, but now the high-speed train in Huanxia has surpassed a speed of 800 kilometers. A direct high-speed train from Lingjiang City to Magic City takes less than 3 hours. However, accounting for the time spent picking up and dropping off passengers at various stops along the way, it still takes over 3 hours to travel from Lingjiang City to Magic City. Su Ming bought a business class ticket, and he was only invited to the business class when it was about to depart. As soon as he settled into his seat on the high-speed train, it wasn't long before the train started moving towards the distant Magic City. This is my first time in business class, and it's quite comfortable. This money was well spent. 3 hours. I'll take a short rest, and when I open my eyes again, I'll be in Magic City. Su Ming sat in his seat feeling quite satisfied. He then closed his eyes to rest. Swoosh. He didn't know how long had passed, but suddenly he felt the high-speed train come to a sharp halt, and he jolted awake. Arrived. Something's not right. There shouldn't be such a sudden stop at a station. Su Ming, awake, now raised an eyebrow and instantly stood up from his seat. His ears twitched and his expression turned serious. Through the train, he could already hear the sounds of a fierce battle outside. Hold the train. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. Outside the high-speed train, a third-tier peak martial artist, the team leader assigned to escort the train, slashed a second-tier latest-stage ferocious beast clean off its feet with a single stroke, then shouted to the dozen or so accompanying martial artists nearby, whose cultivation ranks range from first to second tier. Kill. Hearing their leader's command, the escorting martial artists' eyes flared with feral intensity. They rushed forward, forming a living barricade before the train and clashing head-on with the surging tide of beasts. Boom. Roar. The roars of ferocious beasts and the clamor of combat grew steadily louder, sharper, impossible to ignore. Now it wasn't only Su Ming, whose martial prowess was exceptional, who could hear the chaos outside. Passengers in the front few carriages nearest the advancing horde also clearly heard the commotion beyond the windows. What's happening? The train jolted to an emergency stop, overlapping with the sounds of battle and bestial shrieks. The abrupt halt sent a wave of alarm across the front carriages. Passengers paled and rushed to the windows, straining to see. That sounds like ferocious beasts. How could they possibly appear on a high-speed rail line? No, look outside, everyone. Beasts. So many beasts. A beast tide. A full-scale beast tide is charging straight at us. Such a massive tide means a new abyssal rift must have opened nearby, or perhaps one has re-emerged. This is the middle of nowhere. No military bases, no major cities nearby. We'll never get help in time. It's over. Utterly over. Driver, reverse immediately. As passengers in the front carriages heard the commotion and glimpsed through the bulletproof windows the vast swarm of beasts thundering toward the tracks, kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Panic erupted. Everyone stampeded toward the rear carriages, screaming, shoving, sprinting blindly backward, sparking chaos that rippled through the entire train. Crocker-craw. At that very moment, the train's roof split open. Self-propelled artillery turrets rose into position and opened fire on the encroaching beasts. 20mm barrels glowed with sapphire light, unleashing torrents of high-velocity rounds. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Each 20mm round struck distant beasts with surgical brutality, ripping through flesh and bone, tearing bodies apart mid-lunge. The train's 20mm autocannons possessed devastating power. Even third-tier peak beasts were shredded into perforated ruins. As the rooftop turrets unleashed relentless barges, the pressure on the escorting martial artists guarding the front eased dramatically. Yet the surrounding horde was simply too vast. Even the train's full offensive capacity could only delay, not halt, the beast's advance. Worse still, this was not a military-spec train. Its ammunition reserves were strictly limited. Once expended, the dozen or so escorting martial artists would stand no chance against such a cataclysmic tide. A beast tide. So many beasts. Perfect timing. Inside the business-class carriage, Su Ming gazed out the window at the monstrous swarm beyond the train, and his expression diverged sharply from the terror gripping other passengers. He showed no fear, only a flicker of exhilarated anticipation. Open the door. I'm going out. Without hesitation, he unzipped his carry-on case, containing the Class A combat suit, solar flare armor, and the Class A long rifle, obsidian spear, and retrieved both items, addressing the attendant directly. Even as he spoke, he was already donning the solar flare armor and shouldering the obsidian spear. Esteemed passenger, the exterior is swarming with ferocious beasts. You'd be far safer remaining aboard the train until rescue arrives. This train is equipped with an automated defense system, and our escorting martial artists are coordinating active defense. For now, we remain secure within these carriages. We've already dispatched urgent distress signals to nearby military bases and the Martial Artists Association in major cities. Reinforcements are en route. We need only hold out until they arrive. Yet the attendant shook her head firmly, refusing to let Su Ming disembark and risk his life. Though his gear unmistakably marked him as a martial artist, his youthful appearance betrayed him as a student. In her eyes, someone so young could hardly possess formidable strength. Against such a colossal tide, his intervention would likely prove futile. The attendant is correct. High-speed trains operating in wilderness corridors feature reinforced hulls, especially business-class carriages, which are specially armored to withstand impacts from second-tier peak beasts. We're safe inside, but if you force the carriage door open and beasts breach the threshold, can you bear that? Exactly. Let's just stay put and wait patiently. I trust the Hanxiao military will arrive to save us any moment now. Young man, I know achieving martial status at your age must inflate your pride, but this beast tide is no jest. Don't let impulsive bravado endanger every soul in this carriage. As the attendant and Su Ming exchanged words, other business-class passengers rose en masse, faces etched with disapproval, voices raised in unison. Some pleaded with Su Ming to sit down, others rebuked him outright, forbidding reckless action. Amidst this chorus of admonishment, the train's Vulcan autocannons exhausted their final rounds and fell silent. Deprived of heavy artillery support, the dozen martial artists guarding the front were instantly overwhelmed, pressure surging tenfold. Su Ming listened to the accusations echoing through the carriage, and watched the last cannon fall mute outside. He cast a single icy glance across the assembled passengers, then stepped forward without another word. His figure blurred, reappearing instantly before the business class entrance. "You?" The attendant stationed at the door recoiled in shock, mouth half open, before Su Ming moved again. Craboom! A deafening detonation shattered the air. Su Ming lunged forward and kicked the reinforced carriage door clean off its hinges. The massive steel door rocketed 30 meters, hurtling like an artillery shell, shattering trees on impact, sending splinters and debris spiraling into the sky. Whoosh! Without pausing, Su Ming vanished from the doorway, blasting forward into the heart of the beast. Bathed in sunlight, his crimson solar flare armor blazed with searing prismatic radiance, cutting a blazing path straight to the train's vanguard. At that instant, a third-tier junior ferocious beast and two second-tier latest-stage beasts converged upon a second-tier mid-rank escort martial artist from three separate angles, sealing off every possible escape. "It's over." Gazing upon the monstrous visages mere inches away, and feeling the rancid, blood-scented wind gushing from their maws, the martial artist's heart drowned in despair. "Even if I die, I will never let these beasts have it easy." The second-tier mid-level warrior, trapped in a desperate situation, did not give up on resistance. Instead, his eyes turned crimson as he unleashed all his strength and charged fiercely at the approaching third-tier beast, striking with his sword. Bang! A metallic clash echoed as the warrior's great sword collided with the third-tier beast. The flash of light quickly vanished. Contrary to expectations, the scene where the third-tier beast would annihilate the second-tier mid-level warrior did not occur. Instead, the beast was sent flying backward by the warrior's attack. Moreover, the second-tier beasts charging from both sides also flew backward together. What is happening? Why have I suddenly become so strong? Seeing the three beasts being knocked back, the second-tier warrior was momentarily stunned, his face filled with... At this moment, the three beasts charging at him not only were shocked back by his sword, but also had blood spraying from their mouths and noses, spilling blood in midair. As the three beasts hit the ground, their auras instantly vanished, and they died on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Awu! As the three beasts before the second-tier warrior were sent flying, a rainbow light flashed around the high-speed train, and in the next moment, countless beasts soared into the air, as if they were sandbags being knocked away by the mysterious rainbow light. This. The sudden scene in front of them made all the warriors guarding the front of the high-speed train stop in shock, unable to speak. Because before them, there were no beasts left, all had been sent flying and killed by that mysterious rainbow. The sounds of clashes and the brief cries of beasts were incessant. "No, those three beasts weren't killed by me," a strong warrior intervened. To kill a third-tier beast so easily, the newcomer must be at least a fourth-tier warrior. Only then did the initial warrior realize, staring at the flickering rainbow light ahead, his pupils dilating. Not only him, but the other accompanying warriors, including the captain at the peak of the third tier, also widened their eyes, watching the rainbow light rampaging through the beast's tide. Awu! The rainbow light was none other than Su Ming, who had forcefully burst out from the business class carriage. At this moment, he was clad in a grade combat suit, completely impervious to attacks from beasts below 5th tier. Currently, none of the beasts charging out from the beast tide possessed strength exceeding that of a third-tier peak. With the A-grade long spear, obsidian spear in hand, Su Ming could easily penetrate the defenses of these beasts within the tide, with every strike blood splattering wherever he passed. Under Su Ming's assault, not a single beast could survive. However, even so, Su Ming could only halt the tide for a moment. Soon the beasts split from the front and began to flank towards the high-speed train from both sides, their crimson eyes filled with a thirst for human flesh within the carriage. "This is bad. These beasts have become smarter. Quick, everyone split into two teams and block the beasts charging from both sides." Seeing the beast tide unable to breach Su Ming's defense start to flank from the sides, the accompanying warrior's captain's expression changed drastically as he turned to the others, who were still in shock, shouting loudly, "Yes!" With his voice jolting them awake, all the accompanying warriors immediately regained their focus and responded in unison, rushing to the sides to prepare for a desperate battle against the flanking beasts. Crash! Just as they were about to move, two rows of gigantic ice walls stretching over 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on the ground to their sides. These ice walls stood 100 meters high and were over 1,000 meters long. Upon their appearance, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the ice walls appeared, the beasts that had flanked from the sides crashed into the suddenly emerged walls, producing a deafening roar. The ground shook violently at that moment. However, facing the impact of these beasts, the rising ice walls stood unmoving like steel, while the beasts that crashed into the walls were left dazed, collapsing in front of the walls and subsequently trampled by the following beasts. In an instant, countless beasts perished under the trampling of others in the beast tide. Roar. Until the subsequent beasts halted, looking at the ice wall blocking their path. They all howled to the sky, repeatedly attempting to break through by crashing into the ice wall. Among them, several mid-tier armored rhinos also charged together, slamming into one spot on the ice wall. However, Su Ming's mental power had now reached 521 points, fully unleashing this great ability, Ice Crown, with combat power exceeding 2600. Now the ice walls constructed using his ability could withstand attacks from third-tier peak beasts. Kill. After summoning the ice walls to fend off the surrounding beast tide, Su Ming let out a low shout, his figure flickering as the obsidian spear thrust out countless spear shadows. As the obsidian spear harvested the surrounding beasts, countless ice spikes also condensed on the ice wall, raining down like dense raindrops towards the beast tide below. Puff, puff, puff. Su Ming's current mental power made these ice spikes, transformed by the Ice Crown ability, possess strength equal to the fire god cannon on the high-speed train. Even third-tier peak beasts had to hastily evade, not daring to withstand. Under the assault of these ice spikes, countless first-tier and second-tier beasts were turned into ice sculptures, their lives thoroughly frozen. Killed a third-tier mid-level beast Flame Monkey, Enhancement Points 200. Killed a second-tier mid-level beast Fear Crocodile, Enhancement Points 2. Killed a second-tier late-level beast Crimson Scorpion, Enhancement Points 30. Current enhancement points 20,173. As these beasts were killed, countless prompts of beast kills popped up continuously on Su Ming's deep blue system, with a flood of enhancement points surging in. In just a short moment, Su Ming killed hundreds of beasts, and the accumulated enhancement points exceeded 20. This speed of harvesting enhancement points far surpassed the rate at which he acquired points when killing beasts in the hot spring town. To have broken through 20,000 enhancement points so easily, what is this beast tide? It's simply a moving experience package. A triumphant notification flashed. 3-star mid-tier ferocious beast, cloud-rending leopard, eliminated, 200 enhancement points. N1-star latest stage ferocious beast, bloodfang wolf, eliminated, 3 enhancement points. Activating the Ice Crown Diadem's ability, Su Ming erected 2 towering walls of ice that halted the ferocious beast's charge, then darted ceaselessly through the surging tide of monsters. The obsidian spear blazed with radiant light, fracturing into countless shimmering afterimages, each thrust synchronized with razor-sharp ice spikes conjured by his ability, harvesting lives with lethal precision. System notifications chimed incessantly as Su Ming's enhancement points surged steadily, rapidly upward. Behind the twin ice walls stood a group of martial artists aboard the train, eyes wide with awe fixed upon the carnage unfolding beyond the glacial barrier. And he holds back the entire beast tide, alone. Such power must belong to at least a 5th-order martial artist. Moreover, his ice affinity ability is astonishingly potent, capable of repelling such a vast horde. Its rank is undoubtedly extraordinary. Who would have thought our humble train carried a master of this caliber? Truly, heaven smiles upon us. And with such a powerhouse among us, we can surely hold out until reinforcements, martial cultivators, and military forces arrive. Then safety will be assured. Gazing upon those 2 colossal ice walls rising from the earth, the martial artists sheltered behind them wore expressions of fervent exhilaration. Though these second-order martial artists could not even discern Su Ming's form clearly, their reverence for him remained unshaken. Only the team captain, a 3rd-order peak cultivator, after initial shock and elation, furrowed his brows, staring intently at the ever-growing wave of beasts surging forward, his expression grave and unrelenting. At 3rd-order peak, he was far older and more seasoned than his 2nd-order comrades. This beast tide is unusually massive and teeming with 3rd-order beasts. Even a 3rd-order peak predator has already appeared. It won't be long before 4th-order beasts emerge. The newly opened abyssal rift must be exceptionally deep in tier. Let us hope its most formidable denizens do not manifest too soon. Otherwise, even that lone warrior ahead may not endure for long. As the tide intensified, both in number and ferocity, the captain's brow tightened with a subtle, chilling apprehension. Nas, if confirming his dread the moment the thought crossed his mind, a thunderous sky-rending roar erupted from some distant horizon. An overwhelming aura, like the heavens themselves collapsing, descended upon the 100-mile. At that deafening cry and suffocating pressure, every soul felt as though a colossal fist had slammed into their chest. Breath seized, lungs frozen. OWWO, and simultaneously the frenzied beasts surrounding them trembled, uttering quavering roars and whimpers, then dropped to their bellies motionless and submissive. This oppressive force, a 6th-order beast, no ordinary one but a sovereign among them. Feeling the crushing weight, Su Ming paused and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Beneath the blazing armor of the Lion combat suit, his face hardened with grim resolve. From afar, an immense presence approached, an aura so terrifying it made his scalp prickle. Such sheer dominance dwarfed even the aura of masters like Lu Jiming or Zhao Wuji, those revered sages who recruited for sex. And whoosh! In under dozens of stunned gazes a streak of golden crimson hurtled across the distant sky. In mere heartbeats a colossal figure soared through the air, treading void itself. And why yellow? Golden War Lion. It's a fully matured Golden War Lion. A matured Golden War Lion. This is grave indeed. And upon beholding the titanic silhouette hovering above the martial artist captain's face paled, his pupils contracting violently. A matured Golden War Lion. Trouble has truly arrived. In ahead, Su Ming lifted his head, eyes locked on the lion suspended in midair, 3 meters tall at the shoulder, its mane flowing like molten gold. Beneath his battle armor, his expression tightened into absolute severity. Golden War Lions upon reaching maturity ascend to 7th order ferocity, among the apex predators even within that exalted tier. 7th order beasts match 7th order grandmasters, the peerless titans of martial cultivation. Such beings could level mountains and raise cities. In roar, low resonant growl rumbled from the lion's throat. Hovering aloft, the Golden War Lion surveyed the crowd before the train with languid disdain, its lion eyes sweeping downward then settling unerringly upon Su Ming. To the lion's perception, Su Ming radiated the strongest aura among all below, yet in its eyes he remained no more than a slightly sturdier insect. Its gaze lingered upon the twin ice walls, hundreds of meters high stretching over a kilometer long. Then with subtle movement, it took a single step forward. In the air, a visible ripple pulsed outward from that step. In Crockham, merely one step in midair, yet the twin ice walls forged by Su Ming's ice crown diadem ability shattered instantly, exploding into a blizzard of glittering shards. Even Su Ming standing before the walls was struck by an invisible force that slammed into his chest, sending him staggering backward several paces. Humph! My chest, heavy. Muffled grunt escaped him, his face paled faintly. Incredible. In regaining his footing, his heart thundered with profound shock. That single effortless stomp from hundreds of meters above had unleashed a blow capable of slaying a 5th order peak martial artist. Had it not been for the rank Lion combat suit absorbing the brunt of the impact, Su Ming would not have emerged merely pale. He would have been obliterated. Roar! In high above, the Golden War Lion's eyes flickered with fleeting confusion and surprise. Su Ming had endured its assault, yet remained unbroken. From its perception, Su Ming's Kiblood intensity fell short even of a 5th order nascent beast. Ordinarily, such a strike would have annihilated even a 5th order peak beast without hesitation. Su Ming should have perished without question. Yet the Golden War Lion was not only mighty, it was intelligent. Swiftly it discerned the reason for his survival. Its gaze locking onto the Lion combat suit, encasing Su Ming's body, its eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Fixing Su Ming with a long penetrating stare, the lion vanished, instantly. In danger. In the moment it disappeared, Su Ming's instinct screamed, a primal surge of peril flooding his core. Without hesitation, he ignited both the frenzied heart and ice crown diadem abilities. Instinctively his Kiblood erupted, unleashing boundless cold that coiled around his obsidian spear as he thrust upward with full might. Piercing Cloud Spear. In channeling the frenzied heart ability to its zenith, Su Ming's instantaneous combat output surged past 3.26 million. Now amplified further by the Ice Crown Diadem's frigid energy, this single thrust approached 4 million in destructive force, nearly matching the strike of an early 5th order martial artist. Crabum! At the spear's release, the very air shrieked in protest. A cacophony of violent rupture. Bang! Relying purely on instinct, Su Ming fired his shot with uncanny precision, anticipating the exact location where the Golden War Lion would emerge. At the very instant his obsidian spear surged forward, it collided head-on with the beast's descending right paw. A thunderous explosion erupted, the air at the point of impact rippling outward like water struck by a stone. Compressed air detonated violently, unleashing a gale that roared across the battlefield, sparking an immediate sandstorm. The martial artists riding behind Su Ming hastily drove their weapons into the ground to anchor themselves again. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had just unleashed his full strength against the Golden War Lion, felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge up the shaft of his obsidian spear. Thud! 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 Under that colossal force, Su Ming staggered backward 3 steps, each footfall carving deep, jagged impressions into the earth. Even though his rank combat suit, the Liang armor, absorbed most of the impact, the recoil tore open the skin of his palms, and blood welled from the fissures. Had he not gripped the obsidian spear with iron resolve, this blow would have wrenched the rank spear from his hands. So this is the power of a 7th rank, ferocious beast. It feels as though we exist on entirely different planes. After driving the obsidian spear into the ground to stabilize himself, Su Ming tasted a sharp metallic tang rising in his throat. A 7th rank ferocious beast, I'm utterly outmatched. Is today truly my doom? Will I perish here? He suppressed the churning chi surging violently within his meridians and offered a wry, resigned smile as he gazed upon the massive golden war lion before him. Had the beast not dismissed him as insignificant, attacking twice without committing its full might, he would never have endured this long. But now, having failed twice to kill him, the golden war lion would hold nothing back. Roar. True to expectation, seeing its 2 consecutive assaults thwarted, the beast's contempt flared into incandescent fury. That a mere ant, once deemed unworthy of serious attention, had survived not once but twice beneath its wrath filled it with searing humiliation. With a final deafening roar, the golden war lion unleashed its full power once more, slamming down its paw. Crockum! As the blow descended, the very space around it warped, compressed air shrieked, and cracked like shattering glass. The full-force strike of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast sent tremors through reality itself. And Su Ming, standing directly in its path, felt an unprecedented pressure descend upon him like a mountain collapsing from the heavens. Under that crushing weight, he realized with chilling horror that he could not even twitch a finger. A primal life-or-death dread surged through his soul. No, legs, run, now. Watching the golden paw hurtle toward him, Su Ming screamed inwardly, time itself seeming to slow, his vision narrowing to that ever-expanding, merciless lion's paw. Thud! Just as Su Ming braced for annihilation, the golden war lion's descending paw struck what felt like an invisible wall, an oppressive, resonant boom echoing as it halted midair, unable to advance another inch. Roar! Frustrated and enraged by this inexplicable obstruction, the beast reared upright midair and brought both forepaws crashing down together. Yet again, its razor-sharp claws froze less than half a meter above Su Ming's head, motionless, even as the beast thrashed wildly, pouring every ounce of its strength into the assault. Not a single hair on Su Ming's body was harmed. What's wrong with this golden war lion? No, it's not the beast. I've been saved. Staring at the furious yet utterly impotent creature before him, Su Ming blinked in stunned silence, then instantly grasped the truth. A true expert had intervened. Moreover, the suffocating aura of dominance the beast had projected over him had vanished entirely. His body at last obeyed his will once more. Without hesitation, Su Ming burst backward, retreating swiftly beyond the beast's reach, before whirling around to search for the unseen savior. Roar! Simultaneously, the golden war lion sensed the anomaly, and almost in unison with Su Ming, turned its gaze toward the empty sky behind him. There, gliding effortlessly through the air, came an elderly man clad in simple white robes, hands clasped behind his back. His steps were unhurried, yet each stride spanned hundreds of meters, as if folding space itself beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he stood between Su Ming and the golden war lion, hands still folded, face calm and impassive as he glanced once at the beast, then slowly extended his right hand. Ruoair. At his gesture, an invisible pressure locked onto the beast. Its pupils contracted sharply, every gilded hair on its body bristled upright, and from its throat burst a shriek of pure, abject terror. Without pause, the 7th-rank, Grandmaster-level beast wheeled about and fled, its earlier arrogance shattered, replaced by raw, desperate flight. You think to escape? Stay. The elder's voice rang clear and crisp. His right hand closed slowly, fingers curling into a fist. Pop, pop, pop. Far above the ground, the golden war lion, scarcely having fled a few hundred meters, jolted to a sudden rigid halt, suspended midair. Crack, crack. Before Su Ming and the stunned martial artist behind him, the beast's massive frame abruptly compressed, as if crushed by an invisible vice, its bones snapping audibly, sickeningly. Its body crumpled like a discarded paper ball, then violently inflated before detonating into a crimson mist that scattered across the sky. It's dead? Just like that. Both Su Ming and the martial artist gasped in utter disbelief, watching the elder extinguish the golden war lion as easily as one might crush an insect. This elder must be a cultivator far surpassing the 7th-rank Grandmaster tier. Witnessing the effortless annihilation, Su Ming immediately deduced the elder's cultivation level. To dispatch a near 7th-rank apex ferocious beast so casually meant the elder was at least an 8th-rank marquis tier powerhouse. Roar! With the golden war lion slain, in an instant the remaining ferocious beasts could no longer suppress their terror. They shrieked and bolted back the way they'd come. The entire beast tide reversed, fleeing faster than it had arrived. Stabilize. High above, the elder observed their retreat, his outstretched right hand shifting from fist to open palm, then pressing downward. Kraboom! A seismic roar shook the land. The earth where the beast tide fled sank violently inward. Viewed from above, it revealed a colossal palm print over 100 li in diameter imprinted upon the terrain. Every ferocious beast caught within that titanic imprint exploded instantly, splattering the earth with rivers of blood. The awe-inspiring might of a marquis tier cultivator is truly terrifying. Su Ming stared breathless, his heart pounding, his spirit trembling at the sheer staggering magnitude of what he had just witnessed. Swish, swish, swish. After the old man struck down the tidal wave of ferocious beasts, several figures flew in from the distance. These individuals traversed the air, showing great respect towards the old man, clearly indicating they were at least masters themselves. The gray robes they wore bore the same patterns as the old man's plain white robe, though their color appeared to lack some of his imposing presence. We meet again, Lord Ling Tian. As these figures halted behind the old man, they immediately bowed respectfully, the leading middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura that rivaled that of the Golden Battle Lion. He was evidently a 7th-tier Grandmaster. Lord Ling Tian nodded lightly upon witnessing this. He then turned his gaze towards the direction from which the beast tide approached, his voice resonating throughout the surrounding. This sudden beast tide includes a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Golden Battle Lion. The newly emerged ground level is certainly high. You all go investigate first, and I will join you shortly. Yes. Upon hearing the old man's command, the 7th-tier Grandmaster and several masters respectfully acknowledged it, then transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the direction of the beast tide. Swish. After watching the figures vanish, Lord Ling Tian's form flickered, appearing right before Su Ming, a warm smile gracing his face as he looked at him. You must be the champion of this year's martial examination in Jiangnan province. Indeed, you managed to withstand 2 rounds under the Golden Battle Lion. Not only do you possess a superhuman ability, but you also wield a frost attribute ability. Your strength exceeds our expectations. Su Ming's thoughts stirred upon hearing this, and the fiery sun armor covering his head dissipated like flowing water, revealing his slightly pale face as he respectfully cupped his hands in salute to Lord Ling Tian. Junior Su Ming pays his respects to Senior Lord Ling Tian. Su Ming's demeanor was respectful. To him, the old man appeared like a kindly neighbor, amiable and approachable. Yet Su Ming had just witnessed the man's terrifying ability to annihilate the 7th-tier Golden Battle Lion, with a mere finger obliterating tens of thousands of beasts effortlessly. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Ming inquired with a hint of confusion, "How did Senior recognize me?" Although I am a member of the Demon Suppression Division, I am also an honorary teacher at Emohai University. That a grade combat suit, the fiery sun armor, is unique to Emohai University and is only awarded to top talents specially recruited each year. This year, only 2 individuals among the special recruits at Emohai University received the fiery sun. You wear the fiery sun armor, and your vitality has yet to reach the standards of a 4th-tier warrior. Considering this high-speed train traveled through Jiangnan province, it is not difficult to guess your identity. Lord Ling Tian smiled back at Su Ming, noting his puzzled expression. With his strength, it was evident that Su Ming's vitality had not yet reached the 1,000 vitality standard of a 4th-tier warrior. However, it was indeed surprising that Su Ming could withstand 2 attacks from the adult Golden Battle Lion with vitality below that of a 4th-tier warrior. Even though the Golden Battle Lion approached these 2 attacks with a dismissive and contemptuous attitude and did not utilize its true strength, Su Ming's ability to withstand 2 attacks was still remarkable. Moreover, when Su Ming unleashed that shot during the second clash with the Golden Battle Lion, its power had already reached the level of an initial 5th-tier warrior. Not only that, but the frost ability Su Ming displayed had also gone unrecorded. Lord Ling Tian was shocked to discover that Su Ming could wield a frost ability, as Lu Ziming's reports only indicated that Su Ming possessed the A-grade superhuman ability of Furious Heart. It now appeared that Su Ming's abilities extended beyond just the Furious Heart. Being able to unleash attacks close to the level of a 5th-tier warrior with the vitality of a sub-4th-tier warrior, and possessing 2 abilities, this genius was the strongest prodigy Lord Ling Tian had seen in decades, bar none. As a powerful figure of the Hanxia Demon Suppression Division and an honorary teacher at Emohai University, Lord Ling Tian greatly valued talent. This was also why, after dealing with the beast tide, he did not immediately head to investigate the location of the newly emerged ground, but chose to converse with Su Ming first. Moreover, had it not been for Su Ming standing up and exerting his utmost to fend off the beast tide, by the time Lord Ling Tian arrived, the ferocious beasts in that tide would have likely breached the defenses of the accompanying warriors, slaughtering all the other passengers aboard the high-speed train. It can be said that the lives of the over 1,000 passengers and crew members on this high-speed train were saved thanks to Su Ming. So you are a senior of the Demon Suppression Division. Upon hearing Lord Ling Tian reveal himself as a powerful figure of the Demon Suppression Division, Su Ming felt a deep respect. The Demon Suppression Division is the most powerful official organization in Hanxia, and anyone who enters it is undeniably a master, having undergone numerous rigorous examinations. The sole mission of the members of the Demon Suppression Division is to guard various locations in Hanxia, working in coordination with local military forces to respond to any potential beast tides that may erupt from newly emerged ground. Furthermore, the evaluation of the level of newly emerged grounds is undertaken by the powerful figures of the Demon Suppression Division, who risk their lives as the first to enter these grounds, exploring the size of the entire underground world and the strength levels of all the ferocious beasts within. If there exists a ceiling lord-level ferocious beast with strength exceeding 7th tier within the underground, there is no doubt that a ceiling lord-level expert from the Demon Suppression Division would be stationed outside. After all, when facing a 7th tier ferocious beast, the role of the military is diminished. An 8th tier ferocious beast can disregard all current human technological attacks, requiring powerful warriors of the same level to confront. Su Ming, please show me your student ID. In response to Su Ming's respectful greeting, Lord Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Student ID. Su Ming murmured in confusion upon hearing this. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lord Ling Tian immediately explained, this time, you saved the lives of over 1,000 people, which is a great accomplishment. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Division and Mohai University, I hereby award you 500 credits. This is what you deserve. Give me your student ID, so I can transfer the credits to you. Oh, I see. After listening to Lord Ling Tian's explanation, Su Ming nodded slightly and promptly took out his student ID. Done. After the transfer of credits was completed, Ling Tianho returned Su Ming's student ID to him. Then he said to Su Ming, you are quite to my liking. This is a little gadget I made earlier. When activated with your spiritual power, it can unleash a full-force strike equivalent to that of a peak grandmaster who is a telekinetic awakener. With this little gadget, you will be able to protect yourself in situations like today in the future. After speaking, Ling Tianho flipped his hand, revealing 2 sword-shaped jade pendants in his palm. Could it be that you, Senior Ling Tianho, are a telekinetic awakener? Receiving the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants from Ling Tianho, and sensing the terrifying telekinetic power contained within, Su Ming's body trembled, and he looked up at Ling Tianho in astonishment. Telekinesis is a type of supernatural ability belonging to the mental category, and it can kill without a trace. A telekinetic awakener is at least in a level supernatural awakener. This is because telekinesis starts at the level. In other words, the elder before him is at least in a level telekinetic awakener. Indeed, Ling Tianho nodded in response. No wonder you were able to effortlessly annihilate that golden battle lion and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with just a wave of your hand. It turns out you are a telekinetic awakener. Junior Su Ming, thank you for the treasure, Senior. Upon hearing Ling Tianho's reply, Su Ming immediately recalled the scene where Ling Tianho crushed the golden battle lion from a distance and wiped out the tide of beasts with a mere gesture, and he bowed in gratitude. He quickly stowed away the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants as if they were treasures. These could unleash a full-strength strike of a peak 7th tier telekinetic awakener, and among peers, the attacks of telekinetic awakeners are far more terrifying than those of ordinary martial artists. Moreover, telekinetic attacks are more unexpected. As long as he uses them properly, even when facing a peak 7th tier ferocious beast, he could annihilate it with the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants gifted by Ling Tianho. Haha, I still need to investigate the newly emerged cave. Su Ming, you should return to the train and continue your journey. Ling Tianho laughed heartily upon seeing Su Ming accept the 2 jade pendants. Without waiting for Su Ming to respond, he took off into the sky, heading swiftly toward the direction of the newly. Each of the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants contains the full power strike of a Grandmaster telekinetic awakener. Such life-saving items are worth more than life water itself. If converted to university credits, each jade pendant is valued at no less than 1,000 credits. He had just met Su Ming and already gifted such a precious welcome gift, all to establish a good relationship with him in advance. Ling Tianho believes that with Su Ming's talent, he will definitely surpass the Duke realm in the future. Becoming a king-level powerhouse is already a certainty, and he may even become an invincible powerhouse beyond the king level. Building a good relationship with Su Ming now is undoubtedly beneficial and not harmful to him. Recently, new caves have been emerging more frequently, and their levels are increasing. Moreover, this year's martial exam candidates are overall stronger and more talented than in previous years. It seems we are facing another major disaster cycle. I hope that these outstanding talents, including Su Ming, can grow before the next major catastrophe arrives. Otherwise, relying solely on us old folks, we may not be able to ensure that Blue Star safely passes through the next major disaster. As Ling Tianho rushed toward the new cave, he glanced back at Su Ming's rapidly shrinking figure side, then turned his gaze forward, speeding up toward the direction of the new cave. I must repay the life-saving grace and treasure bestowed by Senior Ling Tianho today when the opportunity arose. Looking at Ling Tianho, who quickly became a black dot disappearing in the horizon, Su Ming smiled slightly before turning back toward the high-speed train. Under the respectful gazes of the accompanying martial artists, Su Ming returned to the carriage where he had just kicked the door. You all figure out how much the door to this carriage costs, and once you know, just tell me, I will compensate for it. Su Ming said to the attendant still standing by the door. Cough, cough, esteemed guest, you are the hero who saved us all. How can we let you pay for this? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the attendant immediately reacted, quickly bowing and speaking to Su Ming with extreme respect. All these losses will be borne by the company, and we will absolutely not let you, the hero, pay for it. Seeing this, Su Ming silently nodded, then sat back down in his seat, disregarding everyone else. At this moment, the other passengers in the carriage looked at Su Ming with awe. As for those who had previously spoken harshly to him, they shrank back into their seats, their heads tucked down, like quails not daring to breathe. With the crisis of the beast tied outside resolved, Su Ming returned to his seat. The train staff quickly reported the situation of the carriage door, where Su Ming was sitting, and soon someone came to temporarily reinforce and seal the damaged door. Then the high-speed train heading to Modu started again, racing toward Modu. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the destination Modu South Station. Passengers getting off should prepare their luggage and line up at the door to wait to disembark. In less than an hour, accompanied by the announcement from the train's horn, this high-speed train, in which Su Ming was located, reached its destination. After the train arrived, Su Ming quickly disembarked and went to the exit of Modu South Station. He dialed Lu Ziming's phone number and learned that Lu Ziming was already waiting at the exit. Boom. As Su Ming hung up the phone, a roar of an engine like that of a beast reverberated throughout the entire exit, drawing everyone's attention. Wow, that's the latest model of Hongqi supercar with a market guide price of up to 500 million. Which young master is this here to pick up? Are you blind? Didn't you see the emblem of Maha University on this car? This must be someone important from Maha University. Today is the day of registration for new students at Maha University. Could this car be here to pick up a new student from Maha University? It must be, but to have Maha University send such a high-end luxury car for pick up this student is definitely a special recruit for this year's Maha University. I wonder which genius it could be. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the luxury sports car arrived at the entrance of a massive cross-sea bridge. Classmate Su Ming, once we cross this Demon Sea Bridge, we will reach our school. Inside the luxurious sports car, Lu Ziming looked at the winding cross-sea bridge stretching for dozens of miles ahead and smiled at Su Ming sitting in the passenger seat. As he spoke, he had already driven to the entrance of the bridge and entered onto it. Splash! Just moments after Lu Ziming drove the luxury sports car onto the bridge, the calm sea in the distance suddenly became turbulent, and a gigantic turtle head burst forth from the water. Those eyes, resembling the sun, moon, and stars, gazed critically at the car, carrying Su Ming and Lu. Upon recognizing it was Lu Ziming driving with Su Ming, the gaze was withdrawn, and the giant head sank back beneath the waves. Director Lu, what was that? Su Ming turned to Lu Ziming in the driver's seat, astonished and trembling after the giant turtle head had submerged. Just then, when he locked eyes with the enormous turtle head, he felt an unprecedented immense pressure. This pressure was even greater than what he had experienced with Ling Tianhou. Without a doubt, the owner of that gigantic turtle head possessed strength that surpassed even that of Ling Tianhou, an 8th-tier sealed lord. Quite shocking, isn't it? Lu Ziming, noticing the astonished expression on Su Ming's face, couldn't help but smile. He then explained, "That is our principal's beastly companion, a profound turtle that has fought alongside our principal for many years, reaching the 9th-tier king realm. Everyone at Demon Sea University refers to it as Xianzun. Demon Sea University is established on an island, and the entire island is our territory. It is precisely because of the presence of Xianzun that the ferocious beasts lurking in the ocean dare not offend the surrounding waters of Demon Sea University, ensuring the safety of both the university and the entire Demon City. As long as Xianzun is present, those sea ferocious beasts will not dare to cross the line, which is one of the foundations of our Demon Sea University." After saying this, Lu Ziming displayed a proud expression. A 9th-tier king realm profound turtle, the foundation of Demon Sea University, is truly astonishing. Upon hearing Lu Ziming's explanation, the shock on Su Ming's face intensified. He never expected that merely being a beastly companion of the principal of Demon Sea University would be such a terrifying existence at the king realm. With just this king realm profound turtle, everyone at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall combined would not be its match. The depth of Demon Sea University being one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia truly left Su Ming astounded. The cross-sea bridge leading to Demon Sea University had very few vehicles, and the road was wide. Lu Ziming drove the luxury sports car at high speed across the bridge, reaching the island where Demon Sea University was located in less than 10 minutes. What an impressive school. After getting out of the car, Su Ming looked up at the entrance of Demon Sea University and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Upon arriving at Demon Sea University, he was stunned by its scale. The entire island was the territory of Demon Sea University, covering an area of over 20 square kilometers. Before Su Ming stood the entrance of Demon Sea University, composed of 200-meter-tall, meteoric iron monoliths, exuding an extraordinary presence. Looking up, the towering alloy spire in the center of the school captured his solemn attention. Su Ming roughly estimated that the height of the alloy tower was at least 1,000 meters. What do you think? Isn't it shocking? When I first came to Demon Sea University, my reaction was just like yours. Beside him, Lu Jiming smiled at Su Ming's expression. Then he pointed to the towering alloy spire ahead and said, Su Ming, that is our school's celestial training tower with a total of 99 levels established by the founding principal of Demon Sea University. It is the most valuable treasure of the entire university. Inside the celestial training tower, there are formations set up by the founding principal using time abilities. For each level ascended, the flow of time accelerates by a factor of 2. At the very top of the celestial training tower, time accelerates 100 times compared to the outside world. To train in the celestial training tower, one can only consume credits. As for how many credits are needed for each level of training, you can find out later on your own. Now let me take you to complete your enrollment procedures, and then I'll show you to your dormitory. After saying this, Lu Jiming took the lead. Celestial Training Tower Time Abilities. In the back, Su Ming was once again shaken by Lu Jiming's words. Time abilities, without a doubt, are among the most elite of all powers. The founding principal of Demon Sea University possessed such powerful abilities and could establish a place for training as extraordinary as the Celestial Training Tower, indicating his strength was absolutely unparalleled. What puzzled Su Ming, however, was why he had never heard of such a powerful figure before. Director Lu, the founding principal of Demon Sea University, possesses time abilities and is undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse. Such a figure would surely leave a mark in history, so why have I never heard of his deeds? Su Ming looked at Lu Jiming, who was walking ahead, quickly catching up to him and asking as they walked. It is said that the matters concerning the founding principal are of great significance and are classified. I do not know, perhaps only the current principal and a few of the highest authorities in Hanxiao are aware of the secrets within. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiming shook his head upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, indicating that he was also unaware. Seeing this, Su Ming did not ask further, but gazed at the towering celestial training tower in the center of the school, unable to suppress his inner calculations. Currently, I am practicing the 100 refinements body technique, gaining 90 points of vitality each day. If I can enter the celestial training tower for training, wouldn't the acceleration of time mean I could gain a staggering 90 points of vitality daily? If this continues, I could become a master-level powerhouse in less than half a month. I just wonder how many credits are required to train for a day on the 99th level of the Celestial Tower. With such thoughts in mind, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming toward the central administrative building of Demon Sea University. The enrollment procedures were conducted on the top floor of the central administrative building. With Lu Jiming personally leading the way, Su Ming's enrollment was completed swiftly, requiring only a brief appearance. After completing the procedures, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming to his dormitory. Is this the student dormitory of Demon Sea University? This is quite extravagant. When Su Ming saw the 3-story independent villa covering 500 square meters along with a 500 square meter small courtyard, he was once again schooled by the extravagance of Demon Sea University. This villa before him was even more luxurious than the one awarded to him by the Lingjiang city government in the city center. It's actually nothing extraordinary. Mahai University doesn't provide such luxurious dormitories for all its students. Aside from the special admission students' residences, the dormitories allocated to ordinary students at Mahai University are half the size of yours. Beside him, Lu Jiming smiled as he explained, having overheard Su Ming's exclamation. Hearing the explanation, Su Ming merely shook his head and sighed wryly. He couldn't help but think Lu Jiming was being absurdly modest. Though Mahai University admitted only 1,000 students annually over 4 years, that amounted to 4,000. If each student were assigned a standalone villa of 500 square meters, the dormitory complex alone would require 2 million square meters of land. Only an institution like Mahai University, occupying an entire island spanning over 20 square kilometers, could afford to construct so many opulent villas for its students. Su Ming, after enrollment, you'll have daily access to martial arts courses taught by Grandmaster-level instructors, open to all students for free selection. Of course, attendance is optional. You may instead undertake missions to earn academic credits, exchange them for martial manuals and cultivation techniques, or train in the Tongtian Cultivation Pagoda. In short, students at Mahai University enjoy remarkable autonomy. That said, while freedom reigns, every privilege within Mahai University demands academic credits. Without them, nothing moves forward. To remain enrolled, every student must undertake missions, thus ensuring constant subtle motivation from the university itself. Given the generous credit allowance granted to you, however, financial anxiety over credits is unnecessary. You're free to attend lectures by Grandmaster-level faculty at your leisure. Just ensure you don't miss the Freshman Grand Contest 1 month from now. Well, then my duty is complete. Should you have any questions upon entering your residence, simply consult your full home intelligence steward. It will answer all inquiries. With that, Lu Jiming gave Su Ming a courteous nod before turning and departing. Once he'd left, Su Ming swiftly entered his standalone villa, and settled onto the sofa in the living hall. Welcome home, master. I am your full home intelligence steward. Please feel free to voice any need or inquire. No sooner had Su Ming sat down than a stunning holographic woman materialized before him, bowing respectfully as she spoke. Very well. First tell me how many academic credits are consumed per day of training in the Tongtian cultivation. Understood, master. Credit consumption in the Tongtian cultivation pagoda varies by floor. 1 day's training on the first floor costs 5 credits, 10 credits on the second floor, up to 2,000 credits per day on the 99th floor. In moments, the intelligent steward displayed the full tiered breakdown of credit expenditures across all floors of the Tongtian cultivation pagoda. 2,000 credits per day on the 99th floor. With my annual credit allotment, I could barely afford 2 days there, an astonishingly steep cost. Su Ming inwardly whistled at the staggering figures. Next, he commanded list all martial manuals and cultivation techniques preserved by Mahai University, from highest to lowest rank. Understood, master. At his command, the steward bowed once more, and instantly a translucent interface shimmered into existence before Su Ming, displaying Mohai University's entire repository of martial and cultivation arts. Primordial Contemplation Method S-Rank Meditation Art. Cost 2500 credits. Stellar Forging Body Technique S-Rank Body Cultivation Art. Cost 200 credits. Ninefold Thunder Blade S-Rank Martial Art. Cost 200 credits. Overlord Spear Crank Martial Art. Cost 20 credits. So many S-Rank arts. Truly, Mahai University's heritage runs deep. Yet acquiring even a single S-Rank art demands exorbitant credits. Even with my privileged allocation, 4 years' worth of rewards would scarcely cover one S-Rank martial art, let alone an S-Rank meditation or body cultivation technique. Scrolling steadily downward through the dazzling array of techniques on screen, even Su Ming found himself drawing a sharp, involuntary breath. My Kiblood growth accelerates rapidly under the A-Rank body cultivation art 100-fold tempered golden body technique, but my spiritual energy lags far behind. What I need most now is a refined meditation method. With only 3,000 credits at my disposal, S-Rank methods are out of reach, but an A-Rank one remains attainable. The Tianluo chart, an A-Rank meditation method, fits perfectly. After brief contemplation, Su Ming resolved to commit his entire 3,000 credit balance to acquire it. Steward purchased the A-Rank meditation method Tianluo chart. Master acquisition of the Tianluo chart requires 3,000 credits. Confirm purchase. Yes, confirm. Confirm, master. Tianluo chart successfully acquired. 3,000 credits deducted. Current academic credit balance 0. Now display all currently available missions. I need to earn credits immediately. At Mohai University, credits govern everything. Without them, progress halts. Even dining becomes impossible. With 0 credits remaining, Su Ming knew his next step was clear complete missions. First secure credits, then proceed. Assist instructors in maintaining training facilities. Reward 0. 5 credits. Harvest the heart of a 4th-rank novice ferocious beast. Thunderclap leopard. Reward 5 credits. Collect 3 morsels of demon marrow crystals. Reward 3 credits. Assist the Bureau of Anomalous Suppression in capturing the 4th-rank apex corrupted martial artist Scorpion. Reward 20 credits. Earning credits truly is no easy feat. No wonder I received only 500 credits for single-handedly halting a beast tied en route to campus and saving over 1,000 lives. An ordinary student would likely labor ceaselessly for an entire month just to afford 1 day's training in the Tongtian Cultivation Pagoda. After reviewing the full list of missions and their paltry credit rewards, Su Ming wore a wry smile, a quiet, resigned sigh escaping his lips. Even slaying a 4th-rank novice ferocious beast yielded merely 5 credits. To accumulate enough for a single day on the 99th floor would demand completing 400 such hunts. Setting aside the sheer difficulty, the time required to fulfill 400 such assignments was unfathomable. Just then, a chime rang at the door. At that moment, who would come to see me? Could it be Director Liu has something left to say? Hearing the doorbell ring, a hint of curiosity flashed across Su Ming's face. Just as he was curious about who would come to visit, the utterly non-intelligent butler in front of him suddenly spoke, addressing Su Ming. Master, the grade meditation method Tianluo diagram you purchased has arrived. So soon. The butler's words instantly brightened Su Ming's eyes, and he quickly got up to walk towards the door. Upon opening the door, Su Ming saw a young man around 20 years old standing outside the gate of his villa, holding a shiny silver briefcase. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly approached and opened the door. Su Ming Jr., this is your delivery, please sign. This briefcase has a smart password lock, and you need to scan your student ID to unlock it. As soon as Su Ming opened the door, the young man handed the briefcase to him with a radiant smile. Junior, are you also a student of Mohai University? Hearing the other party's words, Su Ming took the briefcase and asked with a hint of surprise. That's right, I am a junior at Mohai University. Many tasks from the school involve assisting with delivery. The more precious the item, the higher the delivery fee. For your delivery, I earned 5 credits, which is equivalent to hunting a peak deer, 3rd level beast. I was just lucky to grab this task. Running errands only took a few minutes. After hearing Su Ming's inquiry, the young man laughed heartily and explained. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in understanding and then opened the briefcase in front of him. After confirming that the item inside was indeed the Agrade Meditation Method Tianluo diagram, he quickly completed the signing. After Su Ming finished signing, the young man who delivered the Tianluo diagram left. Once back in his villa with the briefcase, Su Ming immediately took out the Tianluo diagram and flipped through it from start to finish. If it were someone else, even after obtaining the Tianluo diagram, they would need to spend considerable time studying it before they could begin cultivation. But Su Ming was entirely different. Possessing the deep blue system, he simply glanced through the Tianluo diagram and a pleasant voice rang in his mind. Ding, detected Agrade Meditation Method Tianluo diagram. Do you wish to spend 1,000 enhancement points to learn it? Without any hesitation, Su Ming immediately chose to learn. Ding successfully learned Agrade Meditation Method Tianluo diagram. Current proficiency beginner. You can spend 15,000 enhancement points to elevate the proficiency of Tianluo diagram to perfection. As Su Ming chose to learn the Tianluo diagram, a message popped up on the system, and his mind was filled with numerous insights and experiences regarding the cultivation of the Tianluo diagram. Looking at the information that appeared on the system panel, Su Ming waved his hand and 15,000 enhancement points flowed into the Tianluo diagram like a stream. Instantly, the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram was elevated from beginner to perfection. On his way to Mohai University by high-speed train, Su Ming encountered a beast tide. During the battle to resist the tide, he hunted numerous fierce beasts, accumulating more than 100,000 enhancement points. Now the consumption of 15,000 enhancement points to improve the Agrade Meditation Method Tianluo diagram was nothing to him. After raising the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram to perfection, Su Ming still had 100,000 enhancement points left. Just as Su Ming elevated the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram to perfection, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed in his mind, resembling a clap of thunder. In the next moment, countless insights and realizations about cultivating the Tianluo diagram surged from the depths of his mind, as if they were his own memories. In almost an instant, Su Ming's mastery of the Agrade Meditation Method Tianluo diagram reached an unparalleled level. At the same time, after the system elevated the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram to perfection, Su Ming felt his mind clear, with both the intensity of his mental power and his perception ability amplified several times, as if the entire world had become clearer. This sensation is one that only a significant increase in mental power can bring. I wonder how much my mental power has improved from elevating the Agrade Meditation Method to perfection. After digesting the various insights and realizations that surged in his mind, Su Ming immediately focused on his attribute panel. Host Su Ming: Vitality 8900, Mentality 2150, Ability Ice Crown S, Berserk Heart A, Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D, Perfection 100 Refinements, Body Technique A, Perfection, Meditation Method Tianluo Diagram A, Perfection, Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D, Perfection, Cloud Piercing Spear C, Perfection. Enhancement Points 106008. My mental power actually increased by over 1,600 points. When I used the system to maximize the proficiency of the Agrade Body Refinement Method 100 Refinements Body Technique, the increase in vitality was only over 300. Breaking through 2,000 points of mental strength combined with the explosive power of my great ability Ice Crown, my Ice-type ability's combat power has finally exceeded 1 million calories. No wonder the Agrade Meditation Method requires 15,000 enhancement points to max out its proficiency. It surpasses the 100 Refinements Body Technique by 6,000 enhancement points. Upon seeing his current mental power intensity, Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Before learning the Tianluo diagram, his mental power intensity was only 521 points. After using the Deep Blue system to learn the Tianluo diagram, and then maxing out its proficiency, he actually tripled his mental power. Such astonishing growth far exceeds the increase in vitality when he practiced the 100 Refinements Body Technique. However, Su Ming thought for a moment. The fact that maxing out the proficiency of the Agrade Meditation Method could enhance his mental power so much might also be greatly related to his current strength being far superior to when he first started, especially since his physical vitality is now much higher than his mental power intensity. Let me practice a bit and see just how much this perfected Agrade Meditation Method enhances my mental power. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suppressed the joy in his heart, then sat cross-legged in the living room, closed his eyes, and began to meditate on the Tianluo diagram. As Su Ming closed his eyes and emptied his mind, his consciousness instantly arrived in a vast starry sky, where constellations flashed before him and shimmering starlight descended, merging into his consciousness. Time quietly passed. When Su Ming opened his eyes and exited meditation, the sky had already darkened. With his eyes closed and opened, 8 hours had passed, and he had unexpectedly practiced for so long. Su Ming glanced at the time, a look of surprise appearing on his face. He then immediately opened his attribute panel, and the astonishment on his face was soon replaced by joy. Mental power, 2230. My mental power actually increased by 80 points, which means an enhancement of 10 points per hour. This is far better than the effects of directly consuming mental enhancement pills. If I were to supplement this with some items that assist in the cultivation of mental power, my growth rate would only accelerate further. This is only in a grade meditation technique. If I could obtain an grade technique at full proficiency, how much faster would my mental power increase? After calculating the increase in mental power from 8 hours of meditation, Su Ming was overjoyed. In just 8 hours, he had achieved a tremendous boost in mental power that would take an ordinary awakened individual a lifetime to attain. The effects of the fully proficient grade meditation technique Tian Luo Tu Pu were evident. As for how powerful this grade technique at full proficiency would be for enhancing mental power, Su Ming could not. At that moment, the intelligent housekeeper of Su Ming's villa suddenly materialized and addressed him. While Su Ming was meditating, it had received a call, but seeing him engaged in meditation, it refrained from interrupting. Only after Su Ming finished his practice did it promptly inform him of the matter. Let me check. Hearing that someone had called with a message, Su Ming immediately snapped back to reality and opened. The message was from Lu Jiming, the admissions director who had brought him to school. Director Lu wants me to visit his office tomorrow to discuss the Earth Dragon's Blood. The Earth Dragon's Blood, a tier 8 resource, will definitely boost my vitality more than the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. I just wonder how my current physical condition can withstand the baptism of this tier 8 resource. Director Lu probably wants to tell me how to use the Earth Dragon's Blood for the baptism. Su Ming pondered for a moment after reading Lu Ziming's message, then promptly sent a reply confirming receipt. Then he took a pile of food from the large bag of various snacks Lin Weiner had stuffed into his backpack and began to feed. After meeting with Director Lu tomorrow, it's time to earn some credits. Otherwise, I won't even have food to eat at Magic Sea University. Now that he had spent all his credits, he couldn't even afford a meal at Magic Sea University. If he didn't find a way to take on tasks to earn credits, he would have to leave the university to eat. After a simple meal, Su Ming did not continue his cultivation, but went upstairs to wash up before returning to the master bedroom to rest. The next morning, following Lu Ziming's directions, Su Ming found the office of Lu Jiming. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, Lu Ziming's voice came from inside. Hearing this, Su Ming pushed the door open. Director Lu, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Upon entering, Su Ming saw Lu Jiming sitting at his desk flipping through some documents and immediately greeted him. Su Ming, you're here. Please take a seat. Seeing it was Su Ming, Lu Jiming immediately set aside his work, stood up to welcome him, and led him to the sofa in the office. Su Ming, this is the Earth Dragon's Blood that the school has rewarded you. Knowing why Su Ming was there, Lu Jiming waved his hand, and a palm-sized transparent container filled with crimson liquid appeared on the tea table in front of Su Ming. Is this the Earth Dragon's Blood? Su Ming looked at the Earth Dragon's Blood in front of him, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Although he was already very certain that this crimson liquid was the Earth Dragon's Blood, he couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this is the Earth Dragon's Blood, and it's the greatest benefit of joining Magic Sea University. Lu Jiming nodded with a smile. Then he shifted his tone, the smile fading from his face as he spoke solemnly to Su Ming. Su Ming, this Earth Dragon's Blood comes from a tier 8 ferocious beast containing immense vitality power. Even though this Earth Dragon's Blood has been refined by the school's experts, it still holds extremely violent and just this portion of Earth Dragon's Blood would be difficult for a 7th tier master-level warrior to completely absorb in one go. As for you, it is best not to use this Earth Dragon's Blood until you break through to the 4th tier warrior. Even if you reach the 4th tier, you can only utilize 1% of the blood each time, then pour it into a palm-sized bowl, dilute it with clean water, and consume it in 3 portions to refine your blood and flesh. You absolutely cannot consume too much at once, otherwise you risk the danger of being overwhelmed by the Earth Dragon's Blood and dying. Hearing Lu Ziming's earnest advice, Su Ming nodded. Director Lu, rest assured, I understand the implications. Previously, when he was a 2nd tier warrior, he had forcefully consumed the tier 4 advanced resource, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, which nearly caused him to explode. That life and death experience was still fresh in his memory. Now facing this tier 8 resource, he was naturally extremely cautious. That's good to hear. Keep this Earth Dragon's Blood safe. After hearing Su Ming's response, Lu Jiming saw the seriousness on his face and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Director Lu. The moment the drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood fell into the bowl, the clear water transformed into a dark red color emanating a strong vitality. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly picked up the bowl of blood water diluted from the Earth Dragon's essence blood, tilting his head back to drink a third of it. Boom. As the diluted earth dragon's essence blood flowed down his throat, Su Ming felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. An incredibly scalding sensation surged from his esophagus to his abdomen, followed by a violent energy that erupted from his belly, far stronger than the energy he experienced after consuming the Tier 4 high-grade heavenly material, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. However, Su Ming's physical constitution was much stronger now than when he had swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, and even though this energy was extremely violent, he felt far less discomfort than he had during that time outside the number 2 cave in Linjiang City. My body is nowhere near its limit yet. Perhaps I don't need to refine a drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood in 3 separate doses, as Director Lu suggested. I can just finish the remaining blood in the bowl. The subsequent drops of Earth Dragon's essence blood don't need to be diluted with clear water. I can swallow them directly drop by drop. Feeling the intensity of the energy within him, Su Ming did not hesitate and drank all the remaining blood water in the bowl. Boom. After finishing the blood water, the energy within him surged even more violently, and Su Ming felt a slight swelling sensation throughout his body, but it was still within his tolerable limits. This energy instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, causing every cell in his body to rejoice wildly, frantically absorbing this violent energy. Though Su Ming was not yet a Tier 4 warrior, his vitality had reached 8,900 and not far from the 1-0 vitality standard required for Tier 4 warriors. With his A-grade superhuman ability, his physical constitution was also stronger than that of other warriors at the same level, and he possessed Enhanced natural ice attribute ability, which alleviated much of the energy impact, allowing him to endure the immense energy of an entire drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood. As the energy from the entire drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood erupted within him, Su Ming immediately began cultivating the 100 refinements body technique in the living room, and a light golden hue instantly appeared on his skin. After practicing for a full hour, he finally absorbed the energy from this drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood. Vitality 9400. A drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood allowed me to increase my vitality by 500 in just 1 hour. This is far superior to the vitality gained through cultivation with vitality dispersions. If I calculate it this way, using up this entire bottle of Earth Dragon's essence blood could boost my vitality by 500, and 2 bottles could elevate a person to Tier 5 warrior. Is this the effect of an A-grade resource? Indeed powerful. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ming glanced at his current vitality and was startled by the enhancement effect of the Earth Dragon's essence blood. However, what he did not know was that not everyone could gain such a substantial increase in vitality from consuming Earth Dragon's essence blood. Common Tier 4 warriors, even if given a drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood, would at most only see an increase of a little over 200 in vitality. After all, not everyone could practice an A-grade body refining technique to perfection, allowing them to maximize the energy from the Earth Dragon's essence blood. Others would inevitably lose some of the energy from the Earth Dragon's essence blood when cultivating. Just 2 more drops. He'll aim to break through to the standard of 1-0 vitality for a Tier 4 warrior this morning, and then take on a mission in the afternoon. Closing his attribute panel, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the transparent bottle containing the Earth Dragon's essence blood on his table. He reached out, poured out another drop, swallowed it, and then continued cultivating the 100 refinements body technique. 2 hours later, Su Ming stopped his cultivation. His vitality had also officially surpassed the 1-0 mark, officially becoming a Tier 4 warrior. Vitality 10,400. My vitality has officially broken through the 1-0 mark for Tier 4 warriors. Now, I am also a Tier 4 warrior. Next, let's see if there are any higher scoring tasks available. After glancing at his attribute panel, Su Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Butler, please list all the tasks currently available at the school for me. Oh, I want to start with the ones that offer the highest credit rewards. After breaking through to a Tier 4 warrior, he did not continue cultivating, but instead had the intelligent butler open the school's taskbar and arrange the tasks by credit rewards from highest to lowest. Understood, master. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the holographic humanoid intelligent butler immediately nodded respectfully. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before Su Ming, displaying all the current tasks at Demon Sea University arranged as he instructed. Capture the A-grade cherry blossom. Wanted criminal Higashikawa Ogasaka. Task requirements: the taker must possess strength no lower than late Tier 5. Reward 300 credits. Go to cave number 7 in Demon City and hunt the fanged beast Silver Moon Wolf King at the peak of Tier 5. Task requirements: the taker must be no lower than Tier 5 warrior. Reward 200 credits. Recruit 4 students to assist Professor Zhao Renjia in collecting demon source flowers in cave number 4 of Demon City. Task requirements: the taker must be no lower than Tier 4 warrior. Current task members 34. Reward 120 credits. The highest reward for tasks is only 300 credits. It seems that the 500 credits I obtained from blocking the beast tide with Ling Tianho was indeed quite high. Su Ming glanced at the top few tasks and was somewhat surprised to find that the highest reward was only 300 credits. He then fell silent, staring at the front row of tasks. These tasks with high credit rewards have certain prerequisites. Now that my vitality has just reached the standard for a tier 4 warrior, I could take on the task of collecting demon source flowers. This is also a good opportunity to see what kind of strength the beasts in the caves near Demon City possess. Moreover, this collection task has already been taken by 3 students from Demon Sea University. As it is my first time entering the caves near Demon City, having several seniors from the school together will also provide some support. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming decided to assist AI, who had just taken on a task that could only be accepted by tier 4 warriors. After selecting the task, Su Ming put the bottle containing the Earth Dragon's essence blood away in his room. With an hour remaining until the assembly time for all personnel taking on the task, Su Ming first had a meal of dry rations brought from home in the villa, followed by a half-hour rest. When the time for assembly was drawing near, he donned his A-grade combat suit Solar Flare, retrieved his A-grade weapon the Obsidian Spear, and left the villa assigned to him by the school, heading towards the meeting location specified in the task description. The meeting point for the task force is at the Martial Arts Hall of Mohai University. The reason for choosing the Martial Arts Hall is that before departing, the team needs to check whether each student taking on the task meets the required strength. The Martial Arts Hall is equipped with the most advanced blood and chi testing devices in Hanxia. Excuse me, is this the meeting point for the task released by Professor Zhao Renjia? As Su Ming entered Mohai University, he followed the instructions on the task notice to the designated location, politely inquiring with the 3 young men and women in front of him. In front of Su Ming stood 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female. One of the male students wore a pure white t-shirt, had a neat short haircut and a robust physique. The other wore black-rimmed glasses, displaying a friendly smile, exuding an air of refinement. As for the only female, she was tall and slender with delicate features, wearing a pair of very short shorts, her bronze-colored long legs devoid of any excess flesh. All 3 emanated a vigorous aura of blood, and she clearly not weaker than Jiang Lingchuan, the master of Linjiang City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Evidently, all 3 were martial artists at the mid-stage of the 4th rank or higher. Indeed, are you the last student to take on the task? Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, the female youth among the 3 smiled and nodded, not forgetting to ask. In response, Su Ming nodded. Seeing this, the female youth took the lead in introducing herself. Hello, I am Song Zihan, a 3rd-year student and a martial artist at the late stage of the 4th rank. 3rd-year student Zhang Yang, late stage of the 4th rank. 3rd-year student Li Hao, mid-stage of the 4th rank. After she finished introducing herself, the other 2 male students also introduced themselves in turn. After the 3 completed their introductions, Su Ming smiled slightly at them and said, I am Su Ming, a freshman and a martial artist at the early stage of the 4th rank. A freshman at the early stage of the 4th rank. To his surprise, as soon as Su Ming introduced himself, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and Song Zihan all widened their eyes in astonishment, looking at him in disbelief. Although Mohai University is one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, with countless talents, they had never heard of any freshman possessing the strength of a 4th-rank martial artist. Wait a moment, your name is Su Ming. Could it be that you are the one who scored a perfect 3.0 points in this year's National College Entrance Examination, the top scholar from Jiangnan Province? At that moment, Song Zihan suddenly reacted, her eyes widening as she looked at Su Ming and asked. Su Ming remained silent, merely nodding with a faint smile. Wow, it really is you. Upon hearing Su Ming's acknowledgement, Song Zihan covered her mouth with her hand, unable to suppress a gasp of surprise. The expressions of Zhang Yang and Li Hao also flashed with a glimmer of excitement. Achieving a perfect score of 3.0 points in the National College Entrance Examination indicated that Su Ming possessed the strength of a 4th-rank martial artist during the exam. This is because the combat power standard for a 4th-rank martial artist is simply to reach a combat power of 3.0. Now nearly 2 months have passed since the National College Entrance Examination, and considering Su Ming's progress as an extraordinary talent, it is likely that he was being modest when he said he was a martial artist at the early stage of the 4th rank. It seems that the escort team is all gathered now. Just as Song Zihan, Li Hao, and Zhang Yang were amazed by Su Ming's identity, a steady voice suddenly came from nearby. The 4, including Su Ming, immediately turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man with a cultured appearance and gold-rimmed glasses appearing in their view, smiling slightly at them. Professor Zhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao all displayed expressions of respect and greeted him. So this is Professor Zhao. I can't sense any martial artist aura from him at all. Is it because his strength is so great that I can't detect it, or is he just an ordinary person? But if he is truly a hidden expert, then we students wouldn't need to escort him. Could it be that the school intentionally assigned these tasks for us students to earn credits? During this first meeting, as Su Ming sensed the ordinary aura emanating from Zhao Renjie, a sense of astonishment arose within him. You must be the last student to take on the task. Please test your blood and qi first. As for Zhang Yang and the others, I am already familiar with them, so they do not need to be tested. While Su Ming was still in surprise, Zhao Renjie had already approached their group, smiling and looking at Su Ming as he spoke. Su Ming nodded in response, dismissing other thoughts from his mind, and swiftly approached a nearby blood and qi testing device to test his blood and qi. His actions drew the attention of Li Haosong, Zihan, and Zhang Yang, who all turned to watch the results on the testing. The three were curious about how strong Su Ming had become since he had already demonstrated the combat power of a 4th-rank martial artist over a month ago. As Su Ming placed his hand on the blood and qi testing device, the numbers began to rapidly fluctuate before finally stabilizing. Blood and qi 1/0, 10,400 in blood and qi, and he has just barely broken through the level of a 4th-rank martial artist. Upon seeing Su Ming's test results, Song Zihan and the others were visibly taken aback. In their view, a genius like Su Ming, who had already attained the strength of a 4th-rank martial artist over a month ago, should have at least 2,000 to 3,000 blood and qi by now, approaching or reaching the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Perhaps Su Ming's blood and qi aren't as high as we imagined. He might have only had a few thousand during the college entrance exam, and it's his martial arts level that is not low, along with his martial arts accomplishments, that allowed him to unleash the combat power of a 4th-rank martial artist. However, the three, being geniuses compared to ordinary people, quickly came to their senses. With that thought, their expressions of astonishment gradually receded. Indeed, you meet the strength requirements for this task. We should not delay any longer. Let us set off right away. At this moment, upon seeing Su Ming's test results, Zhao Renjie also revealed a satisfied smile as he addressed Su Ming and Song Zihan. All right, Professor Zhao. The group quickly reached a consensus, and then together with Zhao Renjie boarded his exclusive helicopter, departing from Mo High University towards the No. 4 Cave in Mo City. The entrance to the No. 4 Cave in Mo City is located on another island near the coast of Mo City, approximately 80 kilometers from the island where Missouri High University is situated. The group took the helicopter and reached the entrance of the No. 4 Cave in Mo City in less than 20 minutes. Professor Zhao, please. Upon arriving at the military base outside the entrance of the No. 4 Cave, just as Su Ming got off the plane following Zhao Renjie, 2 officers with 2-star shoulder insignias approached to personally guide Zhao Renjie and Su Ming to the entrance. Moreover, 4 4th-rank martial artists from the military were additionally dispatched to accompany Zhao Renjie and Su Ming into the No. 4 Cave. Professor Zhao's identity is quite remarkable. After entering the No. 4 Cave, Su Ming, who was following in the middle of the group, thought to himself, the elemental energy here is so rich, at least 3 times that of the No. 2 Cave in Linjiang City. The concentration of natural energy in Linjiang City's No. 2 Cave can nurture 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. It is estimated that in the No. 4 Cave of Magic City, 4th-tier ferocious beasts are quite common, and 5th-tier ones are not unheard of. Upon entering the No. 4 Cave of Magic City through the passage, Su Ming sharply sensed the density of the natural energy in this space, a faint light flashing in his eyes. His mental power had greatly increased. With over 2,000 points of mental strength, his perception of the surrounding environment became more acute. The rich natural energy in the No. 4 Cave of Magic City made him instinctively more vigilant. He had just broken through to a blood vitality of 10,000, merely crossing the threshold of a 4th-tier initial stage warrior. Although he could unleash a combat power exceeding 4 million calories by fully activating his A-level ability, the Violent Heart, combined with the Clevel perfected Breaking Cloud Spear technique for a total of 40 times combat power. However, this 4 million calories of combat power is merely equivalent to that of an ordinary warrior who has just entered the 5th tier. If he encounters a 5th-tier ferocious beast in the cave, it would be quite difficult for him to defeat it. He was equipped with an A-level combat suit, the solar armor, which allowed him to withstand attacks from 5th-tier ferocious beasts without injury, but Zhao Renjie might not possess such high-level defensive attire. This task required him to protect Zhao Renjie, a professor from Magic Sea University. If anything were to happen to Professor Zhao, this mission would be deemed a failure. To earn those 120 credits, he had to be fully alert, prepared for any potential appearance of ferocious beasts, and ensure the successful completion of this mission. Su Ming, Jr. brother, there's no need to be so tense. We have been to the No. 4 Cave of Magic City many times. Though there are 5th-tier ferocious beasts inside, the strongest around the location we are heading to is only a latest-stage 4th-tier beast. With our current lineup, we can handle it easily. Seeing Su Ming constantly scanning the surroundings, Song Zihan smiled and spoke to him. In her eyes, Su Ming's behavior was merely due to being overly nervous on his first visit to the No. 4 Cave of Magic City. Zihan is right. Our team's strength is more than enough to deal with 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Moreover, even if we encounter a 5th-tier initial stage beast, we have the capability to slay it. Su Ming, you can rest assured. As soon as Song Zihan finished speaking, Zhang Yang's confident voice rang out as he looked at Su Ming with a smile. Among the 4 students from Magic Sea University, he had the highest blood vitality, reaching 70,000 points. As a student of Magic Sea University, Zhang Yang was also a talent not to be underestimated, having mastered an A-level martial art and cultivated it to an intermediate level, granting him a maximum combat power explosion of 12 times. When fully unleashed, he could deliver attacks exceeding 8 million in combat power, and together with Song Zihan and others, they were sufficient to deal with an ordinary 5th-tier initial stage ferocious beast. Upon hearing their words, Su Ming did not explain, but merely nodded slightly. Roar! Just as Su Ming finished nodding, a beastly roar echoed from afar. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw a striped tiger nearly 3 meters tall appear in their line of sight. The fierce eyes of this striped tiger filled with a murderous aura widened as it stared intently at their group, its low growl carrying a strong warning. A mid-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast, the golden striped tiger. The tiger's tail is a good material. Upon seeing this ferocious beast, a smile spread across Zhang Yang's face, his eyes shining brightly. Beside him, Li Hao also displayed an eager expression upon seeing the golden striped tiger. Su Ming, why don't you go up and practice? Let us see the prowess of this year's martial arts exam champion, who scored full marks. Meanwhile, Song Zihan glanced at the golden striped tiger not far away and suddenly turned to Su Ming, tentatively asking in a low voice. Though her voice was soft, the team was quiet at that moment, and her words immediately reached everyone's ears. A full score in the martial arts exam, already a 4th-tier warrior in his first year. Is this kid really that fierce? Then this kid must be a special recruit of this year's Magic Sea University. Before this, they had no knowledge of Su Ming's identity, assuming he was just an ordinary 3rd-year student at Magic Sea University with 4th-tier warrior capabilities. Little did they know that Su Ming had just completed the martial arts exam with full marks as a 1st-year freshman. Apart from the 4 4th-tier warriors from the military, both Zhang Yang and Li Hao looked at Su Ming with great interest upon hearing Song Zihan's words. Over a month ago in the entrance exam, Su Ming had already exhibited a combat power of 300,000, achieving full marks. They were eager to see how strong Su Ming had become after more than a month. Then he'll take care of this golden striped tiger. Upon hearing Song Zihan's words, Su Ming nodded in agreement. The reinforcement points from a mid-tier 4th-tier ferocious beast are considerable. When he heard Zhang Yang's voice and saw Li Hao's reaction, he had been contemplating how to outpace them and be the first to take down the golden striped tiger. He could forego the rare materials on the golden striped tiger, but he couldn't miss out on the thousands of reinforcement points from defeating it. Unexpectedly, just when he was in a dilemma, Song Zihan provided him with a helping hand. As soon as his words fell, Su Ming took down the black obsidian spear from his back, exerting force with his legs, and the perfected breaking cloud spear technique was utilized to its fullest, employing the strength of his leg muscles. In the next moment, boom! A muffled sound resonated from beneath Su Ming's feet as a deep footprint was left on the ground, and his figure shot like a cannonball towards the golden striped tiger hundreds of meters away. Such speed! Seeing Su Ming darting past dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and others' eyes lit up. Just this instant burst of speed was enough for Su Ming to match a mid-tier 4th-tier warrior. This little guy is impressive. That Lu Jiming fellow has indeed recruited a promising talent from Magic Sea University. In the center of the crowd, Zhao Renjie adjusted his glasses, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he watched Su Ming charge forward. Breaking cloud spear. In an instant, Su Ming had reached the front of the golden striped tiger, his spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, the spear's tip aimed directly at the tiger's vital point. Roar. At the same time, the golden striped tiger also roared defiantly, raising its paw fiercely, its claws sharp as daggers lunging towards Su Ming's black obsidian spear. Although Su Ming's spear strike employed the perfected breaking cloud spear martial art before activating the A-level ability, the violent heart, the power of this strike was only around 500,000 in combat strength. In the eyes of the golden striped tiger, this attack from a mere 4th-tier initial stage warrior posed no threat. Hee, that's exactly what I want you to underestimate me. However, as Su Ming saw the Jinwen tiger looking down on him, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Roar. The Jinwen tiger was already a mid-level 4th-tier beast, not lacking in intelligence. The moment the smile appeared on Su Ming's face, the Jinwen tiger felt something was amiss, a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of its heart, prompting it to let out a low growl. But now it was difficult to halt its actions as the dark spear was almost touching its paw. At the moment of collision between the spear tip and the Jinwen tiger's sharp claws, Su Ming suddenly activated his A-grade superhuman ability, Fury of the Heart. As the ability was activated, a blood-red heart-shaped phantom in Su Ming's sea of consciousness trembled violently. In an instant, the blood and energy within Su Ming surged dramatically, boosting his physical strength to 8 times its original. The power of the spear, which originally had a combat strength of 5,000, instantaneously erupted to over 4 million. At the moment of contact, the Genuine Tiger's claws were smashed at the root by the spear tip, and then propelled by an unstoppable force the tip pierced towards the Genuine Tiger's head. Without any surprise, Su Ming's thrust effortlessly penetrated the Genuine Tiger's massive head. As the spear entered its brain, the Genuine Tiger's pupils abruptly shrank, filled with disbelief and terror. Before the Genuine Tiger could make any sound, Su Ming surged with energy, forcefully exerting his right hand holding the spear. The dark spear embedded in the Genuine Tiger's head actually lifted its massive body off the ground. "Hey!" Su Ming gave a light shout, and with a fierce motion, he yanked the spear from the Genuine Tiger's head, spraying blood. The Genuine Tiger, weighing as much as a small car, was flung away like a chick, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground not far from Song Zihan and the others, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Genuine Tiger had already breathed its last, its unblinking eyes still filled with the lingering terror that had yet to dissipate. Successfully killed the mid-level 4th-tier beast, Genuine Tiger, 2,000 enhancement points. At the same time, a notification appeared on Su Ming's system panel, directly granting him 2,000 enhancement points. The enhancement points from killing a 4th-tier beast are indeed high. I should tell Song Zihan and the others later that I will take care of all the beasts we encounter along the way, and I might not even need the materials. Looking at the 2,000 enhancement points credited to his account, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, thinking to him, the enhancement points from killing a 4th-tier beast are incredibly generous. Oh, just a few of them can match the points he earned after half a month of fierce battles in the caves of Linjiang City. This resolved so easily. With just one shot to eliminate the mid-level Genuine Tiger, and his vitality had only just reached 1000. Though this Genuine Tiger is a mid-level 4th-tier beast, it is not weak among its kind, estimated to have a combat power of around 1 million. To kill it so effortlessly, Su Ming must have unleashed a combat power of at least 1.5 million. A combat power over 1.5 million means that Su Ming's recent shot must have had at least a 15-fold power burst. Has he, despite his youth, mastered an grade martial art and cultivated it to a high level? Is this the special recruit of Mohai University? Such terrifying strength. Looking at the Genuine Tiger that had been killed by Su Ming with a single shot, both Song Zihan and Zhang Yang, 3rd-year students at Mohai University, along with the 4 4th-tier warriors from the military, were all utterly shocked. Especially Song Zihan and Li Hao. Both of them were mid-level 4th-tier warriors with around 3000 vitality. Although they had each exchanged for a grade martial art at Mohai University, they had only cultivated their respective martial arts to the beginner level, achieving a power burst of about 8 times. Under full force, they estimated their strength to be about the same as Su Ming's. Thinking that Su Ming, a freshman who had just entered Mohai University, already had strength comparable to that of 3rd-year students, both of them couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Senior brothers and sisters, you can handle the materials from the Genuine Tiger. As Song Zihan and the others felt a wave of emotion, Su Ming had already returned to the front of the team, standing on the head of the Genuine Tiger he had just killed, and spoke to them. They'll handle this. Just as Su Ming finished speaking, before Song Zihan and Zhang Yang could respond, Zhao Renjia stepped forward with a smile, quickly approaching the Genuine Tiger. He swiftly flipped his hand, and a dagger emitting a chilling light appeared in his grasp. Gripping the dagger firmly, Zhao Renjia skillfully began to dissect the corpse of the Genuine Tiger. His movements were incredibly deft. With each stroke of the knife, the Genuine Tiger's body was rapidly dismantled, leaving Su Ming dumbfounded. If Su Ming had to use one phrase to describe it, it would be like a butcher skinning an ox. Truly, it was astounding. In less than a minute, Zhao Renjia had removed all the valuable materials from the Genuine Tiger's body and placed them in a pile. I will store these materials in my space ring for now. When we return, I will hand them over to you so you can discuss how to divide. After Zhao Renjia had finished dissecting the valuable materials from the Genuine Tiger, he smiled at Su Ming and Song Zihan, then waved his hand, causing the pile of dissected materials to disappear. Hearing this, Song Zihan and Zhang Yang all nodded in agreement, with no objections. Space ring. Su Ming didn't mind borrowing someone else's space ring to store the materials. Instead, he was fixated on the shimmering ring on Zhao Renjia's right index finger. Su Ming, this space ring is crafted by awakeners of space abilities. Each ring is extremely difficult to make, and awakeners of space abilities are quite rare, which makes space rings highly valuable. You won't find them for sale in the market. However, at Mohai University, you can exchange 5,000 credits for a space ring with a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Zhao Renjia, after packing up, turned to Su Ming with a smile. Ahem, with 5,000 credits, I think I will hold off on considering a space ring for now. Hearing how expensive space rings are, Su Ming immediately cleared his throat twice, and then smiled at everyone, saying, Professor, Zhao, senior brothers and sisters, the Genuine Tiger has been dealt with. Let's continue our journey. I took on this task thinking I could train in the caves more. How about I take care of all the beasts we encounter Since this is a request from junior brother Su Ming, I naturally must give him face. From now on, any fierce beasts we encounter will be dealt with by junior brother Su Ming first. Might feel the same. Li Hao and Song Zihan had no objections after hearing Su Ming's words. Zhang Yang, the strongest student of Magic Sea University, also looked at Su Ming and nodded with a smile, saying, "Then he'll take the lead for you. If there are any fierce beasts we can't handle, he'll step in." Having witnessed Su Ming's strength, the three of them became even friendlier towards him and agreed to his request. Moreover, since Su Ming volunteered to slay the fierce beast himself, they were happy to take it easy. Hearing their responses, Su Ming nodded, and a smile appeared on his lips. Since everyone has made up their minds, let's go. Besides Su Ming, Zhao Renjie saw that Su Ming and the others had made their plans, so he led the team onward towards the location of the magic source flower. The area of the No. 4 cave in Magic City was much larger than that of the No. 2 cave in Linjiang City. Su Ming and the others traveled through the cave for an entire day and night before finally arriving at their destination. Along the way, they encountered quite a few fierce beasts. However, the strongest of these fierce beasts were only late stage 4th rank, and under Su Ming's black obsidian spear, none of them could last even a breath. After a day and night, Su Ming had slain no less than 100 fierce beasts, with 4th rank beasts making up about half of that. Together, these beasts had granted him over 12300 enhancement points. Now Su Ming's enhancement points had accumulated to 22400. Furthermore, the immense strength he displayed along the way had once again reshaped Zhang Yang and Song Zihan's perception of him. For regardless of whether it was mid-stage or late-stage 4th rank beasts, they could only be instantly killed by a single thrust of Su Ming's spear. Being able to slay late-stage 4th rank beasts with a single thrust, the combat power Su Ming exhibited was already comparable to that of a peak 4th rank warrior and even rivaled that of an average early 5th rank warrior. To unleash strength comparable to that of an early 5th rank warrior with around 10,000 vitality, even Zhao Renjie, a professor at Magic Sea University, couldn't help but marvel at Su Ming's extraordinary talent, claiming it to be unprecedented in his lifetime. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhao Renjie gazed at the valley before him and then turned to look at Su Ming. The valley ahead is the habitat of the magic source flower. The magic source flower contains rich energy from heaven and earth and is a 4th rank treasure. There are surely fierce beasts lurking around, so everyone must be cautious and pay attention to your surroundings. Yes, Professor Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and the 4 students from Magic Sea University responded immediately, and the other 4 4th rank warriors from the military also nodded in agreement. Soon, under Zhao Renjie's lead, the group of 9 rushed towards the valley ahead. Before long, Su Ming saw a sea of flowers in front of him, with large black flowers swaying in the wind. These black flowers were mostly in bud form, not yet fully bloomed, though there were quite a few that had completely blossomed. Each fully blooming black flower was about the size of a palm, continuously emitting a rich energy aura. Surrounding this sea of flowers were not only the black flowers, but also many large fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were either lying down or standing resting in the valley, and occasionally 1 or 2 would approach the blooming black flowers in the sea, opening their mouths to swallow them. So these are the magic source flowers. Such rich energy not inferior to the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. However, as Professor Zhao mentioned, these magic source flowers have indeed attracted many fierce beasts. Fortunately, there are no 5th rank fierce beasts, so it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Looking at the situation ahead, a hint of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He glanced around and estimated that there were about 30 fierce beasts near the sea of flowers, all of which were 4th rank. If he could slay all these beasts, he would gain another 70 to 80,000 enhancement points. Roar! As Su Ming and the others observed the magic source flowers and the fierce beasts surrounding them, those beasts also noticed them. With the first fierce beast to notice them letting out a vigilant roar, a series of beast roars soon followed. In the blink of an eye, all 30 or so 4th rank fierce beasts turned their gazes towards Su Ming and the others, their eyes flashing with anger. As a mid-stage 4th rank iron-backed mantis charged towards Su Ming and the others, the remaining fierce beasts followed suit. Instantly, the 30 or so 4th rank fierce beasts formed a considerable beast horde, charging directly at Su Ming and his companions. These fierce beasts were all 4th rank, and their large bodies charging together resembled over 30 heavy tanks bearing down on Su Ming and the others, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. The fierce beasts are charging. Everyone be careful. Protect Professor Zhao. Upon seeing the group of fierce beasts coming, Zhang Yang immediately stepped forward, pulling out the long knife he had on his back and standing at the forefront. Before his voice had faded, Song Zihan and Li Hao had already shielded Zhao Renjie behind them. The other 4 4th rank warriors from the military also drew their weapons, their blood energy surging, ready to engage in battle with the charging fierce beasts. However, just as everyone was preparing for the fight, a figure suddenly burst forth like a cannonball, charging directly towards the group of over 34th rank fierce beasts. Junior brother Su Ming, don't be reckless. Upon realizing that it was Su Ming who charged out, Zhang Yang's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted at Su Ming. Though he had come to understand Su Ming's strength during their time together, that was still a horde of over 34th rank fierce beasts, among which were several that had reached peak 4th rank. Such a powerful horde, even if he charged in alone, it was impossible to return unscathed. Senior brother Zhang Yang, don't worry, I know my limits. Hearing the voice behind him, Su Ming's lips curled up. With a thought, the sunfire armor enveloped his entire body, resembling a layer of crimson steel armor. The moment the sunfire armor appeared, Su Ming transformed into a crimson shadow wielding the black obsidian spear as he charged into the horde of fierce beasts. The berserk heart activated instantly, and the next moment the black obsidian spear thrust out violently. Breaking cloud spear. A dazzling spear light flashed, and the iron-backed mantis at the front was pierced through the head by Su Ming's spear. However, before it died, the iron-backed mantis swung its blade-like arms heavily against Su Ming. Clang! However, this powerful strike merely scraped a spark off Su Ming's chest without injuring him in the slightest, not even forcing him back a step. The defense of an A-grade combat suit is simply beyond what a 4th-rank fierce beast could penetrate. With a swift motion, Su Ming drew out the obsidian spear, causing the 2-meter-tall ironback mantis to crash to the ground with a gaping head wound. As the ironback mantis fell, a kill notification immediately popped up on the deep blue system panel with another 2,000 enhancement points credited. After dispatching the ironback mantis, Su Ming did not pause for a moment. His figure flashed as he charged towards the nearby beast holding the obsidian spear. With the protection of his A-grade combat suit, Su Ming faced these 4th-tier beasts without a thought for defense, solely focusing on offense. The attacks from those beasts landed on him, but were completely blocked by his blazing sun armor. The defensive power of the A-grade combat suit can completely ignore the attacks of 5th-tier beasts. Even if these 4th-tier beasts unleashed their full strength, they could not leave a single scratch on Su Ming's combat suit. Moreover, in the face of attacks from lower than a master, the blazing sun armor could store the energy from these attacks, which could then be unleashed at Su Ming's will to harm surrounding enemies. However, until now, Su Ming had not utilized the stored energy from the blazing sun armor against the surrounding beasts' attacks, instead continuously accumulating energy from their assaults. He wielded the obsidian spear, constantly striking down the beasts that surrounded him. It was only after Su Ming had consecutively slain 4 or 5 4th-tier beasts, and after enduring the attacks without any damage, that Song Zihan Zhang Yang and Li Hao noticed the familiar crimson battle armor on Su Ming, which was the unique A-grade combat suit of Mohai University. Is that the blazing sun armor? To think that it is an A-grade blazing sun armor. In our school, it requires 10,000 credits to exchange for such a high-grade combat suit. How could Su Ming, a freshman at Mohai University, have so many credits to exchange? The blazing sun armor can immunize against attacks from below master level. No wonder Su Ming dared to single-handedly charge into the beast horde. With this armor, he is already invincible. Could it be that the blazing sun armor is a reward for Su Ming's enrollment? Upon realizing that Su Ming wore the A-grade blazing sun armor, the 3 of them immediately became agitated. After their initial shock, the 3 quickly pieced together how Su Ming had obtained this combat suit. Su Ming had just entered Mohai University, and it was impossible for him to have accumulated so many credits to exchange for the blazing sun armor. The only explanation is that the armor was a reward from the school for his admission. Although they had been enrolled for more than 2 years, they had never heard of Mohai University offering such a precious enrollment reward to specially recruited students. Yet recalling that Su Ming had previously been able to defeat 4th-tier latest-stage beasts solely with his own strength, they felt it was entirely reasonable for the university to grant the blazing sun armor as a reward. A freshman from the first year possesses combat power comparable to that of a 5th-tier early-stage warrior. Such a monstrous genius is a unique existence among all the talents in Hanxia over the past several decades. For such a prodigious talent, how could Mohai University not value him highly? An A-grade combat suit, how extravagant. If only we could have an A-grade combat suit, even with just 4th-tier warrior strength, we could fearlessly face any opponent below master level. Nearby, the 4 military warriors heard Zhang Yang and the others' exclamations, their eyes wide, as they watched the crimson figure darting through the beast horde like a swimming dragon, their faces filled with envy. Even though they were 4th-tier warriors from the military, which made them more affluent than ordinary 4th-tier warriors, they were only equipped with a set of grade combat armor. An A-grade combat suit is an unattainable treasure for them, one that they could not purchase even if they exhausted their entire fortune. Among them, only Zhao Renjia, who already knew the conditions promised by Lu Jiming when he recruited Su Ming, remained relatively calm, a faint smile on his lips as he watched Su Ming slaughtering the beasts ahead. During this time of shock for Zhang Yang and the others, Su Ming had already executed over 20 beasts with lightning speed. Having witnessed Su Ming's immense strength, the remaining beasts, despite their reluctance towards the magic source flower, could only emit a terrified and unwilling roar, halting their charge towards Su Ming and turning to flee in the opposite direction. These bloodthirsty beasts at this moment were actually terrified by Su Ming, no longer daring to continue their attacks, but instead fleeing for their lives. Where do you think you're going? Seeing these experienced bags trying to escape, Su Ming let out an angry shout, his legs surging. With a thought, the energy stored within the blazing sun armor enveloping his body was activated, and streams of dark red energy flowed down from above, reaching his feet. Then Su Ming forcefully stomped his feet on the ground. Boom! The energy previously accumulated from the beast's attacks erupted instantly, and Su Ming's step created a pit several meters in diameter in the ground. Under the immense burst of energy, he transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, charging forward, momentarily suspended in the air. Breaking Cloud Spear. Su Ming instantly flew to the nearest fourth-tier latest stage beast, his right hand gripping the obsidian spear as the muscles bulged, thrusting it forward. With a slash, there was no obstruction, and the spear pierced through the beast's head without any chance for it to reach, successfully killing the fourth-tier latest stage beast. Crimson Armored Lizard. Enhancement Points, 3,000. After instantly dispatching a fourth-tier latest stage beast, Su Ming stomped the ground again, activating the energy stored in his combat suit, creating another pit in the ground as he appeared before another fourth-tier beast. Then, with another thrust, under the despairing gaze of the beast, the obsidian spear ruthlessly pierced through its skull, successfully killing the fourth-tier mid-stage beast. Azure Scale Snake. Enhancement Points, 2,000. Su Ming's movements did not pause due to the Deep Blue System's notification. After killing the Azure Scale Snake, he repeated the process, his figure flashing. In just a few breaths, the remaining dozen or so fourth-tier beasts fell before his obsidian spear without any resistance. Gulp. Once Su Ming ceased his slaughter and returned from the pile of beast corpses with the bloodied obsidian spear, Zhang Yang and the others could not help but swallow hard at his war godlike figure. In less than a minute, Su Ming had slain over 30 fourth-tier beasts, and such power and ruthless methods once again reshaped their perception of him. Professor Zhao, all the ferocious beasts ahead have been slain, and we can collect the demon source flowers now. Amidst the profound shock of the crowd, Su Ming had already returned to the front of the team, removing the facial covering of the Sunfire armor, and calmly addressed Zhao Renjia. His expression was one of nonchalance, as if the feat of slaying dozens of fourth-tier ferocious beasts was inconsequential to him. Hearing this, Zhao Renjia nodded in approval towards Su Ming, then disregarded the still shocked Song Zihan and others, stepping into the sea of mature demon source flowers to collect them. Senior, those corpses of the ferocious beasts will be left to you to handle. Only then did Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao react, hurriedly nodding and rushing towards the pile of ferocious beast corpses ahead. With so many materials from the fourth-tier ferocious beasts, if they managed to collect everything, they could sell them for hundreds of millions outside. Even if the four of them split it evenly, each would still receive at least 100 million credit points. Although credit points are of little use in Demon Sea University after graduation, they would prove to be invaluable. As Zhang Yang and the others gathered materials from the corpses of the fourth-tier ferocious beasts, the four military warriors spread out to stand guard, preventing any additional beasts from charging in from afar. After about an hour, Zhao Renjia had nearly finished collecting all the mature demon source flowers, while Zhang Yang and the others also completed gathering all valuable materials from the ferocious beast corpses. Task complete, let's head out. Seeing this, Su Ming and the others had no objections and immediately began to return the way they came. Since Su Ming had cleared the ferocious beasts along the way, their return journey was much smoother, encountering far fewer beasts, and they moved faster than on their way in. Half a day later, Su Ming and his group arrived at a narrow gorge along the way. At this speed, we should be able to return to the outside of Cave No. 4 before dark. In just 2 days, earning 120 credits, this mission has been even easier than I expected. Though she felt somewhat fatigued after over 30 hours without rest, the thought of receiving 120 credits upon returning invigorated her spirit. Zhang Yang nodded, his eyes also sparkling with excitement, adding, "Indeed, our ease this time is largely thanks to junior brother Su Ming. Yes, we didn't even need to lift a finger. All the ferocious beasts were slain by junior brother Su Ming. Once we return, the materials from those beasts should rightfully go to him." As Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Ming, listening to their words, couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. In terms of gains, he was the one who had benefited the most on this trip. Currently, the accumulated enhancement points on his system panel had surpassed 300 more than at any other time before. Stop. At that moment, the usually calm Zhao Renjia suddenly furrowed his brow and raised his hand, sharply calling out in a low voice. Instantly, the entire team's steps came to a halt. "Professor Zhao, what's wrong?" The military squad leader on guard and Zhang Yang asked simultaneously, their voices serious. Zhao Renjia did not answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead into the gorge. A moment later, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he whispered, "Something is coming up ahead." As soon as he spoke, as if to confirm his words, distant roars of ferocious beasts echoed, followed by a thunderous rumble approaching rapidly, causing the ground of the gorge to tremble. This commotion indicates a beast tide, and it's not a small one. Noticing the abnormality, Zhang Yang and the others' expressions turned serious as they all took out their weapons and looked towards the front of the gorge. Su Ming also gripped his black obsidian spear, activating his sunfire armor, which immediately enveloped. Soon a thick cloud of dust appeared ahead, sweeping towards Su Ming and the others like a sandstorm. Beneath the billowing dust were countless ferocious beasts, their eyes blood-red, roaring as they charged forward. The sight of such an enormous number of beasts changed everyone's expressions drastically. Holding a long knife, Song Zihan's face was frosty, her brows slightly furrowed. How could there be such a large-scale beast tide in this place? Someone must be behind this. The strongest beasts in Cave No. 4 of Demon City are only 5th tier. 5th tier beasts lack the ability to lead so many others. It's likely that someone deliberately provoked this beast tide. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly upon hearing this. This beast tide couldn't have come at a better or worse time, appearing right now in the gorge. It appears someone is targeting us, and their objective must be Professor Zhao. Everyone must protect Professor Zhao. At this moment, the military leader of 5th tier latest stage warrior spoke with a serious expression. Once he finished speaking, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, gathering around Zhao Renjia. At this point, the beast tide had drawn even closer to them. The ground beneath them trembled violently, causing many small stones to tumble down from the rocky walls on both sides. Roar! Charging at the forefront were several particularly enormous and ferocious beasts. One was a giant bull covered in green scales with a single horn, another was a saber-toothed tiger with wings and protruding fangs, and the last was a crimson python, slithering along the ground, its scales scraping against the rocks, producing showers of sparks. The oppressive aura emanating from these 3 beasts clearly reached the strength of early 5th tier ferocious beasts. The 3 beasts ahead, the one-horned bull, the winged saber-toothed tiger, and the crimson-scaled python, are all early 5th tier beasts. We cannot let them pass through. Su Ming, let's work together to hold off these 3 5th tier ferocious beasts. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious as he looked at the 3 beasts in the forefront. Form a defensive formation. Protect the professor. As Su Ming and Zhang Yang dashed forward, the military team's 4th-rank senior martial artist issued a calm, commanding order. Instantly, he and 3 other 4th-rank military martial artists repositioned themselves around Zhao Renjia, forming a compact, yet all-encompassing defensive array. At its vanguard stood the military captain himself, slamming a massive man-height heavy shield hard into the earth with a thunderous crash. The shield sank deep, nearly 1/3 of its height, anchoring firmly at the front line. Meanwhile, Song Zihan and Li Hao stood solemnly on either side of Zhao Renjia, their sharp gazes locked upon the surging beast tide hurtling toward them, weapons ready and resolve unshaken. Senior Brother Zhang, what is your maximum combat output under full burst? As Su Ming fell into step beside Zhang Yang, racing headlong toward the beast tide, he seized the moment to ask. Though Zhang Yang was ranked 4th-rank senior, his bold charge straight into the beast tide, and his intent to confront 3 5th-rank ferocious beasts, led Su Ming to conclude his true combat prowess must rival or even surpass his own. At peak exertion, I can unleash approximately 9 million combat power. Zhang Yang paused for only a heartbeat, surprised by the question, before replying swiftly. 9 million combat power. Su Ming recoiled inwardly. Zhang Yang's strength dwarfed his own by... In that instant, a plan crystallized. Senior Brother Zhang, I am shielded by the Liang suit, and a rank combat suit impervious to these beast assaults. I will draw the attacks of the winged saber-toothed tiger and the other 2 5th-rank beasts. You hold back, wait for the perfect opening, and strike decisively. Once the Liang suit has accumulated sufficient energy, I'll unleash it in one overwhelming surge to slay these 3 beasts outright. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up at Su Ming's proposal, and he nodded without hesitation. As you command, Junior Brother. He felt no anxiety for Su Ming's safety, for as Su Ming had stated, the A-rank Liang suit rendered him utterly untouchable by 5th-rank beasts. Every blow these beasts struck against Su Ming would merely channel energy into the Liang suit, transforming their fury into the very force that would ultimately annihilate them. Even as they spoke, Su Ming and Zhang Yang closed the distance, reaching the 3 5th-rank beasts. Senior Brother Zhang, I'm going in first. Gazing upon the charging unicorn brute ox, the winged saber-toothed tiger, and the crimson-scaled serpent, Su Ming let out a sharp cry, and in the next breath surged past Zhang Yang. His obsidian spear lanced forward like lightning. His perfected martial art, cloud-piercing spear technique ignited alongside his A-rank superhuman ability, Frenzied Heart. unleashing over 4 million combat power in a single thrust. The spear's tip blazed with a razor-sharp glint aimed unerringly at the unicorn brute ox's right eye. Moo! As a 5th-ranked junior-tier ferocious beast, the unicorn brute ox reacted with astonishing speed, exhaling a wisp of white mist from its nostrils before sharply jerking its head. Its meter-long horn snapped across, blocking Su Ming's descending obsidian spear. Clang! A metallic shriek echoed, the shockwave rippling up the obsidian spear into Su Ming's arms. Thud! 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 At the moment of impact, the brute ox's forward charge halted instantly, and it staggered backwards several paces shaken. Su Ming, too, was driven back, step after staggering step, by the colossal recoil. Incredible strength. Only after retreating nearly 8 meters did Su Ming finally plant his feet, his expression grave beneath the Liang suit. The unicorn brute ox's raw power ranked among the absolute apex of 5th-ranked junior-tier beasts, bordering on mid-tier. Without the Liang suit, that collision would have sent him flying helplessly through the air. Roar! Even as Su Ming regained his footing, a massive shadow blotted out the sky, descending in a lethal arc. A pair of iron-hard, razor-clawed talons slammed into his chest with devastating force. With a thunderous impact, Su Ming was hurled over 10 meters, struck down by the winged saber-toothed tiger itself. Caught completely off guard by this aerial ambush, he soared uncontrollably, tumbling end over end. Thud! Before Su Ming could even touch the ground, a crimson scale-armored tail, thick as a temple pillar, swept down with crushing force. In the next instant, he crashed into the earth, carving a crater and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. The assailant was none other than the 3rd 5th-ranked junior-tier beast, the crimson-scaled serpent. Yet before the dust settled, Su Ming rose from the crater. Obsidian spear gleaming coldly, its tip aimed unflinchingly at the serpent's vital spot, the nape just behind its head. The crimson-scaled serpent had not anticipated Su Ming emerging unscathed from such a devastating blow, and in its momentary lapse, Su Ming's strike found its mark. The rank obsidian spear pierced with lethal precision, its blade honed beyond mortal craft, cleaving effortlessly through the serpent's crimson scales, carrying over 4 million combat power behind it. Scale shattered. Blood erupted. The spearhead buried itself to the hilt, deep into flesh and sinew, at the serpent's most vulnerable point. SSSSS. A shrill, agonized shriek tore from the serpent's throat as its colossal body convulsed violently, wrenching free from the obsidian spear in a spray of arterial blood, then recoiling rapidly. Phantom Shadow Blade. The instant the crimson-scaled serpent withdrew, Zhang Yang materialized from nowhere, chi surging, both hands gripping his blade, bringing it down with crushing force upon the wound Su Ming had just inflicted. With 9 million combat power unleashed, the blade bit deep, slashing a gash over a meter long directly into the serpent's vital nape, nearly severing its trunk, so thick it would take 5 or 6 men to encircle. Ayo! The serpent screamed again, a cry far more harrowing than before. Zhang Yang's surprise strike had severed half its life force. Even if it did not perish instantly, death was now inevitable. Boom! Enraged and mortally wounded, the serpent's eyes burned crimson, its tail whipping once more, striking Zhang Yang with cataclysmic force. Zhang Yang flew like a cannonball, slamming headlong into the canyon wall with a bone-deep, thunderous boom. Without pausing to assess Zhang Yang's condition, Su Ming blurred forward, appearing before the grievously wounded serpent. His obsidian spear swept sideways in a devastating arc, striking again at the gaping wound across its nape. Schlit! Under the sheer momentum of Su Ming's horizontal sweep, the serpent's body split cleanly in two. SSS. Its severed head shrieked in torment, while its bifurcated body writhed violently across the ground. Though 5th-rank beasts possessed immense vitality, allowing them to linger briefly even after fatal wounds, the crimson-scaled serpent was now irrevocably doomed. Roar! As Su Ming prepared to deliver the final blow, a furious bellow erupted from his right. The winged saber-toothed tiger, eyes blazing crimson, lunged forward with jaws agape, aiming to tear him limb from limb. Its fangs, each longer than Su Ming's obsidian spear, gleamed with lethal frost, slicing through the air as a wave of rancid stench rushed toward him. Just in time. Facing the attack of the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger, Su Ming showed no signs of panic. Instead, a look of triumph at having successfully executed his plan appeared on his face. As the attack from the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger landed on him, his blazing sun armor absorbed all the damage and stored the immense energy from the tiger's powerful bite. Explode. With a thought, Su Ming activated all the energy stored in the blazing sun armor during this time, unleashing it in an instant. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as a layer of crimson energy burst forth from the blazing sun armor, exploding with a dazzling, scorching energy akin to that of a sun, instantly forcing the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger's mouth wide open. Not only that, but under the energy explosion of the blazing sun armor, the tiger's saber teeth suddenly shattered, and most of its sharp teeth were also destroyed. Now is the time. Break cloud spear. As the energy explosion from the blazing sun armor held the tiger's massive jaws open, Su Ming seized the opportunity, channeling all his muscular strength into his hands. Then the obsidian spear lunged toward the tiger's upper jaw. Thud! With a full-force strike from within the mouth of the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger, lacking any external defense, Su Ming's spear pierced through the tiger's upper jaw, driven deep into its brain with a violent force. Roar! Hit by this attack, the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger let out a mournful howl. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Ming seized his opportunity, gripping the spear tightly and violently twisting it, instantly turning the tiger's brain into a mush. After such an attack, the massive body of the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger suddenly stiffened, becoming rigid in place, and then it collapsed straight down. Successfully killed the 5th-tier initial stage beast, twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger. Enhancement points. As the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger fell, Su Ming walked out from its mouth, and another prompt appeared on. Successfully killed the 5th-tier initial stage beast, crimson scale python. Enhancement points 10,000. Just as Su Ming stepped out from the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger's mouth, he focused and noticed that the previously writhing 2 segments of the crimson scale python were now completely still. Having dealt with the flying 5th-tier beast, the next task would be much easier. Su Ming merely glanced at the information that popped up on his system panel, casting a casual look at the dead twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger, a smile gracing his face. Among the 3 5th-tier beasts, even if the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger was not the strongest, it was the most. After all, with a pair of wings, the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger could fly. If he had not taken advantage of the earlier opportunity to catch it off guard and kill it once it became wary, it could evade him with its flying advantage. Currently, he was only a 4th-tier warrior incapable of flight, and thus posed no threat to the flying twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger. Moo! Just then a deafening roar quickly approached. Su Ming looked up to see the one-horned savage bull charging toward him. In a critical moment, Su Ming thrust the obsidian spear forward, colliding once again with the one-horned savage bull. Bang! As before, both sides were forced to retreat. Rumble. Meanwhile, a large number of beasts below the 5th tier surged from behind the beast tide. Aside from the few beasts rushing towards Su Ming, the others had already surrounded Zhao Renjia and the others. Just as Su Ming intended to help Song Zihan and the others by killing some 4th-tier beasts to lessen their pressure, he was once again blocked by the one-horned savage bull, and both sides collided again, stopping Su Ming in his tracks. Clearly, the one-horned savage bull's strength was a notch above that of the twin-winged, saber-toothed tiger and the crimson scale python. It was quite difficult for Su Ming to bypass it to provide support. System evolve my grade ability, Violent Heart. Seeing that Zhang Yang had fallen silent, and knowing he couldn't kill the one-horned savage bull in a short time, Su Ming immediately focused his thoughts and spoke to the system. Evolving an grade ability to Insgrade requires 100 enhancement points, and with over 300 points, Su Ming had more than enough. Boom boom boom. As Su Ming commanded the evolution of Violent Heart, the 100 enhancement points were rapidly consumed like running water. In the next moment, the heart-shaped mark in his sea of consciousness began to beat frantically. An overwhelming energy suddenly erupted from Su Ming's body, spreading throughout him in an instant, activating all his cells, which crazily absorbed the immense energy generated by this system evolution ability. As the enhancement points were fully consumed, the blood-red heart mark in Su Ming's sea of consciousness transformed into a golden figure, exuding an aura that was not at all inferior to the ice crown beside it. Consumed 100 enhancement points, the grade superhuman ability Violent Heart evolved into the grade superhuman ability Raging Titan. Boom. The moment the evolution of Violent Heart was completed, Su Ming's vitality surged dramatically. Because Su Ming had initially activated the grade superhuman ability Violent Heart, his eyes turned golden the moment the evolution was completed, resembling an enraged titan. In the next moment, Su Ming felt an unprecedented surge of power fill his entire being. As he looked at the charging one-horned savage bull, Su Ming let out a furious roar, gripping the obsidian spear tightly and thrusting it toward the bull. Break cloud spear. Facing Su Ming's thrust, the one-horned savage bull once again collided its incredibly tough horn against the spear. Bang! As the obsidian spear collided with the bull's horn, once more a dull thud rang out. Moo! Following that was a roar filled with shock and slight panic. The enormous body of the one-horned savage bull was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the beast tied 100 meters away, knocking several 3rd and 4th-tier beasts aside. Meanwhile, Su Ming stood still, showing no signs of movement, still maintaining his one-handed spear stance. After being knocked back, the one-horned savage bull quickly stood up, shaking its head, which had been slightly dazed from the impact, then looked at Su Ming with an expression of disbelief. It couldn't comprehend why Su Ming, who had been evenly matched with it, suddenly unleashed such overwhelming strength. As the unicorn savage ox stared at Su Ming in bewildered uncertainty, Su Ming diverted part of his attention to his attribute interface. Host Su Ming. Vital Energy 14000. Mental Energy 3000. Abilities Frost Crown Diadem S. Rampaging Vajra S. Body Refinement Art Dawn Ascension D. Perfected. Hundredfold Golden Body Technique A. Perfected. Meditation Method Tian Luo Chart A. Perfected. Martial Arts Vajra Spear Art D. Perfected. Piercing Cloud Spear C. Perfected. Enhancement Points 238600. The evolution of the A-rank ability Rampaging Heart into the Shrank Rampaging Vajra granted a staggering 3600-point surge in vital energy, an extraordinary boost. Moreover, I now sense that activating this Shrank superhuman ability, Rampaging Vajra, amplifies my physical attributes at least twice as much as Rampaging Heart ever did. With my current vital energy of 14000 and a minimum 16-fold amplification from this Shrank superhuman ability, the combat power unleashed by my perfected Piercing Cloud Spear must exceed 12 million. Though my vital energy remains at the early 4th realm threshold, my burst combat power has already surpassed senior brother Zhang Yang's. Furthermore, my mental energy has risen substantially to 3000, marking a profound leap in overall strength. Glancing at the surges in vital and mental energy granted by evolving Rampaging Heart, Su Ming could not suppress a subtle upward curve of his lips. Golden pupils gleamed through the nanoforged combat helmet of his Liang suit, locking onto the unicorn savage ox across the distance. With a single push off the ground, his figure shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters. His obsidian spear surged forth like a dragon bursting from the sea, striking once more at the unicorn savage ox. With 140 units of vital energy and a 16-fold enhancement to his physical constitution from the Shrank superhuman ability Rampaging Vajra, Su Ming's temporary vital energy intensity now exceeded 200, more than double the standard 100 for an early 5th realm cultivator. This augmentation of physical capacity also dramatically accelerated his speed, more than doubling his former velocity. The unicorn savage ox was utterly unprepared for Su Ming's sudden explosive acceleration. Confronted with Su Ming's lightning spear thrust, the beast failed to raise its most formidable horn in time. Instead, it barely twisted its head aside, causing Su Ming's strike aimed precisely at its right eye to land squarely upon its crown. Clang! The obsidian spear, channeling over 12 million calories of combat force, slammed violently into the unicorn savage ox's skull, sending a resonant metallic shiver rippling up the shaft. The next instant, a shrill, agonized bellow tore from the beast's throat. MLO. Though it had narrowly evaded Su Ming's targeted assault on its vulnerable eyes, the sheer momentum and crushing power of that blow shattered its thick dermal armor, pierced the skull beneath its scalp, and drove deep into its brain. Die. Though the obsidian spear became lodged within the beast's dense cranial bone, unable to twist and rend as it had done when piercing the upper jaw of the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger, Su Ming instantly activated his Shrank ice-type ability, Frost Crown Diadem. An arctic torrent of cryogenic energy surged effortlessly down the spear into the beast's cranium, flash freezing every neural fiber vessel and synapse within its skull. With 300 mental energy and a 50-fold amplification from the Shrank Frost Crown Diadem, Su Ming's ice-based offensive power rivaled that of an ordinary late 4th realm ice-awakened cultivator. Even a creature as renowned for its impenetrable defenses as the unicorn savage ox, a 5th realm monstrous beast, could not survive such direct cranial cryofreeze. Its life force vanished in an instant, slain outright by Su Ming's glacial might. Successfully slain 5th realm subclass beast unicorn savage ox. 100 enhancement points. As the beast fell frozen and lifeless, Su Ming claimed another 10,000 enhancement points. Having dispatched the final 5th realm beast, Su Ming wasted no time. Yanking free the obsidian spear and darting through the tide of beasts like a phantom, cutting straight toward Zhao Renjia and the others. At that moment, Zhao Renjia and his companions were encircled by a dense swarm of monstrous beasts. 4 military 4th realm martial artists along with Song Zihan and Li Hao formed a defensive ring around Zhao Renjia, relentlessly cutting down attackers. Yet even these 6 4th realm warriors found themselves increasingly overwhelmed under the relentless onslaught, especially since numerous 4th realm beasts surged among the horde. Among those surrounding them now were several late 4th realm beasts and 2 peak 4th realm monstrosities. Each charge from these elite predators pressed Song Zihan and her comrades to their limits. Within mere seconds of engagement, beads of sweat glistened on every forehead. Beast die! A thunderous shout rang out just as Song Zihan and her allies reached the brink of exhaustion. They glimpsed a streak of crimson, then blinding spearlight flared. One after another, the fourth realm beasts before them collapsed. Within a few breaths, the immediate perimeter was cleared. Over a dozen fourth realm corpses lay strewn about them, forming a grisly wall of flesh that halted the advance of the beasts behind. It's Su Ming. Only after the nearest ring of fourth realm beasts fell did Su Ming halt, and only then did Song Zihan and the others recognize the crimson-clad figure as Su Ming clad in his Liang suit. Seeing Su Ming arrive, Song Zihan couldn't help but gasp softly. Beside her, Li Hao swept his gaze outward, only to find his view blocked entirely by the wall of fallen beasts. He immediately turned to Su Ming. Thank you, junior brother Su Ming, for breaking our encirclement. Please return at once to assist senior brother Zhang Yang against the remaining fifth realm beasts. We can handle the rest here now that the strongest fourth realm threats are gone. Indeed, junior brother Su Ming. Senior brother Zhang Yang is straining to hold off 2 fifth realm beasts alone. Hurry and aid him. Hearing Li Hao's voice, Song Zihan instantly echoed the plea. They had only witnessed Su Ming and Zhang Yang jointly cleaving the crimson-scaled serpent in two. Afterward, their vision was swallowed by the surging tide of beasts, leaving them ignorant of what followed. Now seeing Su Ming burst through the horde, they assumed he had temporarily abandoned the 2 fifth realm beasts to let Zhang Yang face them alone, while he himself rushed in to eliminate the late and peak fourth realm beasts threatening their position. No need. All 3 fifth realm beasts have been slain. Our task now is simply to eradicate the remaining horde. As for senior brother Zhang Yang, I believe he remains unharmed, for now. Yet Su Ming merely shook his head at their words. What? His declaration struck Song Zihan and Li Hao like thunder. They stared wide-eyed, as if beholding a mythic entity. The 4 other military cultivators reacted no differently. From the moment Su Ming charged forth to confront the 3 early fifth realm beasts to his return before them, less than half a minute had elapsed. In other words, a mere early fourth realm cultivator had slain 3 early fifth realm beasts in under 30 seconds, an unprecedented feat of combat prowess unheard of in living memory. It was merely the power of the Liang combat suit, a Class A tactical uniform. Without it, I could never have subdued 3 level 5 primordial beasts so swiftly. Everyone stay sharp. The beasts are closing in again. Su Ming let out a light chuckle as he observed Song Zihan and the others' astonished expressions, then reminded them calmly. Roar. At that very moment, bestial roars erupted once more, drawing rapidly nearer. A tide of ferocious beasts vaulted over the corpses of the surrounding level 4 predators, their eyes burning crimson as they charged forward with murderous intent. Seeing this, Song Zihan, Li Hao, and the others cast aside their shock and instantly braced themselves, gripping their weapons tightly and aiming outward at the onrushing horde. Su Ming, meanwhile, reactivated the Liang combat suit to fully encase his face and body, then seized his spear and plunged once more into the maelstrom of beasts. With no level 5 beasts remaining, and empowered by the S-class superhuman ability Raging Vajra, which granted him an immense surge in vital energy, Su Ming cut through the swarm like a blade through mist. Wherever he passed, spearlight flashed and throngs of level 3 and level 4 beasts fell in rapid succession. Successfully slain level 3 advanced beast Ironhide Rhinoceros, 300 enhancement points. And successfully slain level 4 initial beast Claw Frenzy Lizard, 100 enhancement points. As Su Ming slaughtered beast after beast, his system interface continuously displayed notifications of successful kills, and his enhancement points accumulated at a staggering pace. Cough, cough. And brother Su Ming has single-handedly eliminated 3 level 5 beasts. His combat prowess is extraordinary, especially that final explosive burst. His strength seems bottomless, an unfathomable abyss whose depth no one can gauge. At that moment, Zhang Yang, who had been hurled deep into the canyon's rocky cliffside by the dying lash of the crimson-scaled serpent, finally emerged from the swirling dust. After 2 light coughs, he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 3 slain level 5 beasts, his eyes alight with profound awe. Though momentarily paralyzed by the crimson-scaled serpent's attack, he had witnessed in full clarity Su Ming's entire sequence of annihilating all 3 level 5 beasts. The sheer magnitude of Su Ming's combat ability left him utterly stunned, especially during the final confrontation with the Horned Savage Ox, when his power surged several-fold in an instant, nearly making Zhang Yang's jaw drop in disbelief. Noticing nearby beasts converging toward him, Zhang Yang drew a deep breath, suppressed the turbulent qi surging in his chest, steadied his awestruck mind, and let out a sharp battle cry. Kill. And with that single word, he seized his blade and joined the fray. Though visibly strained against level 5 beasts, he became a veritable slaughter god before level 3 and level 4 adversaries. Nearly every beast that rushed him fell beneath a single stroke. Only a handful of level 4 beasts managed to parry him briefly, before inevitably perishing under his blade. While Zhang Yang carved through the lower-tier beast horde like a tiger among sheep, his killing speed remained vastly inferior to Su Ming's. Elsewhere, with Su Ming's intervention, the pressure on Song Zihan, Li Hao, and the others eased dramatically, fewer than 1 in 10 of the beasts that survived Su Ming's onslaught even reached them. Moreover, those that did break through were deliberately spared by Su Ming, low-tier beasts all below level 4, making them effortless for Song Zihan and the others to dispatch. Deprived of their level 5 vanguards, the beast tide began to dwindle rapidly under the combined onslaught of Su Ming, Zhang Yang, Song Zihan, and the rest. Excluding the 3 level 5 beasts, the entire horde numbered barely over 1,000. Within half an hour, every beast in the canyon lay dead, nearly 90% slain by Su Ming alone, and nearly all of those were high-tier specimens. From this battle, Su Ming amassed over 16 million enhancement points, more than sufficient to evolve his S-Class Ice Crown Diadem ability, once elevating it to SS Class. Huff. At last we've prevailed, unscathed though not untroubled. Only after impaling the final level 3 beast did Su Ming exhale in relief. He deactivated the Liang combat suit's facial coverage, revealing his striking refined features, then drew a deep, steadying breath. Even with his current level 4 initial martial cultivator's vital energy, the prolonged high-intensity combat, especially while sustaining the Raging Vajra ability, had exacted a heavy toll on his stamina. As for the Raging Vajra, a superhuman ability of the S-Class, he had withdrawn it shortly after eliminating the 3 level 5 beasts and clearing the level 4 contingent to spare his body further strain. At his present strength, activating Raging Vajra at full capacity allowed him to endure no more than, even without the S-Class ability's augmentation, Su Ming's base physical might, bolstered by 1/4 units of vital energy and mastery of the C-Class martial art Cloud-Piercing Spear, rivaled that of an average level 4 mid-tier cultivator in raw combat output. Against the remaining level 3 beasts, his unenhanced physique enabled effortless, instantaneous annihilation. Brother Su Ming, we owe you everything this time. If not for you, we'd have been in grave peril. Huff. Finally, it's over. No serious harm done. After slaying the last level 3 beast, Su Ming finally exhaled in relief. He deactivated the Liang combat suit's facial coverage, revealing his striking refined features, then drew a deep, steadying breath. Zhao Renjia, watching Su Ming's breathing grow noticeably heavier, smiled warmly and spoke with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Su Ming's displayed talent and combat prowess in this battle far surpassed Zhao Renjia's highest expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Ming offered Zhao Renjia only a faint, reserved smile, neither confirming nor denying, before turning to Song Zihan and the others. Senior brothers and sisters, we've slain so many beasts. We mustn't let their remains go to waste. Let us gather their materials together. Yes. So many level 4 beasts, and 3 level 5 initial ones. If we sell their materials outside, the profit will be astronomical. Ha. Song Zihan immediately replied with unrestrained excitement, then unsheathed her weapon and strode toward the nearest level 4 corpse. Zhang Yang and Li Hao lost no time either, drawing their weapons and beginning to harvest materials from the surrounding carcasses. 4 of you please join us as well. Everyone contributed to repelling this beast tide. These materials rightfully belong to all. After Song Zihan and the other 2 had already begun harvesting, Su Ming turned to the 4 military cultivators and smiled as he spoke. He had noticed earlier how their eyes gleamed with covetous interest upon surveying the vast field of beast corpses. With so many carcasses, Su Ming and the students of Mohai University would need at least 2 hours to harvest everything. But with the 4 soldiers' assistance, that time would be halved. Then we accept your gracious invitation without hesitation. And the lead military cultivator bowed deeply to Su Ming, then led the other 3 straight into the harvesting effort. Sure 3. Just as Su Ming prepared to join the material collection, a blazing arrow pierced the air, its searing heat unmistakable, as it streaked toward Zhao Renjia's skull. Professor Zhao, watch out. Su Ming was the first to detect the ambush, a single arrow streaking through the air, and shouted aloud without hesitation. He lunged to intercept, yet the distance between him and Zhao Renjia rendered him utterly incapable of blocking the shot in time. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes narrowed sharply, and his will surged forth. Almost instantaneously, the ambient air temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees, and before Zhao Renjia, a dozen colossal ice walls materialized, each several meters thick. These were ice walls forged by Su Ming's shrank cryokinetic ability, Ice Crown Diadem. With his current level of spiritual energy, each wall could withstand the full force strike of a 4th-stage mid-tier martial cultivator. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yet even as the ice walls coalesced, the blazing arrow pierced through them with terrifying ease, as though a red-hot branding iron slicing effortlessly through a sliver of cheese less than a millimeter thick. It bored a fist-sized aperture through each wall, losing not a shred of velocity, and hurtled unimpeded toward Zhao Renjia. So formidable. Su Ming's expression contorted instantly upon sensing the arrow's overwhelming power. To pierce 12 ice walls, each capable of absorbing a 4th-stage mid-tier cultivator's strongest blow, without any diminishment in force. This arrow's destructive potency undoubtedly reached the peak of the 5th stage, or beyond, and the assailant who launched it must have already transcended the 5th stage entirely. A Grandmaster's ambush. That single thought flashed across Su Ming's mind like lightning. Without hesitation, the Liang combat suit enveloped his body completely, armor sealing tight, every joint and seam reinforced. Faced with an ambush from a Grandmaster-level expert, Su Ming knew he could not possibly save Zhao Renjie in time. His sole imperative now was survival. His A-rank combat suit was his only lifeline, the sole reason he might yet escape a Grandmaster's wrath. As for the other's safety, that was no longer within his reach. So you finally revealed yourself? Just as Su Ming braced for Zhao Renjie's imminent demise, a cold, resonant snort echoed suddenly from the void itself. In the next breath, a figure manifested directly before Zhao Renjie and seized the arrow mere inches from it. The arrow thrashed violently in his grip, yet advanced not a fraction further, frozen at last, suspended less than half a foot from Zhao Renjie's brow. Bang! With a crushing clench of his fist, the entire arrow shattered into fine dust, scattering silently into the air. Old Mo, you've got impeccable timing. 1 second later, and I'd be dead. Zhao Renjie turned toward the mysterious figure now standing before him, his tone light and teasing, utterly devoid of fear or relief. What is happening here? Did Professor Zhao anticipate this all along? Su Ming stared dumbfounded at Zhao Renjie's unruffled countenance, and at the enigmatic master who had just appeared addressed familiarly as Old Mo. Clearly Zhao Renjie had foreseen every twist of this unfolding drama. Otherwise such composure would be whoosh. At that very instant a figure erupted from behind a jagged cliff face to the right of the canyon, vanishing into the distance without pause. Even while fleeing, the assassin loosed arrows towards Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the other students of Mo. Their destructive force rivaled the earlier arrow aimed at Zhao Renjie. Locking onto Su Ming and Song Zihan, the projectiles sent chills racing down their spines. Yet the moment those 3 arrows left the bowstring, the mysterious master standing before Zhao Renjie moved. You dare harm others under my watch, Mo Wendeot. Su Ming heard only a chilling snort reverberate through the canyon. Then a blade's silver arc flashed past his face. In the next heartbeat, all 3 arrows shattered midair beneath that single flawless cut. The blade's lingering momentum cleaved upward, ripping through a dense layer of cloud high above the cavernous sky, before dissipating into the boundless expanse. Simultaneously, Su Ming felt a phantom-like presence blur past him, whipping up a gale-force wind. When he steadied himself and looked up, the master, who had just named himself Mo Wendeot, was already soaring across the void pursuing the fleeing assassin. 2 Grandmasters. Only then did Song Zihan and Zhang Yang snap back to awareness, gazing upward, mouths agape, as the 2 figures shrank into twin specks vanishing beyond the horizon. The 4 military cultivators stood equally stunned, no less awestruck than their student counterparts. Professor Zhao, what exactly is going on? Su Ming recovered first. Abandoning all thought of harvesting materials from nearby beast carcasses, he pivoted sharply toward Zhao Renjie. His voice jolted Song Zihan and the others from their daze, immediately drawing their gazes to Zhao Renjie. Clearly they too had sensed his uncanny foreknowledge of the ambush. The attacker was an assassin of the Dark Council. My assigning this mission, to escort several 4th stage students like yourselves into Cavern 4, was deliberately designed to lure him out. The finer details are unnecessary for you to know. What matters is this: your mission has been successfully completed. Should Old Mo apprehend this Dark Council assassin, each of you shall receive an additional 200 academic credits upon returning. Zhao Renjie adjusted his glasses with a faint smile, then offered the explanation calmly. His tone measured, his demeanor utterly unruffled. Though Zhao Renjie withheld specifics, the mere utterance of Dark Council drew sharp gasps from Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao, their faces flushing with sudden fury. The Dark Council. What is that? Only Su Ming wore a look of genuine bewilderment, glancing between Zhao Renjie and the other's, curiosity burning bright in his eyes. From Song Zihan's and Zhang Yang's expressions alone, Su Ming understood the Dark Council and Mo High University shared a bitter, deeply rooted enmity. It is a clandestine organization known only to elite cultivators at top-tier martial universities. As a freshman newly enrolled at Mo High University, you naturally remain unaware of it. The Dark Council is a shadowy cabal composed of the world's most irredeemable outcasts, dedicated solely to assassinating national martial prodigies and scientists whose breakthroughs accelerate cultivation advancement. Naturally, senior officials in Hanxia suspect that the Council's meteoric rise and its disproportionate operational intensity within Hanxia's borders could not have occurred without covert backing from that great power across the ocean. Yet after decades of investigation, no concrete evidence has ever surfaced. Thus, such suspicions remain in proven conjecture. Noting Su Ming's lingering confusion, Zhao Renjie stepped beside him, knelt beside the corpse of a fourth-stage ferocious beast, and withdrew a dagger, beginning to deftly harvest valuable materials as he spoke, weaving intelligence about the Dark Council into his quiet, deliberate narration. Having heard Zhao Renjie's explanation, Su Ming's confusion eased slightly. Yet a new question immediately. He gazed at Zhao Renjie, whose expression remained calm, as if the life-threatening ordeal moments earlier had been nothing more than an ordinary interlude. Unable to contain himself, Su Ming asked Professor Zhao, "Did you know from the outset that a Dark Council Grandmaster-level assassin would lie in ambush for this mission? And did you deliberately bring us, uninformed students with only 4th-tier martial cultivation, into Sector 4 Abyss precisely to lure the serpent out of its den?" At these words, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and the 4 military cultivators beside them all flinched subtly, their eyes converging on Zhao Renjie in unison. Zhao Renjie paused mid-cutting a monstrous beast's carcass, then nodded candidly. A faint apologetic smile flickered across his face before he addressed, "Su Ming, I sincerely apologize for withholding full details beforehand. Dark Council assassins are exceptionally cunning, their movements nearly impossible to track. This stratagem was born of necessity." He paused again, adjusted his glasses, and continued, "The news of my expedition to collect demon source flowers was indeed leaked deliberately. Given my academic standing and ongoing research, it was sufficient bait to provoke the Dark Council into risking an attack. As for involving you students, it was precisely to avoid deterring them with an overly formidable escort detail. Nonetheless, the university prepared thoroughly hidden guardians were deployed in secret. The cultivator you witnessed just now is one such protector." Though Zhao Renjie spoke with unruffled composure, a chill of retrospective dread still rippled through the group. In truth, they had all served as live bait. A Grandmaster-level assassination. Had Elder Mo Wenda not intervened in time, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Moreover, the sudden beast tide and the assassin's lethal arrow aimed directly at them had truly thrust them to the very threshold of death. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang drew a deep breath and spoke first. "Professor Zhao, the Dark Council poses grave threats. We understand that. But should there be a next time, we respectfully request advanced disclosure from the university." "Indeed, Professor Zhao, you gave us quite a fright just now," Song Zihan added immediately after Zhang Yang finished speaking. As third-year students, both were well aware of the Dark Council's growing audacity, yet having narrowly escaped mortal peril, some grievance was only natural. Revealing the plan in advance would have tipped off the Dark Council's master strategists, and today's success would have been impossible. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhao Renjie shook his head and chuckled. Noting that Su Ming and Zhang Yang's expressions remained strained, he added, "Very well. I concede the university misjudged this operation. Upon our return, regardless of whether we capture the assassin, each of you 4 shall receive an additional 300 academic credits." "That sounds fair enough." He. At Zhao Renjie's promise, Su Ming and the others finally smiled and nodded. Zhao Renjie sighed wryly, then said, "Thank you all for your efforts. Let us now secure the battlefield. These are genuine spoils of war." His reminder jolted everyone fully back from the recent harrowing episode. Gazing upon the canyon floor strewn with monstrous beasts' corpses, their eyes reignited with fervent anticipation. Though this mission had far exceeded their expectations, it had ultimately unfolded without fatal consequence. And without the Dark Council assassin's intervention, such extraordinary gains would never have materialized. Su Ming no longer dwelled on misgivings. Instead, he bent to the task of processing the surrounding beast carcass. Risk and reward walked hand in hand. Though this mission brimmed with peril, his personal gains were staggering. Not only amassing a vast reservoir of enhancement points, but also evolving his ability to strength, catapulting his strength to unprecedented heights. The group plunged once more into diligent collection. With Zhao Renjie's expertise accelerating their pace, the work progressed swiftly. Approximately 40 minutes later, every valuable beast material within the canyon had been gathered, piled high into a veritable mountain. A soft shimmer emanated from Zhao Renjie's spatial ring as he sealed the entire hoard within. Back at the university, these materials will be appraised, collectively converted into credit points, and distributed equitably. "Any objections?" "None," came the unanimous reply. Entrusting Zhao Renjie with custody and distribution was unquestionably the safest course. Whoosh. At that instant, a streak of light carved across the distant horizon, descending swiftly before the group. Elder Mo Wenda, who had pursued the assassin. In his hand dangled a middle-aged man, his aura feeble and consciousness lost. The man's face was pallid, his black robes torn in multiple places, clear evidence of a fierce struggle before final subjugation. "Elder Mo, how did it go?" Zhao Renjie's eyes brightened instantly as he stepped forward to inquire. Mo Wenda dropped the captive unceremoniously onto the ground, his tone detached, captured. "He was slippery and strong. Took extra effort to subdue. I've already crippled him. He'll undergo thorough interrogation upon return." "Good. Thank you for your efforts," Zhao Renjie replied, nodding solemnly. Mo Wenda's gaze swept over the ravaged canyon and the unharmed group, lingering briefly on Su Ming where a subtle glint of surprise and quiet admiration flickered in his eyes. Clearly Su Ming's prior performance had surpassed even his expectations. Mission accomplished, let's return. Yes, sir. With a decisive wave of Zhao Renjia's hand, the group responded instantly. Traveling alongside a Grandmaster cultivator rendered the return journey astonishingly smooth. The overwhelming aura of a Grandmaster realm cultivator radiated outward. Beasts along the path fled in terror. They reached the entrance of the Modu Sector 4 abyss far faster than on their outbound journey, traversed the subterranean passage, and emerged safely into the outer military base. After completing formalities, they boarded a helicopter bound for Emohai University. Back on campus, Zhao Renjia immediately attended to follow-up matters, while Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the others soon received notifications on their student IDs. Mission: assisting Professor Zhao Renjia in collecting demon source flowers completed. Reward: 120 academic credits. Special merit bonus: successful crisis response luring out a Dark Council Grandmaster level assassin. Reward: 300 academic credits. Not bad, 420 credits earned in just 2 days. If missions like this occurred daily, one could accumulate 5,000 credits per month. Su Ming smiled faintly as the 420 credits registered in his account, murmuring softly to himself. Beside him, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao likewise wore broad, elated grins. Brother Su Ming, come on. I'll treat you to a proper meal at the university canteen. Song Zihan suddenly stepped forward and invited him. Absolutely. Brother Su Ming, we've earned quite the haul in credits. A celebratory feast is long overdue. Let's all go together. No sooner had Song Zihan spoken than Zhang Yang stepped forward to echo the invitation. Li Hao followed. Su Ming's displayed prowess had utterly captivated them, revealing the sheer prodigious magnitude of his talent. All three sought to cultivate a favorable rapport with such a celestial genius. Yet Su Ming gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Let's celebrate another time." Without waiting for their response, he turned and departed swiftly. Song Zihan and the others exchanged resigned glances, then walked together toward the university canteen. After bidding farewell to Song Zihan and the other two, Su Ming strode directly back to his private. 420 academic credits are more than sufficient to cover my daily expenses at Emohai University. From now on, I shall immerse myself in cultivation, fully refining that bottle of Earth Dragon Essence blood before accepting any new missions. Upon returning to the villa, Su Ming ascended straight to the second floor, entered his room, and retrieved the vial of Earth Dragon Essence blood. Without hesitation, he poured out a single drop, swallowed it, and immediately commenced practicing the perfected rank body forging art. 100 refinements golden body art. After 1 hour of cultivation, Su Ming had completely exhausted the energy of that single drop, and his vital energy surged by 500 points. Without pause, he ingested another drop and continued cultivating, only halting when hunger gnawed at his stomach. He then hurried to the university cafeteria, devoured a massive meal, and packed enough food for over a dozen people before returning to his dorm to resume cultivation. He cultivated continuously for 10 hours. As his body gradually adapted, the dosage he could safely consume increased, from 1 drop at first to 1.5 and finally to 2 drops per session. Each dose brought a palpable surge in vital energy and a marked strengthening of his physical frame. When he finally ceased cultivation, he had consumed 20 drops of Earth Dragon Essence blood, and his vital energy had skyrocketed by 10,000 points. Gurgle. The moment cultivation ended, a thunderous rumble echoed from Su Ming's stomach. Sensing the sharp pang of hunger, Su Ming strode straight to the kitchen and devoured every morsel of the monstrous beast meat he had brought back from the cafeteria. Though academic credits are difficult to earn at Emohai University, their purchasing power is extraordinary. This vast quantity of 4th-tier monstrous beast meat cost merely half a credit. With 420 credits, an ordinary student could comfortably sustain themselves throughout all 4 years of university. Sated and content, Su Ming let out a soft belch and murmured with a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Ding! A credit transfer of 5 billion has been deposited into your account, ending in 9527. Just then a notification flashed across his mobile screen. It appears Professor Zhao has finalized the disposal of all the monstrous beast materials. 5 billion credits. Indeed, high-tier monstrous beast components command staggering value. Now that I possess Earth Dragon Essence blood, an 8th-tier cultivation resource, my vital energy surges rapidly, yet my spiritual strength lags far behind. Perhaps I should use this fortune to acquire spirit-enhancing rare treasures from the capital city of Mo-Du. Gazing at the notification, a thought stirred within Su Ming's mind. Although Emohai University offered numerous rare treasures capable of enhancing or accelerating spiritual strength development, these resources were strictly obtainable only through academic credits, and in substantial quantities. Now in possession of such an immense sum, it was clearly more efficient to procure cultivation resources externally. Moreover, Mo-Du ranked among the largest metropolises of Hanxia. Its markets boasted both greater abundance and superior quality in rare treasures compared to Linjiang City. Given his current cultivation level, acquiring a batch of 4th or 5th tier rare treasures with credit points would amply suffice for advancing his spiritual strength, while reserving academic credits for exclusive high-tier resources unavailable off-campus or for accessing the Tongtian cultivation tower. Having reached his decision, Su Ming stowed his phone away, cleared the dining table, completed his evening ablutions, and sank blissfully into his 3-meter-wide Simmons bed for a deep restorative slumber. For the next several days, Su Ming remained sequestered within his dormitory, cultivating relentlessly, until the very day after he had fully consumed the Earth Dragon Essence blood, when he finally departed Emohai University and hailed a vehicle bound for Mo-Du. Having fully assimilated all the Earth Dragon Essence blood, Su Ming's vital energy now soared to an astonishing 63,500 points. Roughly an hour later, he arrived at the heart of Mo-Du, standing upon its most vibrant and bustling thoroughfare. Scarcely stepping out of the vehicle, he lifted his gaze toward the monumental edifice towering before him. Emblazoned across its rooftop in bold, imposing characters read, Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Before departing, Su Ming had already confirmed the precise location of this academy's Mo-Du branch. Beyond offering martial training, the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy also operated a thriving commerce in cultivation resources, selling vital energy powder spirit pills and myriad rare treasures essential to martial cultivators. As a core member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, Su Ming enjoyed complimentary access to vital energy powder spirit pills and premium cultivation chambers, and received a 20% discount on all rare treasure purchases. That discount was precisely why Su Ming chose the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy as his primary destination for acquiring spirit-enhancing rare treasures. Though a 20% reduction may seem modest, each 4th-tier rare treasure commanded exorbitant value. This time, Su Ming intended to allocate his entire 5 billion credit fortune towards spirit-cultivating rare treasures, thereby saving 1 billion credits through the discount alone. Closing the car door behind him, Su Ming stepped into the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Hello, welcome to the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. How may we assist you? No sooner had Su Ming crossed the threshold than an elegant statuesque receptionist approached him, her professional smile poised and polished. I wish to purchase cultivation resources that enhance spiritual strength, Su Ming replied, coolly glancing at her once. Spirit-strengthening resources. Could he be an awakened one? Upon hearing his words, the receptionist stiffened. Then, suspecting he might indeed be an awakened one, her demeanor shifted instantly into deeper reverence. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Without delay, she extended her hand gracefully and led the way forward. Esteemed guest, the 4th floor houses our exclusive section dedicated to rare treasures that augment spiritual cultivation. In short order, she guided Su Ming to the 4th floor wing, the Academy's specialized emporium for spirit-enhancing rare treasures. The 1st and 2nd floors served as collective training halls where instructors taught Academy students en masse. The 3rd and 4th floors comprised the commercial zones retailing various martial cultivation essentials. The 5th floor and above housed private VIP cultivation chambers, reserved exclusively for elite members, distinguished clients, and unknown instruction by senior instructors. You may attend to your duties. I'll browse here for now, Su Ming said, glancing briefly around the 4th floor hall before addressing the receptionist beside him. Truly worthy of Mo-Du's reputation. Here, 4th-tier resources which serve as crown jewels in Linjiang City shops lie displayed with casual abundance. An awakened one so rare in Linjiang City appear plentiful even here. Surveying the dazzling array of rare treasures showcased across the counters, and observing the 100 or so patrons browsing alongside him, Su Ming could not suppress a quiet internal sigh of awe. After the fleeting moment of reflection, he steadied his focus, moving deliberately from counter to counter in search of rare treasures perfectly suited to his cultivation path. Walking slowly along the display case, Su Ming's gaze swept over the various cultivation resources before. 3rd-tier high-level resource, Spirit Concentration Flower, price, 3 million credit points. 4th-tier mid-level resource, Purple Soul Crystal, price, 12 million credit points. The prices of 3rd-tier cultivation resources are still reasonable, but once it reaches the 4th-tier no cultivation resource is priced below 10 million credit points. Looking at the prices of these cultivation resources, Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself, so expensive. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a display case. Inside the cabinet was a type of deep blue fruit, its surface adorned with natural cloud patterns, faintly exuding an aura that calmed the mind. The information labeled beneath this blue fruit was even more detailed than the resources he had seen earlier. Cloud pattern spirit fruit, 4th tier, top grade, spiritual material produced from the depths of the Magic City. No. 5 cave containing pure spiritual energy that can greatly nourish the sea of consciousness and enhance mental strength. Price, 50 million credit points. Greatly enhance mental strength. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he read the description. This was exactly what he needed right now. A 4th-tier top-quality spiritual material would undoubtedly have a much better effect on his mental strength than a spirit pill. Previously, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit he absorbed in the Linjiang city now. 2 cave, also a 4th-tier top resource, had boosted his vitality by 1,500 points. It could be assumed that this 4th-tier top-grade cloud pattern spirit fruit would significantly enhance his mental strength as well. Although the price of 50 million credit points per cloud pattern spirit fruit was extremely high, he had just received a hefty sum of 5 billion, making it completely affordable. Moreover, as a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he could enjoy a 20% discount, meaning he would only need to pay 40 million for each. Excuse me, how many cloud pattern spirit fruits do you have in stock at your academy? Su Ming called over a nearby staff member dressed in uniform. The staff member glanced at the display case, a professional smile on his face. Hello, sir. The cloud pattern spirit fruit is a rather sought-after resource. Currently, our headquarters has 58 pieces in stock. How many do you need? 58 pieces. Su Ming's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. If he could acquire all 58, it would be enough for him to use for a while and significantly boost his mental strength. Without any hesitation, Su Ming directly stated, "All right, I'll take all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits." All of them. The staff member's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. 58 pieces totaled an astonishing 2.9 billion credit points. Even for some core descendants of prominent families, making such a large purchase of cultivation resources at once was exceedingly rare. Su Ming observed the expression on the staff member's face and smiled calmly, confirming, "Yes, I want them all." The staff member took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and his attitude became more respectful. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will immediately retrieve all the cloud pattern spirit fruits from the warehouse for you." Just as the staff member was about to leave, a somewhat flamboyant voice came from the side. "The cloud pattern spirit fruit is quite good. Ooh, I happen to need it to refine my mental strength." Su Ming turned to look and saw a young couple approaching. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in an expensive custom casual outfit, his face bearing a hint of arrogance as he had his arm around his stunningly attractive, fashionably dressed female companion. The young man's gaze fell on the cloud pattern spirit fruits, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, and then he commanded the staff member with an aloof attitude, you go get me 20 cloud pattern spirit fruits." The staff member paused, turned to the newcomer, and instantly revealed a troubled expression before cautiously replying, "Young Master Qin, Sen, I'm very sorry, but this esteemed guest just decided to buy all 58 pieces of our stock." Hearing this, the young man frowned and finally looked at Su Ming, sizing him up. Su Ming was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and wore no conspicuous family insignia or valuable accessories, making him appear not to be from a wealthy family. However, upon hearing that Su Ming had bought 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits in one go, the young man realized that Su Ming's financial backing was not small. One could not judge a person by their appearance. Even so, when he looked at Su Ming, there was still a hint of disdain in his eyes, and he said to Su Ming blandly, "But kid, I also have my eyes on those cloud pattern spirit fruits. You must give me 20 out of the 58. Here's 1.05 billion credit points. The extra is a bonus for you." After saying this, he took out an unregistered black card from his pocket and tossed it towards Su Ming, the black card landing directly at Su Ming's feet, clearly intentional. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression turned slightly cold. He did not glance at the black card at his feet, but stared coldly at the young man. "Everything has its order. I have already decided to take all of these cloud pattern spirit fruits. Giving you 20 is a favor, not giving you any is the norm. You'd best put away your arrogant attitude. Please wrap up all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits without exception." The staff member hesitated for a moment, but eventually Please wrap up all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits without exception. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the gold card Su Ming offered him, slowly nodding, "All right. Yes, esteemed guest." However, the young man opposite was displeased that Su Ming completely disregarded him, and his expression suddenly darkened. "Kid, do you know who I am?" "Haha, who you are is none of my business," Su Ming replied with a light snort. His attitude instantly made the young man furious, his forehead veins bulging, as he angrily said, "Listen, well, I am Qin Shun of the Qin family in the Magic City. In the Magic City, there are few things I want that people dare not give me face." Upon hearing this, Su Ming paused for a moment, quickly recalling that before he left Linjiang City for the Magic City, Jiang Lingchuan had mentioned some major forces to be wary of, among them being the Qin family of the Magic City. The Qin family in the Magic City was a powerful martial arts family with a peak grandmaster in their ranks and no fewer than 10 masters. Their influence in the Magic City was considerable, and it was said that even the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had to give the Qin family some face. Seeing Su Ming remain silent, Qin Shen assumed he was intimidated, and a haughty expression returned to his face. Ha, now that you know, I won't pursue your earlier rudeness. After saying this, Qin Shen looked at the staff member beside Su Ming and shouted, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack me 20 cloud pattern spirit fruits and bill it to the Qin family. His words left the staff member in a difficult position, because whether it was young Master Qin San or this mysterious guest who had just purchased 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits, he could not afford to offend either. I have already stated clearly, I am claiming all these cloud vein spirit fruits. None shall be spared. As the staff member hesitated, Su Ming spoke, once more, his voice calm and unwavering. At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of numerous people on the fourth floor, all turning their gazes towards Su Ming and Qin Shen. That's the third young master of the Qin family. Who is that? How dare he speak to the third young master so brazenly? Humph. Clashing with the third young master. This youth is surely doomed. That's the third young master of the Qin family. Who is that? How dare he speak to the third young master so brazenly? Humph. Clashing with the third young master. Hearing Su Ming's voice, Qin Shen's expression froze, then darkened into cold malevolence. Ha ha ha. In Modu City, no one has ever dared defy the Qin family's authority. What are you anyway, to presume to compete with me? His female companion sneered aloud, her gaze dripping with disdain. Indeed, if young Master Qin deigns to take interest in your possessions, it's an honor you ought not squander. Don't invite trouble by refusing to know your place. Su Ming saw no point in further debate. Turning directly to the staff member, he said coolly, please proceed with the settlement immediately. Before the attendant could react, Qin Shen's voice rang out, sharp with suppressed fury and twisted amusement. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. It seems I must teach you a lesson, so you'll finally grasp just how vast the heavens are and how deep the earth runs. Even as the words left his lips, qi surged violently within Qin Shen's body, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a fourth-rank martial artist. In one swift motion, he lunged forward, gripping for Su Ming's shoulder, to humiliate him publicly. In his mind, Su Ming was likely some nouveau riche scion, wealthy, arrogant, utterly ignorant of true power. And given Su Ming's youthful appearance, how formidable could he possibly be? Yet the next instant, Qin Shen's face contorted in shock. His hand, extended halfway, halted abruptly, frozen midair. He stared, only to see Su Ming's right hand already locked tightly around his wrist, striking with such blinding speed that he hadn't even registered the movement. You. Qin Shen's expression twisted, he wrenched desperately to break free, but Su Ming's grip felt forged from unyielding steel, immovable despite all his strength. Then, a crushing force erupted from Su Ming's palm, grinding his wrist bones together with sickening cracks. Agony exploded through his arm. Af! A sharp cry tore from Qin Shen's throat, his brow instantly slick with cold sweat. His female companion, witnessing the horror, shrieked, What? What are you doing? Let go of young Master Chun now. The uproar instantly seized the attention of everyone on the fourth floor. Isn't that Qin family's third young master, Qin Shen? Why is he fighting someone? Who is that young man across from him? I've never seen him before, yet he subdued Qin Shen with such ease. Qin Shen may be a spoiled playboy, but backed by his family's resources, he's still a fourth-rank martial artist. And yet he couldn't land a single counterblow. Damn, this kid's fearless, daring to strike Qin Shen openly in broad daylight. Now this is spectacle. Few dare lay hands on the Qin family in Modu City. Serves him right. Let that arrogant brat finally meet his match. Quick snap photos for WeChat moments. This is headline-worthy. Witnessing the scene, the entire fourth floor of Limit Martial Hall erupted, some thrilled, others stunned, while many whipped out their phones, clicking away furiously. Whispers swirled around him, lenses pointed squarely at his face. Humiliation burned like acid in Qin Shen's chest. He roared at Su Ming, You filthy bastard. Dare you lay hands on me? The Qin family will never let this pass. Release me, immediately. Su Ming's eyes turned glacial. He had no desire for conflict, but when provoked relentlessly, even struck first, mercy ceased to be an option. Crack. A faint, brittle sound, bone snapping under unbearable pressure. Oh, ow. Qin Shen screamed, a raw, guttural shriek, as Su Ming crushed his wrist into fracture. Only after the fracture did Su Ming release his grip, then without pause drove a powerful kick straight into Qin Shen's abdomen. Thud. A heavy, muffled impact echoed. Qin Shen staggered backwards several paces before collapsing onto the floor, clutching his stomach with his one uninjured hand, writhing in agony, his face drained of all color. Young Master Chun. After a stunned pause, his female companion finally snapped awake, rushing to his side, frantic to help him rise. Grr. Teeth bared in pain, Qin Shen grimaced as she hoisted him upright. You're finished, you little wretch. Have the courage to wait right here. I'm leaving, but this isn't over. With one last venomous glare fixed upon Su Ming, he spat those final words, then allowed his companion to escort him away. The brief exchange had made one truth undeniable: he stood no chance against Su Ming. With no elite Qin family enforcers present, retreat was his only recourse. Regroup, summon reinforcements, and finish Su Ming later. Yet before they could depart, a formidable presence descended rapidly from above. A middle-aged man clad in the formal attire of Limit Martial Hall's management, his aura steady and commanding. His gaze swept the scene and tightened sharply upon the battered, disheveled figure of Qin Shun. Turning coldly to the staff member beside Su Ming, he demanded, "What happened here?" Before the attendant could reply, a voice cut in urgently, "Director Wang, you're exactly who we needed." All eyes turned. The source was Qin Shun himself, gazing at the man as if beholding salvation. Director Wang's attention shifted instantly from the staffer to Qin Shun. Seeing the director's gaze fall upon him, Qin Shun pointed fiercely at Su Ming and declared, "Director Wang, this youth assaulted me within your hall. You must answer for this, on behalf of Limit Martial Hall." Upon hearing this, Director Wang turned his gaze fully upon Su Ming. To hold such a post in Moda City's premier martial hall meant formidable strength. Indeed, he was a 5th-rank latest-stage martial artist. A youth of such age, already a 4th-rank martial artist, and capable of subduing Qin Shun without effort. Which prodigy is this? Why have I never seen him before? One glance confirmed Su Ming's 4th-rank Qi resonance, sending a jolt of sobering respect through Director Wang. Then surveying Qin Shun's injuries, his expression grew strained. Qin Shun was the 3rd young master of the Qin family, and wounded here inside Limit Martial Hall. To offer no redress would provoke the Qin family's wrath, guaranteeing no peaceful resolution. "Sir, may I ask your name? And why did you resort to violence within our premises?" Taking a measured breath, Director Wang addressed Su Ming directly. His tone remained courteous, a testament to both his station and his discernment. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Su Ming, he knew this was no ordinary youth. "Director Wang, instead of questioning me here, it would be more time efficient for you to check the surveillance footage directly." Facing Director Wang's inquiry, Su Ming did not reveal his name. Instead, he retorted unceremoniously. Su Ming's response left Director Wang momentarily stunned, astonished by Su Ming's audacious demeanor. At the same time, he roughly guessed that this incident was definitely instigated by Qin Shun, that reckless young master. However, before he could respond further, Qin Shun roared first, "Director Wang, why waste words on him? He injured me," which is equivalent to slapping the Qin family's face. "Are you, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, really willing to offend our Qin family for a nameless nobody? My grandfather is Qin Mu. Qin Mu is indeed the renowned peak master of the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Director Wang's brows furrowed slightly, feeling the pressure. The Qin family's influence was indeed substantial, and the leader of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City had indeed instructed them to extend some courtesies to the offspring of major families in the city. After a moment of silence, he finally lowered his voice and said to Su Ming, "Sir, regardless of the cause, it is never right to resort to violence within the hall. Therefore, I kindly ask you to apologize to young Master Qin. It would be better for both of us." Otherwise what? Su Ming interrupted him, gazing at him with indifference. Under Su Ming's piercing gaze, Director Wang found himself at a loss for words, feeling overwhelmed. Su Ming, so young, yet possessing such strength, clearly had an extraordinary background, while the Qin family was a formidable force in Magic City, equally not to be trifled with. He had initially thought to have Su Ming apologize to Qin Shun, and then speak a few good words on behalf of Qin Shun, hoping to downplay the situation. However, Su Ming's unexpectedly firm attitude disrupted his subsequent plans. "Director Wang, how can a mere apology suffice for the injury he inflicted on me? Moreover, look at his current attitude. He clearly doesn't take the Extreme Martial Arts Hall or the Qin family seriously. Such a villain must be apprehended immediately. I want him to understand the consequences of offending me. I've already notified my family, and the strong members of the Qin family are on their way. If you haven't captured this person by the time they arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, be prepared to face the consequences from the Qin family." On the other side, Qin Shun, witnessing Su Ming's expression, felt his anger surge further, immediately pressing down on Director Wang. Facing Qin Shun's pressure, Director Wang took a deep breath and ultimately made his decision. Compared to an unknown young genius, the weight of the Qin family in Magic City was evidently much heavier. He took a step forward, the aura of a 5th-tier martial artist subtly emanating from him, pressing towards Su Ming while he spoke. "Sir, please cooperate." Just then, Su Ming slowly took out a badge from his pocket. This badge was entirely dark gold, engraved with the emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but beneath the emblem, there were 5 tiny star marks emanating a unique energy fluctuation. This was indeed the identity badge of a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Level Core Member Badge of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon seeing Su Ming present the identity badge, Director Wang's words came to an abrupt halt, and his pupils shrank suddenly. After a brief silence, he let out an exclamation of astonishment. The pressure he had been directing at Su Ming instantly dissipated, and disbelief and extreme shock appeared on his face. As the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City, he understood better than anyone what this dark gold badge with 5-star marks represented. The dark gold badge with 5-star marks did not signify an ordinary corps member, but S-level corps member strictly vetted by the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall appointed by the head of the headquarters. S-level corps members enjoy the highest privileges and resource allocation in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Each one is a future pillar cultivated with great importance by the Hall. Their status is even in some ways equal to that of the leader of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City, far beyond what a mere hall supervisor like him could compare. Su Ming put away the badge and coldly looked at Director Wang. Do you still want me to apologize now? Facing Su Ming's indifferent gaze, Director Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat, making a complete turnaround in attitude, hurriedly putting on a smile and bowing to Su Ming. Ahem, my lord, you're joking. This is all a misunderstanding, ha. Now he fully understood why the young man before him was so fearless in the face of the Qin family's threats. S-level corps member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, his identity and importance mean that not only Qin Shin, a reckless young master, but even the esteemed grandmaster of the Qin family would not dare to provoke Su Ming. He is actually an S-level corps member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It's over. If my father and the others find out I've offended an S-level corps member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, they will definitely break my legs. What should I do? What to do? Qin Shin, seeing Director Wang's sudden change in attitude and recalling the previous words, instantly realized that Su Ming's identity was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Though he was a reckless young master, he was not completely ignorant upon learning that Su Ming's identity was actually an S-level corps member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. His face turned ashen and his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Su Ming. He had truly kicked a hard iron plate this time, and it was an unimaginably tough one. However, Su Ming merely cast a faint glance at the ashen-faced Qin Shin and the terrified Director Wang, not saying much, but instead turning his gaze back to the cloud-patterned spiritual fruit in the display case, slowly saying, Director Wang, can we start packing all the cloud-patterned spiritual fruits from the hall now? Su Ming's words caused Director Wang to shudder, and he quickly replied, yes, of course. After saying this, he immediately turned to the staff member beside Su Ming and sternly ordered, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and pack all the cloud-patterned spiritual fruits for the Lord. Under his harsh reprimand, the staff member felt immensely wronged, but dared not voice any complaints, promptly turning to head to the warehouse of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. My lord, is there anything else you need to purchase? After the staff member left, Director Wang once again smiled at Su Ming, glanced at Director Wang, and did not pursue his earlier rudeness. Instead, he said slowly, I need to purchase around 3 billion worth of resources that can enhance spiritual power or assist in spiritual cultivation. Since you are the supervisor, please recommend some for me. The resources available on the 4th floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are varied, and with Director Wang's recommendations, I can save quite a bit of time. All right, this way please, my lord. Hearing this, Director Wang did not dare to hesitate, and immediately led the way. As for Qin Shin, he wished he could drive the other party out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and had no time to care about him. Under Director Wang's guidance, Su Ming stepped over the black card thrown by Qin Shin, walking past him with great dignity, without even glancing back at Qin Shin. Knowing Su Ming's identity, Qin Shin watched as he brushed past, hastily lowering his head, not daring to breathe a word, completely unlike his previous arrogant demeanor. Seeing that Su Ming had not continued to pursue responsibility for him, he endured the pain in his abdomen and wrist, hurriedly bent down to pick up the black card he had thrown away, then awkwardly fled the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This young man is actually an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. How unbelievable. It's not surprising at all. Just based on his effortless subjugation of Qin Shin, his strength can be conservatively estimated to be that of a mid-tier 4th-stage martial artist. With such formidable power at such a young age, if I were among the upper echelons of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, I would undoubtedly grant him the highest level of treatment. Haha, it's my first time seeing Qin Shin looking so flustered, unable to retaliate after being humiliated. He is an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a treasure of the hall. To touch him is to oppose the entire Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If Qin Shin dared to act against him, the Qin family wouldn't be able to protect him. That's true. Although the Qin family is quite powerful with a peak grandmaster in charge, they still pale in comparison to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, which possesses 8th-stage noble-level experts. As they watched Qin Shin escape in a disheveled state from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming was led by Manager Wang to select suitable cultivation resources. Only then did the surrounding crowd lower their voices and couldn't help but begin discussing. Even though these people's discussions were hushed, with Su Ming's current strength, he could naturally hear everything. Regarding their discussions, Su Ming merely smiled indifferently. Then, under Manager Wang's introduction, he purchased a batch of suitable cultivation resources. After applying an 80 discount, he spent all 50 billion on his card before stopping. When all the resources were packed in front of him, Su Ming lifted a few large bags and said to Manager Wang, I need a cultivation room, please arrange it. Please follow me, sir. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Manager Wang did not dare to be negligent and immediately led the way. The two took the elevator directly to the 28th floor. Sir, this is our most advanced cultivation room at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City. It is fully equipped, and the construction materials can withstand attacks from Grand Master level experts. You can cultivate to your heart's content inside. Manager Wang brought Su Ming into a spacious cultivation room and introduced it to him. Not bad, I will cultivate here for the next few days. Please do not disturb me, and we can settle the costs of the cultivation room after I finish. Su Ming glanced around the cultivation room and nodded in satisfaction. Sir, you are an S-level core member of the hall. You can use all cultivation rooms for free. Hearing Su Ming's words, Manager Wang immediately responded with a smile. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded, then issued a dismissal order and closed the door to the cultivation room. Phew, fortunately this gentleman has a good temper, otherwise I might have lost my managerial position this time. Damn Qinshan, he almost got me killed. Looking at the closed door of the cultivation room in front of him, Manager Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lingering fear, and then muttered a curse. Outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, not long after Qinshan walked out, he encountered a middle-aged man who looked 4 points similar to him descending from the air, landing before him. The newcomer was none other than Qinshan's father, Qin Ba, a 6th-stage Grand Master level expert. Son, who would dare to hurt you like this? They clearly do not regard the Qin family. Come, let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and demand an explanation. Upon reaching Qin Ba's expression instantly darkened. Father, this. I fell by myself. It has nothing to do with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Let's just go home. Seeing Qin Ba about to storm into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Qinshan hurriedly held him back with his left hand. He didn't dare to tell Qin Ba that he had just offended an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, so he could only force himself to lie. Ridiculous. How could a 4th-stage martial artist fall like this? However, upon hearing this, Qin Ba snorted coldly, frowning as an unsettling premonition arose. He knew what kind of character his son was. Someone who could make Qinshan suffer and not dare to pursue the matter further must have an extraordinary identity. At once, Qin Ba's expression darkened again, and he looked sternly at Qinshan, continuing to ask, you need to tell me clearly, just who did you provoke? I. Faced with Qin Ba's stern gaze, Qinshan stuttered and hesitated, unable to reveal the truth. You were with him, so you must know what happened just now. Tell me everything you know, not leaving out a single word, or you know the consequences. Seeing Qinshan like this, Qin Ba's heart sank to the depths. He then turned to the female companion beside Qinshan and coldly called out. The female companion beside Qinshan was frightened by his reprimand, trembling in fear. She did not dare to hide anything and immediately recounted the entire sequence of events. Unfilial son. After hearing the entire story and discovering that Qinshan had actually provoked an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, who was also a young genius, Qin Ba couldn't help but curse in anger and reached out to slap Qinshan. The sound was so loud that it almost echoed throughout the entire street, drawing the attention of passersby. Even in nearby shops, many people rushed out to see what was happening at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Qin Ba stood before Qinshan, raising his right hand as if to slap him. Let's see what happened here. Aren't those the father and son of the Qin family? The third young master of the Qin family is usually favored the most. Why is Qin Ba so furious with him today? What on earth happened? Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but murmur. Qin Ba, with his hand raised and his face flushed, ultimately retracted his right hand. Unfilial son, take me inside. I will personally apologize to that person. Qin Ba took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and coldly stated. Right now, Qin Ba couldn't care less about the injuries on Qinshan. He just wanted to obtain Su Ming's forgiveness. Right now, Qin Ba couldn't care less about the injuries on Qinshan. He just wanted to obtain Su Ming's forgiveness and ensure that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would not hold the Qin family accountable. As for Qinshan, although his injuries looked severe, they were not too serious for a 4th-stage martial artist. With Qinshan's body constitution, he could quickly recover by taking some healing medicine. The Sir is currently cultivating and refuses to see guests. The head of the Qin family should return. When Qin Ba entered the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and explained his purpose to Manager Wang, the latter shook his head at him. Manager Wang, just take us to the outside of that gentleman's cultivation room. Rest assured, I promise not to disturb his cultivation. I will just wait outside with my useless son until he finishes and then personally apologize. In that case, please follow me. Manager Wang gave Qin Ba a deep look, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. This is the training room where Lord Su Ming is located. You must not disturb him until he finishes his training. Supervisor Wang brought Qin Ba and his son to the outside of Su Ming's training room, giving them a warning before turning to leave. The training room where Su Ming was located is the most advanced training facility in the entire Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Academy, capable of withstanding attacks from master-level experts. Even Qin Ba would not be able to forcibly break in. As long as Qin Ba dared to disturb Su Ming's training, the experts and the head of the Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Academy would notice immediately, and at that time Qin Ba would definitely regret it. Supervisor Wang believed that Qin Ba would not dare to act recklessly. As he expected, after he left Qin Ba, and Qin Shen stayed quietly at the door waiting. Father, do we have to wait here the whole time? After half an hour, Qin Shen looked at the unmoving door of the training room and turned to Qin Ba to ask, "Wait for me. How can you not keep your composure after such a short time?" Hearing Qin Shen's words, Qin Ba's expression darkened, and he scolded. Qin Ba's scolding made Qin Shen shrink his head, not daring to say another word, and could only obediently wait outside. Inside the training room, Su Ming was unaware of everything happening outside. Upon entering the training room, he immediately swallowed a Yunwen Yunshin fruit, then sat cross-legged to meditate and practice the Tianluo diagram. At this moment, Su Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing while digesting the medicinal power of the Yunwen Yunshin fruit. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed from the depths of his eyes. The effect of a Yunwen Yunshin fruit can last for an hour, and I felt no burden while practicing. Let me see how much my mental power has increased. Su Ming murmured, immediately calling up his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Health 63,500. Mental power 6,800. Abilities Ice Crown S, Rage Titan S. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect. 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A Perfect. Meditation Technique Tianluo Diagram A Perfect. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect. Breaking Cloud Spear C Perfect. Enhancement Points 138,4600. Mental power of 6,800 points. This hour of training actually increased by 1,000 points. In other words, if I use up all the Yunwen Yunshin fruits, I can increase my mental power by 5,800 points, bringing it to a level comparable to my health. After glancing at his current mental power, a strong joy appeared on Su Ming's face. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out another Yunwen Yunshin fruit and swallowed it. The Yunwen Yunshin fruit melted upon entry, and the overwhelming medicinal power instantly enveloped Su Ming's entire body, surging towards his brow. Su Ming immediately activated the Tianluo diagram, crazily absorbing the medicinal power of the Yunwen Yunshin fruit. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been training in the training room for a week. During these 5 days, he not only absorbed all 58 Yunwen Yunshin fruits, but also exhausted another batch of training resources worth around 3 billion that he had purchased additionally. So 50 billion resources have been consumed just like that. Truly, it is said that the poor are cultured and the rich are martial. In the training room, after digesting the last high-grade 4th-tier training resource, Su Ming stood up and stretched his muscles, glancing at the empty bags in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Then he shifted his tone, and a smile appeared on his face. However, the strength growth brought by these 50 billion is quite substantial. In just 1 week, my mental power has increased from 5,800 points to 93,600 points, an increase of a whopping 87,800 points. At this moment, Su Ming's mental power had surpassed 9,000 points, approaching the mental power strength of a peak 4th-tier awakened. If it weren't for the excessive intake of Yunwen Yunshin fruits and other various resources leading to drug resistance, which weaken the mental power gains from subsequent Yunwen Yunshin fruits and other resources, with these 50 billion resources, Su Ming's mental power could have easily surpassed 1,000 points, becoming a 5th-tier awakened. Nevertheless, even so, Su Ming's mental power increase over this week is still astonishing. After all, even other awakened with level abilities using the same resources saw less increase in mental power than Su Ming. This is because not everyone possesses a system like Su Ming's, which not only has dual level abilities, but also directly maxed out the proficiency of an A-level meditation technique. Whether it's the dual level abilities or the fully mastered A-level meditation technique, both allow Su Ming's mental power to increase at a pace far exceeding that of awakened at the same realm. Now I still have 38 million enhancement points, which can be used to evolve the Ice Crown into an S-level ability. After finishing his training, Su Ming's gaze returned to his attribute panel as he contemplated the more than 38 million enhancement points in his heart. System, evolve my S-level ability Ice Crown. Su Ming ordered the system without delay. The cost of enhancement points was significant, and after receiving Su Ming's command, the system popped up a prompt. Yes. Seeing this, Su Ming confirmed again. Boom. With Su Ming's confirmation, 1 million enhancement points transformed into a flood, instantly pouring into the Ice Crown ability. In the next moment, Su Ming felt his mental power rapidly increasing. At the same time, a storm of energy erupted in his sea of consciousness. The ice crystal crown originally positioned above Su Ming's soul rapidly absorbed this sudden surge of energy, emitting a dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, the ice crystal crown was completely enveloped by the golden light. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light enveloping the ice crystal crown finally weakened and began to dissipate. Once the golden light completely faded, the original ice crystal crown above Su Ming's soul transformed into a special magical rune symbol ice sword emanating an extreme chill that made even the soul shudder. Consumed 1 million enhancement points, the S-level nature ability Ice Crown evolved into the S-level nature ability Extreme Ice Emperor Tool. The moment the ice sword appeared, a prompt instantly popped up on Su Ming's system. At the same time, Su Ming felt a change and immediately opened his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Health 64,000. Mental power 108,600. Abilities Extreme Ice Emperor Tool SS, Rage Titan S. Divine ability Absolute Frost Slay Soul S-level ability Extreme Ice Emperor Tool. Comes with a divine ability that consumes a large amount of mental power to summon the Absolute Frost Emperor Sword, ignoring all defenses and striking directly at the soul. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect. 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A Perfect. Meditation Technique Tian Luo Diagram A Perfect. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect. Breaking Cloud Spear C Perfect. Enhancement Points 384,600. After the Shrank Ice Crown Diadem evolved into the S-Shrank Extreme Ice Emperor Armor, it not only caused Su Ming's mental strength to surge by 150 points, but also granted him a new supernatural ability. It also slightly increased Su Ming's vitality. Indeed, that fleeting insight was correct. After the Ice Crown Diadem evolved into the Extreme Ice Emperor Armor, I directly gained a new ability. Could the supernatural ability Absolute Frost Soul Slayer directly summon the ice sword from my sea of consciousness to confront my enemies? Looking at the supernatural ability section that appeared on his attributes panel, Su Ming's eyes brightened with joy while a glimmer of curiosity flashed in his gaze. Regardless, I need to test the extent of my current combat strength. Soon Su Ming calmed his excited heart and walked toward the combat power testing device at the back of the training room. The combat power testing device at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City can withstand attacks from masters, allowing Su Ming to unleash his full power without restraint. Taking a long spear from the training room, Su Ming activated all of his vitality, then unleashed the supernatural ability Fury of the Diamond, instantly executing the martial art Breaking Cloud Spear as the spear struck with tremendous force against the testing target in front of the combat power testing device. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the next moment the testing target before Su Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily against the combat power testing device. Immediately, the numbers on the display screen of the combat power testing device began to jump wildly, finally settling on a value that left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Combat power, 96 million. Damn, 96 million combat power. It's almost approaching the 100 million standard for master-level warriors. It seems I underestimated the power of the Shrank supernatural ability Fury of the Diamond. The amplification is much higher than I originally predicted. After a moment of shock at the combat power displayed on the testing device, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. His current vitality was 640 points, and using the perfected Breaking Cloud Spear could unleash 5 times the combat power, resulting in an explosive combat power of 2 million. Now activating the Shrank supernatural ability Fury of the Diamond directly yielded a combat power of 96 million, resulting in a 30-fold amplification. When he had just completed the evolution of the rank ability Furious Heart, in the know. For Cave of Magic City, he estimated that the Shrank Fury of the Diamond would enhance his physical attributes by more than 16 times, around 20 times or so. Now, after precise calculations by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's sophisticated equipment, the Shrank Fury of the Diamond enhanced his physical attributes by 30 times, 10 times more than his estimate of 20 times. This undoubtedly brought him tremendous joy. Although with the temporary 30-fold amplification of my physical attributes from the Shrank supernatural ability, combined with the martial arts boost, I can unleash combat power close to that of a master-level warrior. When facing an actual master, given their aerial advantage, I have no chance of winning. I still need to see how much combat power my current supernatural ability can unleash. With excitement, Su Ming focused his mind and activated the newly evolved S-Strength supernatural ability, Extreme Ice Emperor Armor. In an instant, the temperature of the entire training room plummeted, and a layer of white frost formed on the surrounding walls above and below. Above Su Ming's head, a spear made of ice energy rapidly formed. Go! As Su Ming wielded the ice spear shot towards the testing target of the combat power testing device. Crack! Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the testing target was once again violently propelled away. Moreover, it was sealed by a layer of solid ice, unable to rebound to its original position. Meanwhile, the numbers on the display screen of the combat power testing device jumped continuously, eventually settling on a figure that left Su Ming momentarily stunned again. Combat power 108. 6,108,000,000 combat power. I've surpassed the 100 million mark, exceeding the minimum combat power standard for master-level warriors. The S-rank Ice supernatural ability Extreme Ice Emperor Armor actually provides a combat power amplification of 100 times. Incredible. Now my physical combat power and supernatural combat power are basically on par, especially with the supernatural combat power reaching the master level. Even when facing an actual master, I now have the means to contend with them. This time Su Ming was stunned for a full 2 seconds before taking a deep breath and said with joy, the 100-fold combat power amplification of the Extreme Ice Emperor Armor exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the supernatural combat power surpassing 100 million provided Su Ming with the means to threaten master-level warriors, because he could freely utilize his supernatural ability to freeze opponents within the range of his mental coverage. With Su Ming's current mental strength of 100,000, his mental projection could cover a distance of up to 1 kilometer. Within that kilometer radius, the aerial advantage of master-level warriors would be nullified. Staying here for a week, it's time to return to school. But before that, I should enjoy one last good meal. After all, I can easily take advantage of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's resources. After testing his supernatural combat power, Su Ming glanced at the time, suppressing his excitement. With a thought, the temperature in the entire training room returned to normal. At the same time, all the frost disappeared, and the previously frozen testing target returned to its original position. After completing all this, Su Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered a plethora of food using the intelligence system in the training room and indulged in a hearty meal before heading towards the door. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall's training room in Lianjin City also provided 3 meals a day, and naturally this training room had everything with even higher quality dishes than those in Lianjin City. During this week, Su Ming ordered various beast meats through the intelligence system in the training room. These dishes were made from the delicious flesh and blood of beasts above the 4th rank. If it weren't for Su Ming only focusing on training his mental strength and not consuming much vitality, the amount of beast meat he consumed over the week would have been quite considerable. Even so, his expenditure in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's training room exceeded 10 million credit points. As Su Ming was a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, all his expenses in the training room would be covered by the hall, and he didn't have to pay anything. Whoosh! Su Ming arrived at the door, pressed the switch, and the alloy door slowly opened. However, as the door opened, Su Ming saw 2 figures appear before him, one of whom was a familiar face. Qinshan, why is he here? The middle-aged man next to him looks a lot like him. He must be his father. Could it be that after dealing with the younger one, the elder came to settle the score with me? Seeing Qinshan and Qinba, Su Ming squinted his eyes, his mind racing as he quickly pondered. Thud! Just as Su Ming wondered whether Qinba and Qinshan had come to confront him, Qinshan dropped to his knees before him. Then Su Ming watched as Qinshan slapped himself hard across the face and apologized. Brother, I was blind and ignorant. My offense against you is unforgivable. Please, with your magnanimity, forgive me this once. No sooner had Qinshan finished speaking than Qinba, standing nearby, reached into his pocket, withdrew a sleek black credit card, and offered it to Su Ming with both hands, his expression earnest. Young master, I am Qinba, Qinshan's father. My son acted recklessly and insulted you. The fault lies entirely with my failure as a parent. These 20 billion credit points represent our Qin family's humble gesture of goodwill. Please accept them. We beg you to let bygones be bygones and spare my son this time. Qinba bowed slightly as he presented the card, his posture profoundly deferential. He fully understood what it meant to be an S-rank core member of the Apex Martial Arts Academy. Should Su Ming choose to press charges against Qinshan, even the combined might of the entire Qin clan would struggle, so they've come to apologize. It seems the Qin family has learned of my status as an S-rank core member of the Apex Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, they'd never lower themselves so drastically. This unexpected turn left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Then he realized the Qin family had uncovered his identity and now sought atonement. Su Ming gazed upon Qinshan still kneeling and Qinba holding out the black card with both hands. After a brief silence, he nodded and accepted the card. Taking the card, Su Ming spoke calmly. Rise. Let this matter end here. 20 billion was no trivial sum, and the Qin family's influence in Modu ran deep. There was no reason to provoke enmity. Thank you, brother. Qinshan sprang upright, instantly relief blooming across his face. Seeing this, Qinba exhaled deeply and smiled. Your forbearance honors us. May I ask your esteemed name? Su Ming, he replied, his expression unchanged. Qinba nodded warmly. Ah, Master Su Ming. Long have I heard of you. I've reserved a banquet at the Bulgari Hotel. I humbly invite you to join us for dinner. Having learned Su Ming's name, Qinba eagerly sought to forge a bond with such a prodigy. Su Ming shook his head. No, thank you. I must return to MO High University. I appreciate your kind offer. Brother Su Ming, you're a student at MO High University too? At Su Ming's mention of returning to campus, Qin Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and before Qin Ba could respond, he blurted out the question. Su Ming glanced at him and nodded. Qin Ba too looked up in quiet astonishment. But Qin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. His eyes gleamed, his mind racing, and he made a decision that neither Su Ming nor Qin Ba anticipated. He suddenly clasped his fists before Su Ming and declared, Brother Su Ming, your strength commands my utmost respect. I wish to call you Big Brother, and pledge myself as your sworn younger brother. Gazing at Qin Chen's sincere face, Su Ming hesitated, then slowly nodded. Very well. If that is your wish, so be it. In Modu, the Qin family wielded considerable influence. Accepting Qin Shun as a junior brother would forge a valuable alliance, one far more advantageous than mere dinner diplomacy. Excellent. Qin Shun beamed with delight and immediately bowed again. Junior brother Qin Shun, at your service, elder brother. Watching this, Qin Ba suppressed a quiet surge of satisfaction. Su Ming's acceptance signaled a formal tie between the Qin family and a rising star, an alliance infinitely more meaningful than any banquet. By the way, elder brother, what year are you in at MO High University? How did you attain such formidable strength? Now that he'd sworn fealty, Qin Chen couldn't resist asking, recalling Su Ming's overwhelming display of power. Though groomed by his family's abundant resources into a fourth-rank mid-tier martial artist, Qin Shun was no ordinary cultivator. He surpassed most peers of his rank thanks to the elite martial arts techniques granted by the Qin clan. Yet Su Ming had subdued him effortlessly, leaving him utterly defenseless. His strength, therefore, must approach the peak of the fourth rank. In Qin Chen's estimation, only third-year students at MO High University possessed such prowess. Yet Su Ming's answer shattered all expectations. Calmly meeting Qin Chen's gaze, Su Ming replied, I'm a special admissions recruit of this year's intake at MO High University. This year's special recruit. Then, you're a freshman, The words had barely left Su Ming's lips before both Qin Shun and Qin Ba cried out in unison, shock rippling across their faces. MO High University's special recruits were prodigies among prodigies, each rigorously nurtured as a cornerstone of the institution's future, destined for greatness. But what stunned them most was Su Ming's claim to be this year's special recruit. Qin Ba and Qin Shun had met many such recruits, but never one who on the very first day of freshman year already rivaled late fourth-rank cultivators. To possess near fifth-rank strength as a freshman, Su Ming's talent and potential were nothing short of. Amidst his awe, Qin Ba felt profound gratitude for having chosen reconciliation over confrontation and for investing everything to win Su Ming's favor. Elder brother, your genius is truly otherworldly. After a long pause, Qin Chen finally broke the silence, his voice thick with reverence. Qin Ba added, bowing slightly, Master Su Ming, your brilliance eclipses any I've ever witnessed. You will surely rise to become a sovereign powerhouse unmatched across the realm. Hearing their praise, Su Ming offered a faint, indifferent smile. Had he revealed his true strength, that he already stood shoulder to shoulder with newly ascended Grandmaster-level cultivators, their reactions would have been unimaginable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Ba tactfully took his leave. Once his father departed, Qin Shun turned to Su Ming, brimming with excitement. Elder brother, to celebrate your forgiveness and my new status as your junior brother, I insist on treating you to dinner at Moda's finest hotel. Su Ming declined with a shake of his head. No need. I'm returning to MO High University to accept missions and earn academic credits. Before opening the cultivation chamber door, he had already eaten his fill and felt no hunger. Qin Shun nodded, then offered, then allow me to drive you back to campus. Su Ming glanced at him and nodded. As you wish. Thereupon the two departed the Apex Martial Arts Academy together, Qin Shun escorting Su Ming in his private vehicle all the way back to MO High University. Over the past week, Qin Shun's injuries had long since healed, thanks to the potent medicinal remedies provided. Well, if it isn't the Qin family's disgrace. Haven't you been hiding outside campus? What boldness brings you back today? No sooner had they stepped out of the car and entered MO High University's gates than a mocking voice rang out from the side. Su Ming and Qin Shun turned their heads and saw a tall, sturdy young man in black combat uniform approaching with several companions, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Qin Shun. The sturdy young man was named Huang Hao, a direct descendant of the Huang family in Magic City. The Huang family and the Qin family were evenly matched in power, and both sides had been engaged in a constant struggle, resulting in a rather unfriendly relationship between Huang Hao and Qin Shun. Huang Hao and Qin Shun were around the same age, both third-year students, but Huang Hao's talent far surpassed that of Qin Shun, as he was a specially admitted student of Magic Sea University. Now Huang Hao was already a latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist, and his power level was one small realm higher than Qin Hao's, plus he possessed an upgrade superhuman ability called Demon Ape Transformation. Once he unleashed his superpower, his strength could increase several times, enough to surpass an ordinary early-stage 5th-tier martial artist. Qin Shun had suffered at Huang Hao's hands before, and Huang Hao had also caused Qin Hao trouble in school. Over time, Qin Shun would usually avoid Huang Hao, and a significant reason for him hiding outside the school was his fear of running into Huang Hao. Upon seeing the incoming person, Qin Shun's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, his eyes showing a hint of evasion as he turned to Su Ming and whispered, "Boss, we should leave quickly." "Oh, trying to dodge again. Qin Shun, it seems you haven't forgotten the lesson of avoiding me even after being outside the school for so long." "Huh." Huang Hao couldn't help but sneer at Qin Shun's reaction. His laughter echoed and his companions immediately joined in. Hearing the mockery from these people, Qin Shun clenched his fists, his face reddening. However, faced with Huang Hao's words, he dared not refute and only wanted to leave with Su Ming. Su Ming observed Huang Hao and his group acting so arrogantly and frowned slightly, turning to Qin Shun and asking, "Who is this person?" Qin Shun's face flushed as he quietly explained, "Boss, he is Huang Hao from the Huang family in Magic City. The Huang family and our Qin family have always been at odds. He is very powerful, we should leave quickly." After speaking, he reached out to pull Su Ming away. However, when Huang Hao heard Qin Shun call Su Ming boss, he immediately showed a look of interest, glancing over Su Ming and sizing him up. Then he mockingly said to Qin Shun, "You're really getting worse. This kid looks younger than you, and yet you actually call him boss. You're truly embarrassing our prestigious families in Magic City. Hey kid, I don't care who you are, I have Qin Shun under my thumb. You'd better distance yourself from him, otherwise you'll end up like him, having to avoid me when you see me at Magic Sea University." Upon hearing Huang Hao's arrogant words, Su Ming's eyes instantly turned cold. He initially did not want to get involved, but it was clear that the other party had no intention of letting them off easily and had actively provoked him. With his current mental strength, he could clearly sense that Huang Hao's vital energy was around 80,000, making him a genuine latest-stage 4th-tier martial artist. A latest-stage 4th-tier martial artist actually dared to make him avoid him. It was utterly ridiculous. Immediately, Su Ming took a step forward and coldly said to Huang Hao, "Huang Hao, is it? I give you 3 seconds to apologize and leave." Huang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Ha ha ha. Apologize? And tell me to leave? Kid, do you even know who you are talking to? Huh. This kid must be crazy. How dare he speak to Brother Hao like that? Looking at this kid, he probably just entered Magic Sea University and doesn't know Brother Hao's strength. Brother Hao, it seems we need to teach this kid a lesson and let him know the rules." Huang Hao's companions also laughed. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's smile faded and his expression turned cold. He stared at Su Ming and snorted, "Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? But I wonder if your abilities match your bravado." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Hao's vital energy erupted explosively, and the aura of a latest-stage 4th-tier martial artist was fully unleashed, pressuring Su Ming. At the same time, his body began to transform, muscles bulging, thick black hair sprouting from his skin, and his teeth becoming sharp, making him resemble a humanoid demon ape. A great ability, Demon Ape Transformation. After unleashing his superpower, Huang Hao's vital energy surged, instantly breaking through the threshold of a 5th-tier martial artist and even approaching the mid-tier of the 5th tier. "Kid, if you kneel and apologize to me now, I might consider going easy on you." After activating the Demon Ape Transformation, Huang Hao's voice turned hoarse, resembling that of a beast, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. His companions, witnessing this, retreated and watched the scene with amusement. "It's Huang Hao. He's fighting it. This kid managed to enter Magic Sea University, so he must also be a student there. However, I have never seen his face on the Storm rankings, so he probably isn't that strong. That guy is in trouble." Huang Hao's Demon Ape Transformation ability is incredibly formidable, with few rivals at the same level. How did this kid get into conflict with Huang Hao? It seems he was with Qin Shun, and I think I even heard Qin Shun call him boss. So Qin Shun recognizes him as an older brother. No wonder there was a conflict with Huang Hao. Huang Hao is ranked 36th on the Storm rankings of Magic Sea University. This kid is bound to suffer. In the distance, many students from Magic Sea University were attracted by the commotion and turned their attention to the location of Su Ming and Huang Hao, unable to help but discuss the situation. In the center, Qin Shun felt Huang Hao's terrifying aura, his face paling as he instinctively took a half-step back. But upon seeing Su Ming's calm demeanor beside him, he forced himself to suppress his fear and gritted his teeth angrily, saying to Huang Hao, "Don't go too far. This is a school. Heh, and what if it is? Just teaching a reckless kid a lesson." Huang Hao, however, completely ignored Qin Shun's admonition. Magic Sea University did not prohibit students from competing with each other. On the contrary, it encouraged such battles among students, as martial artists could only progress rapidly by constantly honing their skills. Therefore, as long as no one was killed or severely injured in the fights among students at Magic Sea University, the school would not intervene. "Kid, take this." Huang Hao bellowed, stepping forward heavily, his gigantic ape-like palm slicing through the air with a whistling sound, heading straight for Su Ming. This strike was so powerful it could shatter gold and stone. Everyone around held their breath as if they could already envision Su Ming being sent flying by the blow. Qin Chun was so frightened, he closed his eyes. However, facing this ferocious blow, Su Ming merely raised his right hand calmly. The class superhuman ability Fury Titan was instantly activated, and he casually threw a punch at the giant ape palm that Huang Hao was attacking with. Bang! A dull thunderous sound echoed. At the moment their palms clashed, the sinister smile on Huang Hao's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and horror. He felt an indescribable terrifying force emanating from the opponent's palm. His powerful giant ape palm, capable of crushing steel, felt as though it had struck an ancient divine mountain, remaining utterly unmoved. Not only that, but the terrifying force surged through his arm and into his body. Crack! The clear sound of bones fracturing echoed. Huang Hao let out a piercing scream, his entire body flying backward as if struck by a speeding boom. He heavily crashed onto the ground several meters away, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the surface. His right arm, transformed by beastification, was now unnaturally twisted, clearly broken. Suddenly the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the scene before them as if they had seen a ghost. His such powerful strength. How could he defeat Huang Hao with just one move? With just one strike, without even employing any abilities or martial arts, he defeated Huang Hao, who had transformed into a magical ape and was comparable to a fifth-tier warrior. Did I see that wrong? Huang Hao is a genius, ranked 36th on the stormy rankings of Mohai University. How could he be defeated so easily? Who on earth is this kid? After a brief silence, the surrounding students erupted into a clamor. Hearing the commotion around him, Qin Chun opened his eyes in confusion, but when he saw the scene before him, he also widened his eyes, mouth slightly agape, his face filled with shock, while countless questions surged in his heart. What just happened? The boss defeated Huang Hao with one move. Isn't he just a freshman? How could he be this strong? Qin Chun knew Su Ming was powerful, but he never expected him to be this formidable. After all, he was aware that Su Ming had just entered Mohai University as a freshman. Before this, he had only thought that Su Ming's strength was at most comparable to a fifth-tier early warrior. But now it seemed that Su Ming could defeat Huang Hao in one move. With such strength, he had likely surpassed most fifth-tier mid-level warriors. You little brat, you're looking for death. However, upon hearing the discussions around him, Huang Hao's eyes turned crimson, and ignoring the excruciating pain from his broken right hand, he hysterically roared at Su Ming. A flicker of light appeared, and a long black alloy staff over 2 meters long materialized in his hand. Huang Hao grasped the staff with his left hand, channeling all his qi and blood, charging fiercely at Su Ming once more. Magic Ape Staff Technique. With a furious roar, the staff, imbued with overwhelming momentum, swung towards Su Ming. This is Brother Hao's Magic Ape Staff Technique. The Magic Ape Staff Technique is a class martial art, and Brother Hao has cultivated it to the beginner level, achieving an 8-fold muscle power enhancement. This strike's force is something even a fifth-tier mid-level warrior cannot withstand. This kid will either die or be severely injured. Watching Huang Hao wield the staff and attack, a few companions who had followed him immediately brightened their eyes, their previous astonishment swiftly replaced by delight. Behind Su Ming, seeing Huang Hao swing the staff towards him, he immediately shouted, "Boss, be careful. Die." Meanwhile, as Huang Hao rushed in front of Su Ming with a sinister smile, he imagined the scene of Su Ming's head being crushed beneath his strike. He himself was a late 4th-tier warrior with over 80,000 qi and blood. After activating his A-class superhuman ability, his body transformed into a magical ape, temporarily enhanced his physical attributes by 6 times. Coupled with the 8-fold burst of the A-class beginner Magic Ape Staff Technique, this strike's power exceeded 40 million calories, enough to make a typical 5th-tier mid-level warrior turn pale. This is outrageous. At that moment, among the crowd, a teacher from Mohai University who had been observing the battle between Su Ming and Huang Hao raised an eyebrow, prepared to intervene and block Huang Hao's strike. In his view, if Huang Hao's blow landed, Su Ming would surely face dire consequences. Good kid. However, just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly froze, stopping in his tracks, and then his gaze widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Ming, unable to help but exclaim. In the arena, just as Huang Hao's strike was about to fall, a shield of ice suddenly appeared above Su Ming's head. Bang! Immediately after, the staff crashed down heavily onto the ice shield above Su Ming's head, producing a thunderous roar. The ice shield merely trembled slightly, shedding a few ice shards without any visible cracks. On the contrary, the staff struck down by Huang Hao rebounded with tremendous force, flying upward, nearly slipping from his grasp. Huang Hao stepped back, forcibly gripping the staff in his hand. The recoil caused pain in the tiger's mouth. After steadying himself, Huang Hao frowned, looking at the ice shield above Su Ming's head, a brutal expression flashing in his crimson gaze as he surveyed the surroundings and shouted angrily. From the collision just now, Huang Hao confirmed the strength of the ice shield, which could completely withstand the full force attacks of late 5th tier or even peak 5th tier warriors. This meant that the person who condensed this ice shield was at least a peak 5th tier awakener. In his view, it was impossible for Su Ming to be so powerful. The ice shield above his head must have been created by someone else, most likely one of the teachers from Mohai University, discreetly observing everything, who had intervened to prevent him from harming Su Ming. However, just as Huang Hao's voice fell, Su Ming coldly snorted, "Stop searching him right in front of you." As he spoke, Su Ming raised his right hand, and the ice shield above his head transformed into an ice spear radiating extreme cold, which he grasped firmly. "It's actually you this. How is this possible?" When Huang Hao turned his gaze to Su Ming, seeing this with his own eyes, his crimson pupils suddenly constricted. He never expected that Su Ming would possess such a terrifying ice ability. Yet Su Ming did not continue speaking. Instead, he gripped the ice spear tightly and fiercely thrust it toward Huang Hao. Not good. A strong sense of crisis surged. Huang Hao realized the danger and hurriedly raised his staff to defend. Ding! The ice spear collided with the staff, producing a metallic clash. In the next second, Huang Hao's towering figure was once again sent flying, the staff in his hand slipping from his grasp due to the shock. Bang! Huang Hao and his weapon crashed to the ground simultaneously, producing a muffled sound. This time, Huang Hao directly reverted from his beastified form, collapsing to the ground unconscious with a thick layer of frost forming on his left hand. The smiles on Huang Hao's companions' faces froze completely, and Qin Shin, along with the surrounding students, stared in disbelief at the unconscious Huang Hao, unable to utter a word in shock. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence once again. After knocking Huang Hao unconscious, Su Ming did not continue to strike. In fact, he had held back a considerable amount of his strength in that last blow. During the conflict, he keenly sensed that there were not just one, but multiple teachers from Mohai University secretly observing the battle. At the moment when Huang Hao unleashed his full power, he felt that one of the teachers was preparing to intervene. Even if he did not defend himself, Huang Hao's strike could not possibly hit him. Because of this, Su Ming understood that if he were to strike too heavily and threaten Huang Hao's life, those teachers would also intervene to stop him, which is why he held back. Otherwise, without the rules of Mohai University based solely on Huang Hao's earlier lethal strike, he would have already killed Huang Hao on the spot. However, although he did not kill Huang Hao this time, he would certainly make Huang Hao lie in bed for a week. Casting a faint glance at the unconscious Huang Hao on the ground, Su Ming willed the ice spear in his hand to dissipate. He did not linger any longer, but turned to the still-dazed Qin Shun and said lightly, "Let's go." After speaking, he walked. "Oh, okay, boss, wait for me." Qin Shun came to his senses, took a deep look at Huang Hao lying on the ground in the distance, and hurried to catch up with Su Ming. Following behind Su Ming, Qin Shun looked at Su Ming's back ahead, his eyes filled not only with extreme shock, but also with fervent admiration. Whoosh! As Su Ming walked by, the surrounding students automatically parted to create a path, all gazing at Su Ming with awe as they watched him leave. "How go? Quick, hurry, and take How Go to the school hospital. Make way, hurry up, and make way." After Su Ming and Qin Shun left, Huang Hao's companions rushed to his side, hurriedly lifting him and quickly heading toward the school hospital. Huang Hao, ranked 36th on the wind and cloud ranking, actually lost so quickly and so completely. In that last strike, I felt that he held back, otherwise Huang Hao wouldn't just be unconscious. To be able to suppress the beastified Huang Hao with physical strength, his physical strength must be at least on par with a mid-level 5th-stage martial artist. Furthermore, to be able to withstand Huang Hao's full power strike, his ice ability must be at least as powerful as his physical strength. What terrifying strength this level of power should be in the top 20 of the wind and cloud ranking. This person is not among the 50 strong on the Mohai University wind and cloud ranking. Is he a student from our school? When did our school have such a strong individual? Could he be a new student this year? Impossible, new students could never possess such strength. If he is a new student, I might as well eat my hat. After Huang Hao's companions took him away, the surrounding students finally came back to their senses from the shock, and the scene erupted into chatter, with everyone discussing the recent battle and speculating on Su Ming's background. What a remarkable guy, his ability is already comparable to a peak 5th stage awakened. This kid looks unfamiliar, and he isn't on the Mohai University wind and cloud ranking. I need to find out exactly which genius this kid is. The rankings on the wind and cloud ranking need to change. Not only the surrounding students were fascinated by the recent battle between Su Ming and Huang Hao, but even the nearby teachers secretly observing the scene were impressed by the strength Su Ming had displayed. Since Su Ming was a special enrollment student, he rarely appeared at the school, and apart from the admissions office staff, only a few teachers at Mohai University knew him. The nearby teachers were still unaware of Su Ming's identity. "Boss, can you tell me your current strength?" On the other side, Qin Shin followed Su Ming toward the dormitory area, unable to contain his curiosity and asking Su Ming, his face full of curiosity. I can handle anyone below the master level. Su Ming replied confidently with a smile. Hiss. A first-year student with peak 5th stage power, is this even human? Hearing Su Ming's answer, Qin Shin couldn't help but gasp, greatly shocked. At the same time, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. If Su Ming had been a bit more ruthless at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he might have ended up lying on the mountain right now. Shaking his head and pushing aside his thoughts, Qin Shin quickly gave Su Ming a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Boss, you're amazing." Alright, enough flattery. Tell me about the Mo High University Wind and Cloud ranking. Hearing Qin Shin's shout, Su Ming shook his head and asked. Earlier, when he had punched Huang Hao away, he had heard someone mention that Huang Hao was a genius, ranked 36th on the Mo High University Wind and Cloud ranking, which piqued his interest in the ranking. Boss doesn't know about the Wind and Cloud ranking. Qin Shin was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. It's normal for you not to know, you just arrived at Mo High University. The Mo High University Wind and Cloud ranking records the 50 strongest students currently enrolled at Mo High University. Every genius who makes it onto the ranking possesses strength comparable to a typical mid-level 5th stage martial artist. Huang Hao ranked 36th with the A-level martial arts technique Demon Ape Staff technique specially prepared for him by the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Hall, along with his A-level superhuman ability, allowing him to reach the level of a late 4th stage martial artist. However, with your strength, boss, entering the top 20 of the Wind and Cloud ranking is definitely not a problem. Hearing Qin Shin's words, Su Ming was somewhat surprised, and then asked, can't I make it into the top 10? Qin Shin responded with an awkward smile, saying, ahem, boss, the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud ranking are all true genius prodigies, each with records of defeating master-level experts. To enter the top 10, you must at least possess master-level strength. But then again, boss, just entered Mo High University. With your talent, you will definitely break into the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking by your second year. His words were not mere flattery. Currently, the top 10 geniuses on the Wind and Cloud ranking are 3rd and 4th year students having trained for at least 2 more years than Su Ming. Su Ming had only just entered Mo High University for less than half a month and already possessed the strength of a peak 5th stage. Now that Su Ming is a special recruitment student and also an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, his future training speed will only be faster than before he entered Mo High University. Qin Shin believed that as long as Su Ming practiced for a year at Mo High University, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, and having the power to defeat master-level experts in his second year would be completely achievable. Su Ming nodded lightly upon hearing this, and then asked who is the strongest person on the Wind and Cloud ranking. What is their strength? The top-ranked powerhouse on the Magic Sea Wind and Cloud list is currently a 3rd-year special enrollment student, Jiang Xinyao, who is also recognized as the campus beauty by all the students at Magic Sea University. As for the strength of Goddess Jiang, she was already capable of defeating mid-level masters at the end of the last semester, and now after a summer break her strength must have only increased. By the way, boss, Goddess Jiang, like you, is an awakened ice-type ability user, and her ice-type ability has reached strength. It is precisely this strength ability that allows her to firmly hold the top position on the Wind and Cloud list in her 3rd year. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Qin Shin immediately shared what he knew. And strength ice-type ability, how come? Hearing that the number 1 on the Wind and Cloud list, Jiang Xinyao, is actually in strength ice-type ability, user Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Boss, since you were able to easily block Huang Hao's full-force attack, your ice-type ability must be at least as strong as Goddess Jiang's, right? It should also be strength, right? Just after Su Ming expressed his admiration, Qin Shin chuckled, and said upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Before today, his ice-type ability level was indeed strength. But now, after evolving with 1,000,000 enhancement points, his ice-type ability has reached S rank, surpassing Jiang Xinyo's. However, Su Ming did not reveal the truth to Qin Shin. I knew it. Seeing Su Ming nod in acknowledgement, Qin Shin's eyes lit up, feeling extremely grateful for his choice at the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. He immediately showered Su Ming with compliments. Before long, the two arrived at Su Ming's dormitory. I've reached my dorm, so I won't keep you. You can head back to your dorm. Standing outside the gate of the villa, Su Ming said to Qin Shin. Qin Shin noted down Su Ming's dormitory location, and then bid farewell before leaving alone. After Qin Shin left, Su Ming returned to the villa assigned to him by the school. Without much rest, he summoned the intelligent housekeeper and began selecting tasks from the school again. My current strength can match that of a newly advanced master. With my strength and the protection from the Sunfire set, as long as I don't encounter latest-stage masters, I can take on higher-level beast hunting tasks for self-protection. The hunting tasks for 5th-tier beasts each offer over 50 credits as a reward. Taking on these 5th-tier beast hunting tasks is just right to accumulate credits while harvesting enhancement points. Soon Su Ming confirmed his task objectives, quickly reviewed all the 5th-tier beast hunting tasks from the school, and selected a few that could be completed in the same cave. He then equipped himself and left the school. While Su Ming was out completing tasks to earn credits, the news of him striking down Huang Hao at the school gate quickly spread throughout Magic C University. Under the investigation of the teachers, his identity as a freshman was soon revealed. Upon learning that a freshman was able to knock out Huang Hao, who ranked 36th on the Magic C Wind and Cloud list, in just 2 moves, both students and teachers at Magic C University were stirred. Meanwhile, based on Su Ming's performance in defeating Huang Hao, the teachers at Magic C University rearranged the Wind and Cloud list. Su Ming made his debut on the Magic C University Wind and Cloud list, ranking directly at 16th place, being the only freshman on the list. Xin Yao quickly looked at the latest ranking news on the Wind and Cloud list. This new student named Su Ming has actually climbed to 16th place. Oh my gosh, he is still a freshman. In a luxurious villa within the female dormitory of Magic C University, Liang Mingming widened her eyes as she looked at the information displayed on her tablet, unable to suppress an exclamation. She then handed her tablet to a tall and stunningly beautiful girl beside her. The girl was Jiang Xinyao, the campus beauty mentioned earlier by Qin Chen, a freshman 16th on the Wind and Cloud list. Hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao's pretty face showed a hint of surprise as she hurriedly took the tablet. This Su Ming is indeed a freshman and quite handsome too. Upon seeing the information about Su Ming on the tablet, Jiang Xinyao couldn't help but praise. Xinyao, I just saw on the campus wall that this Su Ming is also an awakened ice type ability user. This is a video of him fighting Huang Hao this morning. Take a look. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Liang Mingming, displaying the control panel of the villa's intelligence system. In the center of the screen was a video showing the scene of Su Ming battling Huang Hao. Jiang Xinyao looked up, her gaze falling on the video in front of her. When the video finished playing, Liang Mingming's voice sounded again, filled with a hint of astonishment. Are the current freshmen this fierce? He actually defeated Huang Hao so decisively. This strength is even stronger than what you were back then. I indeed am not as strong as him. Although the video cannot gauge how powerful Su Ming's ice-type ability is, being able to defeat Huang Hao so easily suggests his ability level should not be lower than mine. Upon hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao nodded in agreement. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and said to Liang Mingming, "Mingming, I'm going to the Tianxing training tower to cultivate. Do you want to come along?" Huh, didn't we just finish cultivating? Upon hearing Jiang Xinyao's words, Liang Mingming was momentary, but soon she reacted. Her good friend had a strong competitive spirit, and it seemed that seeing Su Ming's displayed strength and talent had instilled a sense of urgency in her. Once she realized this, Liang Mingming quickly replied, "Xinyao, I won't go. You can cultivate by yourself." "Okay, then I'll go cultivate alone." Hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao nodded and then left the dormitory. What a remarkable Su Ming. No wonder he is the first prodigy in years to achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. He has surged to the 16th position on the Wind and Cloud list just after starting his freshman year. Magic C University has produced another genius even more extraordinary than Jiang Xinyao. With Su Ming's talent, it probably won't be long before he breaks into the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud list. The new waves push the old waves. The changes in the rankings of the Magic C Wind and Cloud list not only stirred Liang Mingming and Jiang Xinyao, but also shocked all the students on the list when they learned that a freshman like Su Ming had directly climbed to 16th place. In an instant, the name Su Ming spread throughout Magic C University, known to all. This young man actually blocked Huang Hao's transformed strike barehanded, and even forced him back. Could he have fully refined that vial of Earth Dragon blood essence? Yet even if he managed to refine the blood essence of an 8th rank Earth Dragon, it would grant him no more than 30,000 units of vital chi. How then could a single punch hurl the transformed Huang Hao backward and shatter his right forearm bone? Wait, ice-based ability. Damn, this youth conceals an ice affinity ability too. He's a dual ability awakened. Meanwhile, in the director's office of the admissions office at Mohai University, Lu Jiming watched the footage of Su Ming's clash with Huang Hao and shot upright from his chair, eyes wide as bronze bells. Su Ming had been personally recruited by Lu Jiming. Prior to this, he knew only that Su Ming possessed in a rank superhuman ability. After all, during the National Aptitude Examination, Su Ming's vital chi registered barely over 4,000. Yet he shattered the examination puppet using only a crank martial technique. Such combat prowess could not possibly exist without ability enhancement. When recruiting Su Ming, Lu Jiming had indeed asked whether he possessed any abilities, and Su Ming confirmed he held in a rank superhuman ability. Precisely because of this admission, Lu Jiming saw no need to probe further for hidden abilities. Zhang Lingchuan, standing nearby at the time, was utterly stunned upon hearing Su Ming declare his a rank superhuman ability, and thus completely forgot Su Ming also wielded an ice affinity ability. Until watching the combat footage, Lu Jiming believed Su Ming possessed only that single a-rank superhuman ability. At first, seeing Su Ming drive Huang Hao back with his opening blow, Lu Jiming had been puzzled. until Su Ming unleashed his second strike. The unexpected ice affinity ability froze his mind entirely. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jiming immediately replayed the footage, analyzing every frame with an ordinary prodigy within a rank superhuman ability gains roughly 30,000 units of vital chi from refining a vial of earth dragon blood essence. Only those who master in a rank body forging art to perfection can extract its full potential, elevating vital chi by 40 to 50,000 units. Even so, Su Ming's total vital chi would scarcely exceed 60,000, whereas Huang Hao's exceeds 80,000. With identical or rank superhuman abilities, Su Ming's vital chi remains at least 20,000 units below Huang Hao's, and his raw physical combat power lags by hundreds of thousands of caloric units. Yet this youth hurls the transformed Huang Hao through the air with a single blow, without employing any martial technique whatsoever. His superhuman ability is clearly beyond a rank, and that ice affinity ability, it rendered Huang Hao's full-strength Moya staff technique utterly ineffective. Its rank must be extraordinary, likely surpassing Shrank. So, have I just recruited a peerless prodigy endowed with 2 Shrank abilities? HSS. After re-watching the battle with calm focus and conducting a rigorous analysis, Lu Jiming involuntarily drew in a sharp, chilling breath. The realization that Su Ming might possess 2 Shrank awakened abilities ignited such overwhelming excitement within Lu Jiming that his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Unaware of the sensation his battle with Huang Hao had ignited across Mo Hai University, Su Ming now traversed the Mo Do No. For Abyss alone, spear in hand, hunting his assigned target. Every monstrous beast he encountered fell instantly beneath his obsidian spear. With his current strength, no beast within the Mo Do No. For Abyss could stand against him. Even a single thrust of his spear proved fatal. Thus, after 3 days of relentless combat within the Abyss, Su Ming completed all 7 missions requiring the slaying of 5th-rank monstrous beasts. Having collected the designated materials from each corpse, he returned to Mo Hai University's mission hall to submit his assignments. You're Su Ming. As Su Ming placed the harvested materials from 7 5th-rank beasts onto the counter, the female student assigned to process his mission glanced at his student ID and instantly turned toward him, gasping aloud. Her exclamation drew immediate attention from those nearby. Su Ming, it's him. The freshman ranked 16th on the Wind Cloud list. Finally meeting the legend in person, he's even more handsome than in the videos. Look at those beast materials before him. Those are the wings of a 5th-rank latestage silverwing griffin. Su Ming has slain a 5th-rank latestage silverwing griffin. His strength must be nearing that of a grandmaster. A freshman possessing such power will surely ascend to king-level mastery. Within the mission hall, students who had previously focused solely on their tasks now turned towards Su Ming. Upon recognizing him, many reacted just as the girl at the counter had, shouting in astonishment. I've become this famous already. 16th on the Wind Cloud list. For the past few days, Su Ming had remained deep within the Mo Do No. For Abyss hunting beasts, and remained blissfully unaware that his name had swept across Mo Hai University. Hearing the surrounding exclamations, Su Ming nodded calmly toward the girl behind the counter. But inwardly, he was deeply surprised. Especially unnerving were the girls around him, eyes gleaming, practically yearning to press themselves against him, making him eager to depart the mission hall without delay. Senior sister, please finalize the mission settlement promptly. I'd like to accept new assignments immediately. Noting the girl gazing at him in dazed silence, Su Ming gently reminded her. Mission hall attendants at Mo Hai University were students themselves, earning substantial academic credit for their service. Thus, the girl before Su Ming was also a Mo Hai University student, and this position was highly coveted, typically reserved for upperclassmen. Oh yes, right. Snapped from her reverie by Su Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded. After verifying the materials with scanning equipment, she swiftly deposited his earned academic credits into his account. Completing 7 5th-rank missions added 400 academic credits directly to Su Ming's account. Only 3 5th-rank missions remain. Must claim them immediately. After submission, Su Ming scanned the day's available missions, finding only 3 remaining 5th-rank assignments requiring beast material collection. Without hesitation, he secured all 3. He then selected several 4th-rank beast-slaying missions as secondary objectives, and departed the mission hall, without pause, hastening once more toward the abysses beyond Mo Hai University's gates. For the next half-month, Su Ming traveled almost daily between the task hall of the school and the dungeons surrounding the Magic City. It was only the day before the freshman competition at Magic Sea University that Su Ming returned to campus, having ceased accepting external missions. Over the course of half a month, he had slain more than 30 5th-tier ferocious beasts, while the number of those below the 5th tier reached over 1,000. The vast majority of these beasts were encountered and easily dispatched by Su Ming during his hunt for targets. With so many kills, his accumulated enhancement points had once again surpassed 1 million. Simultaneously, during nearly 20 days, Su Ming had managed to earn hundreds of credits each day, and now his total credits had reached 2,500, allowing him to cultivate for a day at the highest level of the Celestial Tower. With 2,500 credits accumulated, I can cultivate for a day at the highest level of the Celestial Tower. However, the highest level of the Celestial Tower only offers 100 times time acceleration, yet it costs 2,000 credits, which is not cost-effective for students who are not in a hurry to improve their strength. In contrast, the 20th level of the Celestial Tower with 20 times time acceleration only costs 150 credits for a day's cultivation. As long as one is not in a rush to enhance their strength, the 20th level is the most suitable for cultivation. After the freshman competition ends, I will begin my training in the Celestial Tower. Looking at the credits he currently possessed, Su Ming chose not to train at the very top of the Celestial Tower, but instead aimed for the 20th level with 20 times time acceleration. Cultivating for a day at the highest level of the Celestial Tower requires 2,000 credits, which is equivalent to cultivating for 100 days in the outside world. However, if he uses 2,000 credits to cultivate at the 20th level of the Celestial Tower, Su Ming could cultivate for 13 days, the effectiveness of which is at least equivalent to 260 days of cultivation in the outside world, making it far more cost-effective. After all, Su Ming was not particularly eager to hasten his progress, and thus preferred the higher cost performance. After making his decision, Su Ming glanced at the virtual screen displayed by the intelligent housekeeper in his home, which was showing the news about the freshman competition at Magic Sea University. In addition to the process of the freshman competition, it also specified the rewards for the event. Only the top 3 could receive rewards. The first place in the freshman competition could choose any A-level martial art from the school's collection, plus an additional reward of 2,000 credits. The second place in the competition would miss out on the extra 2,000 credits and could only select one A-level martial art. As for the third place, they would only receive 5,000 credits. A-level martial arts at Magic Sea University generally sell for around 8,000 to 10,000 credits. The first place reward when converted to credits totals over 10,000, which shows the university is quite generous. Now I can select an A-level martial art from the school's collection. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile after glancing at the information about the freshman competition. With his current strength, the freshman competition at Magic Sea University posed no challenge to him. The first prize was essentially his. Do. Just as Su Ming confidently opened the martial arts library page of Magic Sea University to select a treasured martial art, the phone rang unexpectedly. When Su Ming checked his phone, he saw that the call was from Lu Jiming. Why is Director Lu calling me at this time? Seeing the incoming call, Su Ming showed a look of surprise and then answered the phone. Director Lu, is there something? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiming's voice came from the other side. Su Ming, I'm calling to inform you that you need not participate in tomorrow's freshman competition. Not participate? Why? The sudden news caught Su Ming off guard, and he hurriedly asked. He still intended to secure first place in the freshman competition and choose an A-level martial art to enhance his combat power. Haha, Su Ming, don't be anxious. Let me finish my explanation. After hearing the urgency in Su Ming's voice, Lu Jiming chuckled softly. He then explained to Su Ming the reason why the school did not allow him to participate in the freshman competition. It turned out that half a month ago, after Su Ming had almost instantaneously defeated Huang Hao, the school's higher-ups realized that Su Ming's strength was already on a different level compared to his peers. In this cohort, there was another special student like Su Ming, a awakener with level spiritual ability, Zhu Jun, who had achieved the top score in the North River Province entrance exam with a staggering score of 28000. However, even so, Zhu Jun's strength had only improved to the level comparable to a latest-stage 4th-tier warrior within the month of entering Magic Sea University. Compared to Su Ming, who possessed peak 5th-tier combat strength, the gap was immense. Now Su Ming's strength among the first-year students at Magic Sea University was unparalleled, making him the undisputed rookie king. If he participated in the freshman competition, there would be no doubt as to who would take first place. Therefore, the school's higher-ups directly withdrew Su Ming from the freshman competition, allowing other students to compete for the rankings and stimulating their enthusiasm. As for Su Ming, although he would not have the title of first place, the rewards the school decided to grant him would surpass even those of the first-place winner. Su Ming, as per the decision of the school leadership, you can directly choose any level martial art from the school. Lu Jiming conveyed the outcome of the discussions among the school higher-ups. I can choose any level martial art, and I don't even have to participate in the freshman competition. After hearing Lu Jiming's response, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Exactly. You can now browse the school's martial arts library. Whichever level martial art catches your eye, you can purchase it directly. The campus network will transfer this level martial art to the intelligent mainframe of your villa. Hearing the clear excitement in Su Ming's voice, Lu Jiming replied with a smile. All right, Director Lu. Su Ming nodded in response. After chatting with Lu Jiming for a few more moments, Su Ming quickly hung up the phone. Not only can I receive rewards greater than those for first place in the freshman competition, but I also don't have to go through the tedious contest. The school has truly given me a tremendous surprise. Now let me see if there are any suitable S-level martial arts. Housekeeper, please open the school's martial arts library and present all the S-level martial arts available. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming eagerly opened the school's martial arts library to explore the various S-level martial arts. All right, master. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the intelligent housekeeper responded promptly. Subsequently, the virtual screen in front of Su Ming flashed and switched to the page of Magic C University's martial arts library, presenting all kinds of S-level martial arts before him. The martial arts library of Mohai University, accumulated over generations by the school's strongest, contains no less than 10,000 kinds of martial arts. However, S-rank martial arts are among the top in the world, extremely rare. Even within the martial arts library of Mohai University, there are only 13 S-rank martial arts current. Su Ming quickly browsed through the introductions of these 13 S-rank martial arts and soon fixed his gaze on the 7th S-rank martial art. Ice Prison Spear S-rank martial art, created by the martial Saint Xian Yu 200 years ago. It comprises 3 styles that can combine physical strength with ice-based abilities capable of unleashing up to 50 times combat power. Price 20000 credits. To be able to combine ice-based abilities with physical combat power and then unleash 50 times the power, the S-rank martial art Ice Prison Spear is simply tailor-made for me. Looking at the introduction of the Ice Prison Spear, Su Ming's eyes lit up and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. His ice-based abilities have evolved to S rank with a maximum burst of 100 times combat power. If he fully cultivates the Ice Prison Spear to perfection and masters the 3rd style, he could additionally gain 50 times combat power, resulting in a staggering 5,000 times combat power burst. With his current mental strength exceeding 100, even without considering his physical vitality, just the 5,000 times burst of his ice abilities could generate over 5 billion calories of combat power. A combat power exceeding 5 billion calories could likely eliminate a mid-stage grandmaster in an instant. Even if a latest-stage grandmaster were to unleash their full power, very few could reach 5 billion combat power. After roughly estimating the extreme combat power he could unleash after fully cultivating the Ice Prison Spear, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. After a gasp of surprise, Su Ming showed no hesitation and directly purchased the S-rank martial art. Originally, this S-rank martial art required 200 credits to purchase, but Su Ming's student account had already been granted a one-time free purchase of an S-rank martial art by the school's higher-ups. Thus, it came as no surprise that Su Ming successfully obtained this S-rank martial art. Master, you have new mail? Please check it. After Su Ming purchased the Ice Prison Spear, the voice of the intelligent housekeeper echoed again. A message box popped up in the lower right corner of the virtual screen in front of Su Ming, continuously flashing. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately opened it. This document contained all the cultivation methods for the Ice Prison. As Su Ming opened the document regarding the Ice Prison Spear, it included detailed descriptions of the cultivation methods along with instructional videos, just like when Zhang Lingchuan had given him the A-rank body refinement technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming spent half an hour thoroughly understanding this S-rank martial art from beginning to end. However, after watching the entire set of martial arts demonstrations and Su Ming spent half an hour thoroughly understanding this S-rank martial art from beginning to end. However, after watching the entire set of martial arts demonstrations and detailed cultivation methods, he was left utterly bewildered. Compared to the crank martial art Breaking Cloud Spear, the S-rank martial art Ice Prison Spear was clearly much more profound. When Su Ming learned Breaking Cloud Spear, he had a moment of insight after just one viewing, without any systematic enhancement. But after watching the Ice Prison Spear once, Su Ming felt completely lost, unsure of where to start, only knowing that the Ice Prison Spear consists of 3 styles. The first style, Breaking Abyss, can unleash 15 times combat power when fully mastered. The second style, Judgment, can unleash 30 times combat power when fully mastered. The third style, Eternal Silence, can unleash 50 times combat power when fully mastered. Truly worthy of being in S-rank martial art, the difficulty of mastering the Ice Prison Spear is extraordinarily high. Even the A-rank body refinement technique and meditation technique pale in comparison. I estimate that even a true martial arts prodigy would find it challenging to grasp the basics of this S-rank martial art after just one viewing. After finishing the Ice Prison Spear, Su Ming rubbed his slightly dazed head and murmured softly. He immediately prepared to watch it again. But in the next moment, a smile appeared on his lips. In his mind, the most melodious voice in the world echoed. Ding! Detected S-rank martial art Ice Prison Spear. Would you like to spend 100 enhancement points to learn it? Although learning in S-rank martial art requires 100 enhancement points, Su Ming showed no hesitation and directly chose to learn it. In the next second, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! Successfully learned S-rank martial art Ice Prison Spear. Current proficiency beginner. You can spend 9900 enhancement points to raise the proficiency of Ice Prison Spear to perfection. Boom. With this sound, countless insights regarding the Ice Prison Spear surged in Su Ming's mind, and the obscure parts of the martial arts content he had previously seen suddenly became clear. However, he only gained insights into the first style of the Ice Prison Spear. As for the subsequent two styles, Su Ming still felt completely clueless at this moment, and could only continue to enhance his proficiency to quickly master the next two spear techniques. System raised the proficiency of Ice Prison Spear to perfection. After digesting the sudden surge of insights in his mind, Su Ming immediately spoke to the system. Ding. Raising the proficiency of Ice Prison Spear to perfection requires consuming 9900 enhancement points. Would you like to continue? Yes. After 20 days of hunting, the enhancement points Su Ming accumulated from slaying beasts had exceeded 1 million. He currently had enough enhancement points to raise the proficiency of Ice Prison Spear to perfection. Boom. At Su Ming's command, 9900 enhancement points transformed into a torrent of energy instantly flowing into the Shrank martial art Ice Prison Spear, causing a large amount of insights and key techniques about the Ice Prison Spear to surge in his mind. These memories felt as if he had practiced the Ice Prison Spear for over 100 years, deeply rooted and flooding in such abundance that Su Ming could not help but close his eyes. Not only that, but even Su Ming's body under the system's enhancement developed muscle memory for the cultivation of the Ice Prison Spear. Almost simultaneously, a sharp aura emanated from Su Ming, growing stronger by the moment. He stood still, appearing unchanged from before, yet giving off an entirely different aura. 50 times the combat power burst achieved. After a long time, Su Ming finally opened his eyes after digesting all the surging memories. Buzz. As he opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed, causing the temperature of the entire villa to drop suddenly, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. I have now acquired the Shrank martial arts, and the upcoming credits can all be spent on training in the Tongtian training. However, before that, I still need to make a trip to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to purchase a batch of training resources before entering the Tongtian Training Tower. Once the Ice Prison Conquering Spear has been enhanced through the system and reaches perfection, Su Ming turned and walked towards the door. With the Shrank martial arts directly rewarded by the school, he no longer needed to worry about learning new martial arts, and could use all his credits for training in the Tongtian Training Tower. The training resources he currently needed were only of the 4th and 5th rank, which could mostly be gathered at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to meet his training needs. For training resources that could be bought with money, Su Ming naturally did not need to exchange credits for resources in the resource pool of Demon Sea University. Su Ming's plan was to buy the training resources he needed for 20 days at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and then enter the 20th level of the Tongtian Training Tower with these resources. Not just Su Ming, almost all students at Demon Sea University were doing the same, purchasing resources outside. It was not easy for ordinary students at Demon Sea University to earn credits, and unless they exchanged for rare high-level resources on the outside market, they would spend all their earned credits on entering the Tongtian Training Tower for training. Some even had to run to restaurants outside the school for every meal just to save that little bit of credit. Just as Su Ming left the villa and stepped out of the gate, he happened to run into Qin Shun. Upon seeing Su Ming, Qin Shun immediately greeted him. Qin Shun, what a coincidence. Su Ming nodded and greeted him. Hearing Su Ming's greeting, Qin Shun laughed and said, "It's not really a coincidence. I just remembered that the freshman competition is tomorrow, and I thought you would be back at school too, so I came to find you." "You came specifically to find me. Is there something you need?" Su Ming asked in surprise. "It's nothing major, just thought I'd invite you out for a meal," Qin Shun replied with a smile. After recognizing Su Ming as his boss at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he had wanted to treat him to a meal. However, Su Ming was eager to return to Demon Sea University and told him they would gather another day. Since returning to Demon Sea University with Su Ming, he had often been out, and Qin Shun had several times come looking for him, but couldn't find him. Today, thinking that tomorrow was the freshman competition, Qin Shun believed Su Ming would definitely be back, so he came again, which is how they coincidentally met. "Perfect. I'm actually heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall today, so let's go together," Su Ming said. Great. Wait a moment, boss, I'll go get the car," Qin Shun exclaimed happily, and quickly turned to leave. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Shun drove over in his luxury sports car and took Su Ming to the Magic City Dish. Before heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming couldn't resist Qin Shun's enthusiastic invitation and first went to dine at the Bulgari Hotel. Upon arriving at the Bulgari Hotel, a tall, exquisitely featured female server greeted them and led them to the reserved private room. Once they reached the top-level restaurant of the Bulgari Hotel, many people had already gathered. Su Ming and Qin Shun followed the server through the dining hall towards the private room. "Tomorrow is the freshman competition at Demon Sea University. I heard there is a genius among this year's freshmen who scored full marks in the college entrance examination. I know that's the provincial top scorer from Jiangnan province. I think his name is Su Ming." Besides Su Ming, there is also a genius among this year's freshmen who has awakened in strength ability. I think his name is Zhu Jun. This year's freshman competition will be exciting. Tomorrow's freshman competition at Demon Sea University is open to the public, and I've secured tickets to the inner venue. Did you manage to get tickets? I got them long ago. With such an exciting competition this year, I definitely don't want to miss it. I must witness the talents of this year's freshmen at Demon Sea University. The level of this year's college entrance examination candidates from Huanxia is clearly much higher than in previous years. Beijing University has also recruited many geniuses this year. With so many geniuses emerging from Huanxia this year, our nation's strength will surely improve significantly in the near future, surpassing all other countries in the world. As Su Ming and Qin Shin passed through the restaurant, they also heard many diners discussing the freshman competition at Demon Sea University, with many talking about securing tickets to witness the event. Clearly, the freshman competition at Demon Sea University is not just a school event, but a grand spectacle that draws the attention of the entire Magic City. Boss, it seems your fame is quite substantial. Qin Shin remarked with a smile upon hearing the discussions in the restaurant. Su Ming merely nodded with a smile. After all, it was a rare achievement to score full marks in the college entrance examination after decades. It was hard not to attract attention. As they conversed, the two entered the private room, and the hotel manager immediately arranged for the dishes to be served, quickly filling the table. These dishes were mostly made from the meat of fourth rank and above fierce beasts, and various medicinal dishes rich in flavor, aroma, and energy. Su Ming and Qin Shin had a hearty appetite, and without much conversation began to dig in. While Su Ming and Qin Shin were dining in their private room, a table of young men and women in the main hall of the hotel restaurant were listening to the discussions of other diners, their lips curling into smiles. Jessica, this Su Ming from Demon Sea University might be a worthy opponent for you, a girl said to someone. As her voice fell, a muscular man immediately responded. A full score in the Huanxia College entrance examination at most is just about 300,000 battle power. Jessica had already been able to fight against early-stage 5th-rank warriors before entering our Federation University. How could Su Ming be a match for Jessica? Right, Jessica? After saying this, his gaze turned towards a handsome blonde youth among the crowd, who was the Jessica they referred to. At this moment, Jessica was cutting a piece of beef with her knife and fork, slowly chewing it. After swallowing, she wiped her lips with a napkin and looked at the two who had spoken confidently, saying, "Among this year's talents from Huanxia, Su Ming is the only one who seems interesting. I hope he won't disappoint me, otherwise this mission will be too dull." What Jessica said is right. If the geniuses from Huanxia this year are not strong enough, it will be quite boring for us geniuses from the Federation Empire to come to Huanxia this time. After hearing Jessica's words, the other young men and women at the table exchanged glances, each revealing a... Inside the private room. After a satisfying meal, Su Ming declined Qin Shin's suggestion to arrange other programs and directly asked him to drive him to the Extreme Martial Arts School in Modu. The black luxury sports car zipped through the bustling streets of Modu like a flash of lightning, and in just over 20 minutes, it stopped steadily in front of the technologically advanced entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts School. "Boss, should I wait here for you?" Qin Shin turned off the engine and looked at Su Ming in the passenger seat. "No need, you can head back. I need some time for this procurement, and we'll go directly back to the school afterwards." Su Ming opened the door and waved to Qin Shin. "All right then, boss, take your time." Qin Shin replied with a nod, not asking further. Su Ming adjusted his collar and stepped into the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts School. As soon as he entered, Manager Wang, who had already been notified, hurried over with a warm smile, his face filled with respect. "Master Su Ming, you've arrived." Manager Wang slightly bowed, his attitude even more humble than last time. Clearly the news of Su Ming's easy victory over Huang Hao at the entrance of Mo High University, ranking 16th on the Fengyan list, had already reached him. "Manager Wang, I need to procure a batch of training resources, 100 billion credit points each for enhancing qi and mental strength. Here's the list." Su Ming slightly nodded, stating his purpose directly as he handed over his phone, which displayed a list of resources he had already selected. These resources were meticulously chosen based on the maximum absorption efficiency of his perfected level body, refining and meditation techniques, all of which were 4th and 5th tier resources. Manager Wang took the phone with both hands and merely glanced at it, feeling a jolt in his heart. The variety of resources on the list was extensive, and the total value astonishingly reached 200 billion credit points. He dared not delay for a moment and immediately replied, "Please wait a moment, master. I will personally prepare everything for you at the fastest speed." Su Ming was invited to the VIP room to rest, and a maid served fragrant tea. Su Ming took a sip of the tea and then closed his eyes to cultivate waiting quietly. The efficiency of the Extreme Martial Arts School was remarkably high. In just over half an hour, Manager Wang returned, followed by several staff members pushing carts filled with various sealed boxes. "Master Su Ming, all the resources you requested have been prepared. Please take a look." Manager Wang handed Su Ming a detailed list along with a portable detection device. Su Ming stood up and casually opened a few boxes to inspect. Inside the boxes were either crystal-clear fruits or crystals radiating energy or viscous liquids stored in specially designed jade bottles. Each one was a top-quality item. The values on the detection device fully met his requirements. No problem. Swipe the card. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and then took out a gold card marked with the special emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts School. All right, Master, you can enjoy a 20% discount. This time it will cost you 160 billion credit points. Manager Wang took the gold card with both hands and swiped it on his portable device. Beep. Payment successful, deducted 160 billion credit points. Upon hearing the prompt, Manager Wang's smile widened and he respectfully returned the gold card. This transaction would also yield him a considerable commission. Master Su Ming, do you need us to send the items to Mohai University? Seeing Su Ming pocketing the gold card, Manager Wang looked at the pile of resources in front of him and spoke to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Manager Wang immediately arranged for people and a vehicle to take Su Ming back to Mohai University. After returning to Mohai University, Su Ming did not go back to his villa, but directly instructed the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School to deliver the resources he purchased to the towering sky-piercing training tower at the center of the school. The hall inside the tower was spacious and bright with many students present for training. When Su Ming appeared, he immediately attracted many gazes. Now he was a prominent figure at Mohai University, highly recognizable. It's Su Ming. Isn't he that freshman who ranked 16th on the Fengyun list? Is he here to train in the sky-piercing tower? That must be a vehicle from the Extreme Martial Arts School, and those boxes are radiating such rich energy fluctuations. Could they all be training resources? Given this situation, Su Ming will definitely train for a significant amount of time in the sky-piercing training tower, but isn't the freshman competition tomorrow? Has he given up on the competition? Whispered discussions floated around, but Su Ming appeared oblivious as he walked straight towards the service desk deep in the hall. Senior sister, I want to rent the training room on the 20th floor for 2 days. Su Ming handed over his student ID. The senior sister behind the service desk recognized Su Ming and showed a hint of surprise, but then quickly composed herself and smiled at Su Ming, saying, the 20th floor costs 150 credits per day, totaling 300 credits for 2 days. Su Ming nodded, confirmed the deduction, and received the corresponding access card, which was the key to the training room number 2 on the 20th floor of the sky-piercing training tower. After completing the formalities, Su Ming instructed the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School to unload the resources from the vehicle. Ignoring the curious and awed gazes around him, Su Ming quickly led the staff and the large amount of training resources into the dedicated elevator leading to the upper floors. The elevator ascended rapidly, soon stopping on the 20th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened and a wave of heavenly energy 10 times more concentrated and pure than outside rushed towards Su Ming, making every cell in his body feel invigorated. Following the signs, he quickly found training room number 2. Using the access card, he opened the heavy alloy door, revealing a nearly 100 square meter training room that was simply furnished yet fully equipped. Move the items inside and you can leave, Su Ming said to the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School as, all right, Master Su Ming. Upon hearing this, the staff quickly got to work. Soon only Su Ming and the large amount of resources he purchased remained in the training room. When Su Ming locked the door behind him, isolating himself from all external disturbances, the entire training room number 2 trembled slightly. Su Ming immediately sensed something unusual. It seemed as if the surrounding space and time changed with the closing of the door. He wanted to feel it carefully, but this strange sensation vanished in an instant. Shaking his head, Su Ming did not continue to explore, but looked at the 2 large boxes in front of him and smiled. 2 days outside is equivalent to 40 days inside. That's plenty of time to digest this batch of resources. Now let's begin and focus on cultivation. With that, he wasted no time and immediately opened the box filled with resources. The first item he took out was a fruit the size of a longan, entirely crimson, radiating a scorching energy of vitality. This was a 4th-tier primary resource, the crimson blood fruit, which could significantly enhance a martial artist's vitality, far surpassing the effects of vitality powder. Su Ming consumed the crimson blood fruit, and it instantly transformed into a torrent of scorching energy that surged through his limbs. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. He immediately activated the grade body refining technique he had already perfected, guiding this energy to temper his body and nourish his vitality. As he practiced the body refining technique, a faint golden shimmer appeared on the surface of Su Ming's body. His vitality surged like a rushing river, emitting a faint rumbling sound, and his vitality steadily increased. Once the crimson blood fruit was completely digested, Su Ming took out another resource to consume and then continued his training. He repeated this cycle, alternating between vitality resources and mental resources, practicing tirelessly. Under the accelerated time of 20 times, Su Ming spent 20 days in the training room without ever stepping. Within the 20th level of the Tower of Ascension, Su Ming was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his rapidly increasing power. Each day, he could distinctly feel the significant growth of his vitality and mental strength. With the perfected body tempering technique and meditation method combined with abundant cultivation resources and the extraordinary foundation brought by his two special abilities, his cultivation efficiency reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Inside the Tower of Ascension, Su Ming practiced for 18 hours each day and rested for 6. His vitality increased steadily by about 250 points each day, while his mental strength rose by approximately 200 points. Time quietly passed outside. Within the Tower of Ascension, the resources piled high before Su Ming visibly diminished. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day since Su Ming entered the Tower of Ascension, just before the 2 days of cultivation were about to conclude, the last batch of resources was completely absorbed and refined by Su Ming. Buzz. As all the resources were thoroughly digested and absorbed, an aura significantly stronger than before involuntarily emanated from Su Ming, causing ripples in the air within the cultivation chamber. With a long exhale, Su Ming concluded his cultivation, releasing a deep breath, and immediately sank into his attribute panel. Host: Su Ming. Vitality 69400, mental strength 113200, abilities extreme, Ice Emperor class SS, Rage Titaness, divine skills absolute, Frost Soul, Slayer body tempering technique, Rising Sun D perfect, 100 refinements, Golden body technique A perfect, meditation method Heavenly Luo diagram A perfect, martial arts Diamond spear technique D perfect, Breaking Cloud spear C perfect, Ice prison piercing world spear S perfect. Enhancement points 63711. I have gained 5,000 vitality and 4,000 mental strength. These 300 credits and 200 billion credit points were well spent. Su Ming felt the surging power within him, feeling extremely pleased. At this moment, his vitality was already close to 70,000, and his mental strength had even surpassed 110,000, showing considerable progress compared to before he entered the Tower of Ascension. With the cultivation resources nearly depleted and time almost up, it was time to exit. I wonder how the results of the new student competition at Demon Sea University are. Su Ming stood up, a hint of a smile on his lips as he walked toward the door, then pushed open the door of the cultivation chamber and stepped out. At the moment he exited the Tower of Ascension, the central square of Demon Sea University was filled with a thunderous applause and cheers resembling a tidal wave. Feeling the commotion from that direction, Su Ming's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace, rushing towards the central square. He also wanted to see who the top new student of this cohort was. At this time, on the massive arena in the central square, a tall and slender young man with sharp eyes carrying a hint of arrogance stood alone in the center of the stage. He was Yu Jun from the Beha province, possessing S-class psychic ability and the top scorer of the college entrance examination from Beha province this year. After 2 days of competition, I announced that the first place of the 2,397th new student competition at Demon Sea University is Yu Jun. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Yu Jun. Wow. Yu Jun. Yu Jun. Yu Jun. As the host's voice resonated throughout the square, applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Yu Jun enjoyed the attention of the crowd, wearing a proud expression full of vigor. In the finals, Yu Jun's displayed strength has already reached the peak level of a 4th-tier warrior. He truly deserves to be in S-class ability awakener. Besides Yu Jun, the 2nd and 3rd places are also formidable, both being a class ability awakeners with combat power not inferior to that of the late 4th tier. The quality of the new students at Demon Sea University this year is significantly higher than before. Geniuses emerge constantly, heaven blesses Hanxia. The attendees were fervently discussing the top-ranking students of the new student competition at Demon Sea University, all astonished by the formidable strength of these newcomers. It's a pity that the boss is cultivating in the Tower of Ascension, otherwise it wouldn't have been Yu Jun's turn to take first place in the new student competition. In the audience, Qinshan looked at the proud Yu Jun on the stage and sighed. However, just as the scene was lively, an out-of-place voice with a distinct foreign accent clearly cut through the noise, reaching everyone's ears. Hehe, is this the top new student of Demon Sea University? Doesn't seem impressive at all. As the words fell, several figures stood up from the front seats in the inner area, parting the crowd and walking directly to the front of the platform. The leader was a tall, handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes, radiating an air of arrogance. He was dressed in a well-fitted casual suit, wearing a playful smile on his lips, intently scrutinizing Yu Jun on the stage. Behind him followed several young men and women of equally remarkable demeanor, all with golden hair and blue eyes, their high noses indicating they were not from Hanxia. The enthusiastic atmosphere instantly cooled down, with all eyes focused on the unexpected guests. Yu Jun's expression darkened as he sharply gazed at the speaker below the stage. Who are you? What do you mean? The golden-haired youth chuckled lightly, leaping effortlessly onto the several-meter high arena, standing opposite Zhu Jun. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jessica from the American Federation University, and I am a golden sequence student of this year's cohort at the American Federation University. I heard that Hanshia's Demon Sea University has recruited quite a few geniuses this year, so I specifically brought my classmates across the ocean to witness it. But it seems that your new students have disappointed me. Jessica's tone carried an innate sense of superiority as he swept a provocative gaze over Zhu Jun, shaking his head in disappointment. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The American Federation University, these guys are from the American nation. What does he mean? Are they here to stir trouble? The American nation has always been at odds with Hanxia, constantly opposing Hanxia on the international stage. They must be here to pick a fight. This guy is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Our Hanxia geniuses cannot be looked down upon by these foreign devils. Zhu Jun, teach this ignorant fellow a good lesson. Indeed, he must be taught a good lesson to let them know the strength of our Hanxia geniuses. The audience erupted in anger. On the high platform, the school leaders, including Lu Zhiming, furrowed their brows. You have no evidence. Can you prove your identity? If you cannot prove your identity, please leave immediately and do not interrupt the upcoming award ceremony of Demon Sea University. At this moment, the president of Demon Sea University, Yang Zhen, stood up, his sharp gaze scanning Jessica. Buzz. The moment Yang Zhen's gaze fell upon Jessica, her smile vanished, and her pupils instinctively, for at that moment, she felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. Such formidable strength. This is the president of Magic Sea University. It feels like a single glance from him could kill me. This invisible pressure made Jessica's pupils shrink sharply, as if she were facing an ancient divine mountain descending from the sky, causing her soul to tremble. Not only Jessica, but several students from America Federal University behind her also felt a tremendous pressure, their expressions changing drastically. Yang Zhen, I believe that with my presence there should be no need for my students to prove their identities right. Just as Jessica and the students from America Federal University were filled with dread, a voice that seemed to smile, yet not smile, came forth. The moment the voice sounded, the pressure enveloping Jessica and the others suddenly vanished. Before the voice even faded, a figure appeared on the platform, standing before Jessica. The newcomer was a bald, muscular man with a hooked nose, standing over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging and exuding a wild aura. President Shijia. Upon recognizing the figure, Jessica and the students behind her displayed expressions of joy, their hearts at ease. The bald man was indeed the president of America Federal University, a top-tier powerhouse who had reached the pinnacle of the king realm. Shijia, since you say they are your students, then there's no need for proof. However, what exactly does it mean for you to bring your school's people here? On the high platform, Yang Zhen narrowed his eyes and snorted lightly upon seeing Shijia. Clearly, as the presidents of the top martial arts universities of the superpowers Hanxia and America, both being peak king experts, Yang Zhen and Shijia were not strangers to each other. Yang Zhen Jessica is a new student admitted this year to the Federal University, and she is the first genius in decades to enter the golden sequence. However, despite Jessica's outstanding talent, her pride is too high. I brought her to Hanxia this time to let her witness the monstrous geniuses of Hanxia. Using your ancient saying, I want Jessica to understand that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. How about we let these two youngsters spar and exchange ideas? Shijia, noticing Yang Zhen's evident displeasure, did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and explained. Though his words sounded polite, anyone with insight could see he had brought Jessica, a rare genius from America, to stir up trouble. Claiming it was an exchange, he actually aimed to defeat the strongest new student of Magic Sea University in front of the crowd, thus trampling on the pride of Hanxia's talents. This kid is indeed a genius of the golden sequence. His ability level is definitely no lower than Shrank, and might even exceed it. Upon hearing Ziji's words, Yang Zhen's expression darkened. With his strength, he could clearly sense Jessica's blood vitality. Previously, he sensed that Jessica's blood vitality had just surpassed 80,000, making her among the stronger 4th-stage late warriors. Although it was rare for someone of such age to possess such high vitality, it was still somewhat insufficient to qualify for the golden sequence assessment of America Federal University. Thus, he initially did not pay much attention to what Jessica said, merely attributing it to her exaggeration. But now, with Shijia, a peak king expert, personally attesting to it, Jessica's 4th-stage late warrior vitality qualifying her as a golden sequence student meant she must have awakened a remarkably powerful ability. Shijia, why are you silent? Is it that Hanxia, a grand nation, dares not even allow our country's geniuses to spar with foreign geniuses? Or is it that Magic Sea University is afraid to let its students compete? If so, then I will have to take Jessica to Capital City University for sparring instead. On the platform, seeing that Yang Zhen had still not responded after he had clarified his intentions, Shijia spoke again. He brought Jessica here to challenge the new geniuses of Hanxia's top martial arts universities, to let the world know that America had produced a genius capable of surpassing all of Hanhea's contemporaries. He wanted Jessica from his school to step on top of all Hanhea's geniuses, gaining fame throughout the world. President, the reputation of Magic C University cannot be tarnished. I request a battle with Jessica from America Federal University. On the platform, upon hearing Ziji's sarcastic words, Zhu Jun clenched his fists and turned to Yang Jun, shouting loudly. Then fine, be careful, let it be just an exchange. Originally facing Ziji's premeditated provocation, Yang Jun wanted to find an excuse to brush it off, but seeing Zhu Jun volunteer, he could not continue to refuse and nodded in agreement. This was not only directed at Zhu Jun, but also served as a warning to Jessica. He clearly understood how strong the talents of America Federal University's Golden Sequence students were. Although Zhu Jun's strength was not weak and he had awakened the Shrank ability Phoenix Flame, his instincts told him that Zhu Jun was no match for Jessica. That's right, Jessica, have a good discussion with the genius from Magic C University. After hearing Yang Zhan's words, Shijie smiled meaningfully at Jessica. Shijie, let's go up together to watch their sparring. Yang Zhan called out to Shijie, and immediately staff from Magic C University added an extra chair beside Yang Zhan's seat on the high platform. Although Ziji's arrival was not friendly, as the president of Magic C University and a Peking expert, Yang Zhan could not appear too petty lest it be said that Magic C University did not even arrange a seat for the other party. Thus Shijie accepted gladly, and in a flash before others could see clearly, he had already appeared on the high platform. The two exchanged glances and then took their seats, focusing all their attention on the platform. Meanwhile, all those present turned their gazes toward Zhu Jun and Jessica on the platform. Clearly, America Federal University has come to challenge us. Junior Zhu Jun, teach Jessica a good lesson. Let these foreigners see the strength of our Magic C University. Hanhea must not be insulted. Crush that golden sequence. The audience, including students from Magic C University and many Hanhea nationals attending the event, were all shouting, filled with righteous indignation. Clearly, Jessica and Ziji's arrogant attitudes had already provoked their anger. Is it Jessica? Today let me show you the true strength of Hanxia's talent. On the arena, Zhu Jun let out a cold shout, his blood and energy erupting explosively, and the scorching aura spread from him, causing the metallic arena beneath his feet to start to heat up slightly. He knew that the opponent dared to provoke Hanxiao, which meant they had some confidence. Therefore, he held nothing back and directly unleashed his Shrank ability, Phoenix Flame. Call. As if a clear phoenix cry resonated throughout the square, Zhu Jun forcefully pushed forward with both palms, and a colossal fire phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters formed from the combined might of his overwhelming spiritual power and furious blood energy. The fire phoenix was vividly alive, its feathers made of dancing crimson flames, with golden light burning in its eyes. Wherever it passed, the air twisted and waves of heat surged, carrying the terrifying force to incinerate everything in its path, rushing fiercely towards Jessica. The power of this strike had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary 4th-tier warrior, even exceeding the full force attack of a 5th-tier early-stage awakener. That fire phoenix feels like it could melt steel. Such a powerful flame ability, Zhu Jun's strike, even makes me, a 5th-tier early-stage senior, feel apprehensive. Incredible. Is this the power of Shrank ability? Starting with a full force attack, well done. Zhu Jun, you are formidable. This one move will determine the outcome. Let's see if Jessica dares to be arrogant. Let her experience the might of our Hanxiao flames. Zhu Jun's strike is so powerful that even a 5th-tier early-stage warrior can't withstand it. If Jessica is only demonstrating the strength of a 4th-tier latest-stage warrior, she will definitely not be able to block it. As Zhu Jun made his move, the audience erupted in cheers and gasps like a tidal wave. The students from Mo High University were flushed with excitement, waving their fists. They had all witnessed Zhu Jun's prowess with this Phoenix Flame ability in the freshman competition, and now seeing such might, they naturally felt a surge of confidence, believing victory was within reach. Even some school leaders on the high platform revealed a hint of approval and anticipation. However, facing the fire phoenix that could make 5th-tier early-stage warriors go on high alert, the playful smile on Jessica's face remained unchanged, instead bearing a gaze as if observing a novel toy. Shrank natural fire ability. Quite interesting. Unfortunately, it's still lacking in power. Facing the rapidly approaching fire phoenix, Jessica calmly shook his head, his tone indifferent. Just as the fire phoenix was about to reach him, Jessica finally moved. Radiant Holy Dragon, half-dragon transformation. He did not evade, but instead slightly shook his arms, unleashing a force far more formidable than Zhu Jun's. Buzz. A dazzling yet gentle white halo radiated from Jessica's body, and a layer of translucent crystal-like dragon scales resembling white jade instantly covered his surface. His hands transformed into dragon claws with sharp fingertips. The sides of his forehead bulged slightly, as if dragon horns were about to burst forth, and his pupils turned into cold, light, golden vertical slits. This was Jessica's awakened S-rank superhuman ability, Radiant Holy Dragon, which allowed him to undergo dragon transformation, greatly enhancing his physical attributes. However, facing Zhu Jun's Fire Phoenix attack, Jessica still held back, only partially transforming into a dragon, not fully. Even so, after the half-dragon transformation, Jessica's blood strength soared wildly, in an instant reaching a terrifying level close to that of a 5th-tier peak warrior. The immense pressure even caused some spectators near the front of the arena to feel short of breath. What a terrifying aura! What level is this foreigner's ability? The amplification is incredibly strong. Those things emerging from his body look like the scales of a Western dragon. Did I just hear the term dragon transformation? Could it be a dragon transformation ability among superhumans? Anything related to dragons is top-tier ability. Even a Western dragon poses a significant threat. This aura is comparable to a 5th-tier peak, and he's just a freshman. The cheers from the audience abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of disbelief and whispers of astonishment. A sense of ominous foreboding enveloped everyone's hearts. However, the next scene unfolded, prompting a collective sigh of relief. To everyone's shock, facing Zhu Jun's imposing Fire Phoenix, Jessica did not dodge, but instead was struck directly by the Fire Phoenix. Boom! Flames erupted and fire soared into the sky. The vast inferno completely engulfed Jessica's figure. The scorching airwaves even triggered the protective energy barrier at the edge of the arena, sending ripples through it. It hit. Great! Some students couldn't help but cheer again, eagerly anticipating seeing Jessica in a miserable state. However, the powerful senior students and high-ranking officials from Mohai University on the high platform wore solemn expressions, silently staring at the area engulfed in flames. Zhu Jun, the initiator of the attack, also wore a serious expression, showing no excitement at having as the flames dissipated. The area previously shrouded in fire gradually became clear. To their astonishment, Jessica still stood proudly and placed the white jade dragon scales on his body, reflecting a magnificent luster under the light of the flames, completely unscathed. Even the small patch of arena beneath his feet remained unchanged due to the protection of the dragon scales, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding areas that were slightly reddened from the heat. How is this possible? Seeing Jessica unscathed, the smiles on the faces of the previously cheering students instantly froze, staring in disbelief at the half-dragon transformed Jessica. Jessica thoroughly enjoyed the changing expressions of the Mohai University students, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Jun, whose face had turned 3 shades graver and grinning. Is this your strongest attack? It doesn't even qualify to tickle me. After my dragon transformation, I have immense immunity to elemental abilities. Your flames cannot shake the layer of dragon scale defense on my body at all. You've made your move, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Jessica's figure suddenly blurred. What incredible speed! Zhu Jun felt a flash before his eyes, and a fierce wind rushed toward him, causing his heart to race. However, before he could make any effective defense or evasive action, Jessica's attack had already descended. Bang! With a dull thud, Jessica's fist covered in dragon scales landed squarely on Zhu Jun's. What seemed like a casual strike contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Upon contact with Zhu Jun, it dented his chest, and the shirt on his back exploded with a large hole. Zhu Jun felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his eyes bulging out instantly as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena several meters away. The champion of the freshman competition at Mohai University, the Shrank ability Awakener Zhu Jun, was unable to withstand even a single strike from Jessica while using all his strength. This scene plunged the entire central square of Mohai University into a dead silence where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape as they stared in disbelief at Jessica, standing proudly like a war god on the stage, and Zhu Jun, who lay on the ground defeated and in disarray. Many students of Mohai University turned red with anger, especially those who had just shouted for Zhu Jun to teach Jessica a lesson. Their faces now burned with humiliation. Just a second ago, they had been immersed in cheers for Zhu Jun's powerful abilities, only to have their hopes cruelly shattered by the harsh reality. The reversal came too swiftly. The enormous drop from soaring heights to the depths filled the hearts of the students at Mohai University with frustration and anger. Yet more than that, there was an indescribable sense of helplessness. Although Jessica was arrogant, she indeed had the backing to be so. Even Zhu Jun, who had claimed first place in the freshman competition, was no match for her single strike. Her strength had already surpassed that of 99 of the students at Mohai University. Only those ranked in the top 10 of the Mohai Genius list could truly contend with her. However, Jessica was a freshman from the American Federation University, while the top 10 geniuses on the Mohai University Genius list were all third-year students or above. Even if they won against Jessica, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. Trash. Jessica glanced at the unconscious Zhu Jun at the edge of the stage and snorted softly. She then surveyed the surroundings, taking in the shocked, angry, and unwilling expressions of the crowd. Facing the thousands of gazes around her, Jessica not only showed no signs of restraint, but became even more arrogant. She suddenly raised her right hand, extending her index finger and gently shaking it towards the direction of the Mo High University students in the audience. Then her voice, filled with extreme arrogance and provocation, clearly echoed throughout the square. Is this all there is to the first freshman of Mo High University? Is this the strength of a top genius from Hanxia? Truly disappointing. Since your freshmen are so weak, I now challenge your sophomores. Let your strongest sophomore come up and fight me. As Jessica's words concluded, the silence in the central square of Mo High University was instantly shattered, replaced by overwhelming anger and uproar. Bastard. So arrogant. You're bullying us too much. Oh, I'm so furious. Who can go? In the audience, the students of Mo High University were all flushed, fists clenched tightly, their chests heaving violently, flames of fury bursting from their eyes. Many spectators from Hanxia were equally indignant, wishing they could rush up to the stage and teach this arrogant person a lesson. However, anger could not change the facts. Even the strongest freshman Zhu Jun was taken out in a single blow. The power Jessica had just displayed was no less than that of a peak fifth-tier warrior. Even among the specially recruited students in the sophomore class at Mo High University, no one could guarantee they could defeat Jessica. If these sophomores went up to challenge Jessica and lost, Mo High University's reputation would be utterly. On the high platform, Principal Yang Jun had already instructed someone to carry the unconscious Zhu Jun off the stage for treatment, watching as Zhu Jun's sunken chest indicated that at least half of his ribs were broken. Zhu Jun's pitiful state made Yang Jun's expression turn extremely grim as he turned to Shijie and coldly said, Shijie, your student was too ruthless. Shijie, however, wore a satisfied smile, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Facing Yang Jun's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, Yang Jun, Jessica actually held back. That punch just now was not her full strength. Not her full strength. Does this mean he can already contend with a master? Shijie's words immediately shocked the upper echelon of Mo High University, their gazes towards Jessica filled with terror. Hearing this, Yang Jun raised an eyebrow, looking solemnly at the exceedingly arrogant Jessica on the stage, then turned to Shijie and asked Shijie, what level is this kid's awakened ability, Shining Holy Dragon? S-level superhuman ability under full dragon transformation can enhance physical attributes by 80. Shijie had come here to show off, so he had nothing to hide and generously revealed Jessica's ability level and S-level 80 times enhancement. Hearing Shijie's answer, Yang Jun's breath momentarily caught in his. Ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly and slowly say, Shijie, your American Federation has produced an incredible genius this year. As he spoke, even Yang Jun, a peak king-level powerhouse, felt a surge of helplessness. If what Shijie said is true, then among the freshmen of Mo High University today, no one would be a match for Jessica, not even the most outstanding Su Ming. Of course. Hearing Yang Jun's words, Shijie proudly nodded, a smug smile on his face. Yang Jun's reaction was exactly what he had anticipated, and this feeling of being in control was immensely satisfying. Especially seeing Yang Jun and the upper echelons of Mo High University, as well as the students all looking defeated, made him feel even more pleased. Yang Jun, I brought Jessica here to let your Hanxia genius temper his arrogant nature, but it seems you have disappointed me. This outcome has had the opposite effect, making this kid even more arrogant. Watching Jessica continuing to provoke the students of Mo High University on the stage, the smile on Shijie's face faded, replaced by a look of melancholy and disappointment. But anyone with discernment could see that this old fellow was mocking the students of Mo High University for being too weak. This contradictory demeanor made the other upper echelons of Mo High University behind Yang Jun clench their fists silently. Yang Jun also twitched his mouth slightly forcibly, suppressing the anger in his heart, preparing to acknowledge that Jessica was indeed an ancient century genius and to send him away. Where did this ignorant fool come from, daring to act wildly at Mo High University? Just as he was about to speak, a calm voice came from the edge of the square. The voice was not loud, yet it oddly overshadowed the noise of the crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the originally noisy central square of Mo High University quieted down as everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. At the edge of the square stood a young man dressed in simple casual wear, tall and handsome, striding towards the stage. In just a few breaths, he had crossed over 100 meters and appeared on the stage. The newcomer was none other than Su Ming. It's Su Ming, the strongest freshman of Mo High University. So fast. I couldn't even see how Su Ming stepped onto the ring. Although no one knew why Su Ming had skipped the freshman tournament, if he intervened, now he would surely blunt Jessica's momentum. Junior Su Ming, teach that arrogant bastard a vicious lesson for us. Once the figure of Su Ming charging onto the ring became clear, the Mo High students who knew him erupted with excitement and shouted his name loudly. In the stands, Qin Shen's face brightened when he saw Su Ming appear. He leapt up and shouted, "Boss smash!" Qin Shen's outburst immediately drew many curious glances from those nearby. But for MO High students who understood Su Ming's strength, it was no surprise that a third year like Qin Shen would regard a freshman like Su Ming as his leader. Su Ming now ranked 16th on the MO High University Fengyun list, his prowess surpassing 99% of the school's prodigies. If Su Ming wished to recruit followers, even the majority of MO High's fourth years would scramble to become his underlings. This kid is actually a late fourth-rank warrior as well. From the high platform, Shi Jie sensed the faint radiance of Su Ming's vitality the instant he appeared, estimating that his chi hovered around 70,000. 70,000 vitality is already the standard for a typical late fourth-rank warrior. Compared with Jieshika, it lagged by only 10,000, placing them in the same late fourth-rank tier. That Jieshika could in so short a time ascend to late fourth rank and cultivate his vitality beyond 80,000 was all due to his S-grade superhuman ability. Su Ming was the same age as Jieshika and had reached late fourth rank so rapidly that Shi Jie's smile faded. He turned to Yang Zhen with caution and asked, "Yang Zhen, is this freshman from your school?" Yang Zhen nodded and kept his gaze fixed on Su Ming, his eyes shining. He too felt Su Ming's vitality approaching 70,000. "Good lad. This strength exceeds what Ling Tianho told me. You have not disappointed me. You merit and a grade superhuman ability may not rival Jieshika's, yet this fellow also possesses a stronger ice-type power. I hope his ice ability ranks high enough to surprise everyone." Watching the composed ease on Su Ming's face, Yang Zhen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly brimmed with anticipation, eager to see the true extent of Su Ming's ice power. In fact, on the way to MO High University, when Su Ming encountered Ling Tianho had already informed Yang Zhen of Su Ming's then strength. Yang Zhen learned earlier than Lu Zhiming, the one who had recruited Su Ming into MO High University, that Su Ming possessed an ice-type ability in addition to his A-grade superhuman gift. Even so, Yang Zhen did not place much hope on Su Ming's ability to defeat Jieshika. After all, the superhuman ability Hui Yao Shenglong that Shi Jie had just mentioned boosted Jieshika's combat power to a frightening degree. Geniuses who awaken S-grade abilities are as rare through history as the fingers on both hands. Each S-grade power brings an appalling augmentation to one's strength. Even so, Yang Zhen did not place much hope on Su Ming's ability to defeat Jieshika. After all, the superhuman ability Hui Yao Shenglong that Shi Jie standing beside him saw Yang Zhen's reaction and his face darkened. He then fixed his gaze on the ring and said, "So you are Su Ming, the one who earned a perfect score on the Hanxiao martial examination." On the ring, Jieshika watched Su Ming with amused interest. "Seems you did your homework before coming to Mo High University to show off. Cut the chatter and make a move. If I strike first, you won't get the chance." Su Ming snorted in response to Jieshika's taunt. He then made a gesture, and the temperature of the surrounding air plunged. An ice crystal spear materialized in his hand. He planted it upon the ground and regarded Jieshika with quiet pride. "Huh. I hope your strength matches your insolence." Seeing Su Ming even more cocky than himself, Jieshika's expression darkened as he let out a cold laugh. He could not tolerate anyone who outbragged him, especially someone from Hanxia. Though furious, Jieshika did not underestimate his opponent. To his mind, for Su Ming to remain arrogant after witnessing his power suggested absolute confidence, a reliance on some solid foundation. Rising Dragon Fist. At that thought, he summoned his vitality, roared, formed his right hand into a fist, and unleashed a savage punch as his chi surged. With the punch, a golden dragon head apparition erupted, roaring as it thundered towards Su Ming. "This is our school's grade martial art, Shenglong Quan. And it seems Jieshika has refined it to the as in grade skill, the intermediate Shenglong Quan can trigger a 20-fold boost in combat power. Now with Jieshika half-dragonized and his vitality nearing 1,000,000, that punch has reached Grandmaster caliber. That Su Ming has been arrogant enough to let Jieshika strike first. He's finished." Below, watching Jieshika's explosive assault, the students from Imilika Lianbang University were wildly excited and shouted their approval. A Grandmaster-level strike. The nearby MO High students' faces dropped at the cheering, their eyes widened, and worry creased their brows as they watched the impending clash on the ring. Confronted by that towering golden dragon fist, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Sensing an attack approaching 200 million in combat power, he was forced to acknowledge Jieshika's talent and the gulf by which he led his peers. Just as the dragon fist closed and Su Ming moved. In that instant, his grade superhuman ability, Kuangnu Jingang, erupted, amplifying his vitality 30-fold and swelling his aura as his chi shot past 2 million. He gripped the ice spear and thrust it forward. The first form of Bingyu Guanshi spear flashed forth in an instant, Piyuan. The cold spear pierced out a blinding spear light, erupting across the arena with a shrill tearing shriek as it raced to meet Jieshika's fist apparition. This time he relied solely on the strength of his body. Even so, the 30-fold vitality surge from the Scrade Kuangnu Jing'an combined with the 15-fold combat burst of Kai Ju pushed his spear's power to 300 million, 100 million greater than Jishika's attack.